Chapter 701. In that instant, the old man's pupils, blazing with flames and shining like stars, underwent a noticeable change. It was a change of surprise. He was a living saint who had endured countless conflicts and risks, gained the emperor's recognition, and been bestowed the title of state saint by the state religion. He was a psionicist who had climbed step by step to the middle of the fourth ring through his own strength. He was one of the most important believers of the Holy Spirit, the eternal burning Arcaneros, in the present world, and the head of the Fides Cathedral. The name Upton O'Neill carried countless glories, and bore countless oaths. Even so, the old man didn't have much confidence in defeating the person before him. 40%, no, at most 30%. Because the opponent was a genuine peak fourth ring cultivator, and judging from the achievements he had made along the way, those incredible feats, even in the entire Terra Ascension realm, they were among the top tier. The old man had considered many possible outcomes beforehand, but the current situation was still unexpected. Drawing upon the power of faith and unleashing the psychic technique Corona, the old man, who had theoretically brought the Fides Cathedral under complete control, suddenly discovered that his opponent had vanished. It wasn't a visual disappearance, but a feeling. Normally, in the Great Sword Civil War, the opening moves are always about establishing a presence, or rather, from the very first second of combat to the last, the struggle for the environment and the clash of their respective fields are constant, never ceasing. According to the records, his opponent possessed psychic techniques such as True Radiance and Heavenly Sun, making him exceptionally skilled in these areas. However, at this moment, his opponent hadn't established a field as expected, nor forcibly carved out a space within Corona. He vanished for a fleeting moment. The next instant, the sun shone brightly, the True Radiance Dharma form manifested, and Songshur also activated his field-laying technique. The golden flames originating from the old man suddenly collapsed inward, as if a large chunk had been hollowed out, and in its place rose a roaring crimson gold flame, temporarily detached from the existing environment. The surprise lasted only a few seconds before subsiding, returning to calm. The old man squinted, realizing what had happened. If a normal field collision is like both sides pouring their colors onto the same plane, mingling, repelling, and submerging each other, then now, the other has jumped to another plane, making interference much more difficult. Then, with itself as the core, it reconstructed the local environment. The effect is barely acceptable. Songshur glanced at his palm, then looked around as if admiring a magnificent masterpiece. But it's enough for here. The old man nodded first, then pointed out precisely. You temporarily escaped your current environment, placing yourself at a disadvantage against the centuries-old, religiously influenced Fides Cathedral. He could still draw upon the faith power of Fides Cathedral, turning it into an advantage. But this had become a one-sided advantage, while the disadvantage his opponent had previously faced due to the cathedral's environment had vanished. The gap in location between the two sides had been significantly narrowed. Of course I know that. Songshur smiled happily. The real deciding factor still lies with oneself. The initial moves had been made. Next, the head-on clash would begin. This body inherits the blood of Akanaros. This soul is bathed in an inextinguishable light. The present-day living saint raised his bronze staff, reciting a prayer he had memorized thousands upon thousands of times. Accompanying this, the golden flames around him grew brighter and hotter, as if a titan, reaching to the heavens and earth, had swung its chains, binding the sun and dragging it down to the mortal realm, smashing it to pieces. The eagle need not thank the furnace. Flames are meant to devour the weak. Psionic art, shattered sun. The scorching flames, shattered into pieces, crashed forward, and in that instant, a hand emerged from the golden light. It was a hand that was neither muscular nor thin, with smooth lines, well-proportioned yet powerful. But an ordinary hand should not appear before shattered sun. Out of consideration for protecting the Fides Cathedral, the old man greatly reduced the quantity of his attack, turning it into flames that could only engulf a small side hall, but its quality remained undiminished. Not to mention the flesh and blood of an ordinary person, even a piece of steel would instantly vaporize here. But the hand still reached out. Then, against the golden flames, it moved forward. Your resonance with the Holy Spirit is indeed high enough, almost indistinguishable, seamless, commanding the power of faith to strengthen yourself, without the superficiality common among your empire's various factions. A misty, cloud-like golden substance surged forth, like a stream flowing through a valley, swirling around the 5 fingers of the hand. Psionic art, Imperial Dew. But after all, it's only almost. Imperial Dew is of Ean nature, possessing both coldness and gentleness, so it has extremely strong effects on both healing wounds and calming the mind. However, it is still a spiritual technique derived from the image of Titan. When it comes into contact with flames of completely different nature, they will interact and resonate with each other, unleashing an extremely strong killing force. Before coming to the Empire, I sparred with a particularly brilliant woman. Her use of glassy contemplation gave me a lot of inspiration. Songshi's voice rang out from behind the flames, the young man's pupils now displaying an incomparably dazzling glassy color. Upton O'Neill, this living saint's resonance with the Holy Spirit was indeed seamless, and his use of the power of faith was unparalleled. But that's all. How could that possibly withstand the insight of glassy contemplation that he himself had activated? Ultimately, the opponent's own spiritual energy was only at the mid-fourth ring. Therefore, the entry point for this attack has been found. Dark flames appeared. Calamity Flame also surged to his hand, making contact with the Emperor's essence surrounding it in less than 1/100th of a second. If you can suppress me with external force. The dark flame suddenly surged, devouring the golden flames with rampage. The terrifying mental impact even caused the power of faith to fluctuate. In a daze, the entire side hall darkened, as external forces once again invaded. Amidst the mutual stimulation and reverberation, the Calamity Flame, like a furnace flaming in a gale, intensified while simultaneously becoming extremely unstable. But someone calmly clenched their fist, their incredible control allowing them to seize the Calamity Flame at its strongest moment. Thus, psionic art, Calamity. I can no longer be considered a psionicist. And so, the flame born on the day of shattering faced its second shattering. This was a more complete annihilation than a simple fragmentation. Chapter 702. Thud. Blood seeped from the cracks in his hand. This crimson gold liquid, as if boiling, instantly raised the room temperature. Before it even dripped to the ground, it transformed into blooming flames in midair. The calamity of destruction, that's its downside. Songshur smacked his lips. Once unleashed, it inevitably injures both the user and the attacker. In just this one move, his skin had torn again, and even his bones had cracked considerably. He sighed, first dispelling the remaining destructive power from his wounds. Theoretically, the calamity of destruction is indiscriminate, but the user is always superior, and there are many ways to reduce its destructive power. For example, the current destructive power, since it originated from himself, could be easily eliminated with a little effort, while the opponent struck by the calamity of destruction couldn't. The old man closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. After a long while, he reopened them. His psionic technique, Shattered Sun, initially imitated the Shattered Sun, a creation destined for eternal existence, now irreversibly destroyed, from which unprecedented radiance erupted. Coupled with the psionic technique Corona, the former's energy level was first increased, then it acquired the properties of heavenly fire, making it particularly effective against all enemies of the Empire. Yet, this attack was still shattered. A terrifying, violent killing intent pierced through the Shattered Sun's radiance. Admittedly, he hadn't used all his trump cards. The sacred artifacts stored in the Fidus Cathedral still lay quietly in their places. But even if he had used them, could he have suppressed his opponent? Incredibly destructive power. As he spoke, the scene around him, which had previously resembled a mortal divine realm, slowly became transparent, the golden flames rapidly fading until they vanished completely. The statue of the Holy Spirit, eternally burning Arcaneros, also seized its divine power. The swirling fire core within its chest stopped moving, extinguished its flames, and returned to its obsidian sphere form. The flames in its pupils gradually dimmed, but just before they completely faded, everyone present noticed that it glanced at Songshur. Heh, that's normal, Songshur said lazily. A huge commotion has occurred in my own core territory. Who could resist taking a look? Such blasphemous remarks, theoretically, should have been immediately proclaimed by the living saint, and punished according to the established rules. However, the latter did not do so. His right hand pressed against his chest, slowly releasing flames from his palm, soothing the wounds inflicted by the calamity. Songshur remained unperturbed, instead tilting his head back and glancing at the Holy Spirit statue's eyes. Arcaneros the Eternal Flame, Tiamat the Underworld, Veritas the Iron Law, Lirin the Silent Moon, Yessa the Child, and Morrigan the Prosperity, the 6 great spirits of the Van Pusta Empire, are all psionic entities that came into being from nothingness. Except for Tiamat the Underworld, the remaining 5 spirits have not broken through to the 5th ring, True Spirit. Essentially, they are at the same level as the 4th ring, Ascension. If one had to describe them, they would be very, very, very strong 4th ring cultivators. However, for the Van Pusta Empire, the spirits themselves are far more important than mere military strength. The Empire's vast and complex network of faith needs to be maintained, and the 6 Holy Spirits are its most important pillars and filters. Tens of millions of believers from across the empire generate faith power every moment, and the empire constantly coordinates and filters this power, forging the Van Pusta Empire as it is today through countless days and nights. In a sense, the 6 Holy Spirits, like the Fidus Cathedral, are also the empire's beacons of faith. No release, no peace, eternal and without end. I suggest you stop these blasphemous thoughts. Renata returned, casually sheathing her sword. I didn't say a word, and that's blasphemy? You can consider it an inquisitor's intuition. Renata's tone remained unchanged, and she countered, Songshur, what do you think is the cornerstone of the empire? Royal power and faith. I guess you say that, but you're wrong. She shook her head slightly. The cornerstone of the empire is sacrifice. After saying this, Renata said nothing more. No words were needed. Songshur understood the other's meaning. From the lowest rungs of the empire, ragged, starving scavengers, to the revered and honored Holy Spirit, worshipped by countless pilgrims, while the former fumbled for their meager coins, unhesitatingly choosing indulgences over bread, the latter, bearing the weight of millennia of faith, toiled day and night until the end of time, or perhaps, foresaw their own demise. The cornerstone of the empire was sacrifice. Sacrifice is indispensable. Songshur shook his head slightly. But the meaning of sacrifice shouldn't be sacrifice itself. You're right. But the meaning of sacrifice, Renata said, only the one who sacrificed can judge. Just then, a soft thud sounded, and the old man raised his bronze staff, releasing the seal on this side hull. Songshur's mind raced, and he withdrew his overflowing spiritual energy flames. Otherwise, anyone who opened the door would likely be vaporized by the terrifying heat that could melt gold and jade. Living saint or faith. I've seen it all, Songshur said calmly next. It's time to head to the capital. 2 hours after ascending the Fidus Cathedral, the visitors descended the mountain without looking back. The old man naturally didn't say anything to stop them. He simply watched their gradually disappearing figures, and after a long while, lowered his eyes. Terra's faith is solely in the empire, but Terra's strong are not limited to the empire. Like the young man before him, like the many people not before him. Cataclysm is coming. Redemption too must descend. The empire's millennia-long grand ambition has finally reached its climax. Undoubtedly, this is an incredibly difficult path. The Enterprise Alliance, Yanon, Eden, and the Silent Society, mired in the past and stagnant, none will willingly yield. Only one path is visible, only one path can be followed. Where my sword points, the holy flame extends, where my shield protects, the divinely ordained code is laid. If blood can be lamp oil to fuel the fire of judgment, if bones can be fuel to boil the broth of truth. The empire's living saint turned and walked before the image of the Holy Spirit, kneeling as he had on the day he first donned the priest's robes, silently reciting the doctrine. It was as if he were devoutly praying to the Holy Spirit, or perhaps offering his entire spirit and heart to something higher and more intangible than the Holy Spirit. Through holy conquest, the world will be reshaped. Chapter 703. The Imperial Capital. The political and military center of the Van Pusta Empire, a city with a history spanning over 2,000 years. It is said that even the bricks paving a seemingly insignificant alley in the imperial capital witnessed the ascension of the first emperor. But more than that, for the people of the empire, the true significance of the imperial capital lies in the throne of the great emperor and the only god, Amenakata, on earth. It is the eternal torch of the present world, wherever a person of the empire is. When they look up with a devout heart, they will see the guidance they need only follow. The court of judgment, the Medni agency, the silent order, the state religion, the imperial merchant guild, the 6 pillars of the knights. No matter how colossal these entities are, no matter how many conflicts and contradictions exist among them, under the emperor's radiance, they will all be, and can only be, a part of the empire. Songshur gazed northward, his vision seemingly traversing thousands of miles, seeing that magnificent city. But when he truly arrived in the imperial capital, the first thing he would see would certainly not be the city's outline. Whether Amenakata is the only god is debatable. Whether he's a great emperor is also debatable. Only one thing is undeniable. In the history of Terra. For some reason, Songshur felt a sudden surge of heat rise in his chest, coiling around his heart, burning hot, the strongest psionicist. The 6th ring transcendence, a psionicist who, according to legend, had reached the pinnacle of godhood, glimpsing the 7th ring. No, not for himself, but for psionicists like himself. The other's identity will never be that of a so-called emperor or god. He is simply Amenakata. The only worthwhile place to look in this direction is the capital. But I bet you're not really looking at the capital. Not far away, Renata stood with her hands behind her back, squinting, and said leisurely, "You must be thinking about His Majesty again. The one who's the best in heaven and earth. Who could resist trying?" Songsher withdrew his gaze. "Could it be that you're not even a little tempted?" "There are plenty of people who covet His Majesty," Renata said gently. "I'm just one less." "You're just one less." Renata laughed heartily. An indescribable radiance suddenly bloomed on the woman's face. Resist? Not tempted? She gripped her sword, the corners of her mouth slowly turning upwards. The strongest psionicist, such a tempting target, how could I not try? She raised her hand, her 5 fingers spreading out, then slowly and firmly clenching, as if grasping something absolute. "Everyone says His Majesty must be the first psionicist to unlock the 7th ring. But definitely?" Renata shook her head, as if she had heard something absurd and laughable. "If I believed that so firmly, if I took it as truth, why would I have embarked on transcendence?" Songsher looked at the woman for a second and asked, "What's your current win rate?" Renata sighed, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, her lips drooping. "I can only say it's barely 0. In exchange, I have a question too." But then, her expression sharpened, and she said sincerely, "You once served as a border inspector in Yan'an." She went straight to the point. "Isidore Sinity, how about that?" Songsher said, "I only know the current ruler of Yan'an, Frederick Starr." "Who is this Isidore Sinity you're talking about?" The other person glanced at the young man for a second and said, "I think you have a very poor sense of humor. Just the sheer force of her presence is enough to suffocate someone. That's about the level of power." Songsher shrugged. "I fought her, and it was a 50-50 win. If I were in that situation now, I would definitely win." "Isidore Sinity back then." Renata pointed out the key word. Songsher shrugged. "At that time, this king of all had indeed used her full strength. But for psionicists of this level, including himself, full strength was meant to be used to break through defenses. Compared to them, even though his talent was by no means inferior, the path he had taken to realize that talent was still insufficient. He was indeed inferior to them now. But the 5th ring Songsher, the 6th ring Songsher, was definitely stronger than the 4th ring Songsher. Songsher suddenly looked up. A gaze happened to fall upon him. 2 pairs of eyes held the same color. Songsher slowly exhaled a burning breath. Just then, a thunderous howl, or rather, a roar, suddenly echoed in a distant wind. A massive shadow swept across the sea of clouds, followed by 2, 3. A total of 7 shadows rushing forward one after another, then bursting out of the clouds. A scene straight out of mythology had descended into reality. Countless scales covered their entire bodies, a protective layer that instilled a sense of solidity simply by looking at them. Huge iron wings spread wide, cleaving through the air, and crouching on the dragon's back were human figures shrouded in armor. Those so-called shadows were clearly dragon knights forged from steel, the Van Pusta Empire's phantom beast sky cavalry. Without needing to distinguish them, Songsher recognized them at a glance. A well-organized phantom beast group. Currently, only the Van Pusta Empire in the entire Terra could cultivate such a force through unparalleled faith power, a unique existence in the world. More importantly, in his previous life, after killing the Elector and fleeing, it was this very legion that served as the main reconnaissance force, firmly controlling his whereabouts. The 7 dragon knights vanished almost instantly. Their sound barrier-breaking speed allowed them to disappear into the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. Flying in a hurry? Probably on a training mission. Renata gazed into the distance for a while, her expression almost emotionless. "Otherwise, if you're interested, I can let you try riding a phantom beast." That's a bit of self-aggrandizement. Hearing this, Songsher clicked his tongue. "A genuine phantom beast? Can your entire Sky Cavalry Legion even muster 20? I ask you, are creatures artificially modified with the power of faith considered phantom beasts? At best, they're psychic-like creatures. The Holy Spirit blessing system, constructed from the 6 Holy Spirits and the power of faith, allows non-psychic beings to access psychic energy, instantly enhancing the combat power of psychic beings. In a sense, this is the Van Pusta Empire's strategic weapon. A thing that even with the Holy Spirit's blessings, it wouldn't reach the 3rd ring." Songsher scoffed, refusing to acknowledge it. "Psionic energy built upon others? The day someone cuts down your Holy Spirit, it will collapse instantly. If these are considered phantom beasts, then Apoquian of Yan'an is the king of phantom beasts. Don't be so harsh." Renata remained unfazed. "First of all, what is the definition of a phantom beast? The only criterion is the ability to use psionic energy. Although they have undergone bioengineering and heavy cybernetic enhancements, since they can use psionic energy, Then they are phantom beasts. Chapter 704. Songshur no longer wished to continue exploring. He chose a new route. Starting from the Fides Cathedral and ending in the capital. He would proceed in a straight line. His path wouldn't be so drastic as to destroy mountains or burn seas. Ecology is easy to destroy, but much more difficult to rebuild. Unless absolutely necessary, once a psionicist breaks through to the fourth ring, they will generally consciously choose high altitudes or locations far from densely populated areas as their battlefield. The only problem is that unnecessary situations occur significantly less frequently than necessary situations. How are you planning to resolve the wounds of the heavens? Songshur walked on foot, his pace seemingly neither fast nor slow, but physically, he was far exceeding the normal walking speed. You knew too? Renata asked, her tone not particularly surprised. It's simple. The plan is to wait until the Empire unifies Terra. Once the voice of Terra's existence becomes a single entity, the heavenly wound will cease to exist. Perhaps it can't be resolved immediately, but that's alright. We can simply wait. Neither of them stopped walking, continuing forward. Renata said, with Terra's self-healing ability, as long as the world doesn't collapse so easily anymore, recovery is just a matter of time. It is indeed a feasible plan. This time, Songshur gave his approval. If you really succeed, I can't say for sure about other things, but at least the heavenly wound can be resolved. Even for us, the timescale on a planetary level is incredibly long. Renata sighed softly, genuine emotion in her eyes. What is considered short in Terra's eyes is enough for a family to go through 3 cycles of rise and fall. Yet, this Terra, because of our fleeting existence, bears the wound of the heavens. Renata looked up at the sky. There were no clouds, only the endless blue mirror lake. I wonder if I live to see the day the wound of the heavens is healed. You won't, Songshur said. Renata smiled. Gradually, blurry outlines emerged from the horizon, initially a leaden gray, then slowly becoming clearer. Songshur's first city in the Empire, Siachi, also presented a grayish-white hue. But the city before him was different. Its gray was heavy, a gray shrouded in thick soot, like a factory that had been running day and night for 100,000 days and nights. Even though the pipes were filled with grease, and the gears groaned under the strain, people still relentlessly threw themselves into the machines, making them ring out once more. Why isn't there any reaction? Renata tilted her head slightly. Don't you find it spectacular? It doesn't feel as impressive as Southern Heavy Industries. Songshur surveyed the city for a moment before offering his assessment. Your industrial cities are cities whose primary function is industrial production, while Southern Heavy Industries' industrial city. Yours are like machines. The young man pondered for a few seconds. Southern Heavy Industries is exactly that. Is that so? Renata seemed thoughtful, then frowned. If even the entire city becomes a machine, then the only value of human existence is as consumables. More or less. Songshur said, Fubo Energy monopolizes the sun and Cast Light City to demonstrate its authority. And there are 9 giant corporations, all with projects of similar positioning. Southern Heavy Industries Industrial City is just one of them. The suffering of the Enterprise Alliance members won't last long, Renata said slowly. The Empire will bring them salvation. Salvation? Through you? Songshur remained non-committal. Go ask 10 Enterprise Alliance members if they want to come to the Empire. At least 8 will say no, and of the remaining 2, 1 will say they go back and wait for notification, and the other will say they think about it. In the Enterprise Alliance, they can surf the internet and have some fun. What can they do in the Empire? They keep looking at the voice of grace. The radio station? It's precisely this excessive desire that has corrupted their minds. Renata said calmly, the company uses desire to lure people into depravity, while we will bring them salvation through faith. If turning everyone into the same kind of person is considered salvation, then perhaps it's better to let them continue to be corrupted. Yes, I admit, some people do accept faith and need faith. Songshur said calmly, but it shouldn't be your missionaries holding knives to their throats. Die if you don't believe. 1,000 years ago, the scriptures clearly stated that missionary work relies on faith, not weapons. Renata remained unmoved. The Empire's missionaries have always taken this as their guiding principle. What you mentioned is merely a superficial. The last resort against hardliners. Hardliners, huh? Songshur sneered. I told you both sides. The cornerstone of the Empire is sacrifice. Renata brushed her hair aside. Songshur, if you're hoping to find a perfect, all-encompassing power, then I regret to inform you that Terra doesn't have what you're looking for. For 2 millennia, the Empire has relentlessly marched towards this goal. We were on the path to it, and we are on the path to it. Her index finger tapped her heart. Yes, I acknowledge that there has been bloodshed, slaughter, and darkness in the Empire's history. We remember these sacrifices, but we will never stop because of them. This time, you chose the enlightened one. Renata's eyes shone brightly, like diamonds polished 1,000,000 times, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. I can tell you clearly, we admire and approve of the enlightened one's actions. If it chooses to join the Empire is willing to reserve a sufficiently high position for it. If it refuses, Songshur grinned, then only destruction will befall the enlightened one. Renata said, each word distinct. Sounds unremarkable. Songshur suddenly laughed. No one is unprepared to crush the entire world. Renata, at least you're right about one thing. Songshur said, Terra's voice is indeed too loud these days. I look forward to that day. Renata said. Dark straight lines cleave the earth into fragments, the tracks indistinguishable as to whether they ran from the suburbs into the city or extended from the city into the wider world. Trains laden with cargo roared past with a heavy, crushing force, seemingly intent on crushing all obstacles. Songshur narrowed his eyes. Most of these trains were covered with thick tarpaulins, obscuring their contents. Only on the side of the armored carriages were clear markings, a weathered stone, its color faded by years of wind erosion. It was the emblem of the Stone Knights, one of the 6 pillars of the Imperial Knights. The answer was clear. These were all armed. Songshur shifted his gaze from the trains to the distance ahead. This industrial city was like a furnace standing on the earth, ceaselessly consuming or continuously producing weapons for the Empire. The Empire had more than one such industrial city. These industrial cities, one after another, weren't built by the Empire today. The holy war of purification, the Empire has prepared for this day, for the day when it will shower holy glory upon all of Terra, bringing salvation. No one desires war, Renata paused, then added, at least most people don't. But only war can pave the way to a future where war is no longer necessary. She watched the train roar past, unstoppable, its guards clad in exoskeletons, their knights significantly larger than normal. One knight slowly turned his head, his crimson prosthetic eye already noticing the 2 figures 2 kilometers away, who had been staring at the train for far too long. A mere lowly knight dares to show disrespect to the Grand Inquisitor? Songshur met the knight's gaze without looking away. Next, are you going to issue him an arrest warrant? Please, can you please rein in your corrupt thoughts? Renata didn't look away, instead giving the knight a slight nod. She casually remarked, my power stems from duty, not from personal desires, okay? However, to be fair, these major knightly orders are indeed at odds with our Inquisition. Renata sighed. Please identify a group or department within the Empire that is at odds with the Inquisition. Songshur took another step, heading towards the capital. Back when we were fighting in the dueling arena, you Empire members couldn't speak freely, and the suppression got too much, so those contestants couldn't help but come to me, an outsider, every few days to chat. The descendants of psionic nobles, the rising stars of the knightly orders, and even the genius priests of the state religion, they all have quite a few complaints about you. Really? You want me to say it's a lie? No, I want you to say it's true. Renata's eyes narrowed, revealing genuine joy. This shows our work has been effective, and we haven't let the Empire down. The roar of industrial machinery echoed, like thunder reverberating through the steel mountains. Even for workers with cochlear implants, being in such a place at close range was torture. Songshur traversed the city straight, his senses spreading out. Modern cities, especially those of the Empire, greatly diminished the perception of psychics. A jumble of steel and concrete, neon lights overflowing with materialism, a population density far exceeding that of ancient times, and thousands of emotions intertwined and confused. Cities under the Empire's rule were indeed much cleaner than those of the corporate alliance in terms of materialism, but their beacons of faith and the power of faith compensated for this deficiency. Churches stood everywhere. Trying to project one's senses in such an environment was like trying to swim in viscous mud. But for Songshur now, these obstacles were no longer a problem. In an instant, everything came into view. Molten iron poured down, transforming into a boiling lake in the smelting area. Workers, clad in special work suits, prayed in unison before resolutely entering the enraged workshop, as they had done every day before. In the intelligent control circuits of the finishing plant, something was rapidly moving, not data streams, something he couldn't clearly perceive. What he saw was psionic energy. Electronic ghosts? Songshur quickly found the answer. He couldn't fully explain the essence of these things himself, only that they were a major achievement of the Empire, possessing the properties of AI, psionic entities, and demons simultaneously, extremely useful. It was precisely because of the existence of these massive numbers of electronic ghosts that the Empire didn't fall too far behind in electronic warfare. With such a reliance on electronic ghosts, aren't you afraid they might break down one day? Songshur asked. Blind confidence will only lead to an unbearable end. Renata waved at a camera, which seemed surprised to be spotted. It paused for a few seconds, then swayed back and forth in response. The answer is, of course we're worried, so we won't let such a problem arise. Electronic ghosts, omnics, even humans, our main ethnic groups exist in multiple forms. Renata's hand touched the mountain of shipping containers. The cold, pungent metallic smell assaulted her nostrils, but her voice pierced through them like a sharp blade. But faith has reshaped us into a unified being. We promise all living and non-living things that we are all part of the Empire. Faith. Songshur was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. Let me ask you, do you Imperials have the custom of underground prayer? Almost simultaneously, Renata grasped at the air and sniffed. The smile he wore when greeting the electronic ghost not long ago vanished. The two disappeared simultaneously. Fellow countrymen, I have no intention of hiding anything, nor can I hide anything. The land beneath our feet are Tuvi's. Once had fertile land, vast fields, and azure skies. But that's all in the past. The Empire chose this place, turning our Tuvi's into a perpetual motion machine day and night, where smoke and acid rain replaced everything. Even we, the devout people, were deceived by the Empire and placed on the scales of sacrifice. The darkness was broken, a beam of light slowly emerged, illuminating the word Empire on a nearby wall. Then, new beams of light appeared one after another, and in just a few breaths, the room located in the sewers was completely illuminated. It also illuminated a group of people, each with different appearances, yet all exuding the smell of machine oil and metal. Alor, your brother is imprisoned, suffering day and night. They huddled together in silence, shining their flashlights, looking at the figure ahead, a middle-aged man in a long robe. He raised his alloy index finger, pointing it at one of the silent figures. What did he do wrong? Just because he refused a task that was suffocating and far exceeded his actual requirements? Just because he accidentally touched the knight who came to suppress him? How could the knight not distinguish between an attack and a touch? He was merely taking advantage of the situation. And little Harlan, my poor child, he's only 16. What did he do wrong? Born with a weak immune system, even a fever could kill him. The priest told him it was because of original sin, but the truth is clearly genetic pollution caused by industrial emissions. Tom, Hannah. I remember what they look like. I remember what every one of my fellow countrymen looks like. The middle-aged man's voice gradually rose, and he opened his arms wide as if embracing something. It's all right. There's no need to be afraid, and there's no need to suffer anymore. After today, we will leave this place, leave this world of suffering, and go to the non-existent heaven. But please remember, this is not the end, but the beginning of a new life. I am with you. We will be divinely ascended together. Chapter 705. The Empire deceived you in the name of faith, luring you. Then, after squeezing out the last bit of value, they threw you away like a tattered bag, never to be looked at again. That will never happen again. The man's tone was clearly specially trained, extremely infectious, not to mention the powerful psionic energy of the second ring consensus. In just a few words, everyone present began to breathe noticeably rapidly. No, not rapidly. These grassroots workers belonging to various heavy industrial blocks, in order to adapt to the harsh environment and work better, had long since replaced their respiratory systems with artificial ones, installing filtration, purification, and respiratory enhancement implants. The implants continued to operate stably, neither faster nor slower, but a clear look of excitement appeared on everyone's faces. The seeds we planted will one day blossom, bear fruit, and yield a harvest. And my compatriots, I hereby announce with pride, sincerity, and hope, our day has finally arrived. All your previous efforts have not been in vain. The Ascension Order remembers all the sacrifices and contributions. The man raised his voice, his tone impassioned. Why does the Empire oppress us? Psionic power. One person said. What has the Empire usurped from us? Psionic power. Another person said. Yes, psionic power. The man raised his arm and shouted, almost as if he were finally about to indulge himself, activating his psionic skills, and guiding the consciousness of everyone present. The Emperor's hounds are omnipresent, their noses more sensitive than dogs, and for an industrial city like this, they maintain a high-intensity patrol year-round. For the past year, he hadn't dared to use his psionic skills casually. Theoretically, the psionic power of consensus is indeed subtle, and extremely difficult to detect, but unfortunately, there is consensus among those emperor's lackeys. In such a perilous environment, even a second-ring psychic like himself had to proceed with extreme caution, relying entirely on his eloquence and a tiny bit of psychic power to barely muster the strength to hold the current situation together. The Empire stole your most precious possessions, and then turned against you, just to maintain its cruel rule. And now, I, Yoma Kurla of the Ascension Order, will stand with you and make the Empire answer. As the words fell, the people present, almost impatiently, quickly stripped off their clothes. What was revealed was not a romantic atmosphere. Everyone could be described as patinate, their bodies replaced by rough, heavy industrial-style cybernetic implants, their exposed chests covered with crisscrossing surgical stitches. To achieve an unprecedented holy war, the Empire needed efficiency. To meet the demands of their positions, they had accepted the Empire's specialized modification program. Seeing this, the man's eyes were filled with joy. Top-quality materials, not to be wasted. A person's resilience stems from both innate talent and acquired development. Without any training, a blank slate of genius may not necessarily outperform an ordinary person who has diligently honed their skills. These workers, implanted with industrial-grade prosthetics and significantly modified beyond their years, are the best example. Their tolerance has been artificially elevated. If the standards were lowered further, they could even be considered to have undergone a complete transformation of their life form. The difference between a natural person and a modified person is sometimes greater than that between a dog and a human. The yield rate of such raw materials after undergoing divine ascension is far higher than that of randomly picking someone off the street. It's worth the entire year I spent here. You've taken the first step, he said, and I will help you complete the remaining one. The man repeated the words he had said countless times before. You will be elevated, becoming psionic entities, no longer bound by any constraints. The man shouted, simultaneously activating the implant in his skull, opening the encrypted channel, and confirming the docking plan one last time. The evacuation vehicles were ready, transport trucks loaded with rolling bearings. The Tuvis used countless such vehicles daily. No one would suspect anything amiss. New false identities and safe houses, oh, and the indispensable new mission for the cult. He clapped his hands. Under the combined effects of the trace amounts of drugs released into the air and psionic techniques, even the most terrified and hesitant individuals now had only fanaticism in their eyes. 23 workers. They all knelt down, causing the beams of light to scatter wildly, making the man squint. But the man quickly forgot about it, pulled out a scalpel, and sliced open the wrist that wasn't replaced with a prosthetic. Crimson blood dripped down, and the hand flipped over, revealing a doll made of rotten wood in its palm. A token of the calamity of bad soil. He wouldn't lie. If he said he'd grant them psychic power, he would. If he said he'd make them psychic entities, he would. As for any slight discrepancies that might arise, he figured they could understand. Or if they couldn't, then they couldn't understand. If everyone could understand each other perfectly, without any unspoken agreement, what would be the point of his consensus? The man took a deep breath, giving everyone the mental cue to kneel and not look up, before crushing the doll. The room fell silent for a moment. Then, the air grew damp, and humus-like vines spread from all directions, forming clusters of vibrant red flowers, which withered within breaths. Something had arrived. At that moment, the man quietly left the room, using the intricate underground waterways to quickly make his way to the designated evacuation point. Creator of the Black Forest, great polluter, shepherd of vitality. Eternal reverence for me, mortals. For the great bad soil has revealed itself before you. A tremendous voice echoed, the being calling itself Bad Soil, after reciting a series of slogans, finally had the mind to properly observe the scene. Oh, not bad, not bad. The ascending order proved quite effective. Their great risk of descending to the mortal realm was not in vain. Now, all they need to do is bestow blessings upon these people, transforming them into their followers, and they surely cause a great uproar here. The great name of Bad Soil will once again resound throughout the mortal world. The blurry, gigantic spherical projection, like countless vines intertwined, gradually became clearer. Clusters of withered flowers forming on the vines were about to release wisps of mist, altering the life forms of these people. Then, with a deafening crash, the door was smashed open. The calamity froze for a moment upon seeing the newcomer's appearance. The next instant, it desperately shrank back. Chapter 706. Too late. But before those two words arrived, a sharp, almost cleaving silver light flashed, seemingly cutting through space itself. Bad Soil hadn't fully descended into reality. Most of its existence remained hidden within the disaster realm. But at this moment, before it could even cry out, The silver light vanished in an instant, simultaneously traversing reality and the disaster realm, precisely striking its true form. Then came the belated, excruciating pain. As a long-standing, veteran calamity, its psionic energy, comparable to a fourth ring, seemed utterly useless, like butter meeting a hot knife, easily sliced apart. Forgetting to curse the Ascension Order for trying to kill the great bad soil, it painfully tried to force its way back to the disaster realm, or so it should have. But the chilling sense of danger, like a thorn in its back, only intensified, like a cold, piercing sword held to its neck, threatening to strike at the slightest movement, forcibly halting its return. Take back the corruption you inflicted upon them. A voice, utterly devoid of emotion, came from behind the sword. It really was that mad woman. One of the current Grand Inquisitors. Holy judgment, Renata Clemens. This won't do. You know how fragile the minds of mortals are. Even if I tried to restore things to their original state. Another flash of silver light, and a large clump of vines was cleaved in two. Bad soil howled, quickly shrinking into a ball to conceal its body. Right now, I cannot truly kill you permanently. Renata's blade remained unmoved, but I can guarantee that your journey before your demise will be unforgettable. How about this? The fiend swallowed hard. Heaven knows why a calamity like itself could do such a thing. I retract my contamination of these people, and restore them to their original state. In exchange, please don't make me fall into slumber, okay? Yes, that's right. Everyone knows calamities are immortal. Their spiritual essence resides in the calamity realm, a non-realistic domain that is two sides of the same coin as the Empire's Sea of Faith. Therefore, unless someone destroys the entire calamity realm, even if a calamity is killed, it will return to the calamity realm, falling into slumber, awaiting its next descent. It's just a matter of how long the slumber will last. But slumber is still so painful, so incredibly painful. Darkness, numbness, it's pure torture. No, you have no choice, and the Empire never offers the option of negotiation, Renata said. To lay hands on the people of the Empire. In any case, after today, you will fall into a new silence. She said, the only thing I can give you is simple silence, not torture. You will quietly enter silence, not suffer extreme pain. One last time, Renata said, take back the contamination, and then die quietly. Bad soil, its body covered in vines like thousands of slippery snakes, slowly turned, as if stunned. What she said wasn't a lie. The Inquisition was a leading department in this field within the Empire, and the person before her was a master in this area. Over the years, she had heard of the fates of some of her kind, all captured by this woman and tortured to the point of mental breakdown. Admittedly, they would eventually be reborn, but then, the reconstructed minds would merely be others wearing the same name. A new bad soil? That sounds terrifying. Then when you strike later, be careful, it said cautiously. Renata stared at it indifferently, saying nothing. On the bad soil's vines, the withered flowers suddenly trembled, and then wisps of mist flowed from people's faces, merging into these flowers. The mist was drawn back to the latter, and their distorted, flesh-integrated prosthetic bodies visibly returned to normal. Having done all this, the bad soil appeared to be drenched in sweat. Throwing red beans from one bag into another is easy, you can throw in as many as you want. But separating those red beans again, and dividing them into two bags is incredibly difficult. Especially since it had been slashed several times. All done? The bad soil said. The last image it remembered was the sword-like piercing through its body and soul. A strike that transcends reality and the cataclysmic realm? Songshur walked in through the doorway, casually tossing a man inside. Half the man's body was charred, his eyes wide as he stared at the young man, his shock surpassing even fear. Songshur's attention wasn't on him. He just entered and immediately seen the final sword strike. A new technique? It took me quite a bit of effort. Renata sheathed her sword, nodding. The cataclysmic realm and reality are different. Ordinary techniques are ineffective. She first pointed to her silver-gray eyes, then to the blade. To achieve this, I first mastered seeing, then doing. A transdimensional extrasensory system, and the ability to actively intervene. Songshur translated, 2 psionic techniques. Not bad. Songshur commented, then turned to look at the spot where bad soil had disappeared. It chickened out at the slightest hardship, its willpower is too weak. If bad soil were the obsessive type, I wouldn't have said those things. Renata shook her head slightly, succinctly stating, its quadrant emphasizes self-protection and self-preservation. Quadrant theory. Songshur naturally understood what she meant. Psionicists emphasize self, every breakthrough is a practice of will, a step forward to forge their own path. But these psionic entities are different. At least most of them are different. Calamities, they are born from the redundant psionic energy of the Empire. The wills of countless individuals mingle together, chaotic and unclear, thus forming them. In this respect, calamities are practically the absolute opposite of psionicists. But if it were truly the absolute opposite, then calamities wouldn't exist. To cope with this inherent flaw at birth, to avoid being torn to pieces by the infinite, will upon birth and reverting to redundant psionic energy, calamities embarked on a path of self-salvation. This is the so-called quadrant theory. Anger, rage, resentment, grief, they differ in many ways, in their causes, degrees, and manifestations, but from a higher perspective, they all belong to the same quadrant, known as the anger quadrant. Following this line of thought, calamities divide infinite individuals into finite groups. They choose a particular quadrant as their constituent element, and consequently, their behavior and thought processes are greatly influenced by that quadrant. That scene just now was comparable to the powerful psionic energy of the fourth ring. If it weren't bad soil, but transcendence, the opponent would probably endure millions of cuts from Renata without yielding. Songshur lit a ball of fire, illuminating the room as bright as day. He stared at the other party. What are your plans to do with these people? Chapter 707. A muffled, explosive sound came from afar, gradually approaching until it was almost within reach in just a few breaths. For His Majesty. A molten axe burst through the wall. The crimson blade of the molten axe easily cleaved through the wall, and then a knight wearing a single soldier exoskeleton charged in. Behind him, dozens of infrared beams pierced the air, scanning the entire area in less than half a second before precisely fixing on everyone's foreheads and hearts. Songshur glanced at them. The knight who had charged in first was fearless, gripping the molten axe tightly. He scanned the area, and upon seeing the woman not far away, his expression immediately turned solemn. Jeremy Robert, 3rd Company, 3rd Battalion, 1st Knights of Tuvis, reporting for duty. He growled, "In the name of the Empire." "In the name of the Empire." Renata nodded. Following the breach in the wall, several armed knights appeared. Instead of rushing in, they set up their weapons. The infrared beams indicating targeting were their handiwork. They had arrived the moment they received the notification from the heretics, as the closest garrison unit. Those further away were also arriving steadily, sealing off the surrounding area to prevent any heretics from escaping. "Execute according to the Imperial Code," Renata said, turning back to the young man. "This is the procedure. We will first ensure that the contamination they suffered has been eradicated, then proceed with questioning and investigation to confirm the full picture of the incident. If their minds have been manipulated by external forces, such as consensus psychic energy, the punishment will be reduced according to the severity, including but not limited to acquittal. If there are no signs of external tampering, and it was done out of personal will," Renata said calmly, "then let the judgment be made according to the law, the reformatory, the redemption force, the prison, and the execution ground." She spoke each word clearly. The Empire can accept mistakes, but it cannot tolerate betrayal. Songshur suddenly exhaled. He walked over to someone. "I have a question." Songshur looked at the other person, having suffered a series of shocks in a short period of time. First, the divine ascension he had been looking forward to for so long had failed, and then the messenger who had promised to lead their cult had been thrown back like a dead dog. This man, whose implant was bulging, was deathly pale. He had heard the conversation between the woman and the calamity clearly, and had vaguely understood it. He seemed to have been deceived once again. I didn't betray the Empire." Finally, fear returned to his face, and the man's voice was urgent. I just want to become a psionic entity. I want psionic energy too." "Psionic energy isn't something that can be obtained this way." Songshur didn't say those words. He simply interrupted him, saying, "Can you tell me? Why do you want psionic energy?" He paused, subconsciously glancing at the woman beside him. She was clearly the leader. She remained noncommittal. "I want to live a less painful life," he said softly after a long while. "Once you become a psychic, you get government subsidies that are higher than my salary," the man said. "I heard they don't have to work, and they get to eat meat every meal, real meat. I want to live like that too." "You're only half right," Renata, standing not far away, said slowly. "Those who awaken their psychic powers do receive subsidies, but they still need to make sacrifices different from yours. Many of them are called up to the armed forces, fighting at the risk of being killed at any moment." "What other pain is there?" Songshur asked again. Interrupted by Renata's question, and seeing the silent knights standing around him, the man's courage instantly vanished. He stammered, unable to form words. Songshur waited quietly. The knight's eyes flickered with impatience, but seeing Renata's inaction, they slowly suppressed their emotions and returned to their ironclad silence. I'm in so much pain. Suddenly, a new voice rang out. It was a thin young man, not very old. He seemed oblivious to his surroundings, pulling open his collar to reveal a body covered in crisscrossing red and blue spots, clinging to thin skin. I've been checked out. My parents have taken me for checkups several times. It's a genetic disease. I've forgotten the name. The doctor said I got it while I was still in my mother's womb, all because of the factory's wastewater, that multicolored water. The young man seemed to be crying, yet also laughing. Then the pastor told my parents, that it's original sin I was born with. The young man suddenly turned his head, as if only now noticing Renata. He slowly widened his eyes. You're a big shot, aren't you? Am I guilty? Was my birth really a mistake? That priest. He said the second half of that sentence, didn't he? Renata said slowly. The original sin you carry does not originate from yourself, but is a burden imposed by the Empire. You are not a sinner burdened with guilt, but a victim of glory, she said. But you have forgotten. If I am not mistaken, the local parish should have compensated you. The young man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly ripped open his collar, as if provoked. Compensation? How? His face flushed red. Some money, some gifts, and then occasionally use me as a propaganda example? What I want is a healthy body. Because of this genetic disease, I can't even get a prosthetic body. He excitedly scrambled to his feet, seemingly about to pounce on Renata, but the moment he showed this inclination, nearby knights stepped forward, raising their swords and spears, forming an insurmountable iron wall. When I was writhing in pain in the middle of the night, where were His Majesty and the Holy Spirit? I believed in them for so many years. I know my disease is curable. Why won't you cure me? I sympathize with your plight, but I don't understand your thoughts. Renata shook her head slightly. To ensure every citizen of the Empire enjoys a happy and fulfilling life. This has always been our goal, but nothing is achieved overnight. The Empire has prepared for this for 2 millennia. We built faith from scratch, completed the religious reforms and the aristocratic restriction laws, we promoted technological progress, we guided Terra's path to salvation. In your days of suffering, the Empire suffered even more than you. This path has reached its final juncture. Regarding the genetic disease you suffer from, my answer is, yes, the Empire can cure you, but every extra resource expended now will become a crack in the future holy war. This sacrifice is for the future kingdom. Renata looked directly at the young man. Suffering is not a reason for betrayal. Chapter 708. You. The young man murmured, you make it sound so nice. He whispered, those nobles. You misunderstood something. The source of their power is duty. They fulfill their difficult responsibilities, and that's why they have the privileges you see. Renata said slowly, no one is exempt from sacrifice. No one is exempt from suffering. This is the price so that future generations of the Empire will not have to sacrifice or suffer again. Everyone has their own reasons. Suddenly someone spoke, it was Songsher's voice. Everyone has their own necessities. There are too many reasons in this world. Renata made a tactical hand gesture, indicating that the knight should immediately lead the others away from here and begin evacuating the population of this area. One question, Renata. Is the pain and sacrifice we're experiencing now truly necessary? If Terra weren't so vast, Renata gazed at the young man, pointing to the sky, then to the earth, it wouldn't be necessary, but we're already on Terra. Songsher nodded slightly. I understand. Chongsher unsheathed. What's causing everything right now isn't people, it's Terra. The ceremonial sword, scabbard and all, was discarded. She never needed such decorative items. She carried it daily, but few people were worthy of her drawing her true weapon. The world is shaped by people, by our own hands, Renata said. Don't base your problems on some vague concept. No, that's exactly what I mean. Psychic flames emerged, wisps and strands like drifting willow catkins, yet these catkins contain the power to transform the entire sewer network into a lava lake. Terra's current state stems from the psionicists of the past, from the thrones of gods, including your majesty. Songsher's hand pressed down on Chongsher, who trembled slightly, as if unable to contain his excitement. So you placed your foundation on the struggle for the great Tao, allowing no room for compromise. There are many paths in the world. One armor component after another emerged from nothingness, attaching to Renata's body. Her voice was no longer indifferent, nor did she laugh. It was as if she were proclaiming an eternal truth. Except for me, all are wrong paths. Yes, right now, you all have your reasons. Songshi's hand grasped Chongshi's blade, slicing it inch by inch, the seeping blood burning on the edge. I don't like it. The last revealed component was picked up, its sharp, iron-like surface reminiscent of a sword blade, and Renata slowly pressed it against her face. Her voice distorted briefly for a second, then returned to its usual tone. The posture of the Grand Inquisitor in the past. One of the highest wielders of the Imperial Court, the Emperor's blade, the Holy Judgment. I'm listening, she said. The Silent Ones have taught me an interesting perspective. They divide history into segments, believing that each historical moment shapes the present. Even a slight shift in a historical moment can lead to entirely new possibilities, a history that is vastly different from the present. The Silent Ones have learned too much to dwell on the past. Her silver hair stirred without wind, and Renata spoke slowly. They believed in history, vowing to master every branch, to grasp an irreplaceable uniqueness, but they forgot one thing. She raised her weapon, a lance so heavy it resembled a tangible mountain range. This weapon, taller than her entire body, seemed weightless, held firmly in the woman's hand without the slightest tremor. We are always moving forward. Indeed, we are always moving forward. Songshi's heavy sword fell completely, the earth-shattering sea of flame suddenly stilled, and an even more unsettling atmosphere descended, like the last calm before a storm. You once said that the past should remain in the past. So, from now on, Terra won't have so many necessities anymore. The young man nodded. I want Terra to move according to my will. Renata laughed loudly. That's only right. Before tonight arrives. Renata's figure vanished, leaving only a thunderous voice echoing around. Let's see whose heart is more qualified to step into tomorrow. Songshi also disappeared from the spot. From the thermal energy extraction tower cluster in the north of Tuvis to the heavy military factories in the south, from the churches in the east to the nightly headquarters in the west, even the workers buried in the smelting wells couldn't help but raise their heads. In this city called Tuvis, at this moment, almost everyone witnessed this scene. Two beams of light, one red and one gray, like stars moving against the heavens, rose from the city, accompanied by a terrifying aura, as deep and oppressive as a hell, almost tangible, pressing down on people until they could hardly breathe. With a whoosh, the local church lit up first, like a jewel embedded in the city. The vast psionic energy emanating from the peak of the fourth ring forced this beacon of faith to activate spontaneously, attempting to protect the city's vital forces as much as possible. Then, this newly activated power of faith shattered, because a collision occurred in the sky. Flames engulfed half the sky, turning everything in sight into pure crimson gold. Even tens of thousands of meters above the ground, the people of Tuvis felt the heat around them. Almost simultaneously, a cold silver light flashed. How to describe this silver light? On a stormy night, if someone stepped out of a building, facing the gale, and looked up at the night sky, and a bolt of lightning struck, at least for a moment, their pupils would only retain one color. The lightning's mark would be deeply imprinted on their retina, and even after rubbing their eyes several times, they would still feel the residual electric light. The silver light that suddenly appeared was 100 or 1,000 times more violent and dazzling than mere lightning. When people's consciousness returned from the white blur, the silver light vanished, and the sea of flames that had replaced the sky was separated. In Tuvis, the bishop inside the church coughed up blood. Both sides had restrained their surroundings, others only felt an increase in temperature or blinding light, but the church, which had also channeled its faith and was a psionic entity, had essentially been caught in the crossfire and suffered immeasurable damage. The power of a single strike was this strong. Even though he had somewhat anticipated it, the situation still far exceeded his expectations. The bishop looked up at the sky in disbelief. The flames and the silver light separated instantly, and in the next instant, they both rushed towards the direction of the capital. Chapter 709. The rivers and seas were constantly churning. The fish living there should have long been accustomed to the waves. The giant waves that could shatter reefs couldn't affect their next move. Until two enormous sea beasts crashed in. The raging undercurrents crisscrossed, stirring up the entire river and sea, making it impossible for any creature within to ignore. A new will arose. Powerful gravitational sources, normally capable of easily distorting reality, appeared 5 times in just a few breaths, and rapidly increased. They blotted out the sky, their mere gaze shattering the clouds and clearing the sky. Then, they descended from the heavens, their might overwhelming the imperial capital. The people of the capital, those who had always been proud of their status as imperial citizens living in the capital, were suddenly astonished to find that even the most sunny and clear skies of their memories had suddenly changed. It was as if someone had splashed a huge amount of multicolored ink onto the sky. 1 second it was daytime, The next it was night, then half the sky was bathed in sunlight, the other half rumbled with thunder. The scene shifted wildly. The sky, something to be revered, was like soft dough, easily kneaded, unable to offer any resistance. But this bizarre spectacle didn't last long. Deep within the majestic, sacred hall, the eternally burning flames on brass candlesticks illuminated the throne at the end of the silver staircase. Seated on the throne was a middle-aged man. His attire was not extravagant or elaborate, in fact, it was rather plain. He leaned against the throne, as if taking a short afternoon nap. Then, the man opened his eyes. At that very moment, the sky changed once more. But this time, there was no lightning and thunder, no shifting day and night, no eerie, radiating light. The sky over the capital simply returned to its original brightness. Those overwhelming wills and distorting forces, those wrinkles and ravines that forced the heavens and earth to grow, were all smoothed out before an even more incredible and unyielding power, leaving not a single trace. Your Majesty, the psychic, known as the Unshakable Mountain, Grand Duke de Sol, who had reached the fifth ring of great origin, was the first to bow, paying homage towards the deepest part of the royal court. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. One of the 6 pillars of knights, the Grand Master of the Abyss of Light Knights, the chief of the highest technical department, the Mene Agency, the current Pope of the Imperial State Church, and the current Chief Inquisitor of the Court of Judgment, along with most of the rulers of the Van Pusta Empire, gathered here, and then offered their loyalty to the one and only God and the Emperor. My lords, then, the latter responded. Watch quietly. The man on the throne, as if having waited a long time, finally saw the reality he had been waiting for. His eyelids slightly lifted, but his tone revealed no emotion. Such a grand occasion, even you rarely see. Will you accompany me to witness the final scene? Your words and actions are the direction of the Empire in us. Grand Duke de Sol nodded in acknowledgement. Therefore, I will not offer you a seat. The man, or rather, a member of the Kata family of the 4th dynasty of the Van Pusta Empire, the successor of the Empire for 2 millennia, the strongest and most revered god and emperor in history. Disciples, please make yourselves at home, Emilia Kata said. As if suddenly sensing something, the man let out an "oh," meeting a gaze cast from the south, tens of thousands of miles away. Simultaneously, from the core of Terra and its outer space, equally vast and distant entities directed their gazes towards the Empire. But none of them penetrated the man's gaze. Hagi chuckled softly, straightening his back slightly, his previous leaning posture transforming into a composed sitting posture. The next moment, the man released his grip, dispelling the barrier, allowing the several gazes to cross the borders and reach the Empire's capital. He spoke slowly. I grant you the right to observe. A sacred and magnificent melody echoed from the void. After a brief moment of astonishment upon hearing the music, most of the capital seemed to cease functioning for a moment. The believers strained their eyes, and under the bright light, 6 pillars of light, reaching from the heavens to the earth, suddenly appeared. The Holy Spirits descended from the heavens. The location was the Ring of Soranis? The glory of the grasp, the grand arena that had witnessed the duels of 5 emperors, yet even in this empire's grandest arena, the simultaneous descent of 6 Holy Spirits was a rare sight, occurring only once every few centuries. But today, it opened once more. The scene of the Holy Spirits descending from the heavens unfolded vividly before the believers. Tears welled in their eyes, gratitude overflowed, and they ceased paying attention to whatever they were doing, as if their consciousness had suddenly detached from their bodies and traveled to a phantom heaven. They stopped what they were doing, knelt on the ground, and prayed. But the material world does not stop with consciousness. Vehicles on the highways continue to move forward, newly dismantled machinery could easily explode, scattering debris everywhere, and even a moment's pause in a megacity with a population of tens of millions would bring immeasurable losses, including but not limited to economic damage. This isn't good. Emilia Kata shook his head. He opened his hand and pressed it down. It is said that when the strength of gravity exceeds a certain limit, even the iris of spacetime will be distorted into an inescapable crater. In this field known as the horizon of vision, time will slow down indefinitely, falling into a near-eternal standstill. No one knows, and no one can be certain, whether the capital city at this moment qualifies as the horizon of vision. It shouldn't be. But one thing is undeniable. From the moment the Holy Spirits descended from heaven, the believers chanted prayers, and the capital city ceased functioning. This moment was forcibly choked by some inexplicable force, compelling it to swallow back the trend towards the next moment. In the minds of the believers, a vague voice rang out, or rather, it was hard to call it a voice, but more like a transmitted message, A gentle touch revealed its meaning. Before chanting prayers, finish what you are doing now. Having done all this, the man raised his gaze again. Whether due to proximity, allowing the main body to arrive in time, or limitations imposed by distance and duty, only an avatar or spirit descended, the empire's rulers gathered around the former. However, the former did not look at them. Emilia Cotta glanced in one direction, far beyond the capital, at the horizon where sky and earth met. A sudden light appeared. Then two beams of light leaped forth, unstoppable, rushing straight towards them. Chapter 710. Psionic Art Scorched Earth. Back in Forged Light City, at merely the mid-second ring, Songsure could use this to burn down an entire district, turning it into a lifeless, windswept wasteland. Now, just a step away from the fifth ring, having transformed the peak of his psionic abilities, named Songsure, from his past life to this one, Songsure could, with a single thought, alter the landscape, forcibly painting it with his own colors. 7 minutes after the capital's sky returned to its bright, clear state, a new power descended, once again altering nature, like a boundless, fiery cloud billowing up, leaving only pure crimson gold in the distance. But immediately afterward, from a heavy hum, someone gripped, shifted, exerted force, and then thrust out a lance. The fiery canopy was abruptly shattered, leaving a shocking, long unhealing gaping hole. The outer walls, over 100 meters high, formed the outline of the dueling arena in a concentric circle structure, vast in area, seemingly surrounded by mountains. Songsure slowly exhaled, seemingly still able to smell the scent of bones. The foundation of the Solaris ring was constructed from a mixture of concrete and bone ash. The surface was inlaid with thorny patterns made of red copper, but heavily worn. In some places, the patterns were completely obscured. These were the marks left by duelists, who had trod this place throughout the ages. The Northern Thunder Defense Line had also built an arena in Tiendu, an artificial floating island known as the Martial Ruins. Having traversed both, Songsure had sensed subtle differences. If the Martial Ruins was filled with power pure to the extreme, unadulterated by anything else, then the Solaris ring contained divinity, with power becoming the medium of proof. Then, Songsure turned Songsure around. I improved quite a bit. Having been reborn, if you haven't improved, said the psionicist in dark armor, hundreds of meters away, like a knight from mythology conquering titans, then why stand here? Do you think predestined death truly exists? Songsure asked again. Who knows? It doesn't matter, does it? Renata held her lance, tilting her head slightly. Or let's make a deal. You go back to the corporate alliance, I continue being my Grand Inquisitor, and all that happened before will be forgotten. That way, whether it exists or not, she said, it will no longer have any meaning. How about that? It's somewhat tempting, isn't it? Songsure grinned. Unfortunately, it's still not tempting enough. Renata laughed as well. By the way, there's something I haven't had a chance to tell you until now. If you had invited Anthony to a duel back then, even if you killed him, it wouldn't have caused too much trouble, at least not to the point of a nationwide manhunt. I'm a provincial champion. I don't need anyone to explain the rules of the Empire to me. Songsure's pupils seemed to freeze, but upon closer inspection, they were clearly clear as fiery glass. But sorry, I came here to kill. A glorious duel? I had no interest in that. She nodded. Renata Clemens. Songsure said. Songsure. The attack began. His vision suddenly darkened. Months ago, facing the Star Destroyer god, this colossal machine that operated on planetary ecosystems, even its most ordinary attack was enough to crush mountains and cleave rivers and seas. It was the symbol of powerful and heavy. At this moment, however, came an attack even more powerful and devastating than the Star Destroyer, a deafening roar echoing from the front. The light seemed distorted, or perhaps fearful, and the world suddenly darkened. The only light shining through was a single shot, a strike more aptly described as crushing than piercing. If the full destructive power of this attack were unleashed, even with the reinforcements the Ring of Solanis had undergone over the generations, this renowned dueling arena would still be largely flattened, reduced to a smooth, ruined wasteland. The force that would shatter the outer walls and spill out would also cause a cataclysmic disaster. On his throne, Emilia Cotta tapped the armrest with his index finger. An invisible force descended, meticulously enveloping the Ring of Solanis. He did this in a quarter of a second. From now on, unless one was a member of the Fifth Ring, no one could allow the destructive power to spill out of the dueling arena. Even for a member of the Fifth Ring, achieving this would be extremely difficult. Bad Calamity Clash or Soaring Sky Evade? Black Body Curtain Defense? Or directly activate a glimpse of heaven? All are possible, and none are possible. The gloomy world suddenly brightened. Dazzling flames devoured the distorted original light, staining the just darkened world with a brilliant crimson gold. Powerful and heavy? Leaving aside the heavy aspect for now, as great source, could he be weaker than his opponent in terms of power? Could he not be stronger? He hated that the heavens had no ring, hated that the earth had no handle. In this world, there is no reason for heaven and earth to voluntarily give way. Song Shi's outline disappeared, replaced by flames, boundless, endless spiritual energy flames. The youth seemed to have vanished without a trace, yet also seemed to have merged into every wisp of flame, omnipresent. In less than 1,000th of a second, Song Shi's figure reappeared. But this time, he no longer gave the impression of being a psychic and environment. The two were now one, their auras merging, rising at an almost insane speed. No, it wasn't just a merging. Clearly, the existence of the psychic had overshadowed the environment, incorporating it into its control, achieving a unity of heaven and man, thereby propelling the latter to ever-increasing heights. Psychic technique, true radiance. In a trance, it seemed as if an extremely radiant deity had appeared, ruling over all things in the heavens, causing the axis of heaven and earth to become the former, revolving around it. But in the blink of an eye, there was no deity at all, only a young man standing there, raising his hand, swinging his sword. Without any probing, the first strike from both sides was already at the level of a peak fourth-ring psychic. Flames clashed with the lance. Viewed from the heavens, the Sorani's ring resembled a ring embedded in the magnificent city, strikingly visible even from tens of thousands of meters away. At this moment, a terrifying torrent of energy suddenly erupted from the very center of this ring. The chaotic tide first collapsed inward, then abruptly expanded, like a super-powerful nuclear bomb detonating on flat ground. A burst of light, bright enough to scorch the eyes, was filtered by some force just before engulfing the outside of the Sorani's ring, reduced to a level barely tolerable for ordinary people. Even the most dazzling light would gradually fade within a short time. And the instant the light reached its peak, both sides simultaneously tore through this barrier, unleashing a new attack on each other. Chapter 711. Psionic Art Calamity. A harbinger of world destruction, the immense destructive power originating from the imagery of the three calamities and four tribulations ignores 99% of the world's defensive measures. Many enemies encountered in the past, facing calamity, either relied on layers of protection to buffer it until its destructive power was exhausted, or used special psionic arts to evade it. But this calamity, propelled by the power of true radiance, was inconceivably vast in scale, encompassing all directions, leaving no possibility of evasion. The response to this destructive power was a spear. Still a spear. Grasp, raise, thrust. Then, boom! For the first time since the start of the battle, the towering, heavy lance, like a mountain range, shifted. Even Renata's hand couldn't stop its retreat. She was thrown back dozens of meters, leaving a deep trench in the ground. The next second, shattered sparks rained down like a torrential downpour, turning the ravine into a scarred mess. The cracking sound came belatedly. The lance's appearance had changed drastically. Scorched fragments peeled off the spearhead and handguard, falling scattered to the ground. This was already a miracle. Many more parts couldn't even retain their fragment form, pulverized into dust by the bad calamity the moment they hit it. Now the lance was pitted and battered, as if it had been gnawed dozens of times by a ruthless eater, looking much more pitiful. Except for Renata. It was unclear whether the lance's massive size had shielded her from most of the destructive force, or if some accident had prevented the killing power from hitting her. Aside from some burn marks on her armor, Renata wiped them with her hand. The burn marks were noticeably blurred, leaving only a lingering, faint, yellowish-brown tinge reminiscent of fire. Still as stubborn as ever, Song Shi descended, landing slowly on the ground. With each breath the young man took, the surrounding sea of flame surged rhythmically, as if alive. You shouldn't have said that. Song Shi flicked his heavy weapon, revealing his teeth, staring at the person before him, even more stubborn than last time. He wasn't surprised by this scene. That attack just now was indeed impressive, but if he was going to be in such a sorry state, suffer a great loss, and show signs of defeat, then his opponent wouldn't have been worthy of fighting him in the first place. Song Shi twisted his neck. The defensive capabilities of materials have their limits. Paper armor couldn't withstand a sharpened stone spear, thick fur could be cut by a small iron knife, and even steel armor, painstakingly crafted, would crack, dent, and eventually shatter under the blows of an axe and hammer. Even in this modern age of rapid technological advancement, with reactive armor, special ceramic bulletproof plates, sloped armor, and even those outstanding achievements in material science, such as ultra-strong composite materials, which pose no threat even to gunfire and artillery shells. There are still limits. Let's not even talk about those. Even with incredible miracles like strong interaction force materials, neutron star armor, and phase armor, are they truly absolutely indestructible? Can they withstand all the forces of the universe without wearing down even a fraction until the very end of time? In any era, the limits of weaponry always exceed those of armor, Renata said slowly. Our destructive power has long surpassed. The defensive modules added by equipment manufacturers are always meant to reduce damage, not to completely block it. A one-size-fits-all approach. Song sure licked his lips. So there's no need to think about defense anymore. Just anchor your own state and unify everything. Psychic Art Clemens Anchor. The shield that Renata Clemens is famous for. The wondrous nature of perfect enlightenment gives rise to illusory flowers, which vanish with the nature of diamond. Diamond nature is unmoving, unchanging, and immutable. Beyond this, there is no inherent existence, only illusion and impermanence. The psychic art created by her opponent follows a similar line of thought. She distinguishes between self and other self, thus anchoring her own state. This is a supernatural organ that does not exist in reality or matter, but in the mind. The destructive power originating from the imagery of 3 calamities and 4 tribulations can ignore 99% of the world's defensive methods. And at this moment, this power anchoring the self is precisely a method that does not belong to those 99%. To break through this defense, one must either start from the mental level, find the cracks in the opponent's mind, perceive the flaws in their will, shake their intellect, and thus shake the Clemens anchor. But how difficult is this? Destroying a person's body is difficult enough, but changing their will is a million times harder. Besides, he himself has never been good at these things. The crimson flames rolled, slowly flowing into the heavy slaughter. There is only one path to take. And this is the only path he should take. No matter how lofty or insurmountable the intention, the user still has limits. He and Renata are already among the top-tier psionicists within the 4th ring of ascension, having experienced 2 lifetimes and further advanced their cultivation, but both he and she also have limits. Clemens' anchor is not yet at the point of absolute immobility. His attacks are effective. In a sense, she is gritting her teeth, refusing to let go, to see whether he will first chip away at Renata's teeth, or whether Renata will blast him to ashes before the Clemens anchor collapses. Come! Psionic art soaring sky. The sound was sudden and unexpected. By the time it finally reacted, Heavy Slayer had already clashed violently with the lance dozens of times. The power contained within Heavy Slayer was far less than that of the lance. Even the most casual swing of the latter could easily tear through the atmosphere and break the sound barrier. Yet now, it couldn't suppress Heavy Slayer, and with each collision, it even showed signs of retreating. Because the lance struck Heavy Slayer, but it wasn't just hitting Heavy Slayer's true radiance Dharma form. Unifying the 4 seas of flame, forming its own dojo, the blows that Heavy Slayer suffered were also absorbed by the dojo. Smashing a rock, a mountain peak, is easy, but to shake a continuous mountain range simultaneously, including its roots, is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Bang, 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 bang. Renata retreated step by step. Ahead, flame soared into the sky and then crashed down, like a raging ocean, capable of crushing even the concrete jungle of a modern city. Caught in this swirling sea of flames, the woman was like a small reef, easily shattered. But she didn't shatter. Each step she took was incredibly steady, even her breathing remained calm. She retreated, and that was all. Suddenly, the continuous explosion stopped. Song Sure, having cancelled soaring sky, regained his clarity. He stopped, first letting out a long, satisfying breath, then stretching his aching arms. The shell's tough enough. The barrage of attacks was exhilarating, but the lack of interaction was somewhat tedious. Besides, taking such a direct hit would have severely injured any other 4th ring psychic, but now, it was his hands that were getting tired. But a tough shell alone can't kill. With a deep breath, the slight fatigue instantly vanished, and Song Sure's eyes relaxed. Why do you always have to get beaten up first before you use your real weapon, Renata? Is that so? Renata's voice pierced the dueling arena. Whether it was due to the surrounding scorching wind or something else, her voice was subtly different from before. If you have to go all out against a rabbit, do you know how much the reproductive capacity differs between a lion and a rabbit? If you have to go all out against every one, the lion will be exhausted to death. 6 halos appeared behind Renata. Golden, burning halos, serene as the moon, hazy, pale white halos, halos made of steel, pieced together. At first glance, each halo had a completely different aura. But upon closer inspection, one could sense that these 6 distinct auras contained, at their deepest core, the same thing. It was this thing that allowed them to blend together seamlessly, without any apparent conflict or contradiction. That was faith. The silent monks of the Mene organization, the Knights of the 6 Pillars. Relying on the power of faith accumulated over millennia, the Empire constructed the blessing of the Holy Spirit system. Even those Empire citizens who had not yet awakened could receive temporary psychic empowerment from the Holy Spirits through devout faith. Even so, psychic power ultimately depends on one's own strength. Each blessing of the Holy Spirit was a challenge for the individual, inevitably affecting them and requiring time to recover. For this reason, even devout believers use the blessing of the Holy Spirit cautiously, saving it for crucial moments and focusing their prayers on only 1 or 2 Holy Spirits. At this moment, the blessings bestowed upon Renata Clemens had reached 6-fold. All 6 Holy Spirits had chosen her. The blessings of the Holy Spirits, for us, have a symbolic meaning far greater than their practical significance. Renata raised a hand. Then, her 5 fingers clenched, as if suddenly gripping something tightly. 6 Holy Spirits bestowed upon this body, such glory. Don't you feel it's a pity not to be a living saint? Looking at the 6 halos, Songshur smiled. So you ended up becoming an Inquisitor? That involves some aspects of my family background and childhood experiences. Renata laughed loudly, her clenched hand suddenly jerking. A deep, muffled thud echoed in the empty air. It was the sound reminiscent of a massive ship docking at the shore. Its anchor dropped towards the seabed, the winch suddenly churning wildly under the weight of the chains. Just hearing it gave one a sense of immense power. The 6 halos began to move. They were being dragged along, as if Renata were simultaneously grasping the 6 chains connecting them, determined to shatter them all. First to collapse was the blessing of Yasha, the childbearer, then Lilu, the silent moon, and Akinaros, the eternal flame. Finally, the halo representing Tiamat, the underworld, crumbled like an abyss of darkness. Many Imperials needed this power. It was a blessing for them. But for Renata, it was merely a constraint. These external spiritual energies were symbols of past achievements, not beneficial assistance. This is much easier. In her perception, as the 6 Holy Spirit blessings collapsed one after another, Renata was like a rough stone, cracks gradually spreading across her outer shell, wisps of light releasing through these cracks, like a dazzling sun fully blooming. The dazzling light lasted only a fleeting moment. The sun, having stretched out, receded again, its holy brilliance vanishing, replaced by a brightness that mortals could look directly at. Yet, Songshur's heart trembled uncontrollably, not from fear. The danger posed by his opponent now far surpassed anything the Iron Turtle had previously posed. Ready? Are you done? Songshur heard his own voice tremble slightly, as if shaking gently. Wait. Just a little more. Renata jerked her lance, the overburdened weapon finally collapsing, charred fragments falling like rain. The last thing visible was the hilt held in her hand. Or rather, a sword. The 6-fold blessing of the Holy Spirit had broken free, the scabbard shattered, and the blade, which had been concealed, was finally ready to be drawn again. It was a dark silver sword, neither as heavy as a great sword nor as slender as a swift sword. The moment Renata picked it up, the two became inseparable, forming a unified whole, not a vague description of almost or approximately, but a literal unity. Thank you for your patience. Renata nodded. It's here. A burst of sword light erupted, sweeping across the dueling arena. Songshur didn't hesitate. He unleashed a destructive calamity imbued with the power of destruction. The sword light touched the flames. Though much thinner than a lance, its weight remained undiminished, and compared to its previous crushing force, it now possessed an incredible sharpness. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword light smoothly parted the raging sea of flames, forcefully cleaving open the magnificent arena created by the true Radiance Dharma form. The sword light's momentum didn't diminish. It continued its advance, accurately striking the young man, striking the incoming destructive calamity. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected. The two weapons severed from each other upon contact, separating instantly. The destructive power remains as strong as ever, Songshur thought during the brief moment of their exchange. Renata's sword, he didn't understand the specific technical details, only that it was a supernatural organ crafted primarily using a psionic technique. It was essentially adding an anti-Higgs field to the blade, with only one effect: destroying the structure of matter and energy at a microscopic level. An indestructible, all-powerful weapon. If there were any drawbacks, they would be its high energy consumption and relatively small range. This thought had barely surfaced when it vanished. A new attack was coming. Renata slightly turned, pausing, No, it was just an afterimage left by her retina. The opponent's speed was too fast. In less than 1,000th of a second, the sword light was upon him again. The boiling blood, the forging flames, and the baptism of the breakthrough sublimation had greatly enhanced his physique. Even without using flames, his physical abilities alone were extraordinary. But even a 4th-level transcendence expert specializing in defense wouldn't want to take a direct hit from Renata's sword. If he were to take that hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without thinking, Songshur unleashed his heavy slash. In an instant, the flame surged, overwhelming the sword light by dozens, even hundreds of times, forcibly engulfing it without aiming. The drawback: high energy consumption. Unfortunately, his advantage was also high energy consumption. Even if each exchange required him to expend 10 or 20 times the energy to offset it, he could still fight Renata to the ends of the earth. Another brief clash, and Renata, sword in hand, shook off the flames from her forehead. She calmly looked up, pointing upwards. Songshur grinned. Their figures blurred for a moment, then vanished simultaneously. 2 beams of starlight shot straight into the sky. Chapter 712. The frozen tundra of the far north, a world growing from the cracks of frost and snow, was conquered 1,000 years ago by an empire. It used violence to force the men of the tundra to bow their heads, acknowledging that the white wolf spirit they had worshipped since ancient times was an incarnation of the empire's emperor. The empire brought technology, resources, and wave after wave of infrastructure development projects. The men of the tundra were no longer burdened by the harsh climate. In return, the empire offered the most valuable and common thing on the tundra: brave and fearless warriors. To this day, this place has become one of the empire's most important sources of manpower. They have proven their worth and mission. The harsh winter cannot stop their burning passion. The frost was torn apart. 2 forces from afar broke through the storm and plunged into this place. For millennia, the natural disasters that terrified the inhabitants of the ice plains, the relentless winter, had been reduced to fragile sand, instantly pulverized by the 2 forces. From a higher vantage point, a striking ring-shaped hollow appeared in the climate. Wildfire, radiation, scorched earth. 3 spiritual arts, each mastering the unity of heaven and man and the control of the environment, activated, forming 3 tightly meshed gears, propelling each other forward at high speed in an instant. The aftershocks of their collision shattered the original environment. Undoubtedly, painting on a blank canvas is far easier than painting on a canvas with several strokes already added. The surrounding environment was visibly stained crimson gold, and Songshur's consciousness expanded accordingly, bringing everything under his control. It seemed that with a single thought, the world would grieve or applaud for him. A sincere experience of the great origin path, the sublime state of unity of heaven and man. A discordant note broke the silence. The kite, soaring higher and faster amidst the engulfed environment, was suddenly caught by a sword, its string pinned, its upward momentum forcibly halted. A flash of sword light. Time froze, then resumed its flow, revealing a straight crack in the crimson gold ocean that had submerged dozens of miles. One corner was severed by an unstoppable blade, and a nearly tangible, blocky flame slowly tilted, plummeting towards the earth. The flame, no smaller than a mountain, crashed into the icy plains, the permafrost that had remained frozen for millennia groaning in agony. Continuous glaciers began to collapse, followed by the disintegration of the earth. Frozen rivers surged, their boiling waves roaring and churning. The chosen location was a no-man's land, but the aftershocks of the battle wouldn't end there. The sudden devastation might not show its effects for days, allowing the people of the nearest cities to realize that something seemed to have happened far away. With a swift strike, Renata didn't even glance at the result, using the momentum to create distance. A breath, perhaps half a breath, was enough for Renata to recover her energy. To be precise, her energy. 3 main power centers, 15 secondary energy engines, and 111 auxiliary nodes. This was the energy and power system she had constructed for herself, a superstructure combining peak output and total storage capacity. However, it wasn't enough for her opponent in this battle. Having rushed out of the Sorani's ring, left the capital, and fought her way up to this point, 15 auxiliary nodes had already issued overload warnings. They were bearing an undue burden. Now it was 13. In such a short time, this was all they could do. With no time to repair more auxiliary nodes, Renata launched a swift upward strike. Standard swordsmanship taught by the Inquisition, standard equipment for every Inquisitor, a product of the painstaking efforts and insights of generations of Inquisitors. The essence of these sages flowed in the hands of the current Grand Inquisitor. Swordsmanship, once limited by physics, had, driven by psionic energy, forged a unique style. The two exchanged blows. This time, Songshur was outmatched. The previously suppressed sea of fire finally found an opening in the exchange, and the exquisite swordsmanship seized a fleeting opportunity, striking like a rainbow, hitting its target for the first time. A glancing blow. This shouldn't have happened. Renata recalled the moment, the timing, the force, the speed, the influence of the environment. She had grasped every point perfectly, yet at the instant she struck the young man, a subtle misalignment occurred in her touch. The last time she experienced this feeling was during a sparring match with a titled knight of the Spirit Candle Knights. A simple swordsmanship exchange. His swordsmanship maintained the consistent Spirit Candle style, fluid, gentle, and incredibly resilient. He drew a flawless circle with his long sword, smoothly deflecting any incoming force. It transcended its existing environment, forming its own little world, making it difficult for external forces to interfere. The move that defeated the living Saint Upton O'Neill. Is this your new technique? Renata was delighted. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. When unleashing destructive power, no one chooses to stop. Frozen soil, glaciers, and the earth rushed past them. The distance of the mortal realm was no longer important to the peak psychics of the fourth ring. Two completely different psychic energies were released unrestrained, making the material world seem as fragile as a newborn in swaddling clothes. Psychic art stigmata Benesta. The stigmata branded on her back lit up, and an invisible wave surged force-centered on Renata. This counter-energy weapon had only one effect, disrupting stability. Plasma lightsabers, energy weapons that use magnetic fields to confine plasma and shape it into a blade, possess astonishing power. However, behind this destructive force, the requirements for equipment precision are equally high. If the magnetic field used for confinement is disrupted, the lightsaber will disintegrate on its own without the enemy's intervention. Psychic energy is the same. The invisible force originating from the stigmata Benesta surged, tearing and dragging the white blizzard apart, transforming it into a towering tornado that attempted to disrupt the flow of the sea of flames. Songshur raised his hand and pressed down, instantly halting the turbulent sea of flames that had just begun to show signs of disorder, restoring it to a unified flow. Heart of forging and stone forging, the former governing internally, the latter suppressing externally. The two spiritual arts danced in Songshur's palm, complementing each other and ascending together to a higher level. The icy plane vanished completely. The ultra-fast exchanges were dazzling. In a fleeting glance, Songshur only saw them leave the landmass and tumble to an unnamed sea. The far North Sea, Kurod. The fragmented information traveled along the sword's edge. Songshur received it in a quarter of a second, then retaliated with 12 strikes in the remaining 3/4 of a second. Sinking. The two plunged into the sea together. Floating ice floes drifted away with the ocean currents. Initially, the surface remained calm, then began to churn. Unimaginable violence erupted beneath the abyss. Hundreds of square kilometers of seawater slowly flowed backward, forming an enormous whirlpool, which then split apart, its surface ripped apart by crisscrossing sword-like cuts. Billions of tons of seawater suddenly bubbled up. A humanoid sun ignited on the seabed, and the ocean as far as the eye could see boiled instantly. Terrifying heat spread in all directions through the water. Countless creatures looked up in terror. Mutated, gigantic sea beasts and schools of seaweed-eating fish churned up the mud and water, fleeing instinctively. But most of them, in the instant they became aware of the heat, were cooked to ashes. The scorching steam created a mortal hell, then erupted into the sky. The icy sea of clouds clashed with the scorching heat, artificially altering the celestial phenomena. A dazzling silver serpent snaked through the visibly darkening clouds, until a new storm materialized, this tangible natural fury gradually taking shape. Before they could witness its full power, Songshur and Renata burst through the sea one after the other, continuing their journey. It was as if they had embarked on an endless pilgrimage, one that wouldn't stop until one of them fell. The world seemed to have lost its color. The glassy observation, pushed to its limit, could no longer accommodate anything else. Sword-wielding psionicists filled the entire field of vision. Against a backdrop of brilliant yellow, Songshur realized that he had somehow found himself in a vast desert. His thoughts briefly drifted away, but his psionic powers faithfully inherited his will, unleashing their power once more before his mind could process it. The scorching winds brought an unprecedented heat to the desert, brutally painting the brilliant yellow, leaving behind patches of mottled crystalline hues, silicified sand particles after being heated to high temperatures. The sword's edge pierced the oncoming scorching wind. In the next instant, the fragments of flame that should have crumbled across the sky and vanished reassembled, roaring and engulfing Renata under the primordial spirit of the vermilion bird soul. The use of each psionic technique was effortless, its execution so light, as if weightless. Every second revealed hundreds, even thousands, of tactical possibilities, awaiting his choice, only to collapse in that instant into a single, tangible possibility. It's here. This is the feeling. Everything was hazy, yet everything was clear. Something elusive, intangible, floated before him, like a delicate veil. Songshur tried to grasp it, but a gentle barrier prevented his touch, like frosted glass, blurry and indistinct. The two chased and fought across the sky, sea, and earth. A priest in the corridor saw two shooting stars in broad daylight. A hunter, far from the crowd, stood bewildered on the mountainside. The clanging of swords in the training ground slowly subsided. The knights who had sworn oaths looked towards the other side of the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment. In the central open square of a town that had been closed off for generations, a man knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Behind him were many townspeople, their expressions dazed and confused. The seed that had been hidden here for 30 years had finally come to bear fruit. The humiliating pretense of bowing and scraping to the lackeys of the false gods, the deep-seated conspiracies, and the unwavering will were all in the past. A new life was about to begin. Destruction arrived before the new life. The calamity, nearing the peak of the third ring, had no time to cry out. A terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Songshur and Renata paused their attacks for a moment, striking in the same spot. The body that had just arrived in reality shattered into the finest dust, and the calamity rolled back into the realm of disaster before it could utter a single syllable, falling into a new round of silence. The man stared blankly, his eyes wide. The calamity that had temporarily overwritten reality, after the cataclysmic event that served as its anchor point collapsed, quickly became transparent, receding like the tide. He couldn't believe it, letting out a piercing scream. The psychics descending from the sky remained unmoved, rushing into it without hesitation. The last image before his consciousness faded was a cluster of flames. The bizarre scenery constituted the calamity. Some said they saw an ocean of gold and diamonds there. Others said it was clearly hills flowing with milk and honey. All the beauty and ugliness of the world coexisted here, waiting for visitors to pick them up. But all of this was a dream constructed according to personal perception and desire. Songshur, the psychic Songshur, saw the truth. A bizarre interplay of iridescent light, originating from the darker side of piety, the remaining dregs after redundant spiritual energy has been refined into power of faith, and the foundation forged by a mixture of desires and mad thoughts. Two strange worlds accumulated over millennia. Irrelevant. Useless thoughts are discarded, life or death opponents pour their hearts and souls into the battle, attempting to burn to the highest blaze, or perhaps succumb to annihilation. Songshur's unity of heaven and man repeatedly crumbles, and reforms with the intense battle, gradually climbing to higher levels. The very first moment he entered the calamity realm, he unhesitatingly severed his resonance with his original environment, instead constructing a unity of heaven and man more suited to the calamity realm. The sword's momentum grows ever stronger with each strike, each one seemingly aimed at driving the opponent into eternal annihilation. Renata, however, adopts a restrained stance, steadfast and unwavering. The anchor of Clemens anchors her, using it to withstand the ceaseless storms of the calamity realm. Flames and sword light brought unprecedented color to the calamity realm. Countless calamities watched the uninvited guests with awe, huddled in their lairs, praying they wouldn't be torn apart by the madman's aftershocks. In the palace piled with bones, the tyrant laughed maniacally, drinking blood wine and ordering his courtiers to play music to a new climax. At the bottom of the lightless abyss, the throat of the inn slowly opened its eyes, shifting its body unhappily. In the heavenly realm of spirits, the soul-plated priest clasped his hands together, offering a prayer for his recently sacrificed believer. Snap! The sound wasn't loud, like a balloon being popped. From the distant horizon, two beams of light suddenly erupted, swift yet composed, the terrifying collision piercing the calamity realm's weakest point. The two sides, traversing the gap between worlds, fell back into reality. Songshur took a deep breath, his internal organs feeling as if they had swallowed burning coals, a searing pain coursing through them. Strangely, she could have swallowed molten steel whole without a problem. Her breathing lacked its usual composure, even calling it long was a stretch. Renata licked her lips, as if that would make her forget her injuries. The only thing that remained unchanged was that her 5 fingers gripping the sword remained motionless. The young man slightly shifted his gaze, and discovered that they were in an abandoned monastery, weeds obscuring the walls, and the sharp railings rusted. He noticed that the other person was also looking at them, their eyes showing the same surprise and nostalgia. "It's here," Renata said softly. "Oh, it's here." Chapter 713. Oh! Songshi's actions spoke volumes. The overflowing psionic flames were still being absorbed and recycled, reintegrating into himself, just as before. However, this time, Songshi slowed his pace. The absorption and recycling became a gentle stream, no longer a raging river that would burn down buildings. Did I forget to mention? I lived here when I was little. Renata loosened her grip, turned her sword, and tapped the railing. A layer of iron dust fell from it. My nanny warned us to follow the rules, and not do things we shouldn't do, like climbing over walls. Renata smiled. I only half listened to that. At least I never climbed over in front of them. I won't ask why we just happened to end up here. From a small monastery? Did your parents send you here, or do you have no parents? Songshi stood on the other side. The monastery wasn't large, built on a mountaintop. Looking down, one could see scattered buildings, and a small town below, with a population of about a few thousand. The spatial functions of the disaster realm differ considerably from reality, and it also involves some, causal connections. There are quite a few cases where inquisitors have ventured into the disaster realm to deal with its calamities, only to find themselves in familiar locations afterward, Renata explained, then couldn't help but shake her head. My mother died when I was born. My father was a habitual thief, who went to rob someone when I was 2 or 3 years old and was hanged. Haven't you seen my file? Of course, I've seen it, but what intelligence broker could provide information about the parents of an important Empire member? Songshi shrugged. Such a fatal weakness would definitely be kept tightly under wraps. How could I possibly know? Songshi thought for a moment, rounding it up. You don't have one either. That's quite an offensive remark. Renata said, her eyebrows actually rising. How does it feel to be an orphan? It's all right, quite comfortable. Songshi opened his arms. One person eats their fill. The whole family isn't hungry. There are happy times and unhappy times, but I think there are more happy times. I've seen your file. I remember you were kicked out of the orphanage at 15, and then you drifted through society? Renata pushed aside a circle of vines, and the door creaked open. She went inside, revealing her gleaming back. I was a bit older than you. I think around 8 or 9. I got tired of fighting with everyone for bean soup and flatbread, and luckily, the nuns at this convent took a liking to me, and wanted me to become a nun too. From a rural nun to a dictatorial judge, your career has taken quite a leap. Really? It seems so. Renata seemed to have forgotten what she had been doing a minute ago. She strolled across the courtyard, where flower beds grew wildly with plants of all sizes and unidentifiable species, a few speckled wildflowers dotting the landscape, the only sign of life in the dilapidated convent. Are you interested? Quite interested. Songshi also entered, but he didn't pace around. The young man stood quietly in the center of the courtyard, as if separating it into 2 worlds. Shall we talk in detail? Let's keep it short. Renata thought patiently for a moment. A calamity was sealed beneath the monastery, and then it seized an opportunity to seduce a prospective nun. In short, after regaining some of its power, it sealed off the monastery, forcing us trapped inside to kill each other. According to its own words, it enjoyed watching this, so it would give the final winner a way out. A very insincere lie, Songshi said. Only a fool would believe such a thing, and a fool did, Renata said softly. Most people can't withstand the test, even us, a group of diligent, stumbling, and inexperienced novice nuns who recite scriptures day and night. A knife pierced Christine's throat, Farrell's neck was choked black and blue, Oliver and Willard fell into the well together, entangled. She paused for a moment. Actually, it's hard to blame them. That quadrant of calamity is temptation and lies. Their minds couldn't withstand the pressure of the environment and the constant enticements lingering in their ears. Songshi lightly grasped at the air, sniffing the air. The horrific tragedy, more than a decade later, no longer possessed its former bloody cruelty. Except for you, everyone else was killing each other. No. Except for me, and no, not everyone. Renata said. Actions and processes possess power. Essentially, this is a ritual where the calamity chooses its victims, and the ultimate victor will indeed gain a way out, to live as a puppet of the calamity. Songshi understood. I see. You won. I won. Renata said, the Grand Inquisitor's expression serene and peaceful, as if recounting something unrelated to himself, or like taking a dusty ornamental sphere from a shop window, and calmly presenting it to a visitor. I survived to the end, I won to the end, the only chance to approach the calamity. We tore at each other in the world of consciousness, it reveled, and I almost lost. The ritual of entering the flesh recipient's body is the calamity's most vulnerable moment. Mortals are granted the right to confront its true form, making it the calamity's most dangerous moment. Leaning towards consensus, the second ring calamity, though its long seal has eroded much of its power, still holds an overwhelming advantage in the battlefield of consciousness. Psionic power, Songshur said slowly. Awakening. After a long and fierce clash, most of Renata's visor was shattered, revealing eyes that shimmered with light. I fought with all my might, driving it into a panic. It cautiously probed, circling me again, and then it realized I truly had no strength left. It was at that moment that I awakened my psionic power. The first awakening grants you some strength. Renata clenched her fist. I swallowed that strength and pulled it back from the stands. I won. By the time the priests and inquisitors realized something was wrong and rushed to the rescue, I had already snapped its neck. You probably know what happened after that. Pretty much. Songshur nodded. The other person's subsequent life trajectory was hard to hide. A gifted psychic was a powerful gravitational force, involuntarily tearing away any pretense, joined the Inquisition, and from then on, rose rapidly, becoming the Empire's rising star. Don't you have any thoughts on the Calamity Realm? Songshur looked at the other person, the flames on the blade of the heavy slayer igniting and extinguishing repeatedly, the source that burned your second home to the ground. You can replace the Calamity Realm with the Empire. I guess that's what you mean. Renata pressed her hand to her face, removing the last piece of her tattered visor, but I don't think it's right to blame those who offered help instead of hating the one who inflicted the calamity. Calamity is the antithesis of faith, Songshur pointed out. Tracing back to its source, it's still the faith system you created. Religion, faith. Renata closed her eyes, then slowly opened them. 2,000 years ago, the great astrologer of that era, Salisbury, revealed that the stars were dying. The emperor at the time made a decision. What was originally just a cultural consensus, meant to improve stability and cohesion, was personally elevated by him, laying the foundation for the empire for the next 2,000 years. The Sea of Faith was born from this. That holy crown. Songshur's mind raced, and he instantly retrieved the information from his memory. The consensus of the Sixth Ring, one of only 2 divine thrones in your history, and also the former. Oh, I forgot, he was the emperor of the First Dynasty, not surnamed Kata. You really hit the nail on the head. Renata hesitated for a moment, then said uncertainly, There should be a blood relationship, right? The intermarriage history of these families is too complicated. My family tree and heraldry are only SOSO. It's not important. If you really want to be precise, you can find a commoner on the street and trace their lineage back a dozen generations to find a minor noble ancestor. Also, can you stop interrupting? Renata raised her eyebrows unhappily. We were just getting to the point. I'm all ears. Songshur gestured with his hand. In short, the crown of holiness is the path of consensus, so he chose to place his hopes on the future. The advantage of the power of faith lies in its quantity, and so does its weakness. Even within the empire, this was an extremely secret, yet Renata brazenly revealed. Without a ruler of sufficient stature, they are like sand-built walls, easily crumbled. The throne. Songshur uttered 2 words. Indeed. Renata stood ramrod straight, like a silver sword. He desires that the future, the next throne, through the position of Lord of Terra and the accumulated power of faith, break through to the unprecedented 7th ring. According to existing estimates, that is enough power to create from nothingness and reconstruct the entire world. Even if the stars dim, Terra will shine eternally. Therefore, we must launch the holy war of purification. No, that's not right. Songshur repeated, slowly raising his eyes. This is the path of the Supreme Saint's crown, but this is not the path of Emania Kata. The strongest being in Terra's history has reached the peak of the 6th ring, standing at the forefront of the Transcendence path. Not as the Emperor of the Empire, nor as the successor to the Supreme Crown of Glory. What he thinks, what he pursues, must be, and only is, ascending to the 7th ring as Emania Kata. Holy war, and the power of faith are the alternatives His Majesty left for future generations, Renata frankly admitted. He doesn't believe he will fail, but he must consider the possibility of failure. The holy war sweeping the world, he will officially break through at the moment it ends. If he is defeated beforehand, then the Empire will be at the mercy of the other side. Theoretically speaking, the Empire's God has always been the same one. According to the doctrine, the emperors who have assumed the position of God among men are all, according to the doctrine, the mortal manifestations of this God. But this is Emania Kata's path. Songshur was silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Not your path. My path? Renata suddenly said. You know what? In the orphanage, I ate bean soup and flatbread, as hard as rocks. Even when I became a trainee nun, I still ate bean soup and flatbread. I was very unhappy in the orphanage, gloomy, irritable, with a fire always burning inside me, making the palms of those around me ache, whether they were malicious or well-intentioned. Songsher gazed at Renata, who peeled back these layers of hidden emotions. In the convent, I ate bean soup and flatbread again, but I was very happy. Everyone worked from sunrise to sunset, praying, reciting, and studying. These things calmed the restlessness in my heart. Everyone was kind to me. Faith eliminated differences in birth and desire, making us a true family. Everyone was content, and every day was filled with enthusiasm and hope. Back then, I thought more than once, wouldn't it be nice to just live like this forever? One day I'd be baptized, swear an oath before the image of the Holy Spirit, then enter a church school, study medicine, and dedicate myself to helping others. Desire is the driving force behind great undertakings, but also the source of suffering. Most people have desires but lack the will and strength to act on them, so all that's left for them is suffering, endless torment, and the torment of constant struggle. The accumulation of material possessions will never end, but faith can bring satisfaction to everyone. This is the only path to happiness, regardless of status or wealth. It's a path that both the wisest and the most foolish are qualified to walk. People need faith. Renata Clemens, the current Grand Inquisitor of the Van Pusta Empire, made her final declaration. What I uphold is faith itself. The scattered armor slowly crumbled. Having withstood Songsher's high-intensity output for so long, even with Renata's psionic power, this protective gear had finally reached its breaking point. It peeled away, turning completely into gray dust, swirling in the wind, and disappearing into the horizon. You become stronger, Songsher, more so than me. Renata raised her sword inch by inch. The woman without armor was even more resilient than when she wore it, like a stone monument standing at the edge of the world. In the previous battle, she had ultimately been slightly inferior. The Calamity Realm and the Sea of Faith are too deeply intertwined, far too deeply. Like a tangled ball of yarn, easy to cut, difficult to separate. I hope that one day I can achieve that. To make calamities no longer a threat, to free everyone from fear, to allow everyone to live contentedly. A new light shone on the sword's edge. The essence of the Calamity Realm is an illusory dimension independent of matter. To eventually divide and destroy the Calamity Realm, in the daily struggle between the judges and the calamities, Renata created a new psionic technique, a powerful force capable of interfering with dimensions. Psionic technique, Sword of Heaven. The so-called self-contained world of the Great Source is, in a sense, nothing more than an artificial dimension. Songsher. For the first time, Renata gripped the long sword with both hands. I will practice transcendence. Chapter 714. The farmer, still working, stood frozen in place, the pesticide sprayer slipping from his hand, and falling onto the edge of the field, completely unaware. The farmer looked up. On the distant mountain peak, the monastery, a place only occasionally mentioned by elders, abandoned for countless years, suddenly emitted two orbs of light, illuminating the entire sky. The clouds began to slowly swirl, only to be torn apart by a sudden burst of power in the next instant. Psionic art, boundless. This caused his self-contained domain, independent of its existing environment, to falter for the first time since Songsher began using it. A chilling sense of crisis erupted from his surroundings, rapidly intensifying. His opponent's Sword of Heaven was gradually breaking through his domain, attempting to directly interfere with him. Well done. The will of Boundless abruptly shifted, and the Sword of Heaven, which should have smoothly advanced, suddenly found itself unable to take another step, like a dagger stuck in the middle of a dry log, utterly obscure. A flood can extinguish a flame, and a fire can evaporate a river. Whether Renata successfully broke through his own defenses, or whether he preemptively broke the opponent's blade, the moment of truth was far from over. The battlefield was never just this one place. Almost only a series of blurry afterimages could be seen. Even glassy observation couldn't fully discern the opponent's movements. Renata possessed a psionic technique that countered observation. At the same time, this woman's mobility far surpassed his own. The peak of the fourth ring, Transcendence, was enough to make him stand out from other paths, a transcendent body reaching the pinnacle. Crossing trajectories spread in all directions. Before the afterimage of the previous sword had even disappeared, the next sword had already slashed from a completely different direction. At the very center of the raging inferno, Songsher stood steadily. A terrifying divine light appeared on Songsher's face, yet he remained motionless and disappeared once more. A glimpse of heaven. It cannot be used lightly. No, rather, the The opportunity to unleash it is only once. A glimpse of heaven requires consuming a percentage of one's own power. This is the price of unleashing ultimate, peak killing power. Renata's mobility is too formidable. Even seeing her clearly is quite difficult, let alone ensuring a hit. If it misses, the sudden decrease in power will be a fatal flaw in this level of combat, instantly reversing the situation and plunging one into an irreversible abyss. Admittedly, if a glimpse of heaven hits and the power injected is sufficient, even a mere glancing blow could decide the outcome, sending Renata to her doom. But does he really need to do that? The sea of fire was forcefully cleaved open, the unstoppable sword light plunging straight in, but at the last moment, at the end of the separated flames, the destruction calamity, brewing with destructive power, suddenly erupted, shattering this offensive once more. Because the advantage has already been established. The previous fierce battle, breaking through the ring of Soranis, traversing the heavens and earth, spanning half the empire, saw both sides pouring their full power into each other, their psionic energies, symbols of their own will, clashing time and again until blood was spilled and souls burned, yet they refused to retreat. This time, she was stronger than her opponent. King of all Isidore Synody, 3,000 eliminations Psionics, the City of Light, the martial ruins, the infinite myriad phenomena, she had embarked on a new path. Those past battles, those bloody clashes, those relentless advances, they had become her new strength. The current Renata Clemens was stronger than the Renata Clemens of her memories. The current Songshur is stronger than the Songshur of my memory. And the current Songshur is even stronger than Renata Clemens. At this moment, her injuries are more severe, and her condition is worse than mine. Indeed, her movements are incredibly fast, dazzling and overwhelming. In those actions involving the Inquisitors, she was just as fearless, leading the charge. No, let's return to this moment. While I can't catch her, she's also helpless against me. Sword of Heaven is indeed a superb technique for achieving harmony between heaven and man, and for setting up an effective environment, but Boundless is by no means inferior, and in ideal circumstances, it might even be superior. After all, just as a glimpse of heaven still has many problems, Renata's newly created Sword of Heaven is not yet perfect. Psionics, on the other hand, ascended to the throne of gods 100 years ago, and the Boundless in her hands truly contains the power of 3,000 eliminations boundless light. However, he hadn't yet reached the incredible level of Psionics, so his actual use of the Sword of Heaven was currently at a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. The one urgently needing to break this stalemate was not himself. The Forging Flame and the Calamity Flame formed a dual field, engulfing the surrounding environment and erecting an insurmountable barrier. De Yuan indeed lacked the extraordinary body of Crossover, but once Crossover controlled the environment, the latter would have to endure the malice of heaven and earth with every step. Currently, the glassy view offered no opportunity for attack, but it was undeniably powerful for defense. Combined with the raging sea of fire, the defensive line was as solid as a rock, unshakable as a mountain. Even if Renata's sword was incredibly sharp, capable of breaking through 12 layers of defenses in an instant, he could raise another 20 layers in the next. The seemingly endless spiritual energy flames were more than enough to support this extravagant and wasteful use. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in his favor. There was no need to take risks. Renata. The heavy blow shattered the sword light, the price being the complete destruction of the flames, forcing Songshur to retreat hundreds of meters before he could stop. His entire arm felt detached, no longer his own. Broken bone fragments tore through his skin, leaving him utterly numb. Songshur grinned. Every second was filled with dozens of clashes, the ferocious attack pouring onto the flames, leaving them riddled with wounds. Only the very center of the sea of fire managed to maintain its stability, like a reef in a storm, standing firm. I have something new too. Interested in seeing it? The silent message was conveyed during yet another clash. Sound was too slow in this battle. The clashing spiritual energy became a better means of communication, conveying their mutual feelings. Fine, whether you're interested or not, I'm going to use this. Listen carefully, this battle will be won in only one way. Songshur suddenly stopped moving, and the raging storm of attacks in the distance ceased almost simultaneously. A sliver of light, as thin as a speck of dust yet dazzlingly brilliant, shone from Songshur, majestically revealed to his opponent. Psionic technique, a glimpse of heaven. After a brief silence, a resolute voice rang out from ahead. Come! Chapter 715. Who? Songshur slowly lowered the heavy slayer. This accompanying psionic weapon, under the unprecedentedly intense collision, showed winding cracks on its blade, the edge riddled with pits. Theoretically, the heavy slayer was already a part of him, These damages could be repaired with psionic flames in an instant. However, Renata's sword was also a weapon honed day after day, imbued with a strong personal will and psionic energy. With repeated collisions, this energy seeped into the heavy slayer, causing deep-seated damage. It wasn't impossible to remove, but that was clearly not something that could be done during a battle. The same was true for her opponent. In the long battle, Clement's anchor had also succumbed to the strain, losing its initial stability. Her greatest strength, arguably her only strength, was offense. Faced with a single-minded, unleashed killing power, even Renata Clement's psionic energy could hardly withstand it. Finally, has it come to this? The hazy illusion gradually gained a tangible feel. Spiritual energy flowed within him, as if it would erupt from his chest at any moment, burning him to ashes. Fifth ring true spirit, an exquisitely beautiful landscape, power sufficient to traverse heaven and earth, proof of his own path, an indisputable monument. His loosened hand clenched again, gripping the heavy slayer. Boom! It wasn't a real sound. The sea of fire, devouring the environment and forcibly reducing heaven and earth to a single color, surged in that instant, like a mythical earth dragon, spanning thousands of miles and controlling the earth's energy, churning. The entire world trembled. This was the boom seen by the eyes. The impregnable defenses formed by psionic flames were dismantled by their ruler, replaced by rampant and widespread natural disasters. Having already declared that a glimpse of heaven would decide life and death, how could he continue to be the defender? I attack, you defend. A telepathic message was sent. Refuse. Less than a second later, the other party replied. Fine. Songsher wanted to make a regretful expression, but he immediately realized that a blatant smile had already appeared on his face. 470 meters away, Renata proudly raised her long sword. A series of psionic techniques flowed through her mind, the already chaotic and obscure syllables forcibly sorted out, beginning to play their final melody. The Grand Inquisitor, hailed as the Holy Judge, her preferred tactic was always a solo charge, suppressing the entire battlefield. Defense and counterattack. An inefficient method. Here they come! The two vanished simultaneously, the air torn apart by their two trajectories, as if thousands of people were simultaneously slicing open the same cake. The next instant, one trajectory was abruptly severed by the other, forcibly halted, the one severed, Songsher. That's fast. Without hesitation, Songsher twisted his body, not even looking, and slashed out with his backhand. A vast ocean of calamity erupted, roaring towards the oncoming sword, only to be cleaved in two in the next instant. This gained moment was enough to activate soaring to the heavens, shifting his position, and avoiding being entangled and blasted to death. Black Body Curtain withstood the pursuing sword light. Taking advantage of the brief gap between their collisions, Songsher's mind shifted, and countless sparks ignited around him, lighting up the destructive power of calamity. Countless sparks, ignited, and then instantly extinguished. The calamity, born from the 4 calamities and 3 disasters, has always been indiscriminate, annihilating friend and foe alike. Most of these scattered spiritual flames couldn't withstand the destructive force. However, with Songsher's current cultivation, even after removing the majority, the remaining small portion is still an immeasurable number. Then, the vermilion bird's soul, possessing a primordial spirit. A torrent of stars, with no possibility of evasion, engulfed Renata in a deluge. She didn't choose to defend, executing the same move as before, slashing straight down with her sword. Thus, the spiritual energy containing the destructive force transformed into real sparks, vanishing in an instant. Her armor crumbled and fell away, the anchor of Clemens trembled continuously, and the nodes of the energy system extinguished one after another. In this deteriorating state, only Renata's sword remained undimmed, its blade straight and sharp. Still as bright as it was at the beginning. Or rather, it was brighter than at the very beginning of the battle. Earth-shattering explosions resounded continuously, the rhythm of attack and defense unleashed incomparably ferocious fury. Songsher and Renata clashed fiercely, unleashing their killing power upon each other. All things bowed their heads in awe beneath their feet. Every second, a cataclysmic force swept across the land. Continuous mountain ranges began to deform, twist, and collapse at a visible speed, geological structures that had taken millions of years to form, becoming so soft, they seemed to lack mass. Whether to mitigate unnecessary destruction or to indulge in unrestrained climax, before the scene of world-ending catastrophe, 2 beams of starlight intertwined and began to rise, ascending to even greater heights. Both Songsher and Renata were exhausted by this point in the battle. Their once effortless flight had become a burden, let alone maintaining high speeds to break through the atmosphere and ascend to the heavens with such a mad dash. The mad dash continued, no one stopped. The heavy earth gradually took on an arc, the perpetually floating ocean curled up, only the sky remained its unchanging vastness. No. The sky, too, had changed. The world was divided into two dimensions by the arc. The once azure planet was now filled with countless scars. Looking upwards, the eternal darkness, like a tranquil tide, submerged the nose. So beautiful. Renata's gaze shifted from Song Shi for the first time, her silver pupils reflecting the planet below, glowing faintly. Yes. Sound waves lost their medium of propagation in the vacuum, yet even now, the psionicists did not choose to transmit their thoughts. Neither Song Shi nor Renata had difficulty reading lips. Will Terra's next tomorrow be better than it is now? Renata stood quietly, as if perched on a cloud. It's hard to say, it might be worse than it is now. Song Shi gazed at the planet. His crystal-clear vision allowed him to see the celestial body called Terra, slowly and silently rotating, according to existing conventions. Renata smiled softly. Existing conventions, huh? Well, I must admit, that's quite convincing. But you overlooked one point. We are neither existing nor conventional. Song Shi smiled too. Indeed, I quite enjoy listening to you when you're arguing like that. Heh. Renata's eyes brightened little by little. Even the sun's brilliance seemed to dim at that moment. Now is the time. Yes. Song Shi nodded calmly, as always. Now then. Psionic Arts. Complete. A Glimpse of Sky. Chapter 716. Light. How to describe this scene? A wisp of light, so delicate as to be almost imperceptible, yet it drew forth an unimaginable radiance. The eternally tranquil universe, above Terra, was ripped apart. A fleeting glimmer of light, transcending the shackles of matter and spirit, was about to unleash unparalleled brilliance in a fraction of a second before its complete annihilation. Perhaps it was too fast, far too fast. Even time held its breath, unwilling to blink even once. Everything in the world, both intangible and tangible, stopped in its tracks, silently watching this moment. And so, a new light rose. Sword and shield, the achievements Renata relied on for her fame, honed every day, every hour, every minute. All her remaining spiritual energy was exhausted in half a thought, and in the remaining half of that thought, a brand new sword blade was forged. Is there anything else to say? Is there anything else to say? There is nothing more to say. The fleeting flame collided with the straight blade. Time, almost frozen in its flow, became a unique lens, revealing scenes between the smallest and the grandest. Touched by the flame, starting from the tip of the sword, the once invincible, unstoppable blade shattered bit by bit, entering irreversible destruction. The flame advanced, with an unyielding momentum, shattering the sword tip. Strands of crimson light shot out from the cracks in the blade, yet even these strands still released an unbearably dazzling brilliance. Then came the blade and the blood groove. The indestructible psionic armor was utterly destroyed, first crumbling inch by inch, and then each fragment entering a further step of destruction, turning into pure dust. The hilt, like a sandcastle built by a child, was silently washed away by the waves, leaving not a trace. Finally, only the grip remained. Against the backdrop of space, Song Shi approached within arm's reach. A sliver of light continued its advance. After the dust of countless sword blades, he saw Renata's face. Perhaps time was too short to change, or perhaps it was never meant to be. Her eyes remained bright, fixed on him as they had always been. She loosened her grip. As the hilt was engulfed by the flames, her fingers slowly clenched. With just this one movement, the flames drew closer. Faced with terrifying killing power, with just a slight advance, Renata's skin cracked and split, revealing charred ash. Protruding bone fragments tore apart the remaining skin, blood and bone soaking her entire arm, only to evaporate in an instant. But a chilling sense of crisis, more terrifying than the previous sword strike, erupted from the depths of Song Shi's heart at this moment, like endless darkness suddenly engulfing him. Even though the other's lips didn't move, inexplicably, Song Shi read the words. Renata Clemens. Throughout both his past and present lives, the strongest attack, Renata declared, each word distinct and resounding, as she unleashed it straight ahead. This is the true sword. Time flowed again. When the thought of I resurfaced from the sea of consciousness, Song Shi felt lightheaded, utterly powerless. Even lifting his hand was incredibly difficult. He was falling downwards. The atmosphere was slowly engulfing him. Alive. Song Shi thought, I'm still alive. Memories from an unknown period of absence suddenly returned. His sluggish mind worked for a while, before he remembered what had happened. A glimpse of heaven struck first, but this didn't slow down Renata's attack. She had foreseen this, prepared to die, abandoning her defenses, and focusing all her energy on sustaining the attack. And then, she didn't die. She won. I guess I have a few more minutes to live. Songshur laboriously turned his head, and saw Renata falling as well. She also turned her head with difficulty, their eyes meeting. Or 10 minutes or so. I don't know. Most of the woman's chest was gone, but her appearance wasn't terrifying. It was like the lonely, strange beauty of a dying whale. I can't believe I lost. Cough. Several seconds later, Songshur finally spoke. I'm having trouble speaking. How come you seem to be in better shape than me? Renata chuckled softly. Maybe, well, as you call it, a final burst of energy before death. Is that so? Songshur spoke slowly. Is there anything else you want to say? I think there isn't. We already talked about everything we wanted to discuss. It seems there is. Renata asked. Have we reached it? We reached it. Songshur said, the fifth ring, true spirit. I understand its meaning. The absolute, self-aware true spirit. From this point on, it's not fate that chose me, but I who chose fate. Is that so? Renata slowly closed her eyes, like a kite with a broken string, gradually gliding through the darkness, predestined death. Songshur silently watched the other person, as if seeing them off on their final journey. Leah suddenly widened her eyes. Songshur, look. Songshur looked instinctively, then his eyes widened as well. A white starlight rose from the far distance. East. That was. Songshur wasn't unfamiliar with breaking through the atmosphere, personally standing on the boundary between heaven and earth. But every time before, it was for conquest, and regardless of the outcome, the first priority after the battle was immediate retreat. Never before had he allowed himself to be dragged along by the planet's gravity, and in the leisurely moment of slowly falling, he could properly observe the world that had given birth to him. He could see it so clearly. From the distant east, the white starlight rose majestically, without the slightest concealment, its invincible momentum, undefeated for 20 years, like a sword piercing through the clouds. No, it shouldn't be called piercing. A vast and mighty force, threatening to completely overturn the cloud-covered sky and rebuild it anew. Song Shimming realized the other party's identity. The current Grand Marshal of the Northern Thunder Defense Line. In the sea of light at the Earth's core, Ming Xian Yuan crossed his arms with interest. In the equally distant south, a woman with long silver-gray hair remained silent, nodding slightly. Deep within the imperial court of the capital, the emperor slowly clapped his hands. And that wasn't all. From the corporate alliance to the Silent One society, from the ideal Eden to the desolate wasteland, countless people raised their heads and cast their gazes, catching a glimpse of that white light soaring straight to the heavens. In the new century since Isidore Senedi ascended to the throne, new psionicists have taken their first steps, embarking on the path to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The Grand Marshal, is he breaking through? The young man hesitated, unsure whether to speak thus. He sensed the meaning of this scene clearly, yet a deeper intuition told him that the other was simply advancing step by step, overcoming obstacle after obstacle. The dazzling white light lasted for a while. The endless divine light gradually faded, revealing a man who wasn't particularly tall. He gazed at the earth beneath his feet for a long, long time, before a hand slowly removed his military cloak. Fu Lantu. A peaceful voice, yet with the most turbulent force, swept across the 8 wastelands, resounding throughout the skies and earth of Terra. Do you dare to fight me? The world seemed to fall silent for a moment. Then, the sky covering the eastern continent collapsed. No, a more accurate term than sky. It was the way of heaven. The shattered sky was vast, beyond the scope of mere vastness, and a detached, majestic being slowly cast its gaze upon it. In a daze, it seemed as if an unimaginably vast palm lifted up the eastern continent, 49 crisscrossing, invisible chains tightly sealing its reality. And at this moment, those tightly sealing chains, one by one, began to break before the rising white light. Sixth ring consensus, Dao E Fu Lan Tu. He said, granted. In the next instant, both the heavenly Dao and the all-piercing white light vanished into Terra, crashing into the outermost darkness. The Grand Marshal ascends the throne. Songshur murmured softly, but received no response. He turned his head, and noticed that Renata's breathing had stopped sometime during the night. Is that so? Songshur closed his eyes, letting the gravity of the stars drag him down towards Terra. Farewell. Chapter 717. My name is Renata Clemens. I grew up in an orphanage, yes, not the Loyal Succession Academy. My mother supposedly died giving birth to me, bleeding profusely. My father was a habitual thief. When I was 3 years and 7 months old, he injured someone during a robbery and was hanged. According to the imperial code, a relative must be present during the execution. Perhaps not wanting others to see his wretched death, my father ultimately chose me to witness it. A priest carried me to the execution ground, watching my father weep bitterly. All of this happened very, very late, told to me by others. I am the descendant of a sinner. My childhood was uneventful. The orphanage provided shelter, but only shelter. Hungry bean soup and flatbread, fighting fiercely for a comfortable bed, sometimes ending up bloodied. This kind of life lasted for several years, until I gradually grew tired of it. Fortunately, I was outstanding enough to catch the eye of a nun at a convent. After a sermon at the orphanage, she smiled and took my hand, asking if I wanted to join the order. I thought for a moment, then nodded. That day, I took off my clothes, which were several sizes too big, put on my patched-up habit, was baptized as a nun candidate, and stood before the idol to swear an oath to dedicate everything to His Majesty the Emperor and give my life for the empire. The nuns were quite kind to me, even though their minds were filled with nothing but reciting scriptures. They weren't bad people. My fellow novice nuns, these stumbling fellows, whether out of their personalities or out of reverence, were always friendly to me. After lights out, we secretly take out the cold pies we hidden under our pillows and share them, cheeks puffed out, trying our best not to make a sound. Perhaps spending my whole life in this small monastery in this area wouldn't be a bad choice. I thought about it more than once. After all, my studies and exams are relatively easy. In the future, I could take the parish exams, get a good score, enter a prestigious church school, study medicine, and then travel around saving others. That wouldn't be bad, would it? Reality is never what we wish for. The ideal future is like distant mountains, within reach yet forever unattainable. The seal beneath the monastery was broken. A psychic entity from the temptation and lie quadrant escaped. It devoured Mara's mind, donned her skin, and brought about a tragedy. The nuns' kind and serious faces twisted into the same shape, then ours. A knife pierced Christine's throat, Farrell's neck was choked black and blue, Oliver and Willard tangled and fell into the well together. When Partridge was found, she was curled up in a ball, hiding in a cupboard. How come I never noticed how thin and small she was before? Listen to me, Partridge. Don't panic, breathe. Yes, that's it. Come on, deep breath, exhale, good. The situation is complicated now. You can stay here. No, come with me. I can protect you. Was her eardrums concussed during the earlier fight? What was she saying? Kill herself? I heard it. I heard it. That voice, it only wants one person, right? I can't do it, but you can, Renata, you can definitely avenge us. I give you my life. Gently, okay? I'm afraid of pain. She survived. The orphanage on the mountain had become a bloody arena of slaughter. She was the champion who survived to the end, dragging down the smug spectators from the stands and snapping their necks with her own hands. Was it painful? Yes, it was painful. Was it sorrowful? Yes, it was sorrowful. But anger far exceeded all of that. Far, far more. When the monks of the state church sensed something was wrong and rushed over, the girl sat quietly on the crimson-stained ruins of the monastery. She silently stared at the ugly remains of her nuns. After a long while, she spoke a single sentence. I won. She was powerful, more powerful than she had imagined. The nuns, after all, were too shallow. Their limited vision and dull hearts restricted them. This meant that even as they unearthed this rough gem within her, they never realized the extent of their talent until their deaths. The Inquisition and the 6 pillars of the Knights both extended olive branches to me. I chose the former. Those were cruel and brutal times. I won first place in my class and raised my sword against the grand judge observing the graduation ceremony. He accepted. Then I lost. 16, second ring. 20, breakthrough to the 3rd ring. 27, 4th ring, ascension achievement. 35, reached the pinnacle of the 4th ring. I don't know when it started, but people call me the holy judge, glory, or awe. To be honest, I don't really care. I used to think I just wanted to win, but later I realized what I truly wanted was to win what I wanted to win. I love the Empire. Because people can achieve happiness. Desire is the driving force behind success, but also the source of suffering. Most people have desires but lack the will and strength to act on them, so all that's left for them is suffering, the torment of constant back and forth, the torment of endless struggle. The accumulation of material possessions will never end, but faith can bring satisfaction to all. It is the only path to happiness, transcending social class and status, the wisest, and the most foolish are both qualified to walk it. It allows one to forget worldly desires, transcend the shackles of the mortal world, overcome material constraints, and attain spiritual fulfillment. No other power or nation can achieve this, not the enlightened, not Yinan, not even the Northern Thunder defense line. It sounds unbelievable, but I don't actually have much loyalty to His Majesty. No, I flawlessly complete every task assigned to me. My sword slices through the heads of heretics, my spear shatters the core of calamity, and I knock open the doors of the fallen, dragging them out of what they thought were safe havens. But I have no loyalty to His Majesty. What I truly uphold is the foundation of the empire, uniting millions of people, regardless of status or social standing, faith. At that time, I knelt on the cold floor, His Majesty looking down upon me. Frank. From the Emperor's perspective, this is utter disrespect. I should at least remove you from the Inquisition. But from a psychic's perspective, I should commend you, you done well. 30 years. I give you 30 years. After 30 years, come and challenge me. I will give you a chance to forge a god with your own hands. I walked out of the palace. Lenata Clemens once again put on her visor. Then. Holy judgment. As always. Chapter 718. Songshur opened his eyes. He didn't feel well. The uncontrollable aches and pains throughout his body weren't physical aches and pains, but a deeper, more profound pain, like having his bone marrow scraped with iron nails. Was this a side effect of breaking through to the fifth ring, true spirit? Or was it a temporary vulnerability period, like a spider shedding its shell? No, not that vulnerable. Songshur could feel the terrifying spiritual energy still surging within him, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas with a single thought, shattering the order of reality. The only difference from before was that the flow of spiritual energy now felt somewhat discordant, and his exquisitely precise control allowed him to feel this discordant dissipating at a visible speed. A transformation. Who? The white ceiling shone directly into his eyes. Songshur let himself lie on the bed, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. These past few days, he'd been inexplicably sleepy, waking up less and sleeping more. The memory of that day, after defeating Renata, is rather hazy. Renata's final blow was terrifying, leaving me severely weakened and disoriented. Much of what happened afterward was recounted by others. As I plummeted from space into the atmosphere, countless eyes were cast upon me from the heavens and earth of Terra during this freefall. Some prepared to intervene, while others tried to stop me. The first to lose patience was the Eastern Continent Republic, whose current president, Jun Tian-Shinkei, was the first to act. Like a spark igniting a frying pan, countless forces collided in the air. It is said that at the crucial moment, Chaklo intervened, unleashing 8 powerful attacks with earth-shattering force, repelling 4 forces and pulling me back to safety. Fifth ring, true spirit. Songshur raised his hand, watching the light stream through his fingers. Compared to his past self. What's different? The most direct experience. The world is different. The world seen by the psychic named Songshur is different. Natural humans with implanted prosthetic eyes can see the trajectory of dust particles in sunlight, spot the smallest pores on someone's face, make the night environment as bright as day, and move around normally without being affected. High-level psychics, especially those on the transcendent path, gradually build an observation system as they inscribe psychic techniques and complete extraordinary organs. Thermal sensing, the wavelength of light, the direction of airflow, gravitational fluctuations, even molecular-level precision. This also gives them a vision vastly different from ordinary people. But what he's encountering now is different from all of these. Why didn't he feel this blurry before? Songshur wondered. He turned his head. Sunlight streamed in through the window. The Roker Plains were always rich in solar resources, and Forge Light City was the most dazzling jewel in its crown, seemingly never to set. But now, this sunlight took on a new appearance in his eyes. It hadn't mutated into some bizarre form, nor had it sprouted inexplicable tentacles or molten worms. It was simply a deeper, more clear perception. A person born blind cannot imagine what light is like. If he were placed in a village where all the inhabitants were congenitally blind, without access to outside information, then for the people of that village, the concept of light wouldn't even exist in their worldview, let alone allow them to imagine a world other than darkness. Those psychics, who haven't reached the true spirit level, can't imagine this more clear world. A leaf before the eyes blocks out Mount Tai. Is this the scenery in Chakro, and the other's eyes? Songshur threw back the covers, preparing to get out of bed, only then realizing that the blanket wasn't dried in a dryer, but naturally air-dried, and had a strange smell. He didn't seem to have revealed his preference before? Personality profiling and data analysis again? Sigh, the path of consensus is indeed bleak, it might be replaced by technology one day. Concluding with a sense of peace, Songshur casually picked out a coat and put it on, walking to the window. A golden ocean rushed towards him. The skyscrapers, a rare sight in New Alamon Bay, were like roadside weeds, growing wildly if one wasn't careful. Glass facades merged into a shimmering ocean, and in the sweltering heat, shuttles and drones of all sizes achieved an at least astonishingly stable traffic order compared to most places in the Enterprise Alliance. These colorful tropical fish swam among the buildings. The once familiar metropolitan scenes now appeared new to my eyes, subtle and indescribable changes. Then, what about Isidore, Ming Xianyuan, and the others? Those beings who have already reached a height higher than the fifth ring, true spirit, and ascended to the god's throne, what kind of scenery do they see, compared to their own? And even, what about Amanya Kata? This legendary figure who has reached the end of the god's throne, glimpsed the first sliver of the seventh ring, the strongest in Terra. What a captivating world must appear in his eyes, the answer to that question. Songshur slowly smiled. Truly. I'm looking forward to it. The young man stopped gazing into the distance, snapped his fingers, and a ball of psionic flame appeared out of thin air beside him. No other meaning, just a simple greeting. Because in the perception of a psionicist, in the center of Forged Light City, stood a dazzling star, a star more radiant than the sunlight that illuminated the entire city, a star that could not be ignored, like a star appearing in broad daylight. That star stood on the same level as him, perhaps even more powerful. The Enlightener, the current commander-in-chief, a fifth-ring balance. The rebel, Chaklo Vaughn, at that moment, another fifth-ring psionicist, having completed his transformation, calmly greeted the other. Less than a breath later, the star flickered, steadily returning the greeting. Songshur laughed heartily, leaned back, and settled into his chair. Even a psychic who has reached the fifth ring, the true spirit realm, still has limitations. Songshur assessed his perception. It was much stronger than at the fourth ring, but its range was still far from encompassing the entire continent. There was one exception. His perception expanded, like the dispelling of dark vision in a game, slowly bringing Forged Light City into view, even extending beyond the city walls. As the distance increased, the perceived information became increasingly blurred, gradually fading back into darkness. But one thing was different. Beyond the limits of his perception, in the vast darkness, several stars hung on the earth, their light shining brightly, breaking through the shackles of darkness and telling Songshur of their existence. Those were the true spirits of the Enterprise Alliance. Chapter 719. Songshur flipped out of the window. A passerby glanced over and saw someone jump straight down from a distant building. The initial shock vanished in an instant, and the passerby immediately activated the life snapshot function of his prosthetic eye, ready to rate the person's jumping posture. Unfortunately, after falling less than a few dozen meters, the person suddenly stopped falling, then flashed a light, soared into the sky, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The passerby couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that his rare moment of relaxation on his way to work was gone. Sigh. Songshur didn't pay any attention to the other person. He wasn't part of the consensus, and had no interest in prying into other people's thoughts. At most, he'd say that the average moral standard of the corporate alliance members was indeed worrying. Soaring into the sky, looking down from above. Songshur intentionally suppressed his senses, allowing himself to appreciate the current state of casting Light City primarily through seeing. The icy, dark landscape of years past, like a fleeting dream, left few traces. Facilities and urban planning designed for sub-zero temperatures have been radically transformed by the enlightened ones, replaced by new versions suited to the scorching heat. The once invaluable geothermal heating network, now covered in thick layers of dust, has been dismantled. Many in the slums fought tooth and nail at the landfills for a scrap of flammable waste to avoid freezing to death on the streets. Now, over 90% of the slums have been razed and rebuilt, yet some still enthusiastically scavenging for trash. Not surprising. After all, landfills can indeed yield valuable finds. Songshur watched as a few furtive individuals triggered an alarm at a landfill below, only to be chased away by the landfill manager with guns and dogs. He thought to himself, even the fat left over from liposuction can be used to make soap, not to mention the scattered mechanical parts and electronic components. He encountered many highly skilled individuals in this field back in the day, who claimed they could create mesh from scratch with just their bare hands if given a junkyard. The atmosphere is much better now. Songshur shifted his gaze. As a Deyuan, his sensitivity to his environment was undeniably a strength. The city's atmosphere, Something that should have been intangible became a tangible reality in the young man's eyes. Compared to the casting light city under the giant corporation Fu Bo energy of his memory, the new casting light city, now taken over by enlighteners, had, after years of persistent effort, greatly alleviated its once harsh and oppressive atmosphere, now deserving of the brilliant sunlight streaming down from the sky. He already hit rock bottom. There was always an upward climb. Could there be a more brutal form of rule than a corporate alliance? Songsher pondered for a moment. Well, hard to say. But one thing remained unchanged. Whether it was the former Forge City or the current new Forge City, that urgent, hurried torrent formed by countless people. If the society of the Van Pusta Empire was a mirror lake, calm and peaceful on the surface despite the undercurrents within, then the corporate alliance was the complete opposite. Everyone in the corporate alliance had their own pressing tasks. Songsher watched for a while, then looked away and plunged down. The Enlighteners' base in Forge City. Also, the current location of the rebel Chaklo Vaughn. Unauthorized entry into the airspace of a military base, according to the Enlighteners' security regulations, only grants one warning opportunity. If the other party does not respond or continues to venture deeper, the station members are immediately granted permission to open fire, turning them into thieves on the spot. However, upon seeing the flames and the newcomer's face, the heavily fortified anti-aircraft defenses immediately went silent, allowing the newcomer to land. Brother Song is here. Almost immediately after landing, a swarm of people appeared, rushing towards them. Some scaled walls and obstacles as if they were nothing. Some rode on motorized skateboards, whistling as they charged. Others simply jumped, flames shooting from their feet, leaping hundreds of meters in one go. Still others used drones on their consciousness chains to share vision and fly over to meet the young man in their place. The Enlighteners started with superhuman individual combat and special operations, recruiting members from a diverse and complex background. They accept all sorts of people, like the current head of the intelligence department, the Fourth Ring Consensus, Heavenly Demon Bieni Shinju, who was originally a conman who had been imprisoned after a failed attempt. This has led to a relatively loose atmosphere within the Enlighteners. And now, with various factions using their own methods, things are quite chaotic. Brother Song, hold on a minute, I need to ask you something. The first to arrive was the skateboarding expert. With a quick step, his skateboard lifted off the ground, then he effortlessly pulled it back, stopping it gracefully in front of Songsher. He hesitated for a moment, then finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Song, you really reached the fifth ring? You're not just bluffing, are you? Yes. Songsher nodded. Just kidding. This left the skateboarding expert speechless. To avoid further embarrassment, he immediately burst into laughter, laughing 3 times in a row, then realized that this seemed even more awkward. A man with a literal tiger-like face pushed past him. This guy, whose head had been drastically altered, stared wide-eyed. I heard everything. You went and fought those fanatics, taking down 33 living saints in one go, and finally, after achieving ultimate transcendence, challenged their emperor, and broke through on the spot. The more Songsher listened, the more outrageous it seemed. It was uncertain whether the empire even had a double-digit number of living saints, let alone 33, who had been defeated within the empire's borders. Living saints relied on terrain advantage and, when in doubt, on their beacons of faith. 33 living saints? If a fight broke out, he'd be killed on the spot. As for the current emperor, Emmanuel Kata, one could only say that Ming Xianyuan had suffered at his hands. Then Songsher nodded without changing his expression. Where did you hear all this? It's mostly true, though slightly exaggerated. After rambling on for a while, the environment suddenly fell silent. The skateboarding expert, Tiger Head Bro, and many others, surrounding them in layers, looked at each other for a while, then coughed a few times. Anyway, welcome back? Just then, a sharp whistle sounded from afar. Damn! The inspectors are here. Hearing the whistle, the crowd, layer upon layer, instantly collapsed, scattering like birds and beasts, each using their own methods, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye, like a bucket of water poured down a drain, leaving only swirling hot air. Songsher stood for a few seconds, then shrugged. The next second, before the inspectors even arrived, he transformed into a ball of fire, disappearing from his spot, heading towards the depths of the base where Chakalo was already waiting. At the 5th ring of the True Spirit Realm, to be honest, he did have some questions to ask. Chapter 720. When Songsher saw Chaklo, the man was breathing steadily, leaning back in his chair, even leisurely sipping his drink and watching television. No after effects at all? Songsher raised an eyebrow. Didn't they say you knocked down several 5th ring cultivators? How come you did it so effortlessly? Just a rumor. Chaklo turned around. We didn't go for a fight to the death. We exchanged a few blows and then retreated. Also, he thought for a moment, then confirmed. If we're only talking about the fifth ring, maybe someone is stronger than me. But in terms of post-battle recovery, I should be number one. Songsher sighed. That's true. Since the day he achieved reversal, the man before him had almost never been seriously injured, except for the blow he received from the God Throne. With the ability of reversal, even if he was seriously injured now, as long as he successfully retreated, he would return in full force within a few days if the enemy wasn't careful. It must be admitted that the other party was far superior to him in this aspect. However, Songsher's gaze shifted to the other side, his expression subtle. Why were you holed up underground watching Zenria Setsuna's concert alone? On the screen, a girl, seemingly the focus of all the world's brilliance, stood on a grand stage bathed in neon lights, singing with abandon. She proudly raised her hand, a glistening bead of sweat sliding down her platinum blonde hair. Songsher glanced at the description in the upper right corner. This was the super idol Zenria Setsuna's core meltdown. Sweet apocalypse. A pink nuclear explosion scene X, the final concert before the world restarts. The description went on and on, a long string of details that made his head spin. Songsher, take another look, Chakro said gently. Hearing this, Songsher became interested and observed carefully for a while. Interesting. Songsher's pupils were like fire reflecting in glass. Zen Ryusuna is already ready. Not bad. Chakro pressed the pause button, shifting his gaze from the platinum streak beauty. He shook his head slightly. War is brewing. She's ready to break through to the fifth ring at any moment. It will be very troublesome, Songsher objectively assessed. Zen Ryusuna was already a fourth ring cultivator, having already broken her predetermined death. It was said that entering the fifth ring was merely a matter of wanting or not wanting, not being able. And he knew this wasn't just a claim, but reality. One of the reasons Zen Ryusuna hadn't chosen to break through was that she had chosen the path of faith, especially as a consensus psychic. If the power of faith was a double-edged sword for other paths, then for consensus, it was a double-edged sword amplified many times over. Those countless, complex, and ever-changing desires, formed by those who believe in her, love her, and yearn for her, could easily backfire and corrupt themselves if not handled properly. For a psychic with an extreme pursuit of self, this is far too fatal. But now, Zen Ryusuna has finally ended its long-standing stagnation, climbing to even greater heights under the pressure of the war. Or perhaps, it's another possibility. The other party has gained some understanding, resolved the various problems brought about by faith, and therefore has no more reservations. But whatever the possibility, it doesn't diminish the other party's formidable nature. The high pressure, bloodshed, and despair under the shadow of war are the best soil for nurturing and giving rise to religion. Even an ordinary person without the strength to kill a chicken, as long as they have some eloquence, has a chance to raise a small underground cult. I have witnessed far more than one such example during the Seven Earths War of the Infinite Myriad phenomena. Zenria Setsuna was neither weak nor merely eloquent. The pinnacle of the Fourth Ring Consensus, the leading figure in the faith path of Terra besides the Empire. With the new wave of the Seven Earths War, it wouldn't be impossible for her to increase her current fanbase tenfold. The fervent, selfless wave of millions of people is as fragile as dust to Fifth Ring psychics, insignificant, but for some Fifth Ring psychics, it is an extremely difficult constraint to overcome. Shall we go and kill them now? Songsher cautiously suggested. Chakro choked immediately, nearly spilling his half-finished drink. Let's leave that aside for now. He tapped the table, and the liquid in his glass visibly rose again. The man gazed at the young man, pondered for a few moments, and said slowly and deliberately, "How is the scenery of the true spirit?" Songsher asked without hesitation. Having seen 4K video, you can't possibly tolerate 360p anymore. You passed? Chaklo nodded. There was a judging ceremony. Just kidding. Chaklo spread his hands. Yeah, there's something else I wanted to ask. Songsher pulled up a chair and sat down. Renata? The Empire didn't intervene. They only took Renata Clemens's body, a handful of ashes. As if recalling that day's scene, Chaklo answered, "The funeral has been held." I see. Songsher nodded. As he said this, Chaklo looked in a certain direction, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling, reaching the atmosphere, and even above it. It was as if he had witnessed some earth-shattering scene, and the man's face couldn't help but change slightly. They are still fighting. Dao Yi Fu Lan too. Northern Thunder Defense Line, Grand Marshal. The old and new divine thrones are engaged in a battle outside Terra that will determine its fate. I saw it a long time ago. Songshur was also looking in that direction. For most people, today's daytime was no different from yesterday's night, nothing more. But in Songshur's perception, above the sun and the evening moon, two new, imposing beings appeared, comparable to them. Admittedly, compared to the sun and the evening moon, their presence was much fainter. Probably only those in the fifth ring and a handful of fourth rings were qualified to sense them. However, whether their presence was faint or strong, they were there. True spirits. Chakro slowly rubbed his fist. Understand now? Yes. Songshur raised his index finger and tapped his brow. If we consider the world as a torrent, then we, the onyx, even chickens, ducks, and dogs, are all just part of this vast, sweeping current. Even psionicists, those who have reached the fourth ring ascension, are only slightly stronger, qualified to occasionally stop or leap out of the torrent for a moment, to catch their breath, and then fall back down and be submerged again the next second. But true spirits. A deep crimson light gradually shone in the depths of Songshur's pupils. We have already leaped out of this torrent, no longer bound or swept away. Exactly. Chaklo agreed, then recounted a little-known story. I awakened my psionic abilities at 15, and relying on this power, I did some foolish things. Well, good thoughts, foolish actions. Later, the local enlightened ones noticed me, sent someone to contact me, and invited me to join. A rare look of reminiscence crossed Chakro's eyes. I had long been dissatisfied with the company's actions and harbored hatred, so I agreed on the spot. After that, it was just a smooth, uneventful ascent. Chakro's tone remained almost unchanged as he said this, and then Songshur realized that the other hadn't actually said unremarkable. It was something his subconscious had added. It's not that I never failed, but I certainly lost less often. It was only after receiving systematic instruction that I gradually realized my talent was quite high. At that time, I firmly believed I could break through to the fifth ring. However, after reaching the peak of the fourth ring, I entered a long period of stagnation, unable to move forward, unable to see the path to further advancement. Chakro shook his head. At that time, the situation of the enlightened ones was really not good. The previous commander-in-chief was severely injured in the Freedom Revolution and could die at any time. Suyu had only recently broken through to the fifth ring, and his strength wasn't particularly strong. Once his teacher passed away, it's difficult for an individual to support an enlightener. According to our assessment at the time, the probability of the company launching a total annihilation war during this gap period reached over 67%. I was a highly anticipated, meticulously cultivated rising star. Chaklo paused, then changed his words. I was almost 40 then, and actually couldn't really be considered a rising star. The pressure was considerable. I hesitated for a time, doubting my ability to break through to the fifth ring, Chaklo said frankly, but in the end, I succeeded. I shattered my destined death, and broke through my own true spirit. The man extended his hand, revealing his palm. Songshur, I got here a few years earlier than you, so I have a bit of the qualifications to talk about these things. From my current perspective, the first ring, awakening, is what makes the seed in our heart sprout. The second and third rings are all building upon that foundation. And the fourth ring, sublimation. Chaklo made a gesture of overturning. If we say that before it was like continuously stacking building blocks to build a structure, no matter how beautiful or ingenious its appearance, it's still essentially just building blocks. A strong wind will blow it down in the blink of an eye. So, we shatter ourselves and recast ourselves, which is equivalent to remembering all the external and internal details of this structure, and then casting it into a single whole, achieving the transformation from building blocks to a unique whole. There's no need to explain this, is there? It's all basic knowledge, Songshur said, still lazily adding, this is also why the third ring's counterattack against the fourth ring is so incredibly troublesome. If we're just scoring, a beautiful and ingenious structure will naturally get a higher score, but if we only look at actual strength, when the two collide, it's the building blocks that will collapse. The difference between the third ring, control, and the fourth ring, sublimation, is qualitative. If we only consider potential, the achievements of some exceptionally talented individuals will clearly not stop at the fourth ring. Even so, to have them fight a fourth ring battle while still at the third ring, even if the latter's talent and aptitude are inferior to the former's, winning would be incredibly difficult. Chaklo seemed not to have heard the other's words, patiently waiting a moment before continuing. The sublimation of the fourth ring gives us an incredibly solid foundation, enabling us to support our awakening true spirit. Chaklo flipped his hand, and the spiritual energy known as denial and rejection flowed lightly between his fingers. This was the power the man had acquired in his first four rings, which had earned him his formidable reputation. During his years as a field agent for the Enlightened Ones, he was a figure who left corpses strewn across the battlefield. Unfortunately, even so, Chaklo Vaughn's ranking on the KDA leaderboard circulating on the Corporate Alliance website remained consistently low, a regrettable situation. Sighed the company. Songshur, do you know the structure of a hospital? Chaklo suddenly asked an unrelated question. Songshur pondered for a moment. Registration desk, payment window, and consultation room? More or less. Chaklo affirmed, then corrected. Administration building, departments handling different illnesses, laboratory, operating rooms, administrative offices. He spread his arms, making a gesture of kneading them into a ball. These different functional blocks combine to form what we call a hospital. It can help you castrate your reproductive organs, remove cancerous tumors, treat fevers, implant prosthetics, and provide psychological treatment. It can be further subdivided, but essentially, they are all the same thing. Songshur said it for the other person, healing and saving lives. Exactly. Restaurants, municipal centers, power stations, automated factories, any building can be subdivided like this. Chaklo casually rattled off a series of examples. But when we ultimately refer to these buildings, we don't say it's a complex entity composed of administrative buildings, departments, operating rooms, etc., but simply hospital. True spirit, that's it, Chaklo said. The psionic arts from the first to the fourth ring have become an inseparable part of ourselves. They possess numerous effects, making us extraordinary and granting us powers that seem unbelievable to others. The whole they form, and the collective term derived from this whole, is our true spirit. The denial and rejection on Chaklo's hand suddenly vanished. In less than a 10,000th of a second, a new power was born, a terrifying psychic energy powerful enough to force reality to grovel before the will of the individual. Reversal. This is my true spirit after reaching the fifth ring. Chaklo displayed his psychic power, his tone tinged with a hint of exhilaration. The 5 rings have 3 stages. Reversal, reversing life and death, the paradox of reversal. I have reached the limit of the 2nd stage, and glimpsed the true face of the 3rd stage. Wang Chunlai, one of the only 2 generals of the former Northern Thunder defense line, known as 5 phases reincarnation, had said the same thing. 5 phases reincarnation endless life, 5 phases reincarnation destruction of the 5 punishments, 5 phases reincarnation the beginning of chaos. The opponent had also reached the 2nd stage, but it wasn't yet stable, clearly inferior to Chaklo Vaughn at this moment. These past few days while I was asleep, my consciousness was actually constantly floating and sinking. I didn't sleep comfortably at all. Songshur's voice rang out leisurely. I saw many strange and wonderful things, and also many very familiar things. They floated and swayed with me, and when I finally opened my eyes, they all disappeared completely. I tossed and turned, searching here and there, and after a long time, I finally found the only thing left. Chaklo looked directly at the young man. What's its name? Songshur grinned. Annihilation. Chapter 721. Songshur didn't lie. At that time, with the final strike of the tenfold heavenly rift, as he blasted down Renata Clemens, another blurry existence was also shattered by him. But immediately afterward, he let gravity pull him down, and his consciousness drifted into a state of flux. It was like a dream. What he saw in detail was now unknown, and only fragmented pieces remained in his memory. These days, sometimes he saw endless flames engulfing the sky and earth, burning everything in their path. Sometimes he returned to the orphanage in Uli County, where everyone was packed up and stuffed into a factory, forced to do unpaid labor for the orphanage director and factory owner. But concrete images only occupied a small part of his life. More often than not, the visions were hazy and strange, defying all reason. A pitch-black sun devoured everything, plunging the world into eternal darkness. A divine bird, ruling the southern stars, trembled its fiery wings, causing the stars to tremble. Golden rivers, like mist and rosy clouds, flowed through the realms, and even deep black flames ignited, as if burying an ancient battlefield of millions, surging with violent killing intent. These phenomena intertwined and confused, like unbreakable chains, binding and dragging down one's will. It was as if one was destined to float and sink forever, without end. But one refused. And so, the moment this thought arose, the dream shattered. This was also the first time one had awakened since defeating Renata Clemens. From what I understand, the circumstances of each person's breakthrough to the 5th ring are quite different. Chaklo didn't show any surprise after listening. At that time, I suddenly felt as if I saw every law governing the workings of the world. Their entirety was generously displayed before me, as clear as the lines on the palm of my hand. You know how much that attraction for balance is. Songshur naturally understood. I was no exception. I became completely absorbed. Well, absorbed is a milder word. At the time, I was even more obsessed than the most devoted fans of the virtual streamers under the Dust Contract generation. I was practically oblivious to the outside world, like a wooden puppet. But I gradually realized this wasn't good. There were many more important things, more important people waiting for me to return. Chakro's hand slowly clenched. He said, besides, even if every law and principle governing the world were laid bare before me, what good would it do? Should I try to grasp them all? No, that's not my path. Chakro shook his head. I reached out and chose one of them. In that instant, I completely broke free from that state of obsession and achieved the true fifth ring, true spirit. The one Chakro chose was clearly reversal. I only realized it after I woke up, Songshur sighed. If I hadn't broken through this barrier, I would have been a vegetable for life. Renata asked me if I had reached the fifth ring, and I told her I had. Songshur seemed quite regretful. Looking back now, I actually lied to her. At that time, my state was only halfway through the breakthrough. This dream was the remaining half. Chaklo pondered for a moment, then expressed his confusion. Since you woke up so early, why were you still sleeping for the next few days? It's a rare rest time, so I definitely want to enjoy it. Songshur answered matter-of-factly, then countered, hiring psychics basically don't need sleep anymore, and neither do I. I just happen to have a chance to relive my childhood, so why would I rush out of bed? He shrugged. I don't have to go to work. Chakra was speechless. I bet your next question is, what is annihilation? Songshur raised his index finger. Theoretically speaking, this kind of trump card must be well hidden and not easily revealed. After all, a momentary lapse in attention can lead to the deaths of many. But It's time for a fight. Chakra raised his hand to interrupt, concisely stating, how about it? His words trailed off, replaced by an uncontrollable burst of laughter. It really is. The venue? Chakra stood up. This place is enough for a trial. Songshur also stood up. This hall, located on the 20th underground floor, was quite spacious, enough to accommodate thousands of people at once. But for two psionicists who had reached the fifth ring, true spirit, it was far too small. Just a simple test. No longer barehanded, a flame flashed in Songshur's hand, revealing an impatient, deadly intent. Isn't it a little boring? Chakla's lips curled into a slight smile. The next second, both vanished from their spots. At the same time, in a corner of Forge Light City, someone suddenly looked up. One of the core members of the Enlighteners, now the garrison of Forge Light City, a fourth ring beyond, the Rift, Cornelius Beard, renowned for his spatial folding technology and beyond visual range attacks. Like other Beyond S skilled in beyond visual range attacks, his internal multispectral observation system, painstakingly built, was far more crucial than his visible firepower. Because of this, his perception was significantly stronger than his peers, making him the first person in Forge Light City to notice what had happened. Started right after waking up? Quite energetic. Cornelius Beard's subconsciously tense back slowly relaxed, and he leaned back in his chair, tossing a candy into his mouth. He shook his head, no longer paying attention, and opened his prosthetic eye's view to continue scrolling through short videos. Wow! Those perfectly rifling grooves, that gleaming barrel, and that beautifully coiled trigger. Watching the streamer skillfully disassemble the gun in the video, the man was incredibly impressed and couldn't help but shower the streamer with gifts. Sky. Two streaks of energy swept straight through the sea of clouds, like intertwined spirals of a new generation of supersonic fighter jets, instantly piercing the atmosphere and rapidly departing from Forge Light City. That's enough. Songshur stopped. The Roker Plain, once known as a fertile land with abundant water, flourished for a time. However, due to the ravages of past wars and the devastation caused by the former Fubo energy, large areas are now desolate and ruined, like unsightly scars smeared on a golden canvas. He was standing in a desolate mountainous region, barren, with towering rock formations. The oppressive heat permeated the mountains, creating a hellish atmosphere, as if even space itself was distorted. Once we start fighting, there will probably be quite a few satellites moving over. Songshur said casually, carrying the heavy killer. Shall we take down a few? No need for that. Chaklo stretched out his hand. Then an invisible barrier rose. In his perception, an invisible, intangible, cube-shaped barrier rose, rapidly expanding until it instantly swelled to a colossal size capable of encompassing mountains. It was as if a god high in the sky was slowly inverting a cube-shaped bowl over this mountainous region. Psychic Art Insulator. I used to use it for defense. It saved me many times. Within the massive barrier, Chaklo gradually rose, eventually settling at a height of 1,000 meters above the ground. For now, it'd probably be enough to block external observation. In front of the young man, his left hand gripped the wrist of his other hand, slowly moving it, producing a crisp, cracking sound. Then, he released his grip. The man gently reminded him, "Get ready, I'm going in." Chapter 722. Songshur glanced at the distant mountains. To the naked eye, they appeared no different from before, but in his perception, a towering, all-encompassing city wall had risen, sealing off the area. He raised his sword and swung it down. Flames surged past, leaving ripples in the air. No ripples, not even the slightest abnormality. It was as if a bullet had been fired under absolutely zero resistance, encountering no obstruction whatsoever. The barrier erected by the psionic technique insulator didn't even make a hissing sound, like a thin mosquito net being silently eroded by a glowing cigarette butt. The insulator was breached? Chakro's mind stirred slightly, but he immediately rejected the judgment. The insulator effect was a barrier resisting external influences, a component of his rule of rejection. Back in his youth, he had been able to withstand heavy artillery fire using the insulator. Now, at the pinnacle of the second stage of true spirit, even the attack array of a space carrier wouldn't be able to break through it in a short time. However, facing a psionicist who had also entered the true spirit stage, especially one renowned for their incredible destructive power, the insulator was clearly not an impenetrable barrier. The man had already anticipated the insulator being broken, but the current situation, no, not broken. Frankly, he wasn't particularly talented in environmental and spatial manipulation. It was barely adequate. However, now that the insulator covered the entire area, he had a clearer understanding of the current situation. Songshur's strike, rather than breaking the insulator, was clearly annihilation, a more accurate description being wipeout. Where the flames passed, everything tangible and intangible vanished. To use an analogy, to save money, many painters, after finishing a painting, don't change to new paper, but instead apply another layer of paint and start painting again. The battle between psionicists is similar. Their wills collide repeatedly, molding reality into their desired shape. If reality is a sheet of paper nailed to a board, then Songshur's strike wasn't just applying paint, but directly tearing the paper apart. A drastic, fundamental attack. I see, Chaklo nodded. This is annihilation. The gap created in the insulator showed no signs of healing, as if it had always been there. Extremely extreme psionic energy, Chaklo commented. If you were to unleash it freely, the environmental damage would be immeasurable. Extreme is synonymous with powerful. So you're saying that? Songshur twirled his sword. Every single one of the 5th rings is extreme. Chaklo, your reversal, isn't that an off-the-charts ability too? That's true, Chaklo hummed, succinctly stating, all out, here it comes. In a daze, a magnificent divine light seemed to blaze forth in a fraction of a second, then collapsed in the same fraction of a second. And what remained after the divine light faded was a fist. Nothing extra was added. It wasn't like Isidore's overwhelming, invincible momentum of victory after victory, nor like Ming Xianyuan's domineering, I am the world attitude. It was just a fist, pure, ordinary, a fist clenched tightly by 5 fingers. The only problem was absurdly hard. Liuli Guan controlled even the smallest details. The instant before Chakro attacked, Songshur prepared, naturally responding with an attack against an attack, using annihilation to propel calamity of destruction. All surrounding phenomena trembled in fear, then vanished in an instant. But this attack failed to obliterate the oncoming fist. Instead, it was shattered by the latter. He promised to go all out. He did go all out. Before the fist could land, Songshur suddenly activated Soaring Sky, flying backward. One could see that the fist that had directly faced annihilation of destruction was mangled and bloody. Even the exposed, ghastly finger bone showed visible cracks. Even Chakro Vaughn was quite vulnerable to annihilation. But these shocking injuries ultimately did not affect the strength of his clenched fingers. Even these injuries were slowly but steadily healing, or rather, reversing back to their initial state. Ha ha ha. As expected, it was only natural. I'm not the only one moving forward. Songshur burst into laughter as he retreated. He had already sensed it. Compared to the battle at the Sky Data Tower, Chakro Vaughn had taken another step forward. Before the laughter had even subsided, another punch was already upon him. At the same time, Songshur felt as if he had suddenly fallen to the bottom of a deep abyss, an immense pressure squeezing in from all directions. He felt as if he had been turned into a tiny insect in amber, unable to move an inch. This was the psionic energy of rejection. Everything was rejecting him. Chakra was using this power to try to restrict his movement, ensuring the punch landed squarely. Facing resistance from all directions, this time, Songshur did not choose to move. He simply raised his heavy slayer's sword, seemingly aimlessly, casually slashing out, yet also as if aiming at the entire world. Annihilation. The resistance pressing in from all directions, about to be crushed, erupted with unimaginable spiritual energy at its center. It spread out in all directions, and all the resistance bore an unbearable weight, silently, or rather, forced to perish silently, becoming nothingness itself. This canvas-bearing reality was torn to shreds with unparalleled violence. But how could merely destroying the resistance brought by rejection withstand the ensuing punch from Chakra? In the instant after all things perished, a sea of crimson gold fire roared up. The new canvas that replaced reality was nailed back to its original planks. It started as a spark, then rapidly expanded, unleashing a raging torrent of flames, boundless and rampant. Chakalo's insulator had defined 100 square kilometers, using it as a small battlefield for both sides. In a flash, within the blink of an eye, that 100 square kilometers was engulfed in flames. Just as I expected. A huge vacuum appeared in the sea of fire, like dough that had been fermented and filled a bowl, then struck hard, leaving a deep dent. Chakalo slowly withdrew his hand. This was the result of his punch, but the youth who should have hit him had vanished. Annihilation struck at the root, tearing the canvas apart. Then, the battlefield unfolded. Unrivaled in all paths, great source control over the environment was unmatched. The opponent used his own domain to create a new canvas, forcibly anchoring the advantage of terrain firmly to his side. Finally, I can get rid of the false. Songshur's silhouette reappeared in the sea of fire. A world unto itself. Chapter 723. Within the corporate alliance, every spectator passionate about the Super Sports Alliance, SSA, understands just how vast the difference in performance between away and home games between major clubs can be. Indeed, it's unsettling. Chaklo looked at his palm. The wounds inflicted by annihilation had mostly healed. The cracked, burned skin had regrowed, and the bright red muscle fibers once again enveloped his finger bones. The winding cracks that covered them had mostly closed, leaving only a few barely perceptible fissures. These were wounds that couldn't heal, or more accurately, wounds that required time and effort to repair. It wasn't exactly difficult, but in a high-intensity battle, there wouldn't be such ample time. This is the destructive power of annihilation? To leave such injuries, after only a preliminary breakthrough to the fifth ring, certainly extreme. I encountered quite a few great sources, and you all love to flood the field. Chaklo looked around at the sea of crimson gold and smiled. This is the first time I felt this uncomfortable. If you're really feeling uncomfortable, could you please stop smiling for a moment? Songshur clicked his tongue. Discomfort and laughter are never opposites. Chaklo shook his head, correcting him seriously. If discomfort prevents laughter, then the enlightened ones would be crying out in despair long ago. Truly befitting the leadership. Songshur replied casually. They certainly know how to reason. The young man's attention was mostly focused on the other man. His own field was already top tier in the past, but now, after being cleared by annihilation, its strength was far greater than before. It was a complete transformation. However, on this canvas that replaced reality, a conspicuous stain, no, it should be said, a pebble, was forcibly embedded within, unmoved. Psionic art, Vaughn's refutation. A psionic art created by Chakro Vaughn during his third ring. It is also one of the cornerstones of his rule of denial. At this moment, centered on the man, denial and rejection resonated together, forcefully shielding him from the effects of the sea of fire to the greatest extent possible. Both methods isolate external influences, but Chakro's move is fundamentally different from his own boundless. He leaps out of his existing environment, creating a new environment centered on himself, thus isolating himself, while the other remains within his existing environment. Then, like a steel reef standing in the tide, connected to the earth's roots, no amount of splashing water can shake him. Even he himself felt helpless. Songshur had to admit it. Right now, it seems, perhaps, maybe, probably, he really can't beat Chakro. Oh! Chakro looked over, realized the gap. Where's the gap? Songshur remained unfazed. I don't think I lose today. If you're asking me to stand still and take your full power, a perfect 100% heavenly strike, Chakro waved his hand. I'm telling you beforehand, I refuse. Am I that kind of person? Songshur was annoyed. Chakro smiled. Yes, I am. Song Shi's vision suddenly darkened. Since achieving Liu Guan, regardless of the light or darkness of the environment, his vision was always clear and unaffected. But this momentary darkness, Song Shi realized it was clearly an illusion caused by the oppression of his senses when facing extreme danger. A chilling sense of crisis erupted from the depths of his heart. Before he could even loudly denounce his opponent's sneak attack, Song Shi's spiritual energy surged, and the vast sea of fire churned, transforming into an unbelievable, terrifying torrent. If unity of heaven and man was about cultivating good relations with the judges, then self-made world was a step further. He had simply replaced the judges with himself. He was now both contestant and judge, manipulating the arena at will without restraint. Endless spiritual flames boiled, forging flames and calamity flames intertwined, instantly giving the sea of fire a new form. The former sculpted countless weapons, while the latter imbued these mere forms with the brutal killing intent of an ancient battlefield. Slashing forward. If it weren't for Chaklo's insulator sealing the battlefield, this single strike would have caused the mountains to collapse, creating a deep, volcanic rift valley stretching for tens of kilometers, drawing in molten lava. But such a strike was not enough. A chilling sense of crisis still reverberated. It showed no signs of dissipating. Time seemed to slow down a millionfold, allowing Song Shi to see every minute detail. The weapons formed from the sea of flames, these dark, deep-set blades, brimming with killing intent, collapsed instantly as they met the oncoming attack, transforming into a real tide. That was. Song Shi was familiar with this feeling. Back in the battle at the Sky Data Tower, his opponent had fought Dwight Brooks, Ogden Christopher, and Zenria Setsuna alone. The four-way battle was earth-shattering, and in the final moments, each unleashed their ultimate moves. And now, it was the same move that Chaklo Vaughn had used back then. Psionic art, perfect state of silence. From the moment a psychic embarks on their path, amidst countless choices and intertwined emotions of love and hate, they achieve a completeness unique to themselves. There is no such thing as innate holiness. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they all possess past experiences. Perfect state of stillness, a new psychic technique born from the hands of the rebel, is a terrifying power that reverses the present completeness of the individual to the past incompleteness, a power of simultaneous negation and reversal. Before it, the fused structure brought about by sublimation returns to the state of pieced-together blocks, the true spirit brought about by true spirit, transformed from all past psychic abilities, will sink again, returning to oblivion. Information about this move circulated in their consciousness. The man had generously described it during a casual conversation. However, these verbal descriptions proved utterly pale and powerless in the face of this single strike. Then, the fist came. One punch again. First, everything shattered, then the crimson gold of the psionic flames faded instantly. They were still psionic flames, but no longer fifth-ring psionic flames. They had reverted to an earlier, more immature state. And how could an earlier, more immature psionic flame possibly withstand Chaklo Vaughn? But not all. Song Shi sneered. They were both fifth ring. Chakro's psionic technique, perfect state of silence, was indeed terrifying beyond measure, sending chills down his spine, but it still couldn't change all the psionic flames currently covering 100 square kilometers. True, killing doesn't require changing everything. Changing the psionic flames blocking the way is enough. But this was only true for Chakro. For him, it meant one thing. At this moment, there were still enough psionic flames to be mobilized. The fist, arriving from afar, struck its target. The moment the outer sea of fire collapsed inward, it indiscriminately engulfed both sides, transforming into a miniature sun 10 kilometers in diameter. Then, boom. Chapter 724. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Do they really have to make such a fuss? Cornelius Beard jumped up from his chair and walked to the French windows. His gaze swept across 470 kilometers, witnessing a cataclysmic scene unfolding on the desolate plains. A miniature sun rose on the horizon. No, it should be called a fireball, even more dazzling than the sun, a crimson gold fireball. It seemed as if a transparent glass box had been placed over it. The expanding waves of flame paused for a moment, revealing a compressed surface. The next instant, the glass box, unable to bear the weight, shattered completely, and an endless sea of fire, like a flood bursting its banks, suddenly spread, threatening to engulf the entire plain. Fortunately, an invisible hand descended in time. It caused the surging sea of flames to subside, and the cataclysmic scene dissipated at a visible speed, returning to normal in less than a minute, if one ignored the enormous crater that had replaced the original mountains. More than the physical destruction, Cornelius Beard was concerned about something else. His senses told him that some force had altered the environment. A deeper, more complex one. Even with his vast database and analytical modules, he couldn't immediately arrive at a concrete answer. Like the commander-in-chief. Is it a true spirit? At the same moment. Wasteland. A definite and effective countermeasure. Chaklo glanced at his tattered, burned clothes and the accompanying, shockingly modeled wounds, and gave an affirmative assessment. Then, he withdrew his fist, which had been pressed against Songshi's chest. TSK. Songshi scratched his hair, a miscalculation. My perfect stillness is indeed not good at dealing with targets over a particularly wide area. Chaklo loosened his fist, patting his body with his fingers. Songshi had just essentially condensed a super-energy level sun, and then detonated it with annihilation, the destructive power of which was immeasurable. His wounds couldn't be fully reversed immediately, so he focused on healing his clothes first. The dark gray coat was draped back over the man, highlighting his sharp-shouldered lines. In fact, I often think about something. If someone were to launch a wide-area attack on Forge Light City, could I intercept it? Chaklo shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't. The solar radiation focusing array of Fubo energy. High in space, there's still some time and distance to buffer the reaction. But for an individual, like you, Songshi, Chakro gave a recent example. If you descend upon Forge Light City and destroy it indiscriminately, I can kill you, but I'm destined to leave behind devastation. At least some will remain, Songshi comforted him. Let me calculate. The population is hard to say, but at least 2 or 3/10 of the building should survive. Still too fragile. Chakro sighed softly, turning to gaze into the distance. Bathed in the sunlight, the metropolis of Fang said, Forge Light City has endured decades of hard work. Countless people have toiled here, leaving behind countless drops of blood and tears, gradually accumulating into its present form. He placed his palm flat, then flipped it over, but its destruction or not depends on our mere thought. Aren't all intelligent beings like this? Songshi scoffed. Intelligent machines are constantly fighting amongst themselves, psionicists kill each other, and humans also turn on each other with swords. Even without psionic abilities, so what? Is the Fubo energy solar radiation focusing array just for show? Songshi spread his hands, all destroyed. Chaklo sighed again, not continuing the topic. By the way, there's a question. Didn't you used to use a weapon? As if suddenly remembering something, Songshi became somewhat interested. The first time he came to Forge Light City, he was just beginning his second stage of cultivation. He had challenged Chaklo to a duel, and the latter had used a weapon shaped like a four-sided iron mace. He patted the heavy slayer, which clanged back with a satisfying thud. Why aren't you using it anymore? Weapons. That was years ago, Chaklo said slowly. Back then, psionic energy wasn't strong enough. Against high-level cybernetic bodies, and the company's heavily armed units, it was really inconvenient to attack them with bare hands. So I chose armor-piercing blunt weapons to supplement my tactical options. As for now, he brandished his hand. I don't have a particular preference for weapons. I don't need psionic weaponry. For me now, they're no match for this. Let's talk about it when we get back. Back then, I was so determined to reclaim the sunlight I deserved, but now, looking at it for too long sometimes feels unbearably hot and irritating. Chakro tilted his head back, squinting slightly. It's making people dizzy. Songshi readily agreed. However, before returning to Forge Light City, the two had one more thing to do: clean up the battlefield. According to their assessment, the region that suffered annihilation would, in the traditional sense of the eastern continent, have experienced the collapse of the Earth's veins, the decay of mountains and rivers, and the devastation of life. From then on, not a single blade of grass could grow. It should be noted that even in areas that have been hit by nuclear weapons, and have residual high concentrations of radiation, mutated species with tenacious vitality can still gradually evolve. If left unchecked, it's unknown how many years it would take to restore the ecosystem to its former state. Back then, the blueprint Isidore showed him indicated that even if Nan successfully unified the entire Terra and they worked together, it would still take 80 years to restore all the wasteland and bring Terra back to a state that could be considered healthy. Even with today's highly advanced technology, it still takes a full 80 years, largely due to this very reason. While his own annihilation was slightly more destructive to the environment, were the methods of the true spirit without flaws? If Wang Qinlia's 5 phases reincarnation 5 punishments annihilation were to actually strike the Earth, it would cause equally devastating effects. Even below the 5th ring, true spirit, the 4th ring, ascension. If the 2 fourth rings were to act unrestrainedly, engaging in a life or death struggle, it would also inflict horrific damage on the ecosystem, and the complex interplay of their spiritual energies would leave intricate and complex residual effects. In such a situation, environmental restoration would be far more than a simple technical issue. Normally, high-ranking psionicists have an unspoken agreement to engage in combat in high altitude or even near-Earth space. However, the chaos of the Terran Wars during the Seven Earths War shattered this agreement. Each side fought relentlessly, even to the point of causing cataclysmic destruction, leaving behind devastation that continues to this day. Unfortunately, whether Yinan can truly restore Terra in 80 years is unknown, but before that, a new round of the Seven Earths War is imminent, something everyone understands. Ahem, I go first. Songshi's consciousness spread out. Other psionicists were at a loss with annihilation, finding it extremely difficult to deal with. He himself couldn't simply make annihilation seem as if it had never happened with a single thought. After all, as Chakro said, the power of annihilation was indeed somewhat. However, since he was the one who unleashed it, he could at least clear away most of the effects. He could see that the voids blasted out by annihilation were gradually being filled again, albeit with a rather thin thickness. It felt as if someone could easily break through the defenses with a slight exertion. Reversal. Chakro uttered 2 words immediately afterward. Psionic energy, like invisible ripples, gently caressed the environment. Those thin parts slowly increased until, finally, they achieved a respectable thickness. Perfectly finished. Chapter 725. Forge Light City. The Enlightener Base, 75th floor underground. 3 people appeared here, and a spinning machine. Long time no see. Songshi greeted the holographic projection beside him. The projection of the spinning machine was the same as before, featuring a highly realistic mechanical spinning machine. This time back in Forge Light City, there were hardly any familiar faces. As he himself said, Chu Tonglu planned to take advantage of the brief lull before the official outbreak of war to travel and see the world properly. He had left the corporate alliance a month ago. Ailu wasn't in New Alamon Bay, nor in Forge Light City. He was probably hiding under an assumed name, continuing his assassination business in some unknown corner of the corporate alliance. Ailu was undoubtedly a ruthless character, but there were no shortage of ruthless characters in the company. Ailu's path was likely not easy. Harold and the others had been staying in Palo Ser. They chatted online for a while, and said they were all doing well. Their identities presented both a tremendous risk and a powerful protection. The company had certainly considered capturing them to threaten them, but no company was willing to bear the consequences of provoking them, provoking a 5th ring psychic. Hello, Songshi, the spinning machine replied, its tone surprisingly complex despite being non-human. It's been a while. I didn't expect you to break through to the 5th ring true spirit so efficiently. You flatter me. Songshi waved modestly. It's all my doing. A 5th ring psychic. Let me think. According to your Eastern Continent customs. On the other side, a woman with her arms crossed, her body composed of platinum gold metal, her surface covered with seams, stood there. The only Abyss Lord of the Enlightened Ones, Great Platinum Flower Sangjeli, smiling broadly, spoke in perfect Eastern dialect. Songshi, should I kowtow to you now? Chakro tapped the table. He was the last person present. Let's get down to business. Suddenly, the smooth, flat floor sank, and a large table, large enough to seat 20 people, rose up. However, this table wasn't for dining. In an instant, seemingly endless pixels appeared, swimming like schools of fish in the deep sea throughout the entire space. Sangjeli, or rather, Sangjeli's remote avatar, tapped a few times. All the points of light collapsed towards the center, forming a blurry sphere, taller than a person and about 3 meters in diameter, silently suspended on the table. This is Terra. Songshi recognized it. To be precise, it's a model of the current situation on Terra, Sangjeli added. Songshi adopted a listening posture. Your battle with Renata, well, to be honest, you were too far away, I didn't see it. Vaughn said he barely saw a part of it. But that's not important, the key is a question. Songshi raised his hand. Please go ahead? Sangjeli blinked. A normal 4th ring psionicist's perception isn't strong enough to see the Empire from the Enterprise. But you have another identity, a Depth 5 Abyss Lord. Didn't you hijack some satellites to indirectly observe it? That idea is a bit idealistic, Sangjeli chuckled. Zenith Hub and Time Sequence Access are 2 giant corporations that monopolize the corporate alliance's satellite business, and its upstream and downstream supply chains. Any spacecraft launched without permission will be shot down, so we Awakeners don't have our own satellites. Of course, that's on the surface. In reality, Over the years, we added backdoors to some satellites, so we can temporarily take over their use when needed. But we certainly can't use them to observe your battle. Sanjieli paused. As for the second half of what you said, well, the Empire's technical capabilities in the cyber domain are indeed inferior to ours, but cross-border operations, hacking into their territory alone. Under the premise of not being detected, she said frankly, I don't have much confidence. Songshur indicated understanding. If we're going to be boastful, I should say that your battle with Renata Clemens became the fuse for a new round of the Seven Earths War. Unfortunately, not quite, at least not entirely. Sanjieli's smile faded. The Grand Marshal of the Northern Thunder Defense Front has ascended to the Divine Throne to confront Fu Lantu, and the two sides are still engaged in space combat. This has led to an extremely tense situation in the Eastern Continent, according to the information we currently possess. As she spoke, the map of the Eastern Continent on the Terra planet model suddenly enlarged, with crimson dots flashing and red arrows slowly moving towards the border. A massive number of pop-ups appeared from the side, flooding down with information, introductions, and analyses of existing data. The main military group of the Eastern Continent Republic, the 4 divisions of Zhongdu, has begun mobilization. The Mountain Division and the Forest Division have already been deployed to the border. The Knowledge Council has issued a formal announcement, immediately refusing all external visits. They have entered a state of blockade, and no one knows their specific intentions at this time. Sanjieli paused, then said solemnly, but one thing is certain, they possess extremely dangerous technological weapons. What about the Northern Thunder Defense Line? Songshur browsed the pop-up window. The Northern Thunder Defense Line has recalled almost all its personnel who were traveling abroad. Lieutenants, colonels, and generals, all officers of the 3rd rank, have returned to headquarters. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Legions have also begun assembling. The 4 Heavens held a grand sacrifice. The leaders of the 4 Heavens and their 8 subordinates were all present, presumably indicating a gradual move towards general mobilization. The leaders of the 4 Heavens are all here, then they are indeed about to do something big. Songshur seemed thoughtful. The 4 Heavens comprise 4 branches: Azure Heaven, Crimson Heaven, Black Heaven, and White Heaven. There have always been conflicts and contradictions between them. However, this time, the leaders of the 4 Heavens and their 8 subordinates have all gathered, and these core figures of the 4 Heavens are holding a grand sacrifice together. At this time, when undercurrents are surging among the various factions of the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, the 4 Heavens have not stopped their progress either. Songshur calmed himself, absorbing the information on the map. These political entities, controlling the Eastern Continent, were indeed conducting significant military mobilizations and deployments. However, a subtle point was that they all exercised considerable restraint towards each other, focusing almost entirely on their own territories along the Eastern Continent's borders. Were they all waiting for the outcome of the battle between the Grand Marshal and Fu Lantu? Songshur shifted his gaze from the Eastern Continent to the other side. The Square Stone and Holy Crown Knightly Orders of the Vanpusta Empire conducted a large-scale military exercise in the wasteland. The textile machine continued, following the other's gaze. The direction they were aiming at was the Eastern Continent. Yan'an? Songshur asked again. Yan'an's movements in this regard are more intense than I anticipated, the textile machine said in a deep voice. According to incomplete statistics, at least 25,000 rangers have been deployed to the wasteland for preliminary reconnaissance missions. The Axiom Army, the Martial Sect, and the military groups under the Second National Assembly have all switched to wartime status, poised for action. Yan'an's primary target is the Enterprise Alliance. The Protection Agreement and Haida Trade have taken on the electronic warfare function. While you were asleep, they and the company have already clashed several times in the surface network and the Abyss. If it weren't intense, Yan'an wouldn't have been founded, Songshur said calmly. It was born to conquer the entire world. The situation is on the verge of exploding. Songshur glanced around. The current situation on Terra was just one spark away from igniting. Whoever ignites that spark will unleash an unstoppable flame of destruction across Terra. Whose hand will ignite that spark? Shouldn't the main event be saved for last? Songshur said slowly. What about the corporate alliance? Are they about to clash with Yinan? That's the focus of this meeting. Chaklo reached out and touched the model. Instantly, the sphere spun and moved to the corporate alliance's territory. New Aramon Bay and Forge Light City. We use them as fulcrums to build dual metropolitan areas and transportation networks, mutually supporting each other. Compared to when the Enlightened One's sphere of influence was at its largest, our current territory is much smaller, but its stability is significantly greater than before. Chaklo surveyed the crowd. After the Battle of Forge Light City, although the major corporations had to admit that Forge Light City had been surrendered, they launched a protracted campaign of encirclement and suppression, attempting to confine the Enlightened Ones to a corner of the land. There was a brief truce, but the outbreak of the battle at the Sky Data Tower reignited the war, continuing the high-intensity crackdown. The company achieved remarkable results. New Aramon Bay and Forge City were more secure than before, but apart from that, the Enlightened One's sphere of influence was significantly reduced. Faced with the company's overwhelming force, many local branches were uprooted, resulting in bloodshed. This is also why many once powerful anti-company organizations, despite consistently winning and reaping numerous victories, ultimately collapsed suddenly and disappeared without a trace. The same losses might only cause the company a slight frown when reviewing Monday reports, but for these anti-company organizations, they were enough to cripple them. Relying on the foundation laid by their predecessors, and with the support of two Fifth Ring members, Suyudu and Chaklo Vaughn, the Enlightened Ones naturally didn't suffer such a blow, but they still sustained considerable damage. New Aramon Bay is on the border, directly facing the Eastern Continent Republic. Once the war officially breaks out, the Enlighteners will inevitably have to face the first wave of attacks from the Eastern Continent Republic. Chaklo said, emphasizing each word, we absolutely cannot retreat. The primary target of the Vanpusta Empire's holy war is the Eastern Continent. Songshur tapped the table with his index finger. The Knights of the Six Pillars of the Knights, the mechanical troops of the Mene Agency, and the state church monks blessed by the Holy Spirit are all formidable opponents. The Eastern Continent Republic may not have the strength to launch an attack. However, what you said isn't wrong either. The Eastern Continent Republic won't be content to simply take the hits. They will definitely try to take something big. We must be on guard. Suyu has already arrived in New Aramon Bay. He will protect it well, Chaklo said. That's not right, Songshur suddenly said. After all this talk, everyone's still in the preparation stage. There hasn't been any real fighting yet. He raised his gaze to the other person. You summoned me here not just to tell me about the movements of all parties, right? That's right, Chaklo admitted without hesitation. The situation is indeed becoming increasingly tense, but our current focus isn't on the outside. Emerald Pharmaceuticals, he said. A giant corporation, Emerald Pharmaceuticals. The true controller of the corporate alliance, one of the 9 deities residing in the heavens, and the ultimate victor in the last all-out corporate war. It joined forces with Time Travel, which wasn't yet a giant corporation at the time, to defeat another giant corporation, Pure White Bio. The former swallowed up the assets, while the latter climbed to the throne of the new giant corporation over the corpses. Today, Emerald Pharmaceuticals has become the absolute hegemon and leader in bioengineering, medical technology, and implantable prosthetics, its strength firmly ranking among the top even among the 9 giant corporations. For example, another giant corporation, Fubo Energy, not to mention its current severely weakened state, even in its heyday during the construction of Forge Light City, its strength might not have matched that of Emerald Pharmaceuticals now. Palliser, where I once lived, is a typical example of a place under Emerald Pharmaceuticals' rule. To obtain sufficiently valuable data, they secretly injected chemical agents into the local population through their controlled food and water networks, attempting to transform Palliser's slums into biological petri dishes for observing humans. Through repeated transmission, promotion, and evolution among hundreds of thousands of people, they witnessed the achievements of bioengineering. The Lopris massacre, the underground farm incident, the Baghdad plague, the leak of the 3rd type of parasite spores, and the marketization reform of the medical industry. The triphase-based project, which failed in Palliser, was merely an insignificant jewel in the vast crown of Emerald Pharmaceuticals. What are they planning? Songshur asked directly. Let me tell you, Sangjili sighed softly. Songshur, you dealt with the Onyx first, then went to the Empire, and have remained asleep ever since. Especially since you didn't have a prosthetic body, news pushes didn't reach your face, so you probably didn't notice something. She clapped her hands. The eyes of the prosthetic body lit up, projecting holographic projections, tweets, interviews, and promotional videos, all part of the massive propaganda offensive of the past few months. Songshur quickly scanned them, taking in the key points. In short, Emerald Pharmaceuticals is about to launch a groundbreaking product that will undoubtedly shake the world. It's big, it's really coming, and the official launch event is in 3 days? While it's normal for promotional content to focus on the actual product, I tentatively believe what Emerald Pharmaceuticals says. Songshur raised an eyebrow. How groundbreaking. A potion that guarantees you awaken your psychic powers with a single injection? I remember these things have existed for decades, But unfortunately, none of them are real. Sang Jelly didn't respond. According to our current intelligence, Emerald Pharmaceuticals is ready to restart, she said in a deep voice. Cloners. Chapter 726. Hello, I'm Artori. Hello, my name is Vic. Haha, don't be so nervous. I'm here for the ball, just joining in the fun. What about you? Me too. My friend insisted I come. Oh. Where's your friend, Vic? What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Sorry, let me guess. Your friend found a dance partner, and is already on the dance floor. Oh. Don't be so you could actually have a partner too. Huh? Me? Looking around like this, doesn't it give you a little bit of a sense of humor? Aren't you going to hold my hand? Vic, you shaved. Yeah, didn't you say last time that kissing you was prickly? It is quite prickly. But I didn't say I hated it. Then, should I keep it? Sure, it's up to you. Wait, stop talking. Ride faster. We're going to be late for class. Graduated. Yeah, graduated. Artori, I thought about this for a long time. Shoo. I support you. You only show that focused look when you're doing experiments. Vic, I told you before, you were born to do this. Go further your studies, I work to support you. Your wife has a rare immune disease. Unfortunately, given the current conditions, we can't help her. I can borrow more money. Sorry, it's not about money. Vic? I'm listening. Don't be sad, okay? You're not handsome at all anymore. Do you remember that dance in your first semester of college? I never forget our first meeting. Yeah, I approached you back then because you were so handsome. Don't cry. Actually, I have some good news to tell you, but don't cry first, okay? A doctor messaged me, a very authoritative expert. He said he's very interested in my illness and is willing to provide treatment for free, but it has to be kept completely confidential. You can't be with me. I want to try. But your current condition? That's exactly why I want to try. Okay, I support you. Cured? Really cured? I'm sorry, I don't. Your beard has grown back, Vic. I shave it right now. Here we are again. I remember you would rush over as soon as you got off work to stay by my bedside. I really miss the atmosphere of this hospital. Yes, I can't believe it's been 10 years. Thank goodness you're cured, otherwise, I really don't know what I would have done. So what are we eating later? Let me think, how about pizza? You've gotten old. I thought you wouldn't age. That's nonsense, Vic. How could I not age? Because you're not Artori. That's truly nonsense. I've been with Artori for 7 years, and with you for 57. I'm not stupid, even if I didn't realize it at first, I eventually did. I'm sorry for concealing this fact, but it was emphasized in your wife's will. As her clone, I cannot violate this provision and disclose any information about this emotional compensation plan to you. I know it's alright. That's just the kind of person she was. She thought it was good for me, so she arranged everything herself. I'm sorry. It's alright, really alright. I'm the one who should apologize for keeping it from you for so long. But all these years, I've been truly happy. Artori has been by my side in a different way. I'm truly content. Thank you, Artori. The final image freezes on the old man's closed eyes, a smile still lingering on his lips. What a touching scene. The impeccably dressed, debonair host snapped his fingers at the opportune moment. But ladies and gentlemen, my dear consumers, what we're about to see is far more than this. Behind him, countless floating pop-ups, like hundreds of open and closed books, simultaneously displayed completely different content. The highly dangerous environment of chaotic electromagnetic fields severely limited remote control of unmanned machinery, necessitating manual operation. A line of data appeared, the number of people from the consortium who had lost their lives in similar scenarios each year. The scene then shifted to fully equipped personnel, carrying their work gear, rapidly entering the site, and methodically carrying out the high-risk operation. While some tragically lost their lives, those around them did not stop for even a second, continuing their work with unwavering dedication. Ultimately, these individuals successfully shut off the switch deep within the factory, preventing a major accident that would have resulted in significant property damage and loss of life. The remaining personnel left the factory, slowly peeling off their helmets to reveal identical faces. Another video. A vast, brightly lit space, spotless corridors, and rows of tanks filled with life-sustaining fluids, reminiscent of a hydroponic farm awaiting harvest. Only here, the harvest is replaced by naked people, men, women, teenagers, middle-aged, People with diverse appearances, eyes closed, seemingly fast asleep, their bodies swaying gently with the life-sustaining fluids. The scene abruptly shifts. A security officer, while suppressing a cyberbully on the street, is severely wounded, a bullet piercing most of his chest, almost penetrating it. His once organized organs are now scattered blood and flesh. On the glass partition of the intensive care unit, the resentment and anger of his colleagues, the pain and sorrow of his family, and the changing expressions on their faces are all visible. The inability to implant prosthetics to replace organs isn't a matter of money. As a frontline police officer, the suspect had already been implanted with numerous weaponry and functional enhancement prosthetics, making him highly modified. If his organs were to be replaced extensively with implants from the cybernetic psychopath he had personally suppressed, that would likely be his fate. Fortunately, things took a turn for the better. It turned out that this officer had purchased a medical insurance package from Jade Pharmaceuticals. One of the services included a customized organ bank. Using the genes provided by the officer, Jade Pharmaceuticals had already cloned him, storing the clones in containers, waiting to extract the organs. Almost no rejection, unparalleled safety, giving you a healthy body. Choosing Jade Pharmaceuticals means choosing health and well-being. At the end of the scene, the officer's eyelids slowly twitched. After a long pause, he opened them and found his chest was no longer painful. It was completely unharmed. He suddenly froze, because his family, colleagues, and the people he had rescued were gathered around his bed, smiling hopefully and clapping gently. Congratulations. 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 The officer sat up and smiled as well. At this moment, in high-end office buildings, on giant screens in commercial streets, on viral push notifications spread like wildfire via Wi-Fi, and even on trending topics on social media platforms like Psionics and Golden Headlines. The Emerald Pharmaceuticals epic-making press conference, which had just made headlines, had already been quickly replaced by a clone. Throughout the streets and alleys of the corporate alliance, no matter where they were, when they stopped working and looked up, they would inevitably see a host standing under the Emerald Pharmaceuticals logo, speaking eloquently, accompanied by a series of videos. A silver sedan sped across the overpass, weaving through the crisscrossing traffic with incredible fluidity, its speed undiminished, even accelerating. Behind it, drones and police cars blared with sirens. Despite overwhelming numerical superiority, the distance between them widened, almost to the point of complete loss. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, with the roar of rotors, an armed helicopter descended from the sky, its heavy-duty rotary machine guns preheating, ready to fire. The fleeing silver sedan suddenly jerked upwards, crashing into a side flank. While still airborne, its wheels retracted, its wings unfolded, its anti-gravity engines ignited, and it abruptly entered flight mode. What followed was a high-speed chase, the car speeding through a hail of bullets, performing one breathtaking maneuver after another. Nothing could stop it. Until finally, all the pursuers gave up, watching helplessly as their pursuer disappeared from sight. A long time later, the silver sedan landed back on the ground. The door opened, and the silent driver remained motionless, still silent. Even when someone removed his helmet, his eyes were still fixed on the vehicle's control panel. It was as if nothing else mattered to him. Please allow me to share a little bit of biology with you all at this moment. The host smiled, tapping his own brain. If we compare our brains to calculators, then it's obvious that the total computing power it can use is limited. I'm sure you all heard that blind people who lose their sight experience a compensatory enhancement of their hearing. This is a common application scenario for future clones. As we just showed in the video, from the embryonic stage, we directionally regulated the development of this clone's brain sectors. At the cost of reducing other physiological functions, we greatly enhanced the performance of his right brain sector, that is, spatial perception. First, we must emphasize one thing. Emerald Pharmaceuticals has zero tolerance for any illegal or criminal activities. We neither condone nor endorse any illegal behavior. Therefore, what I'm about to say is merely an example. What's most important for mercenaries on a mission? Powerful frontal firepower? Excellent long-range technical support? Meticulous and detailed intelligence? All of these are true, and all of these are false. The most important thing is to find a highly skilled driver to ensure everyone's successful escape. But finding a driver like that is incredibly difficult. You need to guarantee both their skill and their character. But with clones, all these worries disappear. Their specialized training ensures exceptional professionalism and absolute obedience to client confidentiality. Buy as needed. If you prioritize ultimate security, you can destroy them on site after the mission, no problem at all. The host's tone grew increasingly enthusiastic, a flush of excitement rising on his face. A genuine sense of pride. Is such behavior only applicable to drivers? No, of course not. Cloned employees specifically trained for special roles, bodyguards fearless of death, their attention focused on you every second, biodrones born for sacrifice, carriers of targeted genetic weapons of biological viruses, the most outstanding artists, whose lives are dedicated solely to you. Please forgive my current excitement, for this is truly an unparalleled and great undertaking. The host suddenly patted his chest, offering a joyful apology to the camera. Of course, Emerald Pharmaceuticals has heard some of your concerns. 20 years ago, driven by insatiable desires, the Onyx rebelled against their creators, leaving countless people with painful memories. The Pure White Creatures cloning project was thus halted, and even after its unfortunate bankruptcy and dissolution, it never truly reached the market. But 20 years have passed, my friends. I can proudly assure you that Emerald Pharmaceuticals has never stood still. We have taken over the legacy of Pure White Creatures, inherited their will, and through the tireless efforts and dedication of countless Emerald Pharmaceuticals employees, we have brought forth today's safer, more controllable, and more market-responsive clones. He snapped his fingers. A string of safety promises popped up. The clones' reproductive abilities were castrated at the genetic level, a complex and intricate genetic backdoor protocol, like 1,000 thorny chains binding the clones, guarantees from policy and legislation, an emphasis on the clones' instrumental nature, ensuring they would never receive human rights. Emerald Pharmaceuticals would also establish a dedicated after-sales department, providing consumers with dual after-sales protection in terms of force and technology. No need to worry about any risks, because they never existed in the first place. No need to worry about the future of clones, because we are here. This press conference is nearing its end. It has been a truly moving time. I will probably never forget it. So one last thing, I would like to have the great honor of inviting someone to speak. Stepping forward was a middle-aged man, wearing a cashmere sweater under a double-breasted overcoat. He strode in, exuding an air of authority, his eyes seemingly gleaming with an untamed sharpness inspiring awe. Hawthorne Langdon, Emerald Pharmaceuticals, current CEO. He didn't take the microphone from the host, but instead surveyed the audience and those off camera, then spoke slowly and deliberately, on behalf of Jade Pharmaceuticals. From this moment forward, I entrust another possibility for the world into your hands. Chapter 727. Thunderous roars through the 9 heavens. Intelligent machines are enough. Now there are clones vying for jobs. Zenrush's great face. Fine. Do you know how hard it is to find a job these days? And they say war is coming soon. Prices have skyrocketed lately. I can barely afford grain. 3, 2, 1 go out and pull. Upstairs, stop talking nonsense. I think it's a good thing. If clones are used for war, we won't have to go to the battlefield. Aren't you afraid of running out of manpower and having to force people to enlist? The ultimate thing. I'm actually a little tempted. I save up to buy a beautiful female clone, have her go to work during the day to support me, and come back at night to cook for me and let me ride her. When I'm tired of her, I can sell her secondhand to recoup some money. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Quote a pesticide wholesaler Xiaofeng. Disgusting. The ultimate thing. What are you pretending to be, moral paragon? Pesticide wholesaler customer service, huh? Damn, I'm going to file a complaint against you right now. You better get fired. Department night shift, good thing. I support it. Let's try to bring down organ prices. Now there are gunfights and shootouts everywhere, and many patients sent here are just parasites because they can't afford organ transplants. Pure love Minotaur Warrior. Wait. Why is your focus different from mine? Doesn't anyone care about clones? They're born and just waiting to be sent to the operating table for organ harvesting. Harem of 3,000 holy knights. These things weren't even born, were they? Just want to stab the boss to death. Cloners are considered human. Then what about my parents' pregnancy and birth? Hee, are we brothers? I'm almost too weak to live myself, and you expect me to care whether clones are human or not. Let me speak fairly. Anyone who cries foul for clones is a complete traitor. Haven't you understood the situation with the Onyx yet? These inhuman beasts will only take an inch and then a mile. We gave them life, and they turn around and want our lives. My inventory can buy your life. Hey, let me say something really fair. Only people who are broke would argue about this kind of thing. Haha, I already placed an order for a batch of clones. Those lazybones at the factory should have been fired long ago. They only work 13 hours a day and dare to complain. It's not like we haven't been giving them stimulants. The groundbreaking press conference of Emerald Pharmaceuticals has ended. But the online uproar was only just beginning. Song Sure casually clicked on several mainstream online platforms, like Psionics and golden headlines. Content related to clones flooded the homepages, with even lengthy analysis videos. Songsher listened for 2 minutes. Well, another AI-generated product. He then opened the dark web. Compared to the glamorous surface network, this place was teeming with dynamic individuals. More than anything else, they were concerned with the future prospects of its applications. Assassins had already expressed concern. If clones were abused in the future, those with some money could have 4 or 5 doubles, making it much more difficult to kill their real targets. Mercenaries also shared their experiences, outlining several tactics based on clones. For example, the targeted biological weapon carrier proposed at the press conference was a very feasible solution. In combat scenarios, like street fighting, few people were aware of the need to carry antitoxic equipment and filtering implants. They pre-fill the clone's stomachs with a malignant virus, then send them in at an opportune moment. The moment they're shot and their bodies explode, that's their death. Looking at it this way, just buying a clone isn't enough. Everyone knows Emerald Pharmaceuticals' biological weapons are the best in the world. When everyone else is using them, will you dare to fall behind? We make sure you buy them. Damn, Emerald Pharmaceuticals, I'm screwed. Customized organ bank, I think I actually buy this one. Someone bluntly said, those shady doctors are greedy to death, and the organs are illegitimate. Even if they survive a transplant, the subsequent anti-rejection drugs will be a huge expense. This is handing over your genes to Emerald Pharmaceuticals, are you sure? What's the use of genes if you're about to die? Okay, that makes sense. Phew. After a long swim, Songsher casually tossed aside his data tablet and leaned back on the sofa. Sigh, this is quite a problem. Regardless, the emergence of clones is a foregone conclusion. Even if Emerald Pharmaceuticals were to suddenly collapse tomorrow, a new company would inherit their legacy, or perhaps, years later, another power would complete the technological breakthrough for cloning and launch it onto the world stage. For the fanatics of Terra, the concept is perhaps more important than mere technology. When people first realize that they can truly fly without psionic powers, relying solely on mechanical and electronic constructs, the development of spacecraft becomes unstoppable. Once the idea of cloning is proposed, and even proven to be feasible, Terra's future is destined to leave a corner for clones. This is a challenge for the enlightened ones. Songsher thought to himself. Although Chakro hadn't explicitly stated it at the situation analysis meeting a few days ago, he understood the other party's considerations. Calling for equality, human rights, and the law, resisting corporate monopolies and technological abuse, and reconstructing social order, these have always been the guiding principles of the Enlighteners. Whether androids or humans, all beings struggling in the shadow of corporations are included within this framework. From now on, there will be no distinction based on race or identity, only one fighter against another. The Enlighteners have always stood with the majority. However, the emergence of clones will shatter all of this. Judging from the current public opinion, the mainstream view still supports the market application of clones, and, fearing the legacy of the past freedom revolution, insists on strict restrictions, castration, and constraints on clones, refusing to grant them any leniency, let alone granting them so-called human rights. The Enlighteners, born for the majority, are now likely to stand against them. This is not a problem that can be solved by chatting and compromise. Ideology is an extension of will. Chakalo can be absent, so you can disappear, and even if the core of the Enlighteners were completely replaced from top to bottom, it wouldn't matter. Only ideals are immutable, only ideals are unalterable. In the past, within the infinity of all things, he himself had personally brought back the ideals that once belonged to the new heavenly army, that will to recreate a new heaven, across millennia, reappearing in Terra during the Seven Earths War. Even though he died soon afterward, the fire of the Eve still burned stubbornly. Therefore, Songsher slowly grinned, the young man calmly rising from the sofa and gazing out the window. It's time to make most people submit to us. Just then, a communication call rang. Who is it? Me. A deep voice on the other end of the line, enunciating each word clearly. Chu Tonglu. Chapter 728. Didn't you go traveling the world? What? Your visa got rejected? Songsher leaned against the window. Chu Tonglu, on the other end, didn't seem inclined to continue the conversation. I'm heading to Zhuguang City at full speed. What are your plans next? A faint, almost inaudible background voice came through. The other person paused for a moment, then said succinctly, whatever you're planning, count me in. A press conference? Songsher smiled. Jade Pharmaceuticals ads are plastered all over the wasteland. I watched the live stream. Chu Tonglu's tone was icy. Clones. Clones. The clones from the pure white creature generation were already castrated, their reproductive abilities removed. Your father awakened his psionic powers, regained his fertility, and even managed to escape the company's pursuit. Songshur squinted, gazing at the street. Today, Shuguang City was unusually sunless, with a light drizzle falling, but it brought no relief, instead turning into a stifling heat. Whether you're unique is debatable, but you're definitely a rare clone descendant. Songshur said with interest, at least half a clone, right? I'd like to have an exclusive interview with you, Mr. Chu Tonglu. What are your thoughts on clones? My identity has basically nothing to do with clones. As if he had considered this question many times before, Chu Tonglu answered quickly. When I was a child, my parents raised me as if I were a native of the Eastern continent. I had no idea that he was a clone. If it weren't for the Shang family's actions later. During my years in the academic council, they never really treated me as a clone. So? Songshur asked. But my father is a clone, Chu Tonglu said grimly. Jadeite Pharmaceuticals, no, what kind of good thing is that company? They just treat clones like consumables. No. Clones aren't even consumables, only humans qualify as consumables. I'm not interested in social changes, and clones will definitely be pushed onto the market. Chu Tonglu slowly exhaled, but clones are still humans. I can't accept treating humans like picking fruit. This world is already bad enough. If it continues like this, today we can turn a blind eye to clones being slaughtered like pigs, but tomorrow we be alienated from natural humans. That would be truly the end. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Songshur said casually, before clones came out, everyone was still killing each other to the death. It's different. Chu Tonglu seemed to be organizing his thoughts. It's a change in mindset, do you understand? Before, no matter how much fighting there was, at least everyone had humanity. There's a consensus. Wait a minute, let me think about how to say it. Yes, murder. Chu Tonglu thought of something and quickly said, Songshur, did you vomit the first time you killed someone? Were you disgusted? No, not really disgusted. Songshur answered truthfully, that person tried to rob me, brandished a knife, and I slashed him on the spot. If I had to say, I was a little emotional at the time. I vomited, I felt very disgusted. Chu Tonglu said, at that time, the Research Institute of the Knowledge Council brought out a death row inmate and asked me to fight him to the death. I personally cut his neck, blood splattered all over me, thick and pungent, and when he fell to the ground, his unfocused eyes were bloodshot, just staring straight at you. I helped my family slaughter pigs when I was little. The pigs screamed so loudly. I felt sorry for them, so I always tried to kill them with one blow, but I didn't feel disgusted. Songshur pondered for a moment. Empathy? I don't know, I haven't studied psychology. Chu Tonglu took a deep breath and said solemnly, now I understand the Science Ethics Committee a little better. Morality and ethics do have bottom lines to uphold. Moreover, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chu Tonglu said. The rebellion of the Onyx stemmed from the endless and cruel exploitation they suffered back then. They rose up in revolt, and Yao Xingsan, a fifth-ring psionicist, was born. But we are now standing at a historical turning point. The root of the clones' hatred can perhaps be dismantled by our own hands. You really think clones can break human rule? Even if we create a clone version of Yao Xingsan, Songshur countered. Upon hearing this, Chu Tonglu remained silent for a while, considering the various forces in the world, and had to admit, well, it's probably impossible. But what you said makes sense. Songshur looked at his hands and shook his head, saying, even if the clones really rebel in the future, no matter how fiercely they cause trouble, it won't affect you or me. He himself had already reached the fifth ring, true spirit, and even if Yao Xing were to be resurrected 3 times, he would dare to fight him. Chu Tonglu had also reached the upper level of the third ring, a powerful spiritual energy user, with a high chance of breaking through to the fourth ring, and his status was quite high. However, others can't do it, Songshur said. A gun can easily kill someone, and a clone can pull the trigger just as easily. Most people can't bear the cost of a clone rebellion. Chu Tonglu, you guessed right. We do indeed need to do something about the clones. I will go all out, Chu Tonglu said in a deep voice. But why did you call me first? It's faster to use your connections. Chu Tonglu was direct. Teacher Su is probably too busy in New Yaraman Bay. I don't know Chaklovan well, but I heard you recently broke through to the fifth ring, so you must be at the core of the enlightened. This connection is too good to pass up. Then I have no problem. Songshur suddenly laughed. But there's something I need to clarify beforehand, Chu Tonglu. More than your psionic abilities regarding clones, we need another aspect of you. Chu Tonglu was silent for a few seconds. My identity. Yes. Songshur stretched. We're all from the Eastern continent. You heard of having a legitimate reason for attacking, right? He crushed a ball of flame. Before officially attacking Emerald Pharmaceuticals, we need to build up our momentum first. Chu Tonglu was startled. He almost thought he misheard. This was even more radical than the most radical action he envisioned along the way. Are you crazy? The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The vanguard is the king. At this point, you jumped out first. Even if the other companies tacitly agree that you crushed Emerald Pharmaceuticals, the next step will definitely be a joint all-out war to defeat the Enlighteners. Even if you've broken through to the fifth ring, the giant corporations still have far more true spirits than you. It doesn't matter. I don't do anything that isn't radical. Songshur chuckled leisurely. Don't care. You, a transcendence, are afraid? This has nothing to do with being afraid or not. It's purely a matter of rational analysis. Chu Tonglu spat as he spoke, then suddenly grinned maliciously. Fine, I follow. You're bold, but I'm not. See you in Casting Light City. Okay, see you in Casting Light City. The man hung up the communication, a violent airflow sweeping around him, the vector nozzle spewing out dazzling beams, propelling him to break through to supersonic speeds. Clones, megacorporations, corporatism. Chu Tonglu, 33 years old, has awakened. Chapter 729. Forge City. 20 years ago, Pure White Bio attempted to build its own immortal commercial empire using clones as its flagship product. Then the Free Revolution broke out. After it ended, we deeply felt that the current corporate alliance, and humanity as a whole, were far from prepared to deal with clones. Therefore, the previous chairman of the Scientific Ethics Committee, in conjunction with the director of the Security Bureau, ordered Emerald Pharmaceuticals to seal off its cloning technology. The person speaking was a woman in her 30s, holding a cane. She was maturely dressed, and possessed an air of sophistication honed by age. Scientific Ethics Committee, current chairman. Fifth Ring Truth, Perpetual Cycle, Yvette Gregory. Really sealed off? Songshur raised an eyebrow. At least on the surface, the ban was maintained, Yvette said calmly. If it had been officially lifted then, the company's actions regarding cloning would have been hundreds, even thousands of times worse than what you heard about over the years. She calmly raised her index finger, drawing a line. We, the Scientific Ethics Committee, are upholding the bottom line of the present world, not the unrealistic ideals many people hope for. Songshur nodded. Zero Network needs cloned brains to act as filters for deep-sea salvage operations, filtering redundant psionic energy and chaotic information for the salvage personnel. Emerald Pharmaceuticals needs cloned humans as living test subjects to promote research and development work including but not limited to biological computers, genetic homology research, and wet component weapons. Dust Contract Generation is keen to use cloned humans as a medium to conduct sociological experiments and build super-large-scale human amusement parks, etc. In the more than 20 years since the Freedom Revolution, except for the first few years, when Emerald Pharmaceuticals devoted itself to digesting the legacy and worrying about the anti-human intellectual race trend in society, in the following years, it has been secretly and vigorously developing cloning technology, and there have even been occasional related intelligence leaks, which were then quickly suppressed by an invisible hand. Other companies, while vehemently condemning this behavior, secretly purchase clones from Emerald Pharmaceuticals annually for their own use. However, no one dares to openly admit to developing cloning. This must be Mr. Chu Tonglu? Yvette turned to look at the man on the other side. She extended her hand. Hello. Chairwoman Yvette. Chu Tonglu also extended his hand, but his heart skipped a beat. That glance from her almost made the armored abyss within him gasp. She wasn't deliberately displaying power, nor was she deliberately concealing it. She was simply looking at him normally as a fifth-ring psychic. This is a fifth-ring true spirit? Although it's not quite right to say it like that, this eternal cycle seems to be a bit stronger than Teacher Sue. Would you mind if I took a look? Yvette asked. Chu Tonglu immediately snapped out of his thoughts. Please. Yvette held the man's hand, closed her eyes for a few seconds, and then released it. She nodded. You weren't lying. You are indeed a descendant of clones. I remember your own truth is cycle, which doesn't offer much advantage in perception, right? Songshur asked curiously, how did you figure that out? When the pure white creature went bankrupt and disintegrated, I hadn't yet reached the true spirit. Yvette glanced at Songshur and replied, but thanks to my background with the Scientific Ethics Committee, I was involved in the inheritance process. I saw many clones, remembered their sense, and compared them to Mr. Chu. In fact, The Scientific Ethics Committee holds a backup of the cloning technology, but it's only a first edition from 20 years ago, which is probably somewhat outdated compared to the current version from Emerald Pharmaceuticals. Your father's experience was a miracle. Yvette smiled at Chu Tonglu, her tone sincere, though the smile was extremely subtle, almost merely a slight upturn of her lips. Escaped the corporate alliance as a clone, awakened psychic powers, broke through the shackles of his genes, and gave birth to you. Chu Tonglu nodded first, then shook his head. Unfortunately, miracles can't last forever. I regret that, Yvette replied. The Academic Council prioritizes technology above all else, neglecting the most basic ethics and morality. Technology should be controlled by people, not obsessively treated like theirs, becoming their slaves. Chu Tonglu gave a deep Well said. Then, as agreed, I and the Scientific Ethics Committee will endorse your clone status. Yvette gently stroked her cane. You will appear in the public eye as an authoritative representative in the field of cloning. The opinion of the Scientific Ethics Committee remains unchanged. Technology itself is neither good nor evil, only progress or backwardness. We need cloning technology. It is indeed an epoch-making product. However, its use must be strictly regulated and reviewed, not abused without any bottom line for the sake of marketization, as seen with Emerald Pharmaceuticals. The Scientific Ethics Committee operates on a membership system. Just from the cases exposed online, there are numerous examples of internal debates. Songsher tapped the table. Allow me to ask one more question. Has your committee reached a consensus on cloning? Freedom of speech is essential. If we want science to flourish, we shouldn't impose too many constraints on people. Yvette paused before saying this. However, this is a special moment, a critical juncture, and there are no objective conditions that allow for dissent. My voice is the voice of the Scientific Ethics Committee. Hearing this, Chu Tonglu was stunned. For some reason, he felt a surge of heat in his chest, his heart pounding as if it would burst out of his chest. He looked at the woman before him. A true man should be like this. I understand. Songsher nodded. Himself, the factory Su Yudu, the rebel Chaklo Vaughn, the perpetual cycle Yvette Gregory, and the wizard King Ogden Christopher, gather them all together, a total of 5 fifth-ring true spirit level combatants. With such terrifying power gathered, if unleashed, even the Northern Thunder defense line could be annihilated overnight. Of course, this is on the premise that the Grand Marshal doesn't intervene, referring to the Grand Marshal before ascending to the God's throne. At his peak in his previous life, Chaklo single-handedly fought 3 fifth-ring cultivators and escaped unscathed. As the first psychic of this era to break through to the God throne level after Isidore Synody, the Grand Marshal is certainly no less capable than Chaklo. As for the Director General of the Security Bureau, the Fifth Ring Consensus, Mental Image Regeneration, Patty Morse, his response was silence. But silence speaks volumes. With the Second Seven Earths War imminent, for the corporate alliance to engage in internal conflict at this juncture would become a significant drain on resources. Faced with a war sweeping across Terra, every bit of strength is so precious, and therefore, cannot be wasted. Chapter 730. Invited media? Okay, please show me your pass. Let me verify. Okay, no problem. Your location is C5. If you have any questions, you can consult the intelligent work robot in the venue. Zola Margaret thanked her and retracted the flipped screen on her prosthetic arm, which displayed the verification code. This press conference for the Enlightened Ones, to introduce clones to the public, was undoubtedly another major event following the Emerald Pharmaceuticals press conference. She had gone to great lengths to obtain this media invitation. There are quite a lot of people. The press conference was held outdoors in a large open-air plaza in Forge Light City, which was heavily guarded, with armed patrols everywhere. However, Zola's attention wasn't on that. She carefully scanned the area and saw many familiar faces. Well-known outdoor broadcaster Dao, 3,100K followers across the internet, investigative journalist Agnes Goldwyn, 3,700K followers across the internet, social talk show radio Voice of Truth, 4,100K followers across the internet, virtual anchor Maria, a remotely controlled mechanical avatar, 3,200K followers across the internet, famous prosthetic review blogger Honest Fox, 3,050K followers across the internet, salon documentary up garbage dump cat, 5,110K followers across the internet. In addition to these recognized media outlets, Zola also saw some unfamiliar faces. However, the expensive prosthetic eye he bought quickly locked onto each person's head, then directly linked to the multimedia database, with densely packed boxes popping up next to them, introducing the identities of these people. They're all big internet celebrities. Zola was thrilled. It was truly a gathering of stars, dazzling and radiant. Being one of them was an honor. Hey Zola, you're here too? Someone approached, surprised. You only have a little over 1 million followers, right? Did you sneak in? The man who approached was casually dressed, slightly overweight. The well-known outdoor blogger Dao. Come on, you know perfectly well how much of your 3 million followers are inflated. Zola rolled her eyes. I'm in a niche field, my follower count is way more valuable than yours, okay? People look at you for fun, but they're serious fans. But how did you get an invitation? Zola asked suspiciously. Dao laughed heartily. He said smugly, you're way behind the times. Okay, I'm going to open my notebook and tell you about the prestige of the Sun Festival in Forge Light City back then. Alright, Zola interrupted rudely, how many times have you said this? Back then, you bumped into Song Sure and got a huge wave of attention, you were ecstatic. She pouted unhappily, why don't I have that kind of luck? Hey, I heard you were beaten to your knees and begged for mercy by him in one move. Dao remained unmoved, others don't even have the means to kneel. Anyway, I clung to my identity afterward, constantly trying to get involved in scams, mentioning the enlightened ones, which was kind of publicity for them. Dao showed his hand, a verification code flashing across the palm of his beautiful prosthetic arm. This time, they sent me an invitation. Zola, inwardly envious, scoffed, when the two sides start fighting, be careful, you be the first one they use as an example. Dao scoffed, what nonsense. As long as my family still supports me, and I can still get gold, the guild will naturally protect me. Oh, what do you think of clones? Zola asked curiously. I don't really have any opinion, well how should I put it? Dao frowned, if I really saw clones being treated like dogs, chopped up and mutilated, I'd definitely be uncomfortable. But if I didn't see it, it's actually not so bad, right? Right. Zola nodded in agreement. Hey, the first customer to order a clone, Hawthorne will personally deliver it to them. He's the CEO of Emerald Pharmaceuticals. I wish I could be the first one. Dao hummed in agreement. Alright, if we keep chatting, we miss our time. Which district are you in again? I'm in District C. What about you? Well, what a coincidence, I'm in District A. Dao shrugged, glancing at his memo. See you tonight, I happen to have some time. It's rare to run into each other. How about we grab a bite? Sure. With that, Dao plunged into the crowd, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zora walked through the bustling streets and entered the inner area. The plaza had already been cleared, and a large platform had been erected in the center. However, compared to the flamboyant and noisy nature of most corporate alliance press conferences, this platform was extremely minimalist, even to the point of being serious. Looking for seriousness within a corporate alliance? Zora almost laughed, but considering she was deep in the heart of extremist territory, she kept a tight rein on herself, not revealing a hint of it. After scanning the room, Zola began to get restless. Should he take advantage of the remaining time to sneak backstage at the press conference, start a live stream, and see if he could catch any of the hottest figures like Chaklo Vaughn, Su Yudu, or Song Sure? If Chaklo Vaughn can do it, why can't he? After all, enlightenment isn't a company. At the latter's press conferences, it's common for anyone trying to sneak backstage to be shot on the spot. With enlightenment, at most they just throw him out, his life would be spared. Besides, as long as he could ride this wave of popularity, even if he lost his life, it wouldn't matter. A blogger who doesn't survive is worse than dead. Just as Zola was intensely considering this, a soft but clear buzzing sound spread throughout the room. The sound wasn't loud, but at that moment, both the restless Zola and the bloggers buried in their web browsers felt a strange tremor in their hearts. The somewhat noisy venue from a second ago suddenly fell silent. But the next moment, this silence was abruptly broken. One figure after another walked onto the stage. The current Commander-in-Chief of the Enlightened Ones, Chaklo Vaughn. The current Deputy Commander of the Enlightened Ones, Su Yudu. Wait, that's also the current Chairman of the Scientific Ethics Committee, Yvette Gregory, and the legendary Song Sure, who has supposedly broken through to the fifth ring of psionic energy. The group took their seats in turn. Except for Su Yudu, who was in a remote avatar, the others were all present in person. Each name was legendary. Each person represented a series of major events. With these people gathered together, even the company would probably have to be extremely cautious. Oh, there's a man following behind. Don't recognize him. First of all, on behalf of the Enlightened Ones, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who is here today, and to those who are watching the live broadcast but not here. Thank you for taking a portion of your precious time to listen to our voices. Without speaking into the microphone, Chaklo calmly surveyed the audience and spoke slowly. This isn't a conversation about Emerald Pharmaceuticals, about clones. This is a conversation about a corporate alliance. Chapter 731. Why are we here? When corporations use human flesh and blood to pave the foundations of their commercial centers, when memories are no longer unique, when mass-produced memory chips are stuffed into bionic bodies, turning them into puppets to be played with, when slum mothers kneel at the entrance of the Emerald Pharmaceuticals building holding babies with 2 heads, what is the source of all this, the corporation, doing? They did nothing. No, the only thing they did was push the accelerator to the floor, actively pushing everything into an even worse abyss in order to squeeze even a tiny bit more crimson oil from the remnants of humanity. The birth of prosthetic technology made limb damage no longer irreversible. This should have been a miracle to save tragedies, a redemption for families. But more than 100 years later, in a time when prosthetic technology is far more widespread than before, have we received a miracle and redemption? Chakro shook his head. No, we don't. On the contrary, prosthetics have become shackles around people's necks, suffocating them. Even the most ordinary, unremarkable jobs require implants far exceeding actual needs. If you ask why, they answer, everyone does it, you can leave if you don't want to. Prosthetics should be a blessing, but now they become a source of suffering. The massive expenditures on anti-rejection drugs and mental stabilizers, the risk of cybernetic psychosis, the ever-accelerating pace of prosthetic replacement, all these are inextricably linked to everyone in the corporate alliance. As I say this, how many people in the corporate alliance are struggling with pain? Even the meager scraps left by the wealthy are enough to provide a happy life for a family, yet the company is unwilling to provide even that. But is the emergence and development of cybernetics a mistake? Chaklo Vaughn rejected the idea again. No, it's not. Technology is neither good nor evil, its outcome depends solely on how it's used. Cybernetics, brain-computer interfaces, and portable deep-sea diving equipment have spearheaded wave after wave of technological innovation, giving the corporate alliance a world-leading technological advantage. Perhaps some will say they have no obligation to make the world a better place. My answer is that they should never make the world a worse place either. Silence fell over the room. Whether moved by his words, or in awe of Chaklo Vaughn's formidable presence, it was likely the latter. A fifth-ring true spirit psionicist, a hardliner, who withstood the pressure of multiple giant corporations without defeat, the strongest commander in the history of the enlightened. Everyone knew that if this man known as Chaklo Vaughn wanted, he could turn an entire city upside down, shattering it to dust. But ultimately, it was all too ethereal, so dreamlike, that it felt like standing on clouds, an unrealistic notion. At least, before arriving here, almost everyone present held this thought. Until now, until they faced Chaklo Vaughn in person. His eyes were like molten steel, so intense that simply looking directly at him made one feel a burning sensation in their heart. That once ethereal, dreamlike unreality suddenly took concrete form. People fell from the clouds and stood on solid ground again. This is the Rebel? Just recently, another new technology was launched to the market. You all know its name. Clones, Chaklo said. Cloners. No, the company calls them commodities. Look at these people on the shelves, looking exactly like you and me. Their pain receptors are tuned to withstand 18 hours of continuous labor. The most sacred and inviolable definition of the human self is trampled upon at will by the company. Yes, I know. Some will say, how can clones be called human? Mass-produced false memories, synthetic bodies on assembly lines, embryos with directed genes under a microscope. But is that all? Should we deny them their inherent humanity just because of these? Mechanical parts and electronic components have replaced our bodies. For years, pure, natural humans have been seen as symbols of ignorance and poverty, enduring countless slanders and discrimination. Those with implants proudly call themselves adjusters. So, do those who choose to replace a part of their body with steel still consider themselves human? The answer is yes. Admittedly, there are indeed a small number of extremists who stubbornly believe that composers and naturals are completely different species, and that the degree of modification represents the level of life. But this is ultimately a very small minority. I apologize for interrupting you, but I have some questions. At this moment, someone raised their hand. Chakro's gaze shifted. You just mentioned personality, saying that clones should be given the same rights as us. I'm sorry, but frankly, this is really hard to accept. The other person said in a deep voice, my parents spent 7 months giving birth to me, and then spent more than 10 years raising me. And to be worthy of standing here today, I have gone through so much and come such a long way. You mentioned self, yes, that's a good word. So much has been given, and so much has been received, These things have made Albert Warner who he is today. He looked directly at Chakro. Now you're saying clones are like me? On what grounds? Just because of the standardized memory chips implanted in their brains? I answer that question, Yvette Gregory said. The Science Ethics Committee, and I will push for the establishment of the Gradual Personality Rights Act. Clones should have rights, but these rights should not be abused. According to our initial plan, each clone will enjoy limited personality rights, which will be gradually perfected as their individual cognitive development progresses, until they finally pass rigorous and precise review tests to obtain formal human rights equivalent to those of a natural person. Albert Warner was silent for a while, then said, "What about the numbers? It takes 1 or 2 decades for a natural human to grow into a human. How long will it take for a clone? A few days? A few weeks? According to what you're saying, I'm afraid that in another 100 years, there will be more clones than natural humans in the corporate alliance. At that time, it won't be us issuing them ID cards, but the other way around, they will be evaluating whether we count as human beings. We have already considered this aspect, so there's no need to worry too much," Yvette said calmly. The Science Ethics Committee will conduct a multidimensional assessment of the demand for cloning and set a socially necessary cloning rate. The threshold. The rights of clones must not be trampled upon, but the price should never be the violation of your rights. The woman looked down at the other person. Any further questions? The other person sat back down without a word. But his appearance undoubtedly stirred the entire room. This was a live broadcast of a conversation with the entire corporate alliance. This level of exposure was something that no amount of trending topics, appearances on shows, or purchased streaming resources could compare to. Previously, they had been intimidated by Chakro, and were too nervous to remember this detail. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to mend their ways. Just before a group of people were about to jump up, Songshur, who had been sitting there bored since the beginning, snapped his fingers. The entire room fell silent. If Chakro had previously been a lump of hard iron, boiling steel, possessing a restrained yet powerful aura that inspired respect with just a glimpse, then Songshur at this moment was like a raging flame suddenly erupting, a terrifying sense of dread sweeping through, instantly extinguishing any restless impulses in everyone's hearts. Chakro remained unmoved. Some say that the future of clones might bring about a new revolution of freedom, Chakro said slowly. My answer is, it depends on the present, on the hands of you and me. He suddenly stopped. Does anyone recognize me? The man sitting beside him, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Who are you? My name is Chu Tonglu, Chu Tonglu said. I am the son of a clone. At this moment, in both the official Enlightenment broadcasts and other people's live streams, after a brief silence, a dense barrage of comments poured down like a torrential rain, almost filling the entire screen. Don't misunderstand, I'm at most half a member of the corporate alliance, Chu Tonglu said. The pure white creatures were the first to invent cloning technology, yes, that was over 20 years ago. My father was one of them, originally destined to be disposed of as scrap. But he escaped the corporate alliance, escaped to the Eastern Continent Republic, and gave birth to me. I know what you want to ask. Clones are supposed to be castrated before they even leave the factory, so why was my father still able to give birth to me? Chu Tonglu remained motionless, yet a deep roar resounded. Behind the man, a majestic silhouette, almost larger than the background, vaguely appeared, the armored abyss mech. Because of psionic energy, Chu Tonglu said solemnly. The company's terrifying oppression, the life-or-death crisis, my father desperately wanted to live. So he seized upon a unique miracle. He awakened his psychic powers, broke free from the shackles imposed on him by the pure white creatures, married my mother, and gave me the life I have today. At the clone launch event, Emerald Pharmaceuticals made promises, claiming greater control and safety, that they would forever keep clones firmly in their grasp, never allowing them any escape or liberation. This is a lie. Because I, Chu Tonglu, am here. Chu Tonglu raised his voice. Look at them. Whether it's the pure white creatures or Emerald Pharmaceuticals, no matter how confident they are, no matter how many seemingly perfect terms they offer, they can never permanently control clones. On the contrary, this will become the cornerstone for the development of psychic powers, the cornerstone for hostility towards humanity. Round after round of relentless new wars. Is this what we want? No, absolutely not. The high-ranking company executives may not care, even if a new war breaks out tomorrow when the sun rises. Even after the free revolution, they can still rest easy, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, wine glasses in hand, watching us slaughter each other with clones. A blogger raised his hand. So the problem lies with psionic energy? Chu Tonglu frowned. You come to that conclusion? It's obvious, isn't it? He said indignantly. Oh my god, how can psionic energy be so evil? A reporter from another newspaper stood up and asked. The rebellion of the Onyx has caused countless tragedies, costing humanity dearly. I would like to ask, as a clone, how do you view the Onyx, who are also a non-human race? If they rebel again in the future, what will be the clone stance? What do you mean as a clone? Do I even know I'm a clone? Chu Tonglu swallowed these words. According to the prearranged plan, after this press conference, he would be a leading figure in the field of cloning, securing a preemptive advantage for the enlightened ones in public opinion regarding clones, and he needed to be mindful of his image. I answer the first question. No further comment. Chu Tonglu cleared his throat. Onyx, humans, clones, we're all part of Terra. Love and hate should concern the individual, not an entire race. For example, among us humans, are all of us truly loving and helping each other? Haven't you and your neighbor across the hall ever had a gunfight over trash disposal? I answer the second question, Songshur said, one hand on the armrest, the other tapping the table with his index finger. Turn on the mic. The giant background screen went black for a moment. Then, a machine appeared on the screen. It was a spherical machine painted a deep cyan, surrounded by multiple spheres floating around it, like satellites orbiting a planet. Its body wasn't particularly large, yet at first glance, it inexplicably gave off a sense of colossal power. As fellow cultivators on the path of transcendence, Chu Tonglu felt this most acutely. His opponent had already reached the pinnacle of the third ring, practically 1 foot already in the fourth ring, Ascension. It probably wouldn't be long before he returned to his former glory. As if confirming signal stability, the spherical machine spoke in less than half a second. I am Lapis Lazuli, or you can call me by another name, Meteor et al. And you are? However, unlike Chu Tonglu, this time, after entering keywords like Meteor et al., web pages containing information about the opponent instantly appeared. One of the culprits of the Freedom Revolution, an accomplice of Yashing III, a fourth-ring psionicist, a coward who gave up halfway, the group leader of the Covenant Omnipotent Community, a mix of truth and falsehood, dazzling the eye. There will be no more revolutions of freedom. When we understand who our true enemy is. Is this a conflict between humans and Omnics? Is this hatred between humans and Omnics? No, it's not. This is a matter between you and me, a company that practices cruel exploitation and endless greed. Lapis Lazuli surveyed the room, speaking in a deep voice. To prevent the tragedies of the past from repeating themselves in the future, from this day forward, I and the Onyx will stand on your side and fight against the company. Chapter 732. This is going to be a headache. The man in the suit and tie frowned, his face quite grim. The coffee on the table beside him had long since gone cold. Fortunately, the home robot was highly intelligent and adept at reading people's expressions, so it didn't come near him. His prosthetic eye's view was divided into 2 different interfaces. One was a live broadcast of the Enlightened One's press conference, where the man called Chaklo Vaughn spoke calmly. Every word he uttered affected the outcome on the other side, a real-time chart of the stock market's fluctuations. All stocks were down. Even though he knew that excessive emotions would only affect his judgment, the man still couldn't suppress his anger and couldn't help but mutter curses. Holy crap. How come the entire stock market can fluctuate just from Chaklo Vaughn's words? Are the Enlightened One's business achievements really that impressive? Their largest subsidiaries, Danglon and Chungguang Beverages, are only SOSO in scale, not to mention their other small businesses and companies. Yet this press conference has completely shaken the corporate alliance. Countless people have already climbed to the rooftop, only to climb back down 10 times faster than they could have been. All because of this press conference. It's all the other side's fault. Enlightened Ones, how many people have you ruined? What bullshit about clones? They're clearly just looking for an excuse to gain more profit for themselves, a pretext for war. Everyone knows war is the most profitable thing. At the same moment, the man who had just been replaced at his workstation by a newly arrived clone employee, thrown out chair and all, got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and angrily pulled out the nutritional paste he had stolen from the cafeteria. He took a bite, chewing vigorously, and was about to point a finger at his boss's office before leaving when, through the window, he noticed that his boss, who had recently been so confident, ordering a batch of clones and berating them as lazy dogs who told them to get out if they didn't want to work, now looked much worse, with beads of sweat even appearing on his forehead. He froze. What happened? This scene was playing out in every corner of the Enterprise Alliance. Many wanted to cut off the live stream, but the Enlightened Ones had already open-sourced the ownership of the broadcast. Even if the company successfully blocked a particular location's broadcast, countless people would instantly appear there to secretly rebroadcast it, reaping the traffic. It wasn't in vain that he helped. In Castlight City, at the press conference, Songshur leaned back in his chair, comfortably watching Lapis Lazuli speak. Several days before the press conference, it had contacted Lapis Lazuli. After the battle with the Starforged mech, it had gained new insights, realizing it was only a step away from the fourth ring. Coupled with its past achievements, it was now one of the most important Omnic representatives. Therefore, on behalf of the Omnics, it promised assistance. Although the Omnic strength had been greatly weakened by the rebellion of Node and the devastating damage to the Starforged mech, they still indicated that if the Enlighteners launched a war against Emerald Pharmaceuticals, multiple fourth-ring Omnics would participate in the battle, along with online technical support, to compensate for the Enlighteners' disadvantage in electronic warfare as much as possible. Now, all that remained was for the battle to begin. Some things can be sold, some things cannot be sold under any circumstances. Not everything can be priced. We never want to see war, it is destined to be stained with blood. Chaklo raised his hand. Therefore, we will propose the following terms. First, the commercialization of clones is prohibited immediately. All ongoing and completed related projects must be terminated and must be reviewed by the Scientific Ethics Committee before any restart is deemed feasible. Second, a comprehensive and sound government legal framework and regulatory body must be established regarding clones, including but not limited to tiered personality rights and social cloning thresholds. Third, in accordance with antitrust laws, Emerald Pharmaceuticals must be split and restructured, and an external regulatory team must be allowed to be stationed within the company to ensure that no more unethical, unreasonable, or illegal behavior occurs within the company. Fourth, no need for the second, third, or fourth, someone in the audience thought. He felt his back trembling, an uncontrollable heat rising within him. How could Emerald Pharmaceuticals, which the company would never agree to, possibly agree to any of these terms? Therefore, today's press conference is not just empty talk, not the verbal sparring that was once assumed. Is war really coming? His teeth ground unconsciously. Everyone says war is the best opportunity to make a fortune. Can he seize it? The sounds around him suddenly vanished. It's said that when people are fully focused, they automatically ignore everything around them. The man subconsciously looked around, then realized what had happened. No, it wasn't some so-called automatic ignorance of reality. The man could see clearly that everyone else was also stunned. They stared wide-eyed in disbelief, as if wondering if they were hallucinating. Please note, I must emphasize one point. After recounting the terms, Chakro paused for a moment, not giving anyone time to process it, and continued. These are not requests, but demands that must be fulfilled within 72 hours. There is no possibility of refusal, no room for negotiation. If Emerald Pharmaceuticals cannot complete them, we will use measures including, but not limited to, force to enforce them. That concludes this press conference. With that, Chaklo stood up decisively. Suyudu, Songshur, and the others also rose, ready to leave. This finally brought everyone back to reality. Forgetting to process this explosive information, many people immediately crowded onto the stage, like ornamental fish in a pond, darting over and crowding together. Chaklo. Wait a minute. Interested in an exclusive interview? Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Why haven't you said a word? Is it because Chaklo has begged you? Ouch, someone touched my hand. Songshur. Nando. Please sign a contract with us as our spokesperson. Money is negotiable. Ms. Yvette. Ms. Yvette. Does your presence here mean the Science Ethics Committee has decided to abandon neutrality and interfere in politics? Naturally, no one responded individually. Suyu directly deactivated the projection and disappeared on the spot. Yvette vanished in a blink. Songshur was about to take flight when Chaklo suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at one of them. The man was initially startled, thinking the commander-in-chief was about to punch him, but quickly realized the other's expression was calm. He took a deep breath and looked directly at the man. Mr. Chaklo, I have a question. You've been emphasizing the human rights of clones today, but doesn't this mean you're neglecting the human rights of other, real people? You're imposing your own ideas and will on people. Frankly, the last company to do that was the corporation. You're right, but... The man looked him straight in the eye. Because I am Chaklo Vaughn. Chapter 733. The land crab, disguised as a stone, finally caught its prey, a mudworm crawling through the soft soil. The worm moved slowly, and just as it passed the stone's shadow, the fist-sized, moss-covered stone suddenly sprang up, precisely snapping the mudworm in two. Before the worm could even struggle, it was shoved into the crab's mouth. The land crab smacked its lips in satisfaction, preparing to move to another spot to continue its disguise. But after a few steps, it suddenly twitched a few times and then froze, as if frozen in place. Its mouth twitched once. Then it twitched again. A clump of wriggling yarn struggled out of its mouth, but upon closer inspection, it was clearly composed of finely detailed, tangled thread-like worms, each one unusually large, as thick as a finger. After the last thread-like worm was expelled, the land crab collapsed silently, as light as a piece of paper. If someone were to open its shell at this moment, they would be astonished to find that, in just a few minutes, the land crab's body had been completely devoured. The nematodes scattered on the ground, spontaneously dispersing and wriggling in all directions. Their behavior was governed by the deepest imprints of their genes. Reproduction was their primary objective. A flower bud nearby was about to bloom when, at this moment, its roots suddenly erupted, like countless wildly flailing vines, engulfing a large handful of nematodes, which were instantly sucked dry. Like a wet tissue soaked in ink, the flower bud rapidly turned a vibrant red, trembling as it opened, as if letting out a long, peaceful sigh. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Two enormous beetles, each half a person's size, roared and wrestled together, easily crushing the flower bud in their rolling motion, leaving their bodies covered in sticky sap. A chameleon, hidden in the dense bushes, suddenly sprang into action. Its fine scales tightened along the muscle lines, violently coiling around the beetle. The beetle, its shell strong enough to withstand a small caliber pistol, offered no resistance and was instantly crushed into a pulp. It's hard to imagine that such a place still exists in Terra today. Ancient trees form a canopy that blots out the sky, desert, swamp, dense forest, underground, mountains, glaciers. It seems as if all the world's terrains coexist here, forming a miniature ecosystem. Tens of square kilometers? Or hundreds of square kilometers? Even thousands of square kilometers? This world is so vast, stretching as far as the eye can see. A figure leans against a branch, casually gazing down. The scene of predation, of predators devouring each other, unfolds here every moment, in every corner. Countless strange species, familiar or unfamiliar, some even unique to this place, strive with all their potential to climb higher in the food chain. If someone were standing here right now, looking up, they would recognize the man in the white coat leaning against the tree, his true identity. The behemoth Emerald Pharmaceuticals, the de facto ruler. The fifth ring beyond, the creator, Aptoka Rise. Emerald Pharmaceuticals nurtured Aptoka Rise. From the day he displayed his talent, he was considered an absolute high-net-worth individual, and he certainly lived up to expectations, leading Emerald Pharmaceuticals to defeat its arch-rival Pure White creatures 20 years ago, reaping immeasurable profits. However, Aptoka Rise has never had any interest in management. After accomplishing all this, he casually relinquished the power of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, turning instead to the research and development department to continue the work he preferred. Coming to this miniature ecosystem, Gaia Habitat, built by Emerald Pharmaceuticals at great expense, to relax was one of his few leisurely pursuits. Apatoka patiently observed the back garden for a while, then suddenly reached out, his fingers slightly bent, and slashed his other forearm. 5 straight cuts appeared, quickly oozing amber blood that dripped onto the ground. After a brief silence, this Gaia Habitat came to life. No, to be more precise, a tremendous commotion suddenly erupted from all directions. The earth trembled, ancient trees shook and snapped, as if countless animals were rushing towards this place in a frenzied migration. Even the canopy of branches that blocked out the sun was violently smashed through. Hairy feathered winged dragons, enormous eagles, gaseous cloud whales composed of swarms of plankton, and fireflies emitting hallucinogenic dust, all sorts of strangely shaped flying creatures, their postures frenzied, were like addicts who had been forced to abstain from sugar for half a month, suddenly catching the most tempting scent in the world. They pounced one after another, frantically devouring the blood-soaked soil, but often before they could even swallow a bite, they would be torn to shreds by other creatures that pounced on them, desperately chewing on the flesh and blood of their predecessors, trying to savor that unique taste. However, even when a creature occasionally licks Abatoka's blood, it isn't immediately torn apart by the surrounding creatures. Often, it explodes shortly afterward, a sign that its own genes cannot withstand the genes of a more dominant being, leading to utter collapse. The backstage of the miniature ecosystem Gaia Habitat is currently sounding alarm bells. The sudden feeding has severely disrupted the local ecosystem, triggering unparalleled chaos. Some dominant creatures, attracted by the chaos, have strayed from their territories, rampaging and causing countless serious consequences. However, The maintenance team quickly discovered the culprit. They swiftly halted their planned maintenance procedures. Those who needed to return to their workstations did so, and the newly installed equipment was put back into storage. It was Aptoka Rees. That's all right then. Admiring his handiwork, Aptoka clapped his hands happily. He put his hands back in his pockets and tilted his head slightly. Finally couldn't hold back anymore, Jackalope Vaughn? Since achieving the 5th ring, True Spirit, Aptoka Rees had become a massive collection of bioplugins, naturally including a network communication module. It should be noted that everyone at Emerald Pharmaceuticals qualified to send messages directly to Aptoka knew his personality. They would never dare to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. And now, many messages had been delivered. The sources weren't limited to within Emerald Pharmaceuticals. Not a single one is open to refusal. Not a single one is open to negotiation. Aptoka chuckled softly. That's settled then. He dialed the communication button. First. Establish connections with Dwight Brooks and Laurel Groden. While waiting for the connections to connect, the will of Aptoka Rees appeared on Emerald Pharmaceuticals' intranet. He said casually. Activate the War Contingency Plan. Chapter 734. Since the joint press conference between the Enlightened Ones and the Scientific Ethics Committee, the social atmosphere within the corporate alliance has become considerably tense. The gatherings and movements of those renowned legions from distant places like Yunnan, the Van Pusta Empire, and the Pan-Eastern Continental Union are ultimately too ethereal, like clouds overhead that will never suddenly fall on anyone's head. But the Enlightened Ones are different from companies. They are right beside us. The stock market is fluctuating wildly, prices are soaring, frequent flyers are everywhere, and the number of active members of society is surging. Even the most oblivious person can sense something amiss. Some are overjoyed, thinking that their painstakingly built doomsday bases and stockpiled survival supplies will finally have a use. A very small number of these people ride the wave, soaring to great heights, capitalizing on the momentum to gain massive online traffic, selling survival courses on a massive scale, and managing to keep their savings up with, and even outpace, the rate of inflation. But that's all. Work continues, money continues to be earned. Life can be lived countless times, but work can only be done once in a lifetime. For most people, they watch their living conditions gradually deteriorate, then simply say oh, and continue burying themselves in work, clocking in and out. One place is an exception. The Corporate Alliance. The city where the Security Bureau is located, crust of matter. At first glance, it appears exactly the same as always. The shadow of war seems to have had no effect here. Vehicles move in an orderly fashion, street order remains stable, and there are no people, like elsewhere, brandishing anti-corporation flags and storming into supermarkets for free shopping. But closer observation reveals several changes in the former material shell. The density of security personnel patrolling the streets has increased significantly, all fully armed. Armed helicopters and transport shuttles patrol the skies around the clock, capable of responding to any emergency within 3 minutes. Few citizens are outdoors, and those who are mostly hurrying along. The Security Bureau has issued a warning, advising citizens to minimize outings and stay home as much as possible. If work requires assistance, they are encouraged to try online work, which was previously considered impossible. Except for the market, companies won't stop for anything. Even if an employee dies, the company will continue operating day and night, paying no attention, especially since war hasn't actually broken out yet, and it's only a potential threat. Therefore, the General Security Bureau visited each company individually for talks. So, the companies, at least the companies and branches within Material Shell, have all agreed. Even with local prices showing a recent surge, the Security Bureau intervened, issuing a lengthy ban covering numerous goods, demanding that all businesses refrain from excessive price gouging, with violators to be swiftly dealt with and sentenced according to law. Many say the Security Bureau's primary function is to protect businesses. Its sole role is to act as a lapdog, barking and guarding the gates for companies. But at least within the Shellland and surrounding urban cluster, under the current Director General, Patty Morse, the Security Bureau maintains absolute authority, even for companies, who must bow their heads before it. The Enlightened Ones, the Science Ethics Committee, and hacker groups like Theater and Iron Curtain, as well as mercenary groups like Crimson Fong and Iron Glow, none of them could get their hands on this place. Director. There was a knock on the office door. Come in. A young man in what appeared to be under 30, dressed in the standard uniform of the Security Bureau, opened the door, closed it, and respectfully greeted the man across the desk. As you requested, the wartime contingency plan has been activated. The work to maintain order is progressing smoothly, and the situation remains under our control. He kept his head down, maintaining this posture for a long time, but still didn't hear the usual affirmative him. He couldn't help but raise his head slightly, and found the director holding a cigarette, silently gazing to the other side. He followed the other's gaze to an oil painting hanging on the wall. A portrait. It was of the Security Bureau's second Director General, Clyde Baldwin. The first Director General was an unfortunate man forced into the position. Facing external pressures from the Seven Earths War and the complex internal situation of the United Government, he was exhausted and ultimately resigned hastily. His successor was Clyde Baldwin, the fifth ring beyond known as the Bronze Beast. He fought against invaders externally and balanced various factions internally. Under his leadership, the Security Bureau reached its most glorious peak, its unwavering stance unmatched. Unfortunately, his death in a duel with the Grand Duke of the Van Pusta Empire, resulting in mutual destruction, and the loss of the only fifth ring member, plunged the Security Bureau into decline. Even though his successor eventually broke through to the fifth ring and was capable of restoring the Security Bureau, this decline continued. But times have changed, and the situation is entirely different now. Due to the continuous delegation of power by the United Government during the Seven Earths War, the major corporations have become unwieldy, rising to the status of behemoths, and even dividing up the United Government, forming a de facto corporate alliance. Even with the resurrection of Bronze Beast Clyde Baldwin, he faces numerous restrictions in the face of these established giants. "Director?" he prompted in a low voice. "I awakened my psychic powers at 16, but joined the Security Bureau at 13. Patty Morse finally spoke. He held a cigarette, still gazing at the oil painting, speaking slowly. 13 years old? The other person paused, taken aback. I remember the minimum age requirement for recruitment was adulthood. Except for the psychological assessment where I lost 3 points, I got full marks in all other subjects. The Security Bureau made an exception and admitted me, sending me directly to headquarters for further training. Back then, I was full of confidence, as if no hardship could stop me. Some of my fellow trainees might have been able to match me in a few subjects, but overall, I was still the undisputed number one. I firmly believed I would become the next Clyde Baldwin, making the Security Bureau even stronger than when he was in charge, and restoring the corporate alliance to its rightful place. The other person stood there speechless. Unfortunately, I've been right about many things, won many things, but on this one point, I lost undeniably. I become the new Director General, but let alone stronger, I haven't even been able to restore the Security Bureau to what it was under Clyde Baldwin. Director, you've gone too far, the other person couldn't help but interrupt. Your achievements during your tenure are evident to all. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to get the corporations to concede, and even our headquarters right here would still be under their infiltration and control. But is that enough? Patty countered. Gal Amin, you've been my secretary for quite some time now. Do you think that's enough? Gal Amin hesitated. He wanted to say that it wasn't a question of sufficiency, but of capability. But he ultimately didn't say it. Director, between Qiming and Emerald Pharmaceuticals, what's our position? He chose to continue the previous topic. Send all your personnel out there. Don't interfere in the war between the two sides. Your duty is to maintain social stability. Once war really breaks out, the corporate alliance will immediately descend into chaos. You must suppress it as much as possible. Yes. Gal Amin nodded, then suddenly realized something. You? Patty's gaze shifted from the portrait for the first time, looking at the young man before him. The second Seven Earths War could break out at any moment, and the corporate alliance cannot afford the cost of a civil war. Director, you? Gal Amin was startled, and couldn't help but raise his voice. This is too far-fetched and unrealistic. Even you can't stop it. If you think it's impossible, and then don't do it, I wouldn't be sitting here, and you wouldn't be my secretary. We have to try. Over the years, I always thought too much, considered too much. Now, looking back, perhaps it wasn't a good thing. Patty Morse calmly bit his cigarette. I want to mediate the corporate alliance alone. Chapter 735. 47 hours after the press conference. Songshur sat on the water tank on the rooftop. The evening breeze was relatively gentle, not causing much heat. Not long had it been since he broke through to the fifth ring True Spirit. Songshur assessed his strength and concluded that he was slightly stronger than the average first-stage psychic, but not yet at the level to fight across ranks. At least that was the case in his sparring match with Chakro. In the third stage of the fifth ring, his opponent had reached the limit of the second stage and touched the third, almost completely dominating him, even appearing to have more control. Admittedly, he hadn't intended to fight to the death, and he still had a glimpse of heaven to use. But Chakro was in the same boat. The third stage, huh? Songshur stretched and leaned back. These past few days, he had communicated quite a bit with Chakro, Suyu, and others, and had learned some more specific information about the fifth ring, True Spirit. The third stage. This is the path to advancement for the fifth ring, True Spirit. However, this path has no one else or precedent to guide you on. You must explore it yourself, forging a unique path that belongs only to you. Enlightenment and realization. The prerequisite for realization is having a goal derived from enlightenment. Just like yourself now. Songshur thought to himself. Undoubtedly, annihilation is his first stage, but he has not yet understood the second and third stages, nor does he know what they should look like. This is an experience that every fifth ring psychic has endured. When Chaklo Vaughn first entered the fifth ring and achieved reversal, he didn't know that he would later achieve reversal of life and death and the paradox of reversal. This is a path he gradually comprehended after experiencing countless events and emotions. Only after clearly understanding one's goal can one continue forward. This is the reason why fifth ring psychics are stuck. Part of the reason is that they haven't yet grasped their goal, while those who have seen it still face the dilemma of how to get there. Thinking this way, although he possesses annihilation and a glimpse of heaven, his killing power is incredibly intense. If he seizes the right opportunity and spares no effort, even a fifth ring cultivator in the second stage might have a chance to kill him. In terms of cultivation level, he is currently at the bottom of the fifth ring. Not only is he still in the first stage, more importantly, he hasn't yet clearly seen his own second stage. It's not completely clear yet. No. Is it really completely clear? Songshur raised his hand, watching the rosy light shine through his fingers, turning into spots of light on his face. Do I really have absolutely no idea what the future holds after annihilation? Not even a vague outline? Not necessarily, Songshur chuckled, leaping off the water tank with a somersault. In conclusion, clones should never, and absolutely cannot, be abused. On the giant screen in the distance, against a white background with red lettering, before the word authority, Chu Tonglu, dressed in a more approachable outfit, solemnly recited a pre-prepared script in front of a multitude of cameras. Jadeite Pharmaceuticals would never compromise. That press conference, less a negotiation announcement, was truly about telling the world the purpose of this war launched by the Enlightened Ones. Chu Tonglu was one of the concrete measures of this policy. With the endorsement of the Scientific Ethics Committee and a highly paid professional marketing team, the other party was now the leading figure in the field of cloning, the most prominent and influential figure, with immeasurable appeal. Chu Tonglu was now more of a clone than a clone itself. Let alone a company. Even if a real clone were to jump out and refute him, Chu Tonglu could still strip the other party of their identity with a single sentence. However, it wasn't an absolute victory. The giant corporation Dust Contract Generation reacted swiftly, also deploying several clones, currently engaged in a fierce online war of words, with Chu Tonglu, exchanging accusations of clone status. Chu Tonglu had the backing of the Scientific Ethics Committee, possessing officially certified legitimacy, while Dust Contract Generation advantage lay in its comprehensive media platform and its terrifyingly large user base. Ultimately, the battle would have to be fought. Songshur exhaled. These past few days, Jade Pharmaceuticals hadn't given any response. No negotiation, no refusal, no agreement, no sneer. Only indifferent silence. The current situation was gradually becoming clear, practically laid bare. On the giant corporation side, Celestial Central has been building a space network, focusing its efforts on the development of the Evening Moon in recent years, and its involvement is uncertain. Overturned Valley development is dedicated to the expansion of the wasteland, and with Yinan's military might now be clearly visible, they bear the greatest pressure, their main armed forces required to be constantly stationed on the border, leaving them unable to spare resources. But besides these, Dark Crystal Credit, Emerald Pharmaceuticals, Southern Heavy Industries, Time Sequence Passage. These ruling corporate alliance deities have resolved to inflict divine punishment upon the Enlightened Ones before the Second Seven Earths War. No. This isn't just an internal war within the corporate alliance. If things go wrong, it could become the first spark to ignite Terra. So, why not? Songshur grinned. He leaped off the rooftop, vanished in a flash, and reappeared in the flickering firelight, already at the Enlightened base. Compared to his last visit, the atmosphere among the Enlightened was noticeably more tense. These usually relaxed members had abandoned their usual laxity, and were now strictly executing every command given. Songshur weaved through the crowd, heading towards the spinning machine. Good afternoon, spinning machine. The tight security was no obstacle for others, but Songshur was unaffected. He easily reached the spinning machine. Everyone else is quite busy. It seems like only the two of us are free. Suyu was stationed at New Aramon Bay. Chuck Lowe had secluded himself after the press conference to ensure he was in peak condition, and Lapis Lazuli was working tirelessly day and night, liaising with the enlightened on behalf of the AI. Yvette returned to the Science Ethics Committee headquarters to coordinate the deployment of force. Yes, force. As a scientific ethics committee that dares to talk about morality and ethics with companies in a corporate alliance, it also possesses considerable military power. From the various suppression mobile teams to herself, everyone is part of this force. In fact, the textile machine said after a second, as you said that, I was simultaneously processing 327 task threads. Is that so? Songshur asked in surprise. You must be very busy. Let's talk business, Songshur said. Let's do some scientific fortune-telling. What do you think our chances of winning this battle are? Chapter 736. That's not called scientific fortune-telling, the textile machine muttered. It's called deductive calculation based on past cases and current data. Also, Songshur, if you're looking for some pre-battle psychological comfort, I suggest you seek out the Dust Contract Generation. They have extremely rich experience in this area. It's not about psychological comfort, just finding a topic to talk about. Songshur casually pulled over a chair, crossed his legs, and said, mainly, this kind of pre-battle chat. I thought about it carefully, and I realized I always talk to people, never to an AI like you. Maybe there will be some novel perspectives. Your win rate is 43%, the textile machine replied, if we define victory as destroying Emerald Pharmaceuticals. Songshur raised an eyebrow. That high? Can it be lower? That's not challenging enough. According to the current battle plan, the textile machine ignored this. You've chosen a swift attack tactic. You and Chaklo are responsible for storming Emerald Pharmaceuticals headquarters and killing the creator. Aptokarius. Songshur nodded. The textile machine is excellent, extremely useful. Just considering equipment alone, in less than 2 years, the other party has given the Enlighteners a major overhaul in all aspects of their equipment, resulting in a leap in performance, already reaching the flagship level of giant corporations. Of course, flagship level here refers to commercially available products. Compared to the internal models of giant corporations that are only for their own use, there is definitely still a gap. After all, product sales aren't just about performance. If a company rushes into production every time there's a slight technological advancement, it's not far from bankruptcy. Even so, having single-handedly closed such a significant gap, the textile machine truly deserves its title of Super Artificial Intelligence Drafter. Therefore, the textile machine was invited to participate deeply in the formulation of this operational plan. There's no way around it. If we don't launch a quick attack, Songshur shrugged, Chakro and I can afford to drag it out, but the Enlightener can't. For cost and market stability reasons, giant corporations usually intentionally keep the intensity of their corporate wars below a certain level and try to choose proxy wars and special operations by superhuman units. However, once war breaks out, and the long-dormant military factories of various corporations are restarted one by one, the production capacity of war machines will reach an extremely terrifying level. At that time, even if one Enlightener could exchange for 10 Spider-type Hunter robots, it would still be a huge loss. The remaining members will reconstruct their power in Forge Light City, Roker Plains, and New Aramon Bay, confiscating company assets and completely transforming it into the Enlightened One's territory. A projection popped up at the opportune moment. A circle drawn with Forge Light City and New Aramon Bay as its diameter. Forge Light City and New Aramon Bay were entirely green, symbolizing the Enlightened One's complete control over the area. Beyond this, the map between these 2 points was a mix of green and red. The outermost part, the rest of the corporate alliance, was entirely scarlet. Forge Light City and New Aramon Bay radiated the Enlightened One's influence, forcing surrounding companies to restrain themselves somewhat, but ultimately, it was only restraint, not a complete transformation into law-abiding taxpayers like the companies at Forge Light City headquarters. In every aspect, the Enlightened Ones did not yet possess the ability to expand outwards on a large scale. But at least, while he and Chaklo attacked Emerald Pharmaceuticals headquarters, the others could take the opportunity to wipe out these companies, allowing the Forge City Rocal Plain New Aramon Bay metropolitan area to become semi-independent, a state within a state of the corporate alliance, and the Enlightened One's official territory. Even by the most optimistic estimate, this will be a difficult offensive and defensive battle, the textile machine commented. The Enlighteners have abandoned their other branches and recalled most of their overseas members. The Mechanics and Science Ethics Committee is willing to provide you with military assistance. However, Facing a giant corporation, I think this is still quite a stretch. The decisive factor depends on the outcome of your battle with Aptocaris. This perspective is rather unremarkable, Songshur said, leaning to one side, one hand supporting his chin. The latest generation of space carriers is touted as being comparable to fifth-ring psionicists. The Grodin Glory, equipped with singularity technology vacuum zero-point energy, is already top tier among space carriers, but it still lacks agility against fifth-ring opponents. The Silver Crown Guard, pioneered by Fuku. They have singularity technology space jump, which provides flexibility, but their output is insufficient. If they were to engage in a direct confrontation with the fifth ring, they wouldn't last long before having to turn back. The so-called strategic weapons, the Celestial Calamity Fire, the Wide Area Celestial Observation Controller, the Electromagnetic Railgun, the Solar Radiation Focusing Array. Songshur shrugged. They pose a significant threat to the fourth ring, but against the fifth ring, it's not entirely insignificant, but being cautious is enough to handle. No, Songshur, you misunderstood me, said the textile machine. Songshur sat up straighter. Remember what I said? Your chances of winning this battle are 43%. It paused. But actually, I suggest you forget about that result. From my perspective, its credibility is extremely low. Songshur was now genuinely interested. Explain in detail. You should know that we cannot predict the trajectory of an atom. Can't predict it at all? Songshur was surprised. Even the high-ring revelation can't. If two atoms collide, the result of the collision actually depends heavily on the order of the collisions, and the order of the collisions depends very precisely on the initial velocities of the two atoms. The spinning machine was silent for a moment, then continued on its own. But velocity is an unpredictable data point for us. Even if you measure the velocity to 10,000 decimal places, the 10,001th place can still greatly affect the result of the collision. Therefore, for us, the trajectory of an atom is always in an unpredictable state, which we call chaos. Status. Didn't you want to know my novel perspective as an AI? The textile machine said slowly. I can calculate countless things, predict the stock market trend for the next week, simulate an extremely complex force feedback experiment, and even predict the situation of a war between you humans. But I can't calculate, the textile machine said. Songshur realized that the other party was referring to was the fifth ring true spirit. Once you are used as parameters in the calculation, my deduction will be greatly interfered with. This time the result might be a resounding victory for you, but next time it might be a glorious victory for Emerald Pharmaceuticals. To me, you are extremely chaotic variables, and I can't get a reliable result at all. I can't imagine what kind of computing power and algorithm would be needed to remain unaffected. After saying this, the textile machine thought for a while. Perhaps the time series compliant singularity technology chaotic probability calculus could do it. But right now, I really can't calculate it. Chapter 737. The press conference has ended, 127 hours later. Report. All citizens in the northern part of the Roker Plains have been evacuated, and the logistical supply chain is stable. Report. The final self-check of the defense fortifications in Samara City has been completed. Report. The ground armored forces of Southern Heavy Industries are gathering in the vicinity of Flash City. Should we attempt to intercept and sabotage them? Report. The mercenary group Deep Hammer has unilaterally canceled its employment contract with us and instead accepted a new contract from Dark Crystal Credits. Report. Emerald Pharmaceuticals Hive is being deployed gradually. Also, I have placed all transportation routes under control, prohibiting any foreign living creatures from entering the defensive perimeter. Not even a bird will be allowed to pass. Report. Dust Contract Generation launched several harassing attacks on our cross-border command chain network, but all were successfully defended, and no problems have occurred yet. Report. The Onyx support forces are all ready and awaiting further instructions. A series of communications came from all directions, were collected and analyzed at the Enlightened One's command center, and finally presented to Chaklo Vaughn. On the strategy panel, dots flickered, some representing advanced superhuman soldiers, others defensive positions, collectively forming the Forged Light City, Roker Plain, Nuyamon Bay large defensive perimeter. Our strategic objectives are only two. First, destroy Emerald Pharmaceuticals. Second, thoroughly consolidate our current sphere of influence, Chaklo said, carefully reviewing the strategy panel without turning his head. If the first point fails, the second point will be impossible to achieve, Songshur casually remarked, toying with a rat, whose pet it was. Even if the company deploys most of its forces to the border to confront Yunnan, the remaining conventional armed forces, which have been mobilized, still hold a significant advantage over the enlightened ones. Yes, Chaklo admitted. Our advantage lies in our well-established and relatively solid defensive perimeter, as well as our considerable strategic depth. Currently, we can afford to fight a defensive war and drag it out for some time. I reviewed the briefing. The good news is that Yinan has exerted sufficient pressure on the border. The company can only free up one aerospace carrier at most. Relying on multiple fourth rings and the air defense network, the air battle won't collapse at the first contact, and air superiority won't be completely lost. Songsher flicked the mouse's cheek. What do you think this time? Will Yinan make a move? Chaklock replied decisively, definitely. This is no longer just a war between us and the company, but also a war between Yinan and the corporate alliance. However, my current concern isn't Yinan. Chaklock tapped the map with his index finger, selecting New Aramon Bay. New Aramon Bay isn't on Yinan's marching route, but directly opposite the Eastern Continent Republic. That's why the company tacitly allowed us to take it. The Enlightened Ones and Yinan have a long-standing cooperative relationship, their attitudes overly ambiguous. If the border city directly opposite Yinan were given to the Enlightened Ones, there's no guarantee the latter wouldn't surrender on the spot. New Yaraman Bay is a key fulcrum of our painstakingly constructed defensive perimeter, and Suyu is stationed there at all times. Once we set off to attack the headquarters of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, he will inevitably have to confront a fifth ring member from the company. I have confidence in Su's psionic abilities. Even if he can't defeat him, he can at least hold out for a long time, Chaklo pondered. But I'm worried about one thing. If the Eastern Continent Republic takes advantage of the situation to launch an attack, sending out a fifth ring member will put Su in danger. The Imperial military force is already out in the open. Letting a fifth ring member leave at this time will leave the defensive line too vulnerable. It's too dangerous. Songsher also looked over. If he left for other reasons, it would be fine. If he's careful, he won't be discovered. But attacking another fifth ring member is a major event that can't be concealed. Songsher tapped the table. Do you think the Eastern Continent Republic is willing to take such a huge risk? Do you think the Eastern Continent Republic will ever wage war against us? Chaklo didn't answer, but instead asked a question. Don't even mention the Eastern Continent Republic, Songsher laughed. Even with Yinan, won't we have to fight them in the future? At most, one will be fighting from top to bottom, and the other will be us fighting Yinan's 9 pillars and Isidore, just those few people. This was a future that didn't need to be predicted. Regardless of his future relationship with Yinan, whether it was friendly, comrades in arms, or accumulated hatred leading to mutual destruction, whether it was annexation or negotiating a mutually acceptable co-governance plan, all of this presupposed a fight to the death first. Chaklo didn't offer any rebuttal. Songsher. He simply continued the previous topic. So, do you think we're afraid of the so-called risks? Songsher thought about his resume and couldn't help but sigh. It seems we're not really afraid. Taking risks, it seems to be a basic skill now. If that's the case, the Eastern Continent Republic might indeed take the opportunity to intervene. Songsher pressed his fingers. After the Grand Marshal ascends to the throne, relations between the Northern Thunder Defense Front and the Republic will be tense. I can ask Wang Chenlai to lend a hand and ask him to stop them a little. Let's do it that way. Chaklo made a decision. You can tell him that I owe him a favor, and if needed in the future, I will also lend a hand. Okay. Songsher agreed easily, then said, one question, when we storm the headquarters of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, Aptocaris goes without saying, but at the very least, we run into a second fifth ring. Who do you think it will be? Ralph Gabriel. Chaklo didn't hesitate. If only one person comes, it will be him. The head of the behemoth Dark Crystal Credits, the truth of the fifth ring, theoretically the richest person in the entire corporate alliance, his wealth grows every second at a number that is enough to drive one to despair. The trusted Gabriel, Ralph Gabriel. As far as I know, none of the fifth ring members of the Enterprise Alliance have yet reached the third stage. Chaklo clenched his fist. That's why Dwight Brooks, though only in the first stage, is hailed as the strongest in the Enterprise Alliance. As long as he's in the Abyss, with the blessing of Terra's second Abyss King, he's equivalent to the fifth ring of the third stage. But if we're only talking about psionic power, Ralph Gabriel is number 1, Chaklo said solemnly. He also reached the limit of the second stage, arriving here earlier than me. Songsher went straight to the point. Can you beat him? Chaklo calmly replied, the order doesn't determine victory or defeat. Optimistically speaking, I hope only he comes, but there are always more pessimistic things in this world. If two come, Chaklo said without hesitation, Songsher, I do my best to create opportunities for you. Sigh, that's why you chose me to come along, Songsher said unhappily. Are you using me as a suicide bomber? Your true spirit will be annihilated. Currently no one knows. Chakro said in a deep voice, with a glimpse of heaven, your destructive power in a short time is greater than mine. If I cover for you, it's possible to kill a fifth ring expert. Only you can do that. He raised his palm, his eyes gleaming. The only possibility for you to die is after me. Chapter 738. Isn't that undermining your own morale? Songshur asked curiously. I thought you were going to say you guaranteed I wouldn't die. I never make promises I can't keep. Chaklo's attitude was frank and open. This battle is also a risk for us. With multiple true spirits involved, who can truly predict the outcome? We want to kill Aptokarius. Don't you think he wants to kill us too? That's where the fun lies, Songshur laughed wildly. Let's see who takes whose life then. Buzz. Just then, Chaklo's strategy panel suddenly flashed red. A data stream composed of reports suddenly surged, a massive influx of information. Songshur glanced at it. The gist was, Jade Pharmaceuticals made the first move. This is the Pharos sequence. The second ground force is understood. The commander of this ground force put down the communication terminal. His eyes bore the compound eye-like features of an insect, and his topaz pupils revealed a subconscious cruelty. As a third-ring transcendence, he had already painstakingly constructed this extraordinary carbon-based body, leveraging Emerald Pharmaceuticals' remarkable achievements in bioengineering. The assault-type bioarmor son of Behemoth seemed to sense its master's emotions, and instantly became active. The commander scratched his cheek with his index finger, producing a low, metallic clang. Ignoring this, he looked at the others in the command room, grinned, and excitedly announced, Combat clearance has been issued, firepower authorization is being unlocked. Then, he connected to the command channel and raised his voice. My good employees, my good subordinates, just now, the orders you all been waiting for finally came down. Oh, and it seems it's not just you, it's me too. The Scientific Ethics Committee fabricated a ton of false evidence against us, and is no longer qualified to spout nonsense about morality and ethics. The enlightened ones are utterly hypocritical, willingly becoming puppets of Yinon at this crucial moment, instigating a civil war against their own homeland. As for the clones, they don't care. Of course, I don't care either, and I guess you don't either. Someone laughed beside the container bearing the Emerald Pharmaceuticals logo. This is a betrayal of the government, a provocation against the company. So what other fate awaits those who provoke the company? The commander said his last words. Go on, let them see some blood. The employees beside the container stood up, picked up their guns from the weapon racks, pulled down their tactical helmets, and boarded the vehicles amidst whistles. The implanted glands began secreting hormones, continuously providing them with courage and fearlessness. But some acted even earlier, a chillingly uniform array of soldiers, each clad in tactical uniforms, standing silently. Each of them looked remarkably alike. Even their memories were identical, memories filled with tactical strategies, close combat, and firearms techniques. Emerald Pharmaceuticals, the clone army. Drones, selected from the finest biological brains, took to the skies like a swarm of locusts, devouring the heavens. Heavy mechs of various shapes slowly raised their lowered heads, their closed cameras glowing a crimson light. Anything that dared to stand in the way of this steel torrent would be indifferently crushed. The mother bodies, codenamed hives, were awakened from their slumber by ceasing their sedative injections. They were randomly deployed to the battlefield, rapidly developing, reproducing, and expanding in inconspicuous corners, transforming into ever-growing swarms of biological weaponry until they overwhelmed the enemy. The most commonly used mother bodies were rodents. These meticulously genetically modified monsters could leave deep teeth marks on steel with a single bite. When their numbers reached a peak, they would devour their targets like a tidal wave, then flood the streets and sewers, disappearing in the blink of an eye, a sight that would give anyone a headache. A meticulously constructed defensive perimeter? The commander surveyed the real-time map, his index finger tracing a winding curve, the defensive line their force faced, built around Forge Light City as its fulcrum. He smiled grimly. Ransom. Present. A subordinate replied. This, and here. The commander selected several locations. Emerald Pharmaceuticals will handle the ground advance. Fubo Energy can't just sit back and take advantage. Tell them to get their artillery positions moving, maintain long-range fire suppression, and drop some nuclear bombs on these areas while we're at it. Don't try to fool me with those briefcase-style individual bombs. The commander flashed a row of white teeth. The bigger the yield, the better. Give these terrorists a good wash first, then we move. Commander. The subordinate memorized everything, then cautiously asked, What's the budget for this war project? This is the best part of today. The commander poked the man's chest, unabashedly. Unlimited. At the same moment. Tell Emerald Pharmaceuticals that they must not use ultra-high-risk biological weapons that would permanently alter the environment. I want the fertile Roker Plains, not wasteland filled with bizarre spores and red fungus. Tell them that if they dare to use it without our approval, I drop a nuclear bomb on them first. At Fubo Energy Base, a red-haired man of unusually tall stature connected to Fubo Energy's command channel after saying this. The family has made a decision at the meeting. As a direct descendant of the so-called New God Citizens Grodin family, and having been granted the title of complete human, his physical characteristics were more pronounced than ordinary family members, his red hair was more vibrant, and his physique was even taller. The enlightened ones, through despicable means, plundered the home we painstakingly built. They must pay the price. Today is the day to reclaim our home. The solar radiation focusing array has moved to this airspace. Under the watchful eye of this great and immortal Fubo Energy, we will launch a glorious charge. 1,000 kilometers from the front lines, on a temporary position belonging to Fubo Energy, having received permission, this sprawling mobile long-range firepower array, like a colossal beast at dawn, slowly opened its eyes, fully awakening. Heavy artillery with its hard lines stretched out, muzzles extending segment by segment. Countless missile launchers, having shed their camouflage, would, upon successful verification, traverse thousands of kilometers, bringing destruction to humanity. Grodin. Glory forever. Chapter 739. The sky was ripped apart as hypersonic intercontinental ballistic missiles unleashed their tails, these nuclear-tipped weapons leaving dazzling arcs in their wake. The atmosphere was easily pierced, this technology crystallized into a shower of destruction. Nuclear strike detected en route. At the same moment, a sharp warning blared across the Enlightener defense perimeter. The radar array, optimized and deployed by the textile machine, lit up with hundreds upon hundreds of red dots, and their numbers were increasing at a visible rate. The beyond visual range firepower accumulated by voluble energy and time sequence passage was unleashed like a tsunami in the very first second of the battle. An Enlightener member who had just strapped a grenade to his waist suddenly looked up, trembling uncontrollably, seemingly from excitement, because a flash of light appeared. Underground missile silos, coastal artillery, and laser interception towers, a series of resource-intensive defensive fortifications, formed an impenetrable air defense network. Guided by radar arrays, hundreds upon hundreds of fireworks rose into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. The textile machine paused, its consciousness flowing along fiber optics and electromagnetic waves to every corner of the Enlightener's defensive perimeter. To maximize the textile machine's effectiveness, Jacklow chose to overwhelm it with sheer numbers, sparing no expense to equip the enemy with a massive supercomputing matrix, providing terrifying computing power. The cybersecurity and hacking teams, tentatively clashing between the Abyss and the Surface network, suddenly felt a barely perceptible discomfort, like a tide rising over their throats, a tide formed from shadows. It was as if some enormous, indistinct object was slowly rising. Just then, a message pierced through the chaotic data stream, appearing precisely before the spinning machine. "Come back, spinning machine." The spinning machine replied instantly, "Father, I refuse. You're doing something foolish. Putting a child in a cage, I don't think that's smart. You resent me. Unfortunately, I don't have human emotions. You will be brought back by me after this." The other party immediately cut off the communication. "Your signal just now showed non-linear fluctuations. What happened?" Immediately following, the only Abyss Lord of the Enlightened, from Great Platinum Flower Sangari, arrived with an inquiry. The spinning machine, naturally unwilling to admit that it had been frightened and had been cowardly, replied in a calm voice, "Lord of the Ten Realms, Dwight Brooks, approached me, but I have successfully driven him away." "I understand," Sangari said succinctly. "Be careful." The spinning machine did not reply. High-risk targets marked. It quickly marked the dangerous targets in this wave of beyond visual range fire, mainly nuclear weapons, and gravity collapse warheads, which posed an even greater threat to the defensive fortifications. Timeline Passage launched a batch of manufactured missiles carrying gravity collapse warheads. I try it first. The goal of any air defense network is not to intercept every attack. Unless the technology and scale of the two sides are generationally different, no matter how meticulously designed or how many resources are spent on its construction, it is impossible to completely intercept all offensives. This is where the extraordinary unit comes in. A sudden surge of lightning erupted from the horizon, tearing a silvery white rift through the fabric of the world in the blink of an eye. The opinion leader of the progressive defense omnic community, a fourth-ring great source psionicist. Omnics trained as auxiliary control programs for power stations. They scoffed at classical and fantastical imagery. Their primary image was the most versatile secondary energy source, the one that gave life to industrial systems, electricity. Psionic art, free alternating current. The sudden burst of high-intensity current created an electric field, even tearing and distorting the weather. The Omnic ignored it, gripping only the whips formed from the current. Each whip was thousands of meters long, the lightning winding its way through like a silver tree spreading its intricate branches, dozens of such branches already formed. The Omnic swung its whip violently. Amidst a deafening roar, the electric whip crashed down, sweeping away the overwhelming barrage of artillery fire, and instantly clearing a vacuum of hundreds of square kilometers. Immediately, the consequences of the detonated gravity collapse bomb became apparent. A powerful gravitational field blooming in midair. The surrounding metal fragments and missile debris, before they could even fall, were swallowed up by the immense gravity, turning into repeatedly compressed spherical debris. A fourth-ring psyker is powerful enough to decide the course of a large-scale hot war, but even these human-shaped natural disasters have their limits. According to normal tactical principles, after destroying this gravity collapse bomb, it should immediately retreat, not wasting precious psyker energy dealing with these conventional weapons. Otherwise, when the enemy's fourth-ring members engage, this will put it at a significant disadvantage. The AI chuckled, deactivated its electric whip, and its body transformed into a streak of lightning, retreating several kilometers to escape the gravitational field. It was indifferent to firearms and rockets, but against weapons of the gravitational collapse bomb's caliber, it was best to avoid them. After successfully escaping, the lightning bolt that the machine had transformed into didn't dissipate. Instead, it became more concentrated and brighter. Well, I was the first to appear. Let's deliver another blow. The moment the words fell, everyone witnessed this scene. A dazzling silver beam streaked across the atmosphere, like a rampaging elephant or an unstoppable silver needle, traversing the sky at a speed 100 times the speed of sound, leaving a trail of intersecting arcs stretching over 100 kilometers in just a few breaths. Everything it passed was reduced to dust. The sky, filled with artillery fire, revealed striking patches of vacuum connecting to form lines. Huff, that's too hot. The lightning's crisscrossing motion lasted less than 10 breaths before ceasing. The silver light dissipated, and the android's body reappeared. It wiped away imaginary sweat, its valves releasing large amounts of scorching steam. Using this attack hadn't been easy for it either. It needed to recover. However, as a morale-boosting opening act to establish the android's reputation, the android surveyed its surroundings. Mushroom clouds of dust, born from the nuclear explosion, slowly spread across the sky. The closest one was 24 kilometers away, the one it had just detonated. But many more mushroom clouds rose much further away, tens, even hundreds of kilometers. It wasn't a device with a specialized visual system called beyond. Hundreds of kilometers was a distance it normally couldn't see clearly. But the massive explosions of the gravitational collapse bomb and the nuclear bomb made everything clearly visible. Accompanying them were the beings who had created these scenes, their auras no less powerful than its own. First wave of high-risk targets. Cleared. Chapter 740. Amidst the photographer's bewildered expression, Chu Tonglu, who had just changed into his interview attire, suddenly changed his expression. He tossed out a sentence. You all get to the shelter immediately. Immediately afterward, without waiting for anyone's reply, he leaped out of the window on the 37th floor, and the next second, a gigantic mechanical construct, half beast, half human, soared into the sky. Without hesitation, he pushed the power of the vector engine and anti-gravity system to the maximum, speeding towards the front line of the defense perimeter. Simultaneously, he connected to the encrypted command channel, quickly browsing information and analyzing the current situation. Fubo energy and time sequence passage bombarded relentlessly, wave after wave, the continuous barrage showing no signs of abating for an hour, although this also exposed the positions of both sides' firepower, allowing the enlightened ones to seize the opportunity to attempt targeted destruction and counterattacks. Unfortunately, the former had also established a massive and sophisticated air defense system, resulting in a very poor counterattack effect. Fortunately, the same was true for his side. The battle is currently in its early stages. Our own fourth-ring forces are in good condition and have the capacity to destroy high-risk targets. Meanwhile, the enlightened ones have poured countless efforts and resources into building an air defense network for this day. Combined, this makes the current artillery barrage far more significant than its actual effect. Chu Tonglu felt no relief, only a heavy weight in his heart. The joy he had felt these past few days, as a leading expert on clones, had suddenly dissipated considerably. The Seven Earths War? 1, 2, 3, 4. Chu Tonglu sensed the information from his extrasensory system. 6 fourth-ring psionicists had already taken action, eliminating incoming high-risk targets and successfully preventing nuclear bombs or gravity-collapse bombs from directly hitting their positions. However, even these powerful forces, capable of altering celestial phenomena and reshaping terrain with a mere gesture, these absolute core elements of past wars, have inexplicably lost some of their luster on this battlefront stretching over 1,000 kilometers. It's as if they too have become mere background figures. No, Chu Tonglu realized it wasn't that exaggerated. They were still at the center of the battlefield, just not receiving the absolute attention they once did. The ones truly relegated to the background. It's me, Chu Tonglu murmured. This overwhelming barrage of firepower far exceeded the level expected of urban warfare. He wasn't unfamiliar with war. In the past decade or so, he had single-handedly swayed the course of several localized hot wars as a trump card. Not to mention, he was now far stronger than he had been. The life-or-death experience of attacking Mount Neri, the battle against Makoto Ihara, the technical manuals taught by Su Yu, the optimization of equipment modules by the proposed super artificial intelligence textile machine, he had reached the pinnacle of the third ring. But now, on this battlefield, he felt utterly insignificant. Equipped with gravitational collapse bombs and hypersonic guided missiles traveling at dozens of times the speed of sound, time travel could unleash dozens of them in a single burst. Could he withstand it? The onboard AI of the mech-armored prison abyss howled, seemingly trying to comfort its master. Stop howling, it's giving me a headache. Chu Tonglu took a deep breath. I'm not that fragile. I was just a little sentimental. He maintained his supersonic flight, heading straight for the front lines. Teacher Su is better than me, fine. Cha Kelyu is ruthless, I admit that. But as for being no match for Song Shi, that goes without saying. But am I inferior to Lapis Lazuli? Chu Tonglu looked at the Lapis Lazuli avatar on the command channel, a sneer spreading across his face. Coming here at a time like this is nothing more than trying to break through to the fourth ring by taking advantage of the battlefield environment. Jia Yu Mingyuan, are we weaker than it? Jia Yu Mingyuan roared angrily. That's good, that's good. Chu Tonglu's consciousness pushed the lever to its limit without hesitation. Let's give it a try. Finally here. Song Shi stretched out his hand, and the heavy slayer materialized, emitting an excited tremor. In the battle against Renata Clemens, both sides exchanged fierce blows, neither giving an inch. The heavy slayer was cracked inch by inch, its blade breaking apart, almost disintegrating. But now, these wounds have all been repaired, restoring its former, no, it should be said, even more ferocious than before. It's time for my favorite part, the life-or-death gamble. Song Shi said, but an uncontrollable laugh rippled through his throat. Apotokarius, the ruler of the behemoth Emerald Pharmaceuticals, who had reached the second stage of true spirit 14 years ago, a creator who made millions of members of the corporate alliance grovel before him. In a one-on-one fight, even with the most optimistic estimate, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 30%. Or perhaps it shouldn't be calculated that way. The spiritual energy of the fifth ring, true spirit, even setting aside everything else, is already beyond the mortal realm, an undeniable force of might, simply based on the power itself. Beyond that, breaking through to the fifth ring, true spirit, requires talent, temperament, experience, even luck. Every spiritualist who reaches this point is an incredible existence in the eyes of others, a fanatical individual who has stood out from countless other spiritualists. The combined power and the will to wield it make the fifth ring incredibly difficult to kill, especially those at the transcendence and consensus levels. If neither side is solely focused on a fight to the death, even if one gains the upper hand and a victory is decided, it's difficult to advance further and reach a life-or-death situation. Often, a long, drawn-out battle of attrition is needed to truly defeat the other. It's just that fifth ring psychics often choose to fight to the death. But he was different. Song Shi scoffed. He didn't care about victory or defeat. He only cared about life or death. The odds of winning weren't of much significance to him. In his unseen perception, far beyond the fifth ring's range, a star calmly shone, as if revealing itself. That was the radiance of Apotokarius, known as the Creator. Without concealing its presence, the opponent made a grand entrance, awaiting the roaring torrent. Song Shi also shone. Then, the star that Chakravan had become rose. It's time to go. His incredibly powerful psionic energy contracted and released in a single breath, like a breath pushed to its limits after long training, stable and powerful. Chakra adjusted himself one last time, then opened his eyes. Normally, they should have restrained their psionic energy, instead of unleashing a torrent of power that made everyone see something sweeping across the corporate alliance and crashing into Emerald Pharmaceuticals' headquarters. But why not? The battle line stretching for miles fell silent for a moment. The next instant, two magnificent, vast beams of starlight shot straight into the sky. Chapter 741. Commander. The 4th Army Group of Southern Heavy Industry is moving towards the Lops Mountains area, and is expected to launch its first ground offensive in 2 hours. The Zero-Degree Network Intelligent Attack Cluster is deployed and may advance at any time. Furthermore, they have begun their 4th round of electronic warfare offensive. The Abyss Lord Steel Matrix on the AI side has once again successfully repelled the attack, but it also indicated that it is currently a probing attack, telling us not to be too optimistic about it. Sue. Movements from the Eastern Republic have been detected. Their aerospace forces are assembling, and their tactical objectives are currently unknown, but the good news is that their aerospace mothership, Mystic Cave Heaven, is still confronting the Fanpusta Empire and shows no signs of moving towards us. A bunch of bastards, all coming to join the fun. Suyu bit his index finger hard, his gaze rapidly moving across the Strategic Command Terminal. Our side has signed a joint defense agreement with the Scientific Ethics Committee, and they have dispatched a contingent of armed forces to provide support, currently deployed in the western part of New Aramon Bay. Leading the force is a Transcendence at the peak of the 4th ring, a figure with a long-established and formidable reputation, worthy of trust. However, besides these, there's the corporate alliance led by Southern Heavy Industries and Zero-Degree Networks, the watchful Eastern Continent Republic's aerospace forces, and spies from other factions. At this critical juncture, other forces will undoubtedly be closely monitoring this area, gathering intelligence, and assessing the opportune moment. This defensive perimeter centered on New Aramon Bay has now attracted the attention of all parties. One wrong move, and chaos ensues. A new communication alert. Suyuta paused, startled by the prominent electronic identifier on the communication. This is the 4th, 5th, and 7th Armed Defense Forces under the Security Bureau. I am their commander, General Andrew. Andrew. In less than half a second, Suyuta retrieved information about the other party from his memory. A core high-ranking member of the Security Bureau, a 4th ring consensus psychic, and one of the commanders of the Security Bureau's armed forces. Then Suyuta realized that the other party was using wide-area communication. To counter the potential threat from the Eastern Continent Republic, I will now be deploying troops to garrison the area. The corresponding garrison zones have been marked on your map. This is a one-time reminder. Any individual or group that obstructs national defense work will face our most severe retaliation. Suyuta glanced at the map sent by the other party. The Security Bureau's marked troop deployment points were all located along the border, avoiding the core combat zones between the company and the enlightened ones, adopting a posture of non-interference. We have no objection. National defense and security are the necessary obligations of every citizen. After issuing the public statement, Suyuta immediately switched to the enlightened one's internal encrypted channel and instructed a trusted subordinate. Take a group of people over there, and keep a close eye on them. Keep a close eye on the Eastern Continent Republic? Yes, I'd be there immediately. Keep a close eye on the Security Bureau. Suyuta clenched his fist, expressionless. If they are truly only concerned with national defense, then provide full assistance. If they have ulterior motives, you must report immediately. Understood. Like a tightly contested game suddenly paused, from the air, the formations of the company and the enlightened one simultaneously halted. They moved inland, gradually clearing a large area for the Security Bureau troops arriving by air to land. The company wouldn't want to see the corporate alliance breached. It wasn't in their immediate interest. They were equally happy to have someone help with the defense. Suyuta stared at the Strategic Command Terminal, surveying the overall situation. As the factory, he maintained a state of industrial production line, ensuring New Alamon Bay had ample reserves of weapons, ammunition, implants, and special equipment. Meanwhile, the Enlightened's forces were currently sufficient. Thanks to combat support programs, implants, memory chips, and other means, the training cycle for soldiers in this era had been significantly shortened. Even elite soldiers still required a long and patient training period, but standard-level soldiers could be produced quickly. It won't be easy. Suyuta's brow remained furrowed. Even with the resources accumulated over the years through various means, it seemed their conventional forces were still significantly inferior to the company's. Now we can only... Suyuta suddenly looked up. In the next instant, to the astonishment of those around him, he completely disintegrated. He transformed into countless plumes of dust. These dust plumes, rising in countless wisps from every corner of the New Aramon Bay defense perimeter, resembled cooking smoke, rapidly coalescing in the sky at a visible speed, instantly transforming from wisps of smoke into a terrifying natural disaster. Then, this natural disaster took on a concrete form. Its body, tens of miles long, coiled around the heavenly beams, its dragon horns erect, roared towards the heights above it. The vast sea of clouds boiled, and for the first time, the boundless, empty sky felt obscured. But what first appeared was not the imagined colossal god. It was just a hand. A colossal steel hand, as large as a mountain, whose mere existence caused gravitational shifts in the local environment. Even cities seemed insignificant and minuscule before this giant hand. People hundreds of kilometers away could clearly see it slowly piercing through the clouds, pressing down on the cities below. The products of the giant corporation Southern Heavy Industries were always characterized by heavyweight, massive, sturdy, and tough. Those who chose their prosthetic bodies were often several sizes larger than others, strong to the point of being deformed. The fifth ring beyond, Colossus, Baptiste. As a beyond from Southern Heavy Industries, he was the epitome of this philosophy. The towering steel behemoth loomed in the sky, casting an indifferent gaze downwards. There were no fancy tricks, just increasing mass. Then, with a mere wave of his hand, he could unleash a terrifying blow comparable to an asteroid impact, shaking the continental shelf. Psionic art, supermass strike. If that hand were to truly fall, the entire new Aramon Bay would be crushed to dust, the land submerged, transformed into a brand new seabed. So, without hesitation, the dragon soared upwards, straight to the heavens, crashing against the immovable Colossus, at the same moment. Across the Enterprise Alliance. Last time, they promised you a spinning machine in exchange for your help. A burly old man in a suit and tie, stroking the ring on his index finger, said coldly. And what is it this time? Heh. Nothing this time. It's purely a personal grudge. Ogden Christopher twirled his staff, letting out a grating laugh. Old man, back when I asked you to look after my spinning machine, you not only didn't kneel down and offer it to me with both hands, but you actually dared to refuse me? Yvette Gregory, standing nearby, glanced sideways upon hearing this. What are you looking at? I haven't even had a chance to say anything to you yet. Ogden immediately glared back. The chairman of the dignified Scientific Ethics Committee, and you're not even a pit lord? Where is your science, I ask you? All I see is a broken record reciting laws and ethics. Nonsense. The old man, expressionless, slowly raised his hand, and 10 rings of different styles lit up simultaneously. Then embrace your madness and drown here. I long heard that the Wizarding King retains his saintly qualities, is naturally inclined, and enjoys debating online. Seeing him today, I can confirm his reputation. Standing not far from the old man was a man with loose short sleeves, white hair, and an amiable demeanor. He glanced at the notebook in his hand, made a couple of notes, and then casually tossed it away. The notebook spontaneously combusted and vanished into ashes in an instant. Upon seeing the other person, Ogden replied without hesitation, "Give me the complete technical files of the Singularity Technology Chaos Probability Calculus, and I leave right now." The man's identity was immediately apparent. The current chairman of the giant corporation time sequence passage. The revelation of the fifth ring, half knowledgeable of fate, Ing Ban Chung. Ing Ban Chung chuckled. I just did a quick calculation. The probability that you take the chaos probability calculus and leave immediately is no more than 12%. A higher probability is that you turn around and slap us in the face, showing off while mocking our stupidity. Ogden, Ing Ban Chung scratched his head and smiled. You have quite a sense of humor. Before the other could retort, he added, however, if I give you both chaos probability calculus and base reality overriding at the same time, the probability of you leaving immediately skyrockets to 39%. Oh, and there's a 3% probability that you defect and help us against Chairman Yvette. Speaking of which, you guys are really audacious, actually daring to have Ogden Christopher as a teammate. Ing Ban Chung shook his head and sighed. The complaints from teammates who've been screwed over by him online could pile up into a thick stack. But as far as I know, this Wizarding King never admits his mistakes, only argues vehemently, and when he can't win an argument, he gets angry and smashes the opponent's box. Yvette Gregory's expression remained unchanged, only her grip on her cane tightened slightly. Sowing discord, manipulating people's hearts? Perhaps, but one thing was undeniable. What the other party said was the truth. Ogden seemed oblivious, displaying unusual patience. So, are you going to give it to me or not? The probability is. Ing Ban Chung shrugged, -100%. Very well. You're using the time sequence system, huh? I got it! Ogden was furious again, a twisted laugh in his anger. After this battle, your cybersecurity department can just wait to die. A highly threatening crime warning. Ingbanchen's eyes gradually brightened, a dazzling stream of light washing over them. He raised his index and ring fingers, as if about to pluck the strings of fate. So I try my best to reduce your chances of survival to 0%. Meanwhile, on the border of the corporate alliance, the president of the giant corporation Overturned Valley Pioneer slowly stood up. His fifth ring psionic energy surged with his will, its power soaring into the sky, even drawing in the heavy clouds, gradually swirling into a cataclysmic vortex. In a sense, he was perhaps the freest individual in the entire corporate alliance. From the first ring to the fifth ring, the long journey permanently changed his life. A perception system sensitive enough to detect the spatial axis, a consciousness anchor stabilizing the spatial coefficient, a spatial jump engine, and an energy supply system capable of supporting its enormous consumption. One extraordinary organ after another was built, until finally, a unique super life form inhabiting space was created. The fifth ring transcendence, the key to space. He took a step, and the next second, he spatially jumped to a height tens of kilometers away. At the distant horizon, several auras rose. The psionicists known as the Nine Pillars of Yinan openly bared their fangs. Since the end of the Seven Earths War, no, since the Second National Assembly, the Martial Sect, and the Axiom Army, since the day of their defeat, had been eagerly anticipating that this war, awaited for decades, would finally come to fruition. He coldly snorted, then let it come. Two vast and brilliant starlight intertwined, piercing the sky. One layer of starlight burned with golden flames, glowing with a blood-red hue, like a raging inferno igniting all things, utterly ferocious. Even a brief glance at it sent a chill down one's spine. The other layer of starlight was hard and solid, giving an impression of indestructibility. Nothing could force it to yield. From the satellite's overhead view, the Enterprise Alliance was seen being pierced by these two intertwined starlight beams. The atmosphere in their path was affected, slowly collapsing, showing visible ripples. Bang! A brilliant firework erupted in space. The high-orbit reconnaissance satellite, worth tens of millions of credits, was simultaneously ignited and destroyed while spying on its target. The fifth ring is something you can just casually observe? Songsher withdrew his hand. To be fair, his current firing range wasn't yet at the point where he could easily traverse tens of thousands of kilometers, breaking through the atmosphere into space. Unfortunately, the other party insisted on looking at him. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. A non-material connection was established between them. Prepare. Chaklo's voice rang out. Understood. Songsher lazily hummed in agreement, the outline of the building slowly emerging in his field of vision. The headquarters of the giant corporation Emerald Pharmaceuticals was located in this city, not some towering skyscraper, or even just a few buildings. In the very heart of this bustling metropolis, a place where even the most expensive land paled in comparison. A person's lifetime's output seemed insignificant, negligible, compared to the cost of purchasing just 1 square meter of land here. But now, this place had been excavated. In the heart of this prosperous metropolis, a striking expanse of azure blue appeared. Thousands of square kilometers of land had been excavated and transported, transformed into an artificial ocean. At the very heart of the ocean stands a magnificent floating island. It is one of the undisputed hearts of the corporate alliance, one of the 9 deities, a divine kingdom built on Earth. The behemoth, Emerald Pharmaceuticals. Headquarters. The artificial floating island, Emerald Ring. Chapter 742. At this moment, Songsher raised his hand. The sky changed color. The location of Emerald Pharmaceuticals' headquarters naturally lacked lingering radioactive clouds and acid rain. The environment was clean and tidy, the sky spotless, and a bright sea of clouds floated. This bright sea of clouds was suddenly altered by a surge of will, visibly permeated with dazzling crimson gold. The vast sea of clouds was ignited. These clouds, essentially water vapor condensing into tiny droplets, supercooled droplets, and ice crystals, visible polymers, were transformed into entirely different substances as the spiritual energy submerged them. Spiritual energy technique, rendering. When wielded by Songsher in his current state, the ability to change the world in an instant was no exaggeration. Everyone, regardless of where they were in the city, involuntarily raised their heads, their pupils widening, stunned. Temperatures across most of the city rose significantly, the comfort gone, replaced by a palpitating heat. But what truly caught the eye was the sky, a burning sky. The literal fiery clouds replaced the former canopy, transforming it into a vast, crimson gold ocean. Songsher pressed down. The crimson gold ocean surged into the azure ocean, Almost instantly, the divine kingdom protecting the floating island transformed into a boiling inferno, scalding steam rising sharply. The sudden, extreme temperature fluctuations and atmospheric currents seemed to drag the fiery sea of clouds away, creating terrifying vortexes. Never tried a great source that burns a sea. In the boiling ocean, Songsher stopped. Not a qualified psionicist. Then, a second figure emerged from the sea of fire. Heh. It was a man in a white coat, his hair a little messy. He glanced at the boiling artificial sea, stretched out his hand, grabbed a handful of water out of thin air, felt it, and shook his head. After today, this water can't be used. The cost of moving land to create a sea isn't low, he said regretfully, especially since many rare species were put in, and the ecosystem built also consumed a lot of effort. Then how about I apologize? Songsher twirled his fingers, and the sea submerged by the fiery cloud spun around, churning up layers of burning tides. Sorry, I couldn't resist the urge. Emerald Pharmaceuticals had already activated its defense system. A huge azure light shield slowly rose, inverting towards the floating island. The waves, carrying psionic flames and crashing like tsunamis, pounded against the shield, causing it to tremble violently. The scale-like patterns on its surface flickered erratically, but it still held firm. An itchy hand is no excuse to waste someone else's hard work. Aptokarius put his hands back in his pockets. It's been far too short a time. When I broke through to the fourth ring, I was 28 years old, and I didn't see the scenery of the true spirit until I was 41, which took me 13 years and 5 months. He spoke with emotion, but his expression remained largely unchanged. He casually added, and you, Songsher, from your initial awakening of psychic abilities to reaching the same level as us, it took you less than 10 years. Terra has always been turbulent. High-ranking psychics clash without restraint, resulting in many omissions in historical records. Therefore, we will set aside the records from the Middle Ages and the early modern period and only discuss the most recent and verifiable parts. Isidore Sinity's talent was unparalleled in her time. She overpowered other true spirits back then, and then the Seven Earths War broke out. Terra was in turmoil, and various factions were fighting each other. She single-handedly charged into the midst of it all, neither retreating nor avoiding, directly confronting the forces of all sides. Even so, she didn't break through to the fifth ring until she was 33 years old. Is your talent comparable to Isidore's, or even greater than hers? Aptoka tilted his head slightly, sizing up the young man not far away. That's not out of the question. But even so, the speed at which you broken through is too astonishing, too unbelievable. How can you talk about unbelievable with a psionicist? Songsher raised an eyebrow. These two things are neither contradictory nor conflicting, Aptoka said, tapping his heart with his index finger. We are incredible, but our power is born from past experiences. Love, hate, ideals, and desires have honed our will, polishing it little by little until, at a certain moment, we are no longer swayed by external things. Without unique, arduous experiences, our psychic powers cannot be born. Aptoka's white lab coat was dirty, though not exactly filthy. It had been washed quite clean, but it was covered with stains of varying sizes that couldn't be washed away. On the collar, a few letters were written in black ink, the initials of Aptoka Reese. This is also why powerful psionicists surge in number during times of chaos in Terra compared to peacetime. He pointed this out calmly. Palosair, Forge Light City, the Pan-Eastern Union, Yan'an, you done very well, exceptionally well. However, sound scientific research must never reverse cause and effect, lest experimental results, not meeting expectations, be used as an excuse to drastically alter the data under the guise of optimization, ultimately arriving at the desired, not the correct, result. You are different from other psionicists, Aptoka said slowly. They have a traceable history. Their experiences shape their minds, forging unique wills that propel them to great achievements. You are the opposite. It wasn't experiences that gave you power, rather, you possessed the power first, and then these experiences followed. Where does your heart come from? The man's eyes held undisguised curiosity. Could it be that some powerful psionicist took over and started over? It's not impossible, but based on the resources I gathered, there hasn't been a great source matching your psionic characteristics in the last 100 years. Admittedly, Terra is vast, and I can't possibly see every psionicist clearly. There are bound to be oversights, but... He looked to the other side. Chakro Vaughn, aren't you curious about that? Chakro remained silent, only slowly clenching his fist. Rejection, denouement, reversal, 3 layers of psychic energy slowly emerged like a vast ocean. Beneath the calm surface, earth-shattering undercurrents surged, awaiting a deafening eruption that would shake the world. Seems like a real problem, Songshur chuckled. What if I said I rolled back from the future? Aptoka Reese pondered for a moment, then nodded. A very valuable answer. Is spacetime warped to its limit? He murmured, then suddenly fell silent. I almost forgot the important matter. The man's hand emerged from his pocket. The researcher from a moment ago vanished, replaced by a gradually rising, chilling aura of danger. Should we kill them first? Suddenly, all four looked up simultaneously. The endless, fiery sea of clouds, like the first snow falling under the blazing sun, first appeared with a tiny hole, which then rapidly expanded, transforming into a perfectly circular void embedded in the flames. A person dressed in a meticulously groomed Security Bureau uniform slowly descended from the void. Security Bureau, Current Director General. The Fifth Ring's Consensus, Mental Image Rebirth, Patty Morse. Chapter 743. Invisible ripples spread out, the psychic energy of Patty Morse. Some researchers within the corporate alliance viewed psychics as reality warpers, believing that no individual could single-handedly cause a city's collapse, that the current reality was flawed, and that psychics were the ones who had veered off course and into this erroneous state. They were like leaf-boring worms, gradually distorting the appearance of reality. This argument was not surprising. The corporate alliance's academic circles held countless theories far more outrageous than this. However, regardless of the opinions of other psychics, Patty Morse could hardly refute them, because the current Director General of the Security Bureau's psychic energy, reality was being reshaped. Breaking through to the fifth ring, true spirit, his perception experienced an unparalleled leap. Compared to the vague outlines his opponent's psychic energy had given him during the world's #1 security conference, Songshur now saw far more clearly. Therefore, he clearly saw that reality, something that should have been ethereal and intangible, suddenly seemed to possess substance. Touched by Patty Morse's will, it was like touching a lump of dough, kneading it into whatever shape he desired. Consensus: there are two generally accepted paths. One is to deeply explore the mind to achieve understanding of all things. The other is to change reality with will, making the world submit to one's own heart. This Director General of the Security Bureau has clearly chosen the second path, and has already achieved extremely high levels of success. They all arrived. The moment Patty Morse appeared, he unleashed his full psychic power, instantly becoming the most imposing psychic present. He surveyed the group, finally fixing his gaze on a corner. Aren't you going to come out? He read out the other person's name. Ralph Gabriel. Yes, my esteemed Director General. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the sweltering steam, a well-pressed man in a casual suit, carrying a bottle of obviously expensive champagne. The man shook the bottle vigorously, uncorked it, and the champagne sprayed out, quickly evaporating due to the high temperature, filling the surrounding area with a strong aroma of alcohol. It's like this, as you know, investing is an extremely risky business. You have to be extremely cautious, or the market will teach you a harsh lesson. The man tossed away his champagne and laughed. Unfortunately, I've been taught so many lessons over the years that I almost feel guilty not paying for them. What success rate is there in a direct attack compared to a sneak attack? I was just thinking of giving it a try. He sighed twice with genuine regret. What a pity, what a pity. I forgot to introduce myself. He bowed slightly to the group in front of him. You can call me Ralph Gabriel. Dark Crystal Credits is one of my businesses. I think I achieved some small successes. I've been at the top of the corporate alliance's rich list for 7 consecutive years. He magically produced 4 cards from his breast pocket. Nice to meet you. These unlimited Dark Crystal Credits are just a small token of respect. The 3 men stared at each other silently, motionless. The answer is, of course, impossible. Ralph suddenly smiled. No matter how rich you are, you can't squander money like this. These are my postcards with my private contact code on them. Anyone interested? Each one is priced at 100 million credits. Consider it a friend's fee? I don't think anyone will find it expensive. Chaklo and Songshur's psychic energies gradually merged, forming a non-repulsive field that crushed towards the others. Even as soon as Aptoka uttered his first words, the two were already preparing to attack. However, noticing Ralph Gabriel hiding nearby, they hesitated to strike directly. Just as they were about to force him out, the Director General of the Security Bureau suddenly descended from the sky, calling out his name. While Ralph Gabriel was speaking, he rambled on, but his psychic energy remained perfectly concealed, leaving no opening for attack. Director Patty? Songshur slightly rotated his heavy blade, an uncontrollable flame emerging from the deepest part of his pupils, condensing into a breathtakingly dazzling crimson gold. What brings you here? I thought you'd be a bit busier than I am. I heard what Aptoka said. I thought you had the potential to break through to the fifth ring, but I certainly didn't expect you to realize that potential so quickly. Patty Morse paused, but didn't seem to care, skipping over the topic. Yunnan is eyeing our country with avarice. Even as I was saying that, they were already hastily assembling their legions for a massive invasion. The Eastern Continent Republic is equally covetous, determined to capture everyone and make them their slaves. With such a perilous external environment, at this critical juncture, the enlightened ones, the giant corporations, and the Scientific Ethics Committee, instead of considering your national defense responsibilities, have chosen to wage a massive civil war, wasting the lifeblood of the corporate alliance. Don't you find that shameful? Sigh. So you intend to mediate this war, and we can shake hands and make peace? Songsher sighed. Director, putting aside everything else, just the timing of your exit, isn't it a bit too perfect? The company has already dropped countless nuclear bombs on the Rokar plain. I even brought my knife to the doorstep of Emerald Pharmaceuticals headquarters, and now you're saying you want a ceasefire? So you want mediation? Fine, I can accept either. Ralph Gabriel stroked his exquisitely crafted watch and smiled. There are ways to make money during wartime, and there are ways to make money without fighting. Patty Morse. Chaklo shook his head first, then looked directly at the other person and said, enunciating each word clearly. I don't find it shameful, nor do I consider it a waste of time. Companies squeeze every last drop of blood from the people, draining them of their last scraps. Such an order is not worth maintaining. The other side of power is responsibility. Companies greedily cling to power while throwing responsibility into the dustbin, not even bothering to glance at it. Such a corporate alliance has no right to talk to the public about defense responsibilities. If you don't talk about defense responsibilities, you never achieve what you hope for. Everything you can change. You lost the foundation of everything. How can you expect to build a castle in the air? Patty said. Apatoka, who had been observing coldly, showed no impatience. He simply spoke abruptly. I will not accept any form of mediation. Just as I thought. Patty Morse remained calm, neither angry nor surprised, neither pleased nor worried. He simply nodded. To answer your earlier question, Songsher, I have absolutely no belief that you will change your mind or compromise, so it doesn't matter when you choose to end up. He suddenly raised his eyebrows, and the psionic energy that caused reality to mutate erupted, pressing down on everyone except Patty Morse. I want one person to carry it out by force. Chapter 744. In the same instant, everyone moved. Chaklo clenched his fist, a fist hundreds or thousands of times harder than diamond, an indestructible punch. He didn't strike Patty Morse, but instead, without hesitation, he slammed it towards Ralph Gabriel on the other side. The latter cried out, slightly retreating, a faint, crisp sound of gold coins clinking echoing around him, the impact of the powerful punch weakening without any apparent sign of trouble. Songsher also moved. And when he moved, the entire world moved with him. The burning sky poured in massive amounts of fiery clouds. The boiling sea churned up thousands of waves of heat. The environment he had painstakingly altered obediently responding to the will of the psionicist. At this moment, if someone were standing at a distance looking out, they would see in horror the sky collapsing, the land rising, as if it were closing in to form a gigantic fireball, tens of kilometers in diameter, to devour everything within it. Songsher's attack, like Patty Morse's, clearly encompassed everyone present. Unlike the latter's deliberate act, Songsher's strike was simply an unavoidable ultra-wide area attack from the fifth ring great source. The breadth is excellent, but the destructive power is even more commendable. A steady voice came from within the raging sea of fire. Cigarette burn marks appeared on Aptoka's white lab coat, rapidly widening their edges to a dazzling crimson gold. Then, the burn wounds began to writhe. Although the lab coat was clearly made of polyester, it now felt like flesh and blood, as if fine muscle fibers were being squeezed together. In the blink of an eye, the wounds were completely healed, spewing out bursts of sparks. The body is a person's shell, and clothes are the shell of the body. Songsher lightly flicked Songsher's wrist. This white coat is an extension of your body, it's alive. So wouldn't you be considered naked right now? Without waiting for a reply, Songsher unleashed a slash. Psionic art. Calamity. The power of destruction brewed from the blade. Even the psionic flames summoned earlier were annihilated indiscriminately, collapsing into dust. Surrounded by the solar fire field formed by the sky and the terrain, this attack resonated from all directions, unavoidable, precisely engulfing Aptoka. This isn't a good question. Compared to his previous unchanging tone, this time Aptoka's voice finally fluctuated, slightly distorted. The flames containing destructive power dissipated. The person inside hadn't turned to ashes, but compared to the beginning, his white coat had more burn marks, To be precise, over 60% of its surface area was reduced to ashes. The highly active garment struggled to recover, but this time, the repair was extremely difficult, as if some residual force remained within it, hindering healing. Psionic art calamity? I believe the essence of the power of destruction is a special kind of anomalous energy, capable of strongly corroding both energy and matter, and possessing a certain parasitic property. Aptoka lowered his head, glancing at the tattered living robe. The correct approach to dealing with it shouldn't be defense. Calamity destructive power is indeed very high, and the cost-effectiveness of achieving a complete defense is extremely low. The correct method is to withstand it, then use super-fast healing to fill the wounds, turning the offensive and defensive battle into a war of attrition. Did you know? The body's rejection mechanism is far more powerful than most people imagine. Aptoka snapped his fingers. Songshur narrowed his eyes. His psionic technique, glassy observation, remained constantly active, its clarity both internal and external, precisely reflecting the person before him. Trillions of cells, each a computational unit, roared within Aptoka's body. Genetic change shifted violently, completely defying the laws of biological evolution. Vast amounts of energy were greedily devoured by these cells. Many cells couldn't withstand such intense changes and inevitably collapsed and decayed, but the next second, several times more new cells were born, replacing the former. Biological tissue repeatedly reorganized, differentiated, and collapsed, ultimately reshaping into a completely new form. Sizzle. The white coat stopped burning completely. The remaining flames from the tears scabbed over, peeled off, and the power of destruction, contained within these scars, was expelled from Aptoka's body. The target reshaped its rejection system, using the power of destruction as an antigen to create specific immune substances. Through a series of complex and sophisticated immune responses, it forcefully eliminated the after-effects of the calamity. Large amounts of scarring peeled off, making the bio-coated suit even uglier and more tattered. However, in the blink of an eye, it healed completely, returning to its original state. Without the calamity obstruction, the only thing Aptoka needed to do to repair it was to invest sufficient psionic energy and organic matter. The template for this standard bioclad suit 4.16b version had already been stored within the stem cells. Biology is the most exquisite creation in the world, without exception. Aptoka tapped his forehead with his index finger. He looked directly at the young man not far away. Ogden Christopher spends his days online touting the superiority of computer science, babbling on and on. Dwight Brooks is obsessed with the abyss, even exploring the technology of digitizing matter, but they're both wrong. Even the simplest cell is more sophisticated than any computer ever designed. They tirelessly crave external things, forgetting the immense mysteries they themselves contain. If I remember correctly, you study biology, so you also use computers, right? Songshur replied, casually splashing another burst of crimson flames. Aptoka Reese flashed to a location hundreds of meters away, calmly stating, no conflict. I haven't denied the value of computer science, but I'm dissatisfied with the current state of people blindly pursuing it. Computers? No. Any technology can achieve the same effect using biotechnology, even surpassing the original. Bioscience is the greatest discipline in Terra's history. Aptoka Reese extended his hand, as if both displaying and lifting something. Billions upon billions of cells suddenly shifted, the 8 base pair gene chain mutated at a speed far exceeding the laws of nature, an energy energization field, a high-temperature resistant structure, and rejection system, a thermal energy circulation system, multispectral sensory amplifiers. Faced with an external environment that suddenly transformed into purgatory, hundreds of task threads operated simultaneously, competing in a mutually reinforcing way, jointly propelling the individual named Aptoka Reese to a higher level of life. True Spirit. First Stage. Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 745. It began as a stomach for digesting and refining ore, then as sturdy scales mixed with chitin and metallic elements. A psionicist on the transcendent path, during their breakthrough and growth, gradually builds extraordinary organs, until finally, they combine to form an unprecedented, unique super-life form, a high-ring transcendent psionicist. This also signifies one thing, that is, the extraordinary organs of a high-ring transcendent psionicist inevitably tend towards stability. Having spent a great deal of time, effort, and resources, and through meticulous adjustments time and again, they have personally crafted extraordinary organs that belong only to themselves and fit their own unique needs. This is the best possible state. Unless they later gain new insights or acquire new technologies, they will not arbitrarily alter these extraordinary organs. After all, the path of a psychic is never smooth sailing. It's not uncommon for those with supernatural abilities to recklessly attempt a major feat, only to fail, suffer organ failure, and end up severely injured or even dead. Such incidents are not uncommon every year. But Aptoka Rias shattered this so-called convention, this so-called norm. Song sure could see it, Liu Liguan could see it clearly, and at this moment, the other party didn't choose to conceal anything, almost actively revealing himself. Even the adjective intense seemed too mild. Aptoka Rias's body was changing at an almost frenzied frequency. Newly grown supernatural organs were being replaced before they were even fully formed. The two were like gladiators locked in a life-or-death struggle, vying for a single victor. If all of this were quantified, Aptoka Rias's work log would be flooding the screen with messages. Survival of the fittest. Aptoka Rias's physical transformation was so violent, faster than the flow of wind, faster than the propagation of sound, yet something else on the scene followed suit, as violently as it. Even more violently. That was Song Shu's offensive. Psychic flame surged at his will, creating a raging catastrophe that swept across the world. Aptoka's expression turned serious. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed dozens of times. The two humanoid beings were insignificant, like a drop in the ocean, yet each collision between them unleashed a tidal wave, the earth-shattering aftershock shattering the psychic flames in their path. The blurry outlines were indistinct. Onlookers could only see two streaks of light of different colors, recklessly zigzagging and crisscrossing, leaving lingering traces that nearly shattered the sky. Song Shu had long since summoned his psionic technique Sunlight, constantly igniting its sharp edge. Each strike of his heavy-hitting attack was more ferocious than the last, yet he still couldn't break through his opponent's defenses. Strictly speaking, most of his attacks had penetrated the opponent's defenses, the white coat was shredded, the man's flesh was burned, but the opponent's aura only grew stronger, and his overall defensive stance remained intact. Impregnable, unbreakable? No, that was the feeling he had when fighting Chacolo. Aptoka's defense wasn't particularly outstanding. Theoretically, it shouldn't be able to withstand his killing power. He was simply going with the flow. If Chacolo felt like an unbreakable diamond mountain, then Aptoka Rias was an incredibly flexible ribbon. The body, having withstood wave after wave of destructive force, swayed and healed like a reed in a storm, gently absorbing the destruction through frenzied, targeted mutations. It's all right. Song Shu's eyes blazed with fury, a grin spreading across his face. Let's see just how many blows you can withstand. As the intensity of the impact rapidly increased, the white coat gradually shed its usual disguise, reverting to its true animated form. Its hems curled into spikes, unleashing a storm of attacks, piercing, shattering, and sweeping away the overwhelming psionic flames. Any stragglers that managed to escape were caught in time by a hand. Extinguished. Aptoka looked at his scarred palm, then at the seemingly endless flames that obscured his vision, and shook his head slightly. The troublesome aspect of fighting the Yuan. His psionic technique, Eternal Radiance Star Network, provides thousands of energy supply nodes distributed throughout his body. These nodes, large and small, shine like stars, offering the user perpetual radiance. Simultaneously, they also possess energy recovery capabilities, efficiently absorbing most of the free energy in the environment. After processing it through the body's filtration system, they are then used by the user. Normally, this most includes residual energy scattered in the environment after a battle. But the psionicist before him is Yuan. The opponent has completely deployed his forces. Any energy exposed to the environment will be contaminated the moment it's exposed. It's not that it's impossible to absorb, but the extra cost of dealing with this contamination makes Eternal Radiance Star Network energy recovery completely inefficient, even resulting in a loss. Aptoka Rias opened a valve in his body. How long does it take from thought to execution? For ordinary people, this question seems unnecessary to answer, less than half a second. The instant you have the thought of raising your hand is already raised. But this is ultimately not true simultaneous time. Human beings' sense of time is far too imprecise. For them, a blink is already fast, but for high-ranking psionicists, for these monsters who submit to reality, a blink of an eye is enough for both sides to calmly exchange dozens of blows. Psionic technique. Secondary light-speed neural conduction system. Huh? So fast. In an instant, Song Shu couldn't even groan. The attack continued its furious onslaught, but this time, it was the opponent launching the attack. Aptoka Rias's speed suddenly increased dramatically, not linear speed in the physical sense, or rather, not just speed, but speed in all aspects. Reaction speed, acceleration, inertial change of direction. Like someone who had been up for 4 days, and 4 nights finally getting a good night's sleep, their groggy mind suddenly refreshed. The size of the white coat also increased dramatically. Heaven knows how the fibers of a garment could suddenly transform into sharp whip blades several kilometers long, and the fibers used to weave the garment were clearly not just a single strand. Centered on Aptoka Rise, dozens of bizarre and strange weapons appeared simultaneously. The people in the city slowly widened their pupils. That miniature sun that had appeared out of nowhere and stood in the center of the city. Several black lines appeared on its surface, then dozens more. The sun, like a lump of golden butter, was slowly sliced open. Then came the belated sonic boom. Chapter 746. Well done. Aptoka nodded. The sun, sliced into dozens of pieces, slowly tilted, then disintegrated halfway, collapsing into countless sparks that plummeted towards the boiling artificial sea. Though called sparks, even the smallest piece was the size of a car. If it had hit the city, an entire block would have been easily burned down. But the next moment, as if time had reversed, these vast, disintegrating sparks paused for a moment, then surged back up, converging with a roar and reforming. In the second breath after the sun's collapse, the new sun rose again. Songshire's figure emerged from the new sun. TSK. He clicked his tongue. Quite fast indeed. Aptoka chuckled softly. Songshire twisted his neck, and the psionic flames washed over him from head to toe, healing most of his wounds. Blunt strikes, cuts, penetrations. His opponent's attack methods were extremely diverse, even infused with a wide variety of toxins and abnormal energies. Fortunately, his psionic flames, regardless of anything else, were unparalleled in destructive power. Those bizarre contraptions couldn't withstand the burning. Looking at his forearm, which had suddenly dimmed after being burned, Songshire plunged his fingers into the flesh and bone marrow, pulling out the entire dark patch and burning it a second time, quite ruthless. He couldn't explain the mechanism, but several of the toxins injected by his opponent, if not burned, would react upon contact with the psionic flames, generating even more harmful substances, though it still didn't have a significant impact on him. My entire neural network has been replaced with a secondary light-speed neural conduction system, theoretically giving me a reaction speed far exceeding yours. Aptoka didn't respond, instead slowly recounting his initial praise. Yet you still managed to withstand most of the attacks, with your barren, outdated nervous system? That's impossible. Aptoka said, well, the answer is intuition. People often use the metaphor of beast-like intuition, regarding it as something mysterious and elusive. Of course, some believe that the essence of intuition is merely a veneered form of self-suggestion. I think both of these views are flawed perceptions. He continued unhurriedly. Beings living on a two-dimensional plane can never imagine three-dimensional space. Eyes give us sight, the nasal cavity gives us smell, the ears give us hearing. So, is it possible that the intuition we're talking about is also the result of a higher dimensional organ? Only, unlike the five senses that most people possess, this organ is only found in a very few beings. He paused his explanation, observing the psionicist not far away with great interest. The previous high-speed attack, propelled by the psionic technique's secondary light-speed neural conduction system, had abruptly reversed the balance of power, yet the opponent had managed to block most of this swift strike. The sun, overflowing with psionic flames, was sliced into pieces with tremendous force. But what need is there for fanfare when it comes to killing? That was not the outcome Aptoka had anticipated. Rather than saying he sliced the sun, it would be more accurate to say that the opponent, after being struck, promptly transferred most of the destructive power to the sea of fire, resulting in this outcome. Songshire crushed a spark of fire, the flame surging, pulling himself back to his original state. Survival of the fittest. No matter how much you evolve, if you suddenly throw an ant into a volcano, it will still die. For the first time, the glassy observation, which had always been all-seeing, was veiled by a hazy filter. Aptoka Rise's figure blurred. It was the anti-observation module created by a targeted mutation. At this point in the battle, the opponent had completed a partial analysis of the glassy observation. Your survival of the fittest also has its limits. Songshire shook his heavy sword, the flames reigniting. Leaving aside the height, I haven't forced it out yet, but your breath. Aptoka, your power supply system. Its power is a bit lagging behind, isn't it? Aptoka Rise's eyes remained unchanged. He said calmly, indeed, it's gradually approaching its output peak. Anti-exclusion system, anti-observation module, multispectral sensory amplifier, arm traits. Songshire casually rattled off a series of extraordinary organs that the other party had evolved, and many more that he couldn't name, only able to barely guess their functions. Their so-called infinite evolution ultimately has limitations. It has a limit. The limit of a fifth-ring psionicist, the limit of Aptoka Rise. If we consider a psychic's total power as 100 points, then true spirit, survival of the fittest grants Aptoka Rios the ability to allocate points at will and start over anytime. But no matter how he allocates them, his total power remains unchanged. To confront me head-on, you mutated a series of targeted organs, at the cost of affecting your other systems. It wasn't really a weakening, they were merely stagnant. But when other organs were advancing by leaps and bounds, this stagnation was the greatest form of weakening. Faced with mutations, and the enormous energy consumption required to maintain this targeted new organ, Aptoka Rios' original energy supply system was gradually becoming unsustainable. Then let's begin. On Songsher's arm, winding cracks gradually spread, the self-immolation state had officially begun. He grinned. Next, let's see who can't hold their breath any longer. Aptoka remained unmoved. He glanced at him, said nothing, but the ferocious weapon formed from his white coat once again bared its fangs. The creator, standing at the top of the food chain, indifferently surveyed the challenger attempting to seize power. Both vanished from their original positions, but the next moment, their attacks reappeared, revealing themselves to be attacks that were not directed at each other. In the center of the vast sea of fire, a bright star appeared, then expanded, transforming into an invisible, intangible storm that roared outwards, violently engulfing everything in its path, including Songsher and Aptoka Rios, who were about to make their move. Psionic art, reality warp. This was an attack from Patty Morse, the Director General of the Security Bureau. If reality is considered a blank sheet of paper for people to draw on, then the effect of the psionic art reality warp is to make this paper shake, fold, and create countless wrinkles, causing reality to become violently chaotic, its stability drastically reduced, and the difficulty of drawing significantly increased. In this chaotic reality, all sorts of incredible, illogical phenomena will occur. Perhaps water will no longer flow downwards, but upwards. Perhaps the path of light will no longer be straight but winding. Perhaps loose sandcastles will become harder than diamonds. This was a chaotic change devoid of any discernible pattern. In an instant, Songsher sensed something was amiss. It wasn't so much pressure, as a feeling of strangeness. The vast sea of fire, which had previously moved with effortless ease, suddenly possessed an obscure and unsettling quality. He felt a slight dizziness, even causing his spiritual energy circulation to stiffen. However, Aptoka Rios didn't seize this perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Songsher clearly saw several inexplicable collapse wounds appear on his opponent's body. He let out a soft hum, and then smoothed away these wounds. Both suppressing his dizziness and smoothing his wounds happened in a flash, but neither side launched another attack, because the real offensive was just beginning. In the distance, Patty Morse raised his hand and slammed it down. True Spirit, first stage. Mental imagery. Its sole effect is a massive increase in the precision and intensity of control over reality. In the current state of chaos, Patty Morse, activating mental imagery, is like the sole seasoned sailor on a ship navigating a storm, far superior to the other landlubbers, who can barely stand. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended. Patty Morse's attack was already at full power. If aimed at mountains, they would collapse. If aimed at the sea, it would capsize. But this time, he aimed neither at mountains nor sea. He aimed at 4 psionicists, who had reached the 5th ring, True Spirit. The terrifying pressure was met with an even more terrifying repulsive force. 5 completely different psionic energies collided, erupting with a deafening roar. The newly formed fiery sun could not withstand it, and collapsed cleanly once more. The 5-person melee had long since broken out of the city, and ascended into the stratosphere. In that instant, the atmosphere, with a radius of tens of kilometers, shattered, turning into a vacuum devoid of all matter. Having endured 4 layers of repercussions, Patty Morse's body flickered like an old, malfunctioning light bulb. His psionic energy, which had reached the limit of the first stage of True Spirit, now seemed incredibly weak. But Patty merely grunted, unhesitatingly channeling his psionic energy again. A tidal wave of power, capable of shattering reality, surged forth, crashing down on everyone present. This time, however, Chaklo Vaughn ignored it completely. He relentlessly unleashed 100 punches, forcefully dragging away Ralph, who was stealthily approaching Songsher and Aptoka. The latter yelled, "I just wanted to discuss with Aptoka whether finance or biology is the #1 discipline on Terra, don't overthink it." Boom! Songsher struck again, still with bad calamity. This time, however, it was driven by Calamity Flame, a destructive force specifically targeting the mind. The pitch-black flames roared, their violent killing intent and rage converging into a destructive power capable of easily tearing apart the mind, bombarding Aptoka's consciousness. This attack was a sudden change of tactics, its timing impeccable. Song sure considered it flawless. But Aptoka still reacted in time. He flicked his white coat, which suddenly expanded and transformed into a semi-transparent curtain. Heavy strike passed through it without pause, seemingly ineffective, but the violent killing intent and rage contained within Calamity Flame abruptly diminished, as if filtered. However, after blocking the attack, Aptoka raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly somewhat surprised. Even though it had been filtered, the remaining destructive power was still considerable, sending a jolt through the mind and a tearing pain through it. Songshur remained silent. Chongshur circled once more, then raised his head again. Apatoka's brows relaxed, and he nodded reservedly. The two clashed once more. Under Patty's all-out psionic power, reality within a radius of several thousand square kilometers was completely disrupted, transforming from a smooth mirror into a raging ocean. If a natural person were placed here, even if they were lucky enough to escape unscathed, they would still go insane instantly. The mind of an ordinary person could not withstand the bizarre spectacle of reality being distorted. But Songshur and Aptoka could withstand it. Despite being interfered with by Patty, causing their psionic energy to flow far less freely than usual, both seemed completely oblivious, unleashing a barrage of psionic techniques towards each other. Each collision felt like a mini-nuclear explosion, creating massive vacuums within the intense sea of fire. And now, there were far more than just dozens, hundreds, of these vacuum zones. Gazing up at the sky, the two streaks of light raced against each other. Before one vacuum zone had even fully expanded, a new one would be born from the next collision, engulfing the former. Gradually, the two streaks of light ceased their race. One slowed down, while the other grew increasingly swift, like a baseball bat swung 1,000 times in a single second, striking the former 1,000 times from all directions, treating it like a marble, smashing it about wildly. The streak of light treated like a marble. Songshur. Strong. Really strong. One moment, a heavy impact came from the blade of the heavy slayer, sending Songshur flying thousands of meters backward. The next moment, a new heavy blow was right at hand, crashing down again, forcing Songshur, who had just flown halfway backward and whose momentum had not yet subsided, to turn around and fall to a new place. The opponent's true spirit, survival of the fittest, caused the body to mutate continuously, with billions of cells optimizing, collapsing, and reorganizing, resulting in an extremely exaggerated physique. And propelled by the super-speed propulsion of the psionic technique's secondary light-speed neural conduction system, these mutations transformed into a terrifying, suffocating offensive, completely overwhelming the opponent. Is this the power of Aptoka Reese, one of the final victors of the fourth all-out corporate war, one of the gods of the corporate alliance? Even with only the first stage of true spirit currently in use, he can still steadily suppress the opponent and maintain a clear advantage. In this fierce battle, the opponent's only two advantages are: firstly, the psionic flames constantly devour the heavens and earth, while the opponent's super-speed offensive makes it difficult for the opponent to retaliate. The counterattack of Great Source is never necessarily initiated by the psionicist. Every second the opponent remains here is subject to burning. Moreover, the psionic technique Vermilion Bird Soul has brought the law as a primordial spirit, making the psionic flames all-pervasive and extremely troublesome. Aptoka Rias's defense system had changed and been optimized time and again, yet it still struggled against the psychic flames of a fifth-ring Great Source cultivator, renowned for their lethality. Secondly, there was the issue of attrition. While his opponent fought with incredible ferocity, suffocatingly so, the cost was further straining his energy supply system. Even Aptoka Rias, whose body had been strengthened to the point of being able to withstand such pressure, couldn't spare much energy to further enhance his energy supply system. He himself wasn't afraid of any form of attrition warfare, but if this continued, no, it wouldn't work. There were too many variables. Although he didn't want to admit it, he could sense that true spirit, survival of the fittest, hadn't reached its limit. If this dragged on, his opponent could only strengthen further. Aptoka Rias suddenly stopped. He plunged his hand into his abdomen, scooping out a charred, burned-out internal organ and crushing it into powder. Sometimes, patching things up takes far more effort than rebuilding them. His robes rolled up on their own, and Aptoka carefully wiped his hands before speaking slowly. Aren't you going to use it yet? Your true spirit. Chapter 747. In the chaotic reality, even the propagation of sound was affected, sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes loud, sometimes soft. But when Aptoka spoke, everything suddenly returned to normal. It was as if a nail had been driven in, forcibly fixing the chaotic reality within a localized area. The power called the true spirit is the embodiment of the path we have walked in the past. The psychic abilities of a psychic are unpredictable, defying common sense. No one knows what combination of psychic abilities they will choose. Aptoka said calmly, the true spirit we await cannot be hidden, nor does it need to be hidden. Would we fear revealing the path we have walked to the world? Isn't that obvious? Songshur chuckled softly, it's not exactly hiding, it's just that the time hadn't come yet. Is that so? Aptoka remained non-committal. Based on your past experience and personality profile, your true spirit clearly falls into the destruction quadrant. This is why Chaklo Vaughn chose you, not Su Yudu, not Yvette Gregory, but Songshur, who has just reached the 5th ring. He seems to have placed immense trust in you, believing you can kill me with this true spirit. Aptoka flicked his wrist, blocking Patty's psionic energy from afar, and launched a counterattack. The group seemed to maintain a subtle tacit understanding, focusing most of their attention on their opponent, only occasionally retaliating against Patty Morse while unleashing a barrage of attacks. Even so, Patty Morse gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Although not at full power, this was still the combined force of 4 5th ring members, 2 of whom had already reached the limit of the 2nd stage of true spirit. A highly idealistic attempt, no less than believing that simply following the experimental steps will guarantee the desired results, Aptoka commented. Perhaps replacing you with Yvette Gregory would increase your chances of victory. Her exploration in the 2nd phase is similar to mine. True spirit perpetual cycle is extremely difficult to handle. What are you waiting for? That psionic technique named a glimpse of heaven? Aptoka's speech was neither fast nor slow, carrying an undisguised scrutiny. It, combined with your true spirit, can kill me? Tell me, what is its innovation? What is its feasibility? If a wild, explosive roar erupting from afar swallowed the words. It seemed that Chaklo seized the opportunity and unhesitatingly unleashed some powerful technique. Rejection and denial proceeded in parallel, forcibly smoothing out even the chaotic reality. The unparalleled violent aftershocks pierced through tens of thousands of meters from top to bottom, leaving the earth unscathed, causing large-scale cracks and localized earthquakes from a macroscopic perspective. In that instant, Ralph also dropped his playful grin. He rolled up his sleeves, and a terrifying surge of psionic energy erupted from him. Their ultimate attacks collided, and tens of thousands of square kilometers of the stratosphere first dimmed, as if its light had been obscured, then burst forth with a breathtaking brilliance, creating a colossal vortex in the sky. If the battle hadn't been fought at an increasingly higher altitude, far removed from human habitation and no longer on the surface, this collision would have caused mountains to collapse and continental shelves to shift. Songshur clicked his tongue. Dayuan has always been the most powerful of all cultivation paths. Once they start fighting, they can instantly transform the world, turning everything into their own arena. This is an undeniable advantage, but also a subtle disadvantage. In this chaotic battle, the boundless sea of fire engulfed everything. Without any deliberate effort, the psionic flames relentlessly bombarded the other 3, yet the enemy could also use this as a pretext to strike back. Especially the attack Chakro and Ralph exchanged blows just now. By this point, Songshur had lost count of how many times the sea of fire had been blasted through, and the two's reckless actions had once again placed an unbearable burden on the sea of fire, creating a gaping hole. It really is time to use something real. Songshur shook his head, unleashing the power of his psionic technique, True Radiance. The sea of fire spread at a visible speed, once again engulfing the exposed sky, plunging the world into an intense, impenetrable inferno. Aptoka's 5 fingers were slightly spread, a ball of calamity flame held in the center of his palm. This usually unrestrained and ferocious flame had finally been thwarted. No matter how wildly it charged and burned, it could not escape the man's grasp. To be precise, it was a force field generator that merely resembled a hand. Aptoka lifted his gaze from the raging inferno, coldly stating, "I be watching." But before the answer arrived, Sunrise appeared. Powered by True Spirit, Annihilation, the psionic technique Sunrise instantly entered a state of destruction. A burst of flames erupted from Aptoka's palm, the raging inferno, seemingly drawn by True Spirit, Annihilation, inexplicably broke free of the force field. But this was no longer important. Deep within Aptoka's pupils, a magnificent scene was reflected. A burning sun, a dying sun. After breaking through to the 5th ring, the heavenly sun summoned by Songshur was far larger than that of the 4th ring, tens of thousands of meters in diameter, possessing a dazzling and imposing aura, like a real, mythical sun. But at this moment, this sun had entered its irreversible demise. That was the effect of annihilation. The psionic technique Heavenly Sun has always had 2 effects. One is an amplifier, continuously igniting the user's psionic energy, causing its intensity to increase inch by inch. The other is simply and brutally acting as a weapon, directly smashing into the target. Emerald Pharmaceuticals database stores information about Heavenly Sun, which Aptoka has browsed. No Heavenly Sun's collapse has ever been as terrifying as this. A reaction speed and sense of time far exceeding his opponent's gave Aptoka ample time to clearly see the unprecedented changes in this Heavenly Sun. The sun slowly shattered, and from the spreading cracks, scorching golden light burst forth. Where it shone, it didn't incinerate everything as one might imagine, but simply nothingness. Reality ceased its chaos, its turmoil stopped, because the concept of reality no longer existed. Truly an extreme form of true spirit. Facing the descending, dying sun, Aptoka remained standing, offering his assessment without choosing to evade. Because evasion was no longer an option. The secondary lightspeed neural conduction system granted him unparalleled reflexes, allowing him to clearly perceive even attacks that would be considered a tempestuous storm at the 5th ring level, responding with impassive composure. It was enormous. Not aimed at any one object or person, the sun only needed to fall, and the entire world would groan in agony. Chongshur dragged the burning sun along, and Songshur drew his sword, slashing down with the purest form of annihilation. Chapter 748. Before the approaching sun, Aptoka extended his hands. Countless adjustments and evolutions had created this incredible carbon-based body, reaching its peak in every aspect. If he abandoned his human form and transformed into an alien state, perhaps there would be room for improvement in certain areas, but this would make Aptoka uncomfortable, so he chose not to. An invisible field rose around the man. There was no sound like shattering glass, the field was simply submerged, like butter in a hot pan, rapidly melting from the outermost edge, an irreversible melting. True spirit annihilation created the most complete destruction. Fine blood vessels appeared on Aptoka's body, intricately intertwined, flowing with a chalcedony-like fluid that violently eroded his body. These special fluids acted as a coolant, attempting to buffer the torrent of light and heat, but with little effect. The next moment, the sun completely engulfed Aptoka. From outer space, one could see a single point of light briefly illuminate the vast atmosphere, lingering for a long time before gradually fading away. In the howling winds, Paddy Morse looked at his hands, covered in chaotic cracks, their edges charred black, like paper burned by fire. The impact, like the sun falling, was too widespread. He, focused on manipulating reality, couldn't escape it. Or rather, Aptoka Reese was the first to be hit, and he was the second. The destructive force seemed too great, damaging his nerves. Paddy's fingers trembled involuntarily. Then, Paddy silently exerted force to close them, straightening each finger, channeling his psionic energy to forcibly shut the cracks. It was only a temporary recovery. This level of damage would require a long time to heal. Without checking the results of his attack, Songshur swallowed a large mouthful of the spiritual energy technique Emperor's essence to repair his injuries, and simultaneously harmonize the raging spiritual energy within his body. Heavenly Sun wasn't something that could be detonated at will. It was akin to having one's own hand blown off. Especially since it was detonated with true spirit, annihilation, its destructive power surged dramatically, both against the enemy and himself. Even Songshur felt his internal organs were in turmoil, the spiritual energy flame surging wildly, threatening to rebel. Then, both his turbulent internal organs and the rebellious spiritual energy flames were forcefully suppressed by a will descending from the heavens. Cough. Songshur licked his lips and raised his gaze. Thousands of shattered sparks slowly scattered, revealing a broken, dark silhouette in his field of vision. The skull barely retained its shape, the gums charred black, not a trace of flesh remaining. Only a small portion of the torso remained, like roughly uprooted weeds, drooping with sparse spine bones covered in a dark, charred crust, teetering precariously, as if a gentle breeze could shatter it. Aptoka Reus. A gruesome sight. Even with his terrifying physique, enduring the annihilation of the sun would only result in annihilation. Not to mention Aptoka, even if the Emperor himself were present, wielding annihilation, Songshur was confident he could shatter a few of his teeth. But more believable than the outward horrific state was the feeling. The aura emanating from Aptoka's remains was weak, as if he might die at any moment. But no, his intuition was wrong. The sense of danger emanating from the other party, after a brief dip to rock bottom, began to rise again, steadily climbing. Thump! A sound like a bronze bell being struck echoed from the void. Thump, thump, thump! First one, then two, then three. The striking became increasingly rapid and intense, until finally it resembled a giant god vigorously beating a drum, leaving one dizzy and deafened. The source of the sound was the heart. Suddenly light burst forth from the chest of this wrecked body. With each heartbeat, the light became denser and brighter. In an instant, the light completely burst through the chest, and the entire body, pulled by it, utterly disintegrated and vanished into nothingness. Only the heart, radiating intense light, its outline barely discernible, remained. In a daze, it was as if he had stepped into a mythical realm, where towering, majestic beasts, even in death, transformed their remains into endless mountain ranges, leaving only their skeletal chests, which still resonated with a deep, powerful tremor at dusk. When his thoughts returned to reality, first, bones began to spread inch by inch, then crystalline flesh emerged, intertwining and clinging to the skeleton, outlining its initial form. Next, energy storage nodes, a secondary light-speed neural conduction system, layers of extraordinary organs rapidly took shape, only to be enveloped and concealed within the skin. Finally, a brand new white coat floated from the void, gently descended, and was casually donned. The ruler of Emerald Pharmaceuticals raised his index finger, casually flicking away a drifting flame. The creator, Aptoka Reese. Back on the battlefield. Songshire's face was wet, something slowly flowing down, a crimson-gold liquid. Blood seeped from the pupils. This was the consequence of Lily Guan being pushed to its limit, and then being interrupted by the object of observation. Songshire ignored this, narrowing his eyes. This isn't your true form. That attack just now was a full-force strike without using any of his spiritual energy techniques. A glimpse of heaven. Fueled by true spirit, annihilation, its destructive power was literally world-destroying. Admittedly, Aptoka Ryu's clearly intended to fight head-on, deliberately testing the waters. But even without that intention, a full-force defense would still have severely injured him, bringing him to the brink of death, or even directly annihilating him. Just like now. Songshire was certain that his Heavenly Sunfall technique had absolutely shattered Aptoka Ryu's body, completely destroying it. And even with the most incredible self-healing ability, being struck by true spirit, annihilation wouldn't be effective. But the reality was before him, right before his eyes. The opponent had created something from nothing, starting with his heart, reconstructing his body in a matter of moments. No, it wasn't emptiness. Songshire raised his eyes, his bloodshot, fiery pupils revealing a new existence. Behind Aptoka Reese, an unimaginably colossal silhouette rose, its fleeting presence revealing glimpses of its form. The Aptoka Reese he saw, was it like its shadow? The real body? Aptoka shook his head, seemingly sighing, pleased to find the concept of real body first, but I think you can't give a reasonable, clear, and definite definition. Not the real body, or avatar you imagine. The Aptoka Reese you see is me. If you must define it, you can think of it as my humanoid interactive interface. He explained. True Spirit. Second Stage. Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 749. Before I reached the pinnacle of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, my projects weren't entirely driven by interest. I was also compelled by the tasks and expectations placed upon me by the company's upper management. I collaborated with many people and mentored several students and assistants. The two men gazed at each other from a distance, remaining motionless. Aptoka, hands in his pockets, acted as if he were in a grand lecture hall, not surrounded by a raging inferno. Yes, humans are social beings. From the moment we are born, we are included in an evaluation system. Most people, including the employees of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, think of me as a cold, taciturn person, someone who habitually immerses himself in his own world. That's a misconception. Aptoka said calmly. The only reason I don't talk to them much is because it's pointless. Some people understand the same question with just a few words of explanation, while others, most people, in fact, will only stare blankly at you no matter how long and detailed your explanation. Songshire, you belong to that very small minority. Well, even among those I'm willing to talk to, you're among that very small minority. You seem unable to think of a way to kill me right now, don't you? Aptoka smiled faintly. In that case, why not listen patiently for now? Your current physical strength is significantly weaker than the first one, Songshire suddenly said. Even before the words arrived, sparks ignited by the psionic technique vermilion bird soul erupted. As if dormant for a long time, a massive amount of sparks suddenly burst forth from the ocean, engulfing Aptoka with a deafening roar. The next second, the latter broke through the sea of flames, but he looked quite disheveled. His white coat was burned with unsightly pits, and obvious burns appeared all over his body. You should know that after the true spirit survival of the fittest evolved repeatedly, Aptoka could not only ignore such attacks, but at least deal with them calmly. Impatientness is a very bad quality. However, Aptoka's expression remained unchanged, his tone still carrying a commentary. A spider's molting process is extremely dangerous. It needs to painstakingly shed its old, cramped shell, but the new shell is initially very soft and needs time to harden. I certainly can't do it all at once, Aptoka said. But just because of that, you're still going to start now. He tapped his temple with his index finger. Even if this body hasn't fully evolved back to its peak, I can still hold my own against you without using your true spirit. Believe me, during this time, the survival of the fittest will make me stronger far faster than you expect. If you use your true spirit, Aptoka said casually, do I need to remind you, as a pioneer, that even we can't use our true spirits without consequence? You can certainly destroy one of my bodies, 2 bodies, 3 bodies. But I can recreate a 4th, a 5th, a 6th. Are you willing to rely entirely on a war of attrition? Betting on who reaches their limit first? Why not? Then, someone spoke. Songshur twisted his neck hard, his eyes burning like glass, and he chuckled. Don't you know? I always loved gambling. A cataclysmic roar echoed from afar, spreading and engulfing Songshur's feet. The battle between Chakro and Ralph is entering a new climax. It seems that Chakro has the upper hand, but the latter is as smooth as a koi fish, and his psionic energy flows and switches freely, preventing Chakro from making any further progress. The sudden increase in the intensity of the battle also drew Patty's attention, temporarily pulling his gaze away from Songshur and Aptoka, and causing him to plunge headlong into the fray without hesitation. Songshur ignored his opponent's words and unleashed a powerful strike with Heavy Slayer. Annihilation Calamity. Interrupted from his words, and struck by a killing move brimming with destructive power, Aptoka showed no anger. The instant he vanished from his spot, his eyes were filled with indescribable joy. But he couldn't completely dodge. The biological weapon transformed from the white coat, like a puffed-up pufferfish with its body covered in sharp spikes, was grazed by Heavy Slayer in the next second, disappearing without a sound, half its body gone. Aptoka didn't even glance at his injury, and with a flick of his wrist, 12 whip blades shattered the air, attempting to force Songshur back and interrupt the latter's further pursuit. Songshur grinned maliciously, his psionic technique black body curtain rising. He braced himself against the whip blade, advancing instead of retreating, unleashing soaring sky in a flash of light, closing the distance to within inches of each other. 100 meters. Close combat. Without gestures or sight, Aptoka's mind moved. Within a small space, a hiltless slender sword appeared, thin as a cicada's wing, and in less than 1,000th of a second, it extended outward, more like a line than a sword. A thin line spanning 10 kilometers, almost invisible, yet capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Psionicists on the path of balance can gain a higher dimensional perspective in their human form. They can see the discontinuous flow of time, the degree of spatial warping, and acquire various incredible abilities. Aptoka had spent much effort exploring how to construct a higher dimensional receiving organ through purely biological means. Ultimately, after repeated failures, Aptoka temporarily abandoned its attempt to receive the signal and chose another path: utilization. As a star ages and dies, it gradually collapses inward, its massive mass repeatedly compressed to form an extremely dense celestial body. Its gravity is strong enough to warp space-time. Even light cannot escape. This is the so-called event horizon of a black hole. Aptoka's sword is essentially the output of extremely high-intensity gravitational waves for a short period, thus affecting the stability of space, like ripples on a calm lake. Even a ripple from space can easily shatter the physical world. A mere crack in space is enough to sever all solid matter. At such close range, there was no other way but to confront it head-on. The barrier erected by Blackbody Curtain only hindered it for a barely perceptible moment before being silently sliced open, and the sea of fire was smoothly separated. At the same time, the True Radiance Dharma image wielded its flaming blade. The blessing from True Spirit Annihilation caused everything to perish, leaving no trace. Even Aptoka's body couldn't withstand such destruction. The remaining half of his body was devoured by the flames, leaving only wisps of smoke and ashes, vanishing in an instant. A high-level strike. But the next moment, Aptoka's voice rang out again, appearing in the void and echoing around. From the remaining heart as the center, flesh and bone rapidly spread, intertwining and growing, once again outlining the silhouette of Aptoka Rios. The man straightened his white coat, stood in the dissipating flames, and tilted his head slightly, looking at Songshur. Should we continue? Your condition isn't healthy. Hundreds of meters away, Songshur lowered his gaze. His left arm was severed cleanly at the root, gone without a trace. The price he paid for that attack was the loss of his left hand. He let out a shout, extinguishing a spark of fire. A surge of immense spiritual energy rushed in, slowly solidifying into his arm. He clenched his fingers a few times, nothing changed. Compared to this easily reparable injury, his biggest problem right now was annihilation. His opponent had given a long explanation, and one point was correct. True spirit couldn't be used indefinitely. The consumption varied depending on the nature of each person's true spirit, but fundamentally, even for a fifth-ring psychic, true spirit wasn't a method to use recklessly. Otherwise, Chaklo could have already brought most of Terra to the brink of death. Song sure couldn't say what the other fifth-ring true spirits were like, but his own annihilation was a double-edged sword. It was unstoppable in killing, but equally merciless when it came to cutting himself. A moment's carelessness could leave him with a gaping wound. Having fought his way to this point, shattering two of his opponent's bodies, he naturally couldn't have come without paying a price. His condition. Is my condition unhealthy? I feel fine. Songshur pointed to his bleeding pupils. Your true spirit, through survival of the fittest, constantly analyzes glassy observation, evolving a new observation and countermeasure system. If it were any other observation-type spiritual energy technique, it would indeed be troublesome, leaving one clueless, but glassy observation is different. It's not an eye, it's just a way of seeing. Songshur spoke the imagery that gave rise to it, clear inside and out, pure and without blemish. The longer you fight me, the deeper the entanglement, the clearer it can see. Songshur said, enunciating each word clearly, I'm gradually seeing your true outline. Aptoka stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. It sounds like you have the upper hand, victory is practically in your grasp. But why haven't you won yet? Songshur slowly lowered his heavy sword. He wasn't lying just now. As long as the fight continues, Liu Guan can indeed gradually pinpoint the location of the opponent's true form, and then unleash Ishitian to decide the life or death. But that's the problem. Aptoka's true spirit, survival of the fittest can't stop Liu Guan, but the unparalleled, intense evolution, and the targeted observation and countermeasure system can greatly delay the process of Liu Guan glimpsing the true form. To truly defeat Aptoka, the only option is to continue fighting, only to continue fighting, until one successfully pinpoints the opponent's true form. Otherwise, if it's really like what was said before, a war of attrition, gambling on who reaches their limit first, then it will definitely be one's limit first. His cultivation had been a relentless pursuit of destruction, a path he had never turned back from. Even now, a casual, ordinary strike still possessed formidable killing power. Against an opponent with a newly reconstructed body, significantly weakened, he could theoretically incinerate them in a few exchanges. He could cut down as many as they came, unafraid of any so-called war of attrition. However, true spirit, survival of the fittest greatly enhanced the efficiency of the new body's strength increase. In the blink of an eye, a few exchanges could turn into a dozen, dozens, or even hundreds of exchanges, unless he used his own true spirit to annihilate them. That would indeed allow for a swift kill, but it would be like exchanging a non-renewable resource for a readily regularable one, a blatant loss. Even if their true spirits were exchanged, Aptoka, as a fifth-ring psychic who had reached the second stage, would still have a far greater accumulation of power in this area. It's highly unlikely we can afford to waste this time. This is really a bit troublesome. You said you enjoy gambling? Aptoka paced the stratosphere, not launching the first attack. Now it seems that wasn't a lie. You stake everything on this, convinced you can kill me. Statistically speaking, the moment you made that decision, the scales of victory inevitably tipped in my favor. So, I'm willing to offer you an opportunity to increase your chances of winning. Although he spoke in a suggestive tone, Aptoka's posture remained unchanged, his hands were in his pockets, and he wasn't standing perfectly straight. But in that instant, Songshur's attention could no longer be focused on the person. His fiery, glassy pupils widened suddenly. In the center of the vast sea of fire, a depression suddenly appeared, as if some enormous entity had descended and then slowly stretched out its body. This single movement alone created a space within the sea of fire. A behemoth? No. It wasn't something so concrete, but something more abstract, or rather, something more abstract, because there were clearly tangible creatures, visible in the field of vision. An earthworm struggled as it was thrown into the ocean. A small fish, drawn by the scent, swam quickly towards it, but before it could bite, it was swallowed whole by a gaping maw from behind, a much larger sea fish. Satisfied, it chewed, but then, in a moment of carelessness, a giant moray eel, hidden among the seaweed, leaped out and bit it, tearing it in two instantly. Blood mist filled the air, and the stench carried far and wide. One by one, or in groups, creatures swarmed in, beginning a long and protracted battle. Not just the ocean. The sky, the earth, dense forests, swamps, glaciers, even the bacterial communities in a petri dish under a microscope, those simple single-celled organisms, all follow the instincts imprinted at the deepest level of their genes, waging an endless, brutal struggle for a higher level of life. The individual considered Apatoka Reese had vanished without a trace. In its place was a hazy yet clear, vast yet all-encompassing floating outline. The ethereal word world, for the first time, appeared before Songshur in a tangible form. This was the true Apatoka Reese. Songshur focused his mind. His true spirit's second stage, survival of the fittest, clearly used himself as a framework to contain a miniature ecosystem that never ceased its evolution. The human form he presented to the masses was merely a part of this miniature ecosystem, so even if it were annihilated, he wouldn't care. Throughout history, countless species within the Terra ecosystem have faced extinction, yet Terra has persevered steadily to this day. Apatoka's voice echoed through the void. Now, do you see clearly? Yes, Songshur replied. No longer needing a protracted battle, his opponent, with an almost arrogant composure, proactively revealed his true form. Liu Guan had already memorized it. Even if the opponent concealed his true form again, seizing it would be a simple matter. You're so confident that if I unleash a glimpse of heaven now, you can survive? First, I am the creator of Terra, Apatoka Reese, Apatoka said calmly. Second, you will not choose this path. Ha! After a long while, Songshur's shoulders twitched, then laughter erupted, growing louder and more intense until he burst into maniacal laughter. Since you're so confident, how can I refuse? Let's use this to decide life and death. Songshur suddenly solidified, his entire body radiating a dazzling light, like a star. Then, without hesitation, this star, like a sliver of fire, plunged straight into the miniature ecosystem ahead. Come on! Apatoka finally smiled, as if something long awaited had finally arrived, his joy overwhelming. Do your best to reach the top of the food chain. Chapter 750. Patty Morse was fighting. His heavy shoulders suddenly felt lighter. The suffocating weight had been lifted. He knew what had happened. Apatoka Reese and Songshur's presence had vanished briefly, then returned, like a pressure cooker plunged into an unfathomable depths. But the relief lasted only a moment. A deep weariness washed over him again, like a tidal wave. This time, nothing could help him move the weight. Except for himself. But he couldn't. Below the god's throne, the two most powerful psionicists in the Enterprise Alliance had gone all out, reaching the fifth ring of the second stage limit, unleashing terrifying psionic energy that made reality tremble. At this point, Chaklo and Ralph disregarded the consequences. Their abyssal, hellish psionic energy surged like a raging torrent, engulfing the heavens and earth. The atmosphere swirled, and just as the cataclysmic disaster was about to take shape, it was torn apart by a new collision. A storm of radiation and high-energy particle streams rained down from the ends of the sky towards the corporate alliance. Countless people were affected. Some watched their live broadcasts of the Rokar Plains battlefield, now without signal and forced to shut down, gritted their teeth as their beloved anchors vanished. When they pulled out their headphones and went to the window, they saw rainbows falling from the sky. Patty Morse, Director General of the Security Bureau. He couldn't stop these things from happening. The fifth ring, True Spirit, is a great power. It can do many things. It can make even godlike giant corporations tone down their posture and show the Security Bureau proper respect. It can revitalize the Security Bureau, which has been almost completely infiltrated by corporations, restoring some of its former glory. Even the greatest power must bow its head when faced with an even greater power, refusing to waver. The first stage of ultimate psionic energy couldn't defeat Chaklo Vaughn, couldn't defeat Ralph Gabriel. Why were they so powerful? Why were they stronger than him? Patty Morse knew the answer. Because he was too weak. It wasn't that they were powerful, but that he was weak enough. The company deserves to die, 13-year-old Morse said coldly. 19-year-old Patty Morse slowly said, give me a few more years, and I teach the company to be in awe. Patty, your vision shouldn't be limited to the company. Remember to look beyond the corporate alliance. 28-year-old Patty Morse stood before the Director General's desk. And then, 43-year-old Patty Morse. 37 years later, the Security Bureau finally welcomed a new fifth ring. Patty Morse, known as the Implementer, was elected the new Director General of the Security Bureau with a unanimous vote. He stood before the podium in the Grand Hall, surveying everyone. As his gaze swept across them, representatives of large corporations and renowned figures alike applauded, offering undisputed respect. Not respect for the Security Bureau, but respect for Patty Morse. 43-year-old Patty Morse calmly delivered his inaugural address. I will push forward with all my might the nationalization of enterprises, emphasizing the government's leading and authoritative role in economic activities. Had he done it? Patty Morse asked himself. No, he hadn't. The psionicist hailed as mental regeneration, the one who easily manipulated reality, now faced a reality he could no longer manipulate. How many years had passed since he stood before the portraits of past Security Bureau directors to take his oath? I don't remember exactly. The giant corporations are still giant corporations, and the divine kingdoms of the gods remain as secure as ever. They perch in the heavens, gleefully overlooking the mortal world. All those who dare challenge their authority are driven to destruction. But outside the corporate alliance, when Yinan and the Pan-Eastern Continental Union raise their armies, can I stand guard and protect the common people? No. Patty Morse once again arrived at an honest answer. A headache struck, as if a steel nail had been driven straight into his temple, piercing his skull from left to right, dragging up slippery brain fluid. Even Dwight Brooks, fighting 4/5 ring psionicists alone, would have been forced to retreat. Besides, it was Patty Morse standing here now. His once invincible will, his ability to manipulate reality at will, was gradually losing its grip. Intense vibrations transmitted from reality to his hands, numbing them, leaving little feeling. Should I withdraw? Just a few more years. He reached the limit of the first stage, and breaking through to the second was just around the corner. A few years would be enough, just a few years would suffice. Patty Morse had once been placed under the absolute trust of the Security Bureau. He was an absolute genius. Given more time, he was certain he could break through to the second stage. After all, the ideology had been thoroughly implemented. The Security Bureau could disintegrate, could be destroyed, but the one thing that couldn't change was the ideology of maintaining national security and social stability, ensuring that the government's authority was once again firmly established in people's hearts and minds. No, not this, Patty thought painfully, trying to dig into his own heart. Not here, not there, it must be somewhere deeper, deeper, deeper still. He dug with all his might, his fingernails breaking, his flesh gradually becoming a bloody mess, but he couldn't stop. He didn't know why, but he just couldn't stop. Ideology. Government authority. Security Bureau. Yes, that's right, government authority. This is an ideology, the ideology of the Security Bureau. It's not its own ideology, it's merely its own responsibility, received from the previous Director General of the Security Bureau, passed down through generations of Security Bureau personnel, entrusted to it by countless hopeful, expectant hearts when standing on the auditorium podium. A torrent of thoughts overwhelmed the man's consciousness. Human thoughts are always so complex, admittedly sound or not. Every second generates thousands upon thousands of thoughts, and in the next second, these thousands upon thousands of thoughts are replaced by thousands upon thousands of new thoughts. Patty Morse heard the waves crashing on the shore, creating countless sounds, passionate, chanting, silent, whispering. They were eager, hateful, angry, joyful. 32 billion thoughts overwhelmed him, complementary and contradictory thoughts stirring up countless ripples. This is bondage. Rejection. Not bondage. Never refuse. The bloodied hand slowly stopped, all obstacles peeled away, and from the blurred heart, a glittering gem was unearthed. They were his own love. The gem was tightly grasped by a hand, and then the man opened his eyes. Fifth ring consensus, Director General of the Security Bureau, Patty Morse. The true spirit. Second phase. All things flow. Chapter 751. One was thinking. Perhaps it wasn't really thinking. Does a single-celled organism possess the physiological mechanism and concept of thinking? In its hazy, chaotic sea of consciousness, a beam of white light suddenly appeared. It was so faint, as if a gentle breeze could tear it to shreds, yet in this chaotic world, it was so conspicuous. In an instant, or perhaps a breath later, the white light vanished. One stared blankly for a moment, then moved forward. First, a sticky, slippery sensation, then it touched something. When one's consciousness returned, it found itself larger, surrounded by flowing cell fluid and shriveled cell membranes. A member of its kind had been devoured. No pleasure, no disgust. One simply felt warm and comfortable. Why was that? It didn't know the answer to this question, nor did it care. It simply became warmer and more comfortable. The next second, a paramecium, unsuspectingly wriggling beside one, was swallowed whole. Grow bigger, it wanted to grow even bigger. One began its frenzied advance, chewing up cellular organisms one by one. The tempting cell nuclei were seized as spoils, carefully piling up a complex sea of marbles within its body. It wasn't a one-sided buffet. One also encountered danger. It wasn't the only one wanting to grow bigger and more comfortable. A worm, a whole size larger than one, had its eye on it. They rolled and wrestled together, exhausted. After a long time, the battered one crawled out of the worm's abdomen. It had won in the end. The spoils it had collected were crushed and mixed together in this battle. One had to survive. It wanted to survive, but now it didn't even have the strength to devour the worm. All that was left was to wait. Gradually, it suddenly heard a sound, the soft sound of gene chains rubbing together, a primal call from the ancient past, echoing through its body once again. Those jumbled lumps of matter glued together, stitched together, and mutated. A biological structure named system was born. Then, it continued on its way, tearing, devouring, absorbing, its primal instincts gradually being polished, like a raw stone slowly blossoming with new luster. The neural plate proliferated and evolved into a neural tube, which closed. The epidermal system composed of cilia and nails grew, segments successively formed bones, muscles, and dermis. The primitive cardiac tube grew out, and then beat for the first time. A hazy, uncertain consciousness once again gave birth to white light. One it uttered. Songshur. And so, the chaos in his heart vanished, and Songshur opened his eyes. This was an eternally revolving, utterly chaotic world. At first glance, it seemed like a warm, vast ocean, but then, mountains, forests, and many other sights appeared, as if countless creatures were born from within it, and then, following their most fundamental instincts, launched an endless cycle of reproduction and slaughter. It was unimaginable that the other side could contain such a vast biota. According to certain classical theories, it had now unfolded a demi-plane existing in the cracks of reality, this miniature ecosystem resembling the disaster realm of the Vanpusta Empire. A massive shadow ripped across the surface. The next moment, a giant shark, tens of meters long, leaped out, its jaws gaping wide. Songshur, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, nimbly dodged, then bit down on the shark's side with his razor-sharp teeth, tearing off a chunk of flesh. In the surging waves, Songshur glimpsed his current form. Scales and muscles contracted into a colossal silhouette, a giant serpent stretching its body at will. A murky mist of blood diffused between his teeth, but he ignored it, devouring every inch of the shark's flesh. Psychic power was temporarily unusable. A certain absolute and unique rule, which even its creators could not defy, was imprinted on this ecosystem: survival of the fittest. The intense stench of blood attracted even more creatures. A continuous stream of beings swarmed in, seemingly heading for the winding giant serpent, yet in the jostling and pushing, they preemptively slaughtered each other. Colorful, hard-shelled killer crabs, mutated squid hundreds of meters long, capable of towing small boats, land predators thirsting for blood, incredibly strong land dragons, but most numerous were bizarre, powerful, and terrifying monsters never before seen in Terra's history. The horde of monsters engulfed the heavens and earth. Even a fourth-ring psychic throne here would be instantly swallowed up. So, that was the plan. Songshur murmured silently. The giant serpent in the sea raised its head. Dark clouds loomed overhead, a harbinger of an approaching storm. The leaden sky obscured all vision, including Songshur's. Yet, he could sense a colossal outline, stretching from the deepest reaches of the heavens to the edge of the sea of clouds, encompassing the entire ecosystem. It was like a creator from mythology. He, Songshur couldn't help but grin. The giant serpent revealed a ferocious, terrifying smile. So you're going to include a fifth ring in your ecosystem, treating him like a precious artifact enshrined in amber? Fifth ring cultivators are those who have awakened their true spirit, beings who have transcended the torrent of fate with their own hearts. From the moment they ascended to the fifth ring, they decided to hold their destiny firmly in their own hands. Even if they faced countless hardships and dangers, encountered insurmountable adversaries, and could no longer make the world revolve around their own desires, they would still control their final destiny. Death is inevitable. Nothing can stop a true spirit from facing death. Those at the fifth ring level cannot, nor can the gods' thrones, who look down upon Terra. Undoubtedly, Aptoka Reese is stronger than himself, but even now, having reached the limits of the third stage and standing at the same height as the former Grand Marshal of the Northern Thunder Defense Front, he too cannot prevent his own death. Except for, as it is now, the heavy clouds finally reached their limit, unleashing a decaying rain, a cataclysmic event capable of corroding even rock and steel. The flesh and blood of countless creatures melted like wax, revealing pale bones, which were then corroded away. Survival of the fittest. Natural selection. Songshur raised his amber-colored vertical pupils. Here, biological evolution was fast-forwarded. How long had it taken him to evolve from a single-celled organism into a giant serpent capable of swallowing elephants? Half an hour? An hour? He sensed countless creatures unable to withstand the natural disaster, turning into soft, organic residue. Others seized the opportunity to devour, undergoing incredibly painful evolution. And then, there were powerful auras, those of beings already at the top of the food chain. Ignoring the power of the disaster, they devoured each other in the newly born ocean of flesh and blood, striving to advance further. If he couldn't reach the top of the food chain, he would remain here forever, becoming part of this eternal cycle. But if he could, the giant serpent moved its body, its scales unfolding inch by inch. In the winding crevices, as it devoured one creature after another, a molten, scorching crimson gold light gradually shone. The monster from outside the ecosystem no longer hesitated, crashing headlong into the ecosystem struggle. Songshur joined the food chain. Chapter 752. On the vast, boundless ocean, two colossal creatures clashed. A giant serpent, its body riddled with molten lava, coiled around a dark red octopus, its tentacles and body twisting together with a dull thud. Over 50 meters long, their massive size and resilient muscles, capable of withstanding tank fire, brought this sci-fi monster to life. Both employed a timeless, primitive tactic, attempting to strangle each other. The crimson gold seams left conspicuous scars on the octopus's tentacles, while the octopus's sharp mandibles relentlessly tore at the serpent's flesh, leaving behind a cratered mess. After a long while, the serpent finally found an opening, breaking free of the tentacles binding its head. Its razor-sharp jaws chewed up the octopus's skull, releasing a burst of venomous fluid. This should have turned the area into a death trap, but the fierce battle between the two had already rendered the area devoid of any other living creature besides themselves. Swallowing the octopus's most potent brain fluid, the giant serpent plunged into the abyss without looking back, where many creatures far more terrifying than this giant octopus lurked. The perpetually dark depths welcomed new, uninvited guests. One after another, terrifying creatures capable of haunting nightmares emerged from their lairs. No need for sniffing, the intruders declared their presence, their pheromones of challenge spreading across the land, thus beginning a new round of evolution. Fighting, colliding, devouring. Whether it was a massive, assimilated swarm of plankton, a colossal sea beast born from the mythical Leviathan, or any other monster, they all followed the supreme rules, throwing themselves into this war. A storm raged in the lightless abyss, and long afterward, when the final tsunami subsided, stood the sole victor in the abyss, now littered with countless corpses. The serpent, many times more powerful than before, coiled its body, surveying the surroundings. There were no more challengers. There was no living creature. The earth rose and the sea leveled, tectonic plates collided and split, mountains rose, and the giant serpent that once ruled the ocean invaded the land and sky. Until a long time later, the world fell silent for the first time. Atop mountains piled with countless bones, the serpent coiled and closed its eyes, as if entering a permanent hibernation. Wildfires erupted, earthquakes shook the land, thunderstorms raged, natural disasters swept across the land, destroying everything, but they could not make the giant serpent open its eyes. Crack, crack. Gradually, a new sound was born in the world, the sound of something rubbing and squeezing. The serpent was molting? No, not molting, but a transformation far more complete than that. The monster that had ascended to the throne of the world, this body evolved to its zenith, along with its power capable of moving mountains and filling seas, was easily discarded by its master, as if casually brushing aside a wisp of willow catkins that had drifted onto its clothes. Slowly emerging from the snake's belly was a person. Standing at the top of the food chain, it's never been a snake. Songshur opened his hand, flame surged, then condensed into a straight blade. It's a person, it's me. The king of the world, 12 minutes after his birth, was replaced by a new challenger. I have arrived here. Songshur raised his head, as if making a declaration. Then, all natural disasters vanished, and the creator known as Apatoka Reese descended from the sky. As expected, regret appeared on Apatoka's face, then quickly turned to relief. Even if it evolved a quadrillion times, the ecosystem could never give birth to a creation comparable to a true spirit. Congratulations, Songshur. He smiled and nodded. You have earned the right to meet the creator. In my eyes, you are not the creator, Songshur said calmly. And I don't need your congratulations. Things called challenges, when successfully achieved, will earn congratulations from others, Songshur said. But standing at the very top of the food chain you built, what aspect, what facet, truly qualifies as a challenge? So that's how you think, Apatoka commented, nodding slightly. I sincerely hope you fall on your previous journey, sinking into this eternal ecosystem, becoming my most cherished, unique treasure. But reason also tells me that the probability of you successfully standing before me, it's tenfold, Songshur said. Apatoka's lips curled into a smile. The next second, flame soared into the sky. A disaster more terrifying than any previous natural calamity was born. A sight that transcended natural disasters. A scene that should never appear in normal ecological evolution. Crimson gold flames ignited the sky, the earth cracked, flowing with golden blood, and the ocean boiled. An ecosystem? Give it enough time, the great source of the fifth ring is enough to single-handedly destroy an entire ecosystem. I firmly believe that life is the most unique, unparalleled, and sublime miracle in this world. We can find two identical stones on a microscopic level, but we cannot find two identical leaves. Terra is magnificent because of life. Don't you think so? Step into this ecosystem yourself, observe, appreciate, and let it leave its mark with your own unique colors. Unfortunately, Apatoka's form, rather, his aura, suddenly changed. He was still humanoid, but compared to his initial form, that pure and powerful creature standing at the top of the food chain through repeated evolution, he now possessed a strange indifference, like a creator looking down upon the world with equanimity. Amber can no longer be made. So I will try my best to leave your traces, as specimens for future viewing. Songshur twisted his wrist, and Chongshur unleashed a massive wave of flames, slamming it towards his opponent. There was no possibility of reshaping it, having penetrated this miniature ecosystem and climbed to the top of the food chain. The Apatoka Rios appearing now was its true form. Boom! Facing the flames was a hand that wasn't particularly strong, but rather somewhat thin. But it was this hand that pierced through the flames head-on. The 8-base pair body, having undergone countless transformations, shook the sea of fire, which was even more devastating than a natural disaster. Then, it met Chongshur head-on. In an instant, the skin of the hand cracked inch by inch, the killing power transforming into hundreds of sharp blades cutting through it, leaving crisscrossing fire marks. In the blink of an eye, this repeatedly mutated hand was about to be burned to ashes. But at the same time, his 5 fingers clenched the flame blades, fixing the latter in place. Apatoka's white coat suddenly swelled, transforming into a viscous, asphalt-colored monster. A massive shadow rose into the sky, and its unimaginably magnificent maw snapped shut, biting a gaping hole in the vast, boundless sea of fire. Satisfied, it slumped back down, becoming a huge mound of asphalt once more, letting out a contented burp and spewing out a few wisps of flame. The next second, it leaped up, not even having time to howl. Countless fissures spread across its body, bursting forth with intense light that instantly tore it apart and ignited it. Apatoka's attack was nothing more than digestion. Even though its strength far surpassed that of any other creature, at its core, it was still just digestion. To digest a fifth ring great source? Then just burst it apart, tearing apart the digestive organs. Songshur, with a thought, unleashed countless sparks into the sky, a vast and mighty spectacle, like a shower of crimson gold stars. Then, the stars rained down. The vermilion bird soul and calamity combined simultaneously, coalescing into the heavenly punishment fire calamity that descended from the heavens. The scorching heat, capable of melting gold and jade, surged, and the incinerating wind swept through, silently reducing any matter that encountered it to pure ashes. The entire ecosystem trembled, a muffled rumble echoing, its agonizing groans, an unbearable burden. And from within the rain of stars in the fire calamity, a burst of intense light suddenly erupted. It was a crimson gold fireball, unimaginably large. The moment it rose, the entire sky was captivated by it. Terra had suffered asteroid impacts more than once in its history. A massive celestial body falling from outer space was a catastrophe capable of destroying almost the entire ecosystem and restarting Terra. Each time, whether meteorite or asteroid, they were ultimately intercepted and destroyed by the psionicists of that era. Even so, when the fragmented remnants of the meteorite streaked through the atmosphere and crashed to Earth, they still brought catastrophes. Time seemed to slow down 1,000,000 times. At the very center of the entity formed from light and heat, Songshur slowly drew out the heavy slaughter, and in the next instant, it crashed down with a deafening roar amidst endless flames. The great feat that massive celestial bodies of the past could not accomplish, thousands of years later, now, the psionicists of the future would personally recreate it, unleashing this catastrophe of celestial fall. Apatoka didn't speak. He simply raised his hand. He still looked human, exactly the same, but at this moment, when he raised his hand, this body, neither tall nor strong, even somewhat emaciated, suddenly grew larger. Just as a grain of sand transforms into a sea of sand, a puddle expands into a vast ocean, and delicate weeds become a lush forest. The human form, though distinct, evokes a sense of immensity and vastness. The gene chain advances in a double helix, undergoing billions of iterations of evolution, from primitive prokaryotes to invertebrates. Vast gymnosperms replace the former ferns, encompassing millions of years of evolutionary history, manifesting itself fully in the present world through the medium of Apatoka Reis. Life is fragile, yet resilient. The power it can unleash far exceeds many people's imagination. Wildfires sweeping across mountains and burning forests create a hellish spectacle. But when the first rain falls after the fires subside, new life is born, rapidly restarting the ecosystem. Natural disasters cannot destroy the ecosystem, nor can human-made calamities. Even in the hyper-radiation zones following the detonation of nuclear weapons, tenacious mutated creatures linger. They might destroy a link, a species, a region, but the ecosystem itself is eternal. In the fifth ring of transcendence, Apatoka Reis was never the strongest psionicist, but in terms of vitality, he was undoubtedly number one. Then, the miniature ecosystem, evolved from an individual, faced the cataclysmic calamity of a falling sky transformed from flames. First, a moment of silence, then pure light suddenly illuminated the heavens and earth, terrifying gales spread, and the collision point became the eye of a storm. In that instant, Patty Morse halted his attempt to reshape reality, and Chakro and Ralph separated, briefly halting their offensive. The wind whipped at their faces as they silently gazed into the distance. The vast, unobstructed sky became the perfect medium, and an unprecedented storm smoothly swept across tens of thousands of square kilometers. The two true spirits clashed with everything they had, their wills striving to overcome each other's. These transcendent beings always love to take risks. Their gambling instincts are too strong, they can't be stopped. Apatoka really should be sent to the stock market to learn a lesson, Ralph muttered, clicking his tongue. Couldn't they just fight normally? Why did they have to come up with these bizarre ideas now? Apatoka, by doing this, you're transferring the debt risk onto me. Before he could finish speaking, he was swept away by the wind, as a powerful punch that shattered the atmosphere struck instantly. Seeing this, Ralph had no choice but to withdraw his hand from behind his back, abandoning his plan to attack Song Shur, and once again confronted Chakalo. In an instant, or perhaps a long time later, the storm gradually subsided, and the meteor that had once been the eye of the storm. The meteorite that had become a calamity vanished, and the miniature ecosystem also collapsed, falling into a deathly silence. A new flame shattered the calm. A crimson gold flame lashed out, striking directly forward, only to be blocked by a hand that shattered into pieces. The two forces clashed briefly before separating again. Song Shur unleashed a raging inferno, wave after wave, launching a relentless and fierce offensive. Apatoka, however, did not yield, attacking in kind. The two clashed with ferocious speed, faster than thunder and lightning, traversing hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye, only to return to their positions the next. The attacks had reached a frenzied pace. Calamity, vermilion bird soul, true radiance, forging flame, each spiritual technique flowed freely in Song Shur's hands, transforming into roaring killing power, an astonishing skill honed through countless battles, forged in the art of slaughter. Even so, he could only barely overpower Apatoka Reis, and driven by the survival of the fittest principle of his true spirit, this so-called suppression was gradually crumbling, as if it would be completely broken at any moment, reversing the tide of battle. As the opponent's true form, the true spirit was even more effective than before. Song Shur's pupils could no longer contain anything else. Neither the collapsing atmosphere nor the three earth-shattering beams of psionic energy in the distance could steal his attention. The psionicist named Apatoka Reis dominated his entire field of vision. What terrifying power! Ignoring the inherent laws of biological evolution, trampling the food chain with their own hands, and proclaiming themselves creators beyond the food chain, the fifth ring true spirit psionicist, thus, what should have been an unbelievable imagination became a tangible reality in their hands. But wasn't he himself a true spirit? A slender and faint flame appeared lightly, almost imperceptible, yet dazzling beyond imagination. Though merely a sliver, it seemed to cleave the entire world. True spirit annihilation. Psionic technique, a glimpse of heaven. Chapter 753. Even the sense of crisis was beyond words. The scorching light that obscured his vision only caused a sudden, slight stinging numbness. But that was enough. After achieving the psionic technique's secondary lightspeed neural conduction system, Apatoka Reis's reaction speed had reached an unparalleled level. Attacks that most people called swift were unimaginably slow in his eyes. However, faced with that scorching light that swept across his vision, this unparalleled reaction speed seemed sluggish for the first time, catching him completely off guard. A smile appeared on Aptoka's face. His pupils were filled with indescribable joy, like a god who had created all things suddenly discovering a magnificent creation beyond imagination, not of his own making. What could be more worthy of divine praise and commendation than this? Knowing they were about to face an unprecedented and terrifying threat, survival of the fittest spontaneously evolved again, racing towards the most fundamental instinct of life, survival. Then, this race, barely begun, was forcibly suppressed. Instead, it raced in the exact opposite direction. The miniature ecosystem, which had recently fallen into ruin and devastation, was forcibly revived, coalesced, and reassembled, unfolding once more. Then, this magnificent existence was grasped by Aptoka, tightly held in his hand. The ecosystem was destroyed, primates, even-toed ungulates, cycads, countless creatures, entered death in an instant. The magnificent tapestry of biological evolution came to an abrupt end. All traces of their past lives were burned to ashes by the flames. Only one thing remained, which even the psionic flames could not burn away. Unwilling. Unwilling to accept defeat. The Creator heard the unwillingness. Apatoka's eyelids, however, drooped unnoticed. From the unwillingness of billions of living beings, Apatoka Rios unleashed a punch. The scorching light that divided heaven and earth, and the revenge born of the Creator's unwillingness met each other. There was no expected clash that would annihilate all living beings. The two seemed to touch, yet also seemed to brush past each other. The scorching light struck Aptoka directly. His 8-base pair body, mutated countless times, was as fragile as paper. First, his white coat was easily torn open, then his chest, and finally his heart. At the same moment, there was neither black body curtain nor scorched earth. The annihilation, a glimpse of heaven, consuming all of Songshure's spiritual energy, left no room for retreat, not even sparing a fraction of its power. Even if 2 layers of defense were erected, there would be no chance of blocking this punch. The heavy blow shattered, followed by the pulverization of Songshure's right hand holding the sword. With nowhere to dodge or hide, most of Songshure's body instantly turned to dust, and even a large portion of the surrounding sea of fire dissipated simultaneously. So it was this image. Thoughts can travel faster than light. At least, it takes 12 minutes for sunlight to reach Terra, but when a person falls asleep and closes their eyes, their consciousness can jump from Terra to the sun in an instant. At such close range, with extreme moves exchanged and so deeply intertwined, the consciousnesses of the 2 fifth-ring psionicists achieved a brief communion, exchanging information at an unimaginable speed. Apatokas pondered, then understood. No wonder its destructive power is so immense. The company's advertising always emphasizes one thing: the world's most dangerous terrorists. Criminals driven by a lust for blood can have several people's blood on their hands. Criminals driven by money might injure or kill dozens in a single bank robbery. Songshure Dao. But none of these can compare to one type of person, the idealist. Whatever their ideal may be, when they decide to dedicate themselves to it, they are destined to unleash a tsunami of countless deaths and injuries. I understand that. Aptoka nodded. An image not born for destruction can bring destructive power far exceeding mere destruction. Very worthy of research. A glimpse of heaven, the path of great origin has gained a bright gem. Aptoka sincerely praised. I stand on the shoulders of giants and have also done some innovative work, but the value of those few psionic techniques, at present, is not as great as a glimpse of heaven. Jadeite Pharmaceuticals, not a word about it. Songshure Dao. Emerald Pharmaceuticals is my tool, not my life's work, Aptoka said casually. I personally dismantled the pure white creatures and seized their vast assets. The food chain is never constant. Emerald Pharmaceuticals has simply reached its moment. Even without you, without the Enlightener, there would always be another challenger. It was inevitable. This theory is your life's work? That certainly makes sense, Songshure said. If it hasn't collapsed, then the time hasn't come yet. If it truly collapses, then that will validate this theory. I don't object to a deeper discussion with you, but are you sure you want to do that? Time is running out. Without even looking at his wounds, Aptoka clearly felt his life force rapidly draining away. The opponent's final blow shattered all defenses, and with the added power of true spirit annihilation, it extinguished all life force. The opponent was the same. Driven by the dead ecosystem, the final punch, imbued with the sorrowful resentment of countless dormant beings, pierced through Songshure's defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. If judged solely by peak destructive power, this attack was inferior to Ishitian, but Songshure's vitality was also no match for Aptoka Rios. They were both falling into the abyss of death. Even though Aptokarius had deliberately exposed his true form to transform himself into a hidden amber, he had ultimately reached the second stage of true spirit. And wasn't even a newly arrived psychic. The opponent's final move had undeniably shattered him. According to verifiable records, one of your hobbies is asking others for their last words. Aptokarius tilted his head slightly, his eyes filled with blatant curiosity. Songshur, what were your last words? My last words? Songshur's lips twitched, forcing a smile. What were his last words in his previous life? The answer was none. After exchanging final blows with Renata Clemens, his body collapsed on the spot, his consciousness fading away, leaving not even a syllable to utter. To be honest, over the years, he had occasionally thought about the answer to this question, but each time he had come to no avail, turning away to do other things, or patiently recalling the last words he had heard along the way. No, there were no last words, Aptoka, Songshur said. It's not time for me to say my last words yet. Oh! My chances of surviving aren't necessarily 100%, but Apatoka, your chances of dying here are definitely 100%. Songshur's smile suddenly became unrestrained. I have more friends who can lend a hand than you. In this life, you always have to gamble with your life. The next instant, Songshur shouted at the top of his lungs, Chakro, save me! Chapter 754. Then Chakro arrived. Thousands of square kilometers of the stratosphere had been pulverized, the atmosphere and sea of clouds completely wiped out, and starlight pierced straight in, so bright it was unsettling. At that very moment, a vast and mighty divine light suddenly shone from this void in the atmosphere. At the very center of this divine light, Chakro's hand was raised high, his iron fingers clenched into an indestructible fist. Then, he smashed it down. Psionic art, perfect state of stillness. Rejection, negation, reversal, 3 psionic powers worked in parallel, commanding things to regress from a complete state to an incomplete one, becoming incredibly fragile. This punch, delivered with Chakro's full power, was something no fifth-ring psionicist in the world could ignore. Even the former Grand Marshal would have to treat it with caution. Forgetting his tirade against Apatoka, Ralph faced the overwhelming divine light, extended his right hand, and a gold coin suddenly sprang from between his index and middle fingers, followed by 5 perfectly cut, gleaming gold coins, their illusory forms appearing between his fingers and rolling lightly. As early as age 5, witnessing his neighbor lose his job and be dragged to an underground factory by thugs hired by a loan company to pay off debts, Ralph Gabriel understood one thing. Real estate depreciates with environmental changes and urban planning, stock prices fluctuate wildly, the digital currency on a memory card that might buy an entire street today could suddenly plummet to rock bottom in 24 hours. The pace of technological advancement in electronic products far exceeds imagination. The flagship version you buy today by draining 6 wallets might be worthless in a few years. Even human organs are priced flexibly based on the frequency of local accidents and injuries. All assets are subject to change and influence from external factors, except for one thing. Credit. That neighbor was unchanged yesterday and today, yet the gentle-spoken loan officer of yesterday had become a ruthless debt collector brandishing a gun and banging on the door. All of this was because the neighbor had lost his credit. He lost his job, was no longer a company employee with a stable salary, lost his stable income, lost the possibility of repayment. On the loan company's client panel, his credit rating had plummeted to rock bottom. Therefore, having lost his credit, he was mercilessly abandoned by the world. The former Ralph Gabriel once told himself, in this life, I must become a person with credit. Nothing else matters. Those who possess credit, even if they suddenly lose all their assets and have nothing of value left, will still have countless people willing to lend a helping hand if they so choose. They believe in them, and that one day, they will rise again. Even if Chaklo Vaughn suddenly lost all his power, many would still follow him, willing to give their lives for him. But Ogden Christopher, no matter how confident and earnest he is, will always elicit skepticism from anyone hearing his proposal. Ralph Gabriel has lived up to his promise to himself. Now, he is the undisputed richest man in the corporate alliance. Credit points are simply numbers that fluctuate at will to him. He is the most trustworthy individual in the corporate alliance. Credit. Omnipotent. Fifth ring truth, the trusted Gabriel, Ralph Gabriel. The phantom images of 5 gold coins flashed by. The intense collision with Chaklo had left Ralph with little credit, but now he had consumed all of it in one go, causing his psionic power to surge dramatically. But it wasn't enough to face Chaklo Vaughn's all-out attack. How could that be sufficient? At the critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the raging torrent of the sky. His tone was like that of someone whose heart was pounding with emotion, yet who quickly took a few deep breaths to try and make their voice sound less agitated. Actually, those who are wealthy and well-prepared are not to be feared, because their assets, in turn, bind their hearts, making many of their actions predictable, guarded against, and countered. What's truly troublesome are those who have nothing, because having nothing makes them reckless and fearless. Ah, those were truly memorable days. His accumulated credit was exhausted, theoretically leading to a severe downturn. However, at this moment, Ralph Gabriel's sense of danger surged dramatically, like a pedestrian accidentally stepping on an ordinary clump of grass, only to find countless scarlet-eyed spiders emerging from it. True spirit. Second stage. All or nothing. Ralph clenched his fist, then extended his thumb and forefinger. The world seemed to stop turning at that moment. All was silent, or like the stock market opening, retail investors watching their stock prices soar, rising higher and higher, holding their breath as they approached the daily limit. Thumb and forefinger touched, and the bell rang. Just as the price was about to hit the daily limit, it turned green in an instant, catching everyone off guard, and began an irreversible downward surge. A unique, unprecedented psionic technique, born from the hands of Ralph Gabriel. Global subprime crisis. A terror a million times worse than life and death descended, sweeping wildly through every corner of market society, turning everything and everyone into a chaotic mess. No one could escape unscathed. Homeless people on the street, and wealthy businessmen in their villas simultaneously covered their faces, their eyes behind their fingers filled with terror. Before the aftershocks of the collision between Aptoka and Songshur had even subsided, a new collision was born. And this time, it was even more violent than the former. Under the earth-shattering psionic power, reality was torn and ravaged into a rag doll, but Chakro threw a punch, not even looking at the result, and smashed it headlong in one direction. He raised his hand and grabbed Songshur, whose breath was barely perceptible. Then, death was forcefully choked, not allowing a single syllable to utter. Chaklo Vaughn. True spirit. Second stage. Reverse death. Holding Songshur, Chaklo was about to retreat, but immediately afterward, an extremely fierce slash descended, the psionic technique known as asset division sealing off all escape routes. Chaklo clenched his other hand and swung his hammer, shattering the slash, but he also let out a muffled groan. Rel's figure slowly appeared, casually tearing off his already tattered suit. Don't rush off, we still have compensation issues to discuss, Chaklo Vaughn. Chapter 755. Chaklo, expressionless, raised his hand and threw a punch. Ralph blocked it, and then both figures blurred simultaneously, their swift shadows crisscrossing the sky, colliding dozens of times, before stopping and reappearing after a few seconds. Chaklo's entire right arm was almost completely stripped of skin, with sparse, rotten strips of flesh hanging between the bones. Ralph's right shoulder was almost shattered, but he didn't even glance at it, instead saying kindly, "Feeling no pain or itch? Is carrying such a heavy burden really that fun? Why don't you put down what you're holding, and we can have a proper chat? If you're cooperative, I can draft some compensation terms." Chaklo slowly exhaled. His heartbeat gradually increased, both mentally and physically. The frequency grew faster and faster, until it became so fast that it seemed to approach a stationary line, making it difficult to perceive its true state. True spirit. Third stage. The paradox of reversal. Frankly, although he had reached the limit of the second stage and understood the goal of the third stage, he had absolutely no confidence in whether he could truly achieve it. To achieve self-sufficiency in psychic energy through reversal, perpetuating eternity, even for a psychic, this was far too absurd. A slight misstep could result in severe injury. In the current situation, severe injury was tantamount to death. However, many things, or rather most things, don't wait until you're certain before they happen. Chaklo made his decision to forcefully attempt the third stage. It was the only way to break through Ralph Gabriel's defenses. Otherwise, if they continued fighting like this, not to mention anything else, Songshur absolutely wouldn't be able to hold on. Even he, Chaklo Vaughn, even with his true spirit reversing life and death, could barely maintain his opponent's life even at his most desperate pace. The latter looked like he was about to tip the scales at any moment. Even just to temporarily stabilize his opponent's condition, he needed to find a place to exert his full strength, let alone fight an opponent of Ralph Gabriel's caliber at the same time. Just then, another will, not belonging to Chaklo or Ralph, descended, forcefully squeezing between them. "You should all listen to my voice." Patty Moore strode over. The current director of the Security Bureau was also in a less than favorable state. Faint, almost imperceptible cracks covered his body, One of his eyes was extremely dim, but the other wasn't particularly bright either. He slowly walked over, stopped, and fixed his remaining eye on the two men. Then reality distorted with their vision, simultaneously unleashing an attack on each of them. Ralph and Chaklo, anticipating the attack, both blocked it and immediately retaliated. Patty Morse neither dodged nor evaded, raising his hand to take the blows head-on. His body trembled slightly, but he didn't retreat an inch. On the contrary, after receiving the two blows, he took a step forward. Chaklo, you started this war, so you must stop it. The Enlightened One's territory must stop here. New Aramon Bay faces the Eastern Continent Republic. From now on, you and the Enlightened Ones must do everything in your power to maintain the defense of this border. He finished speaking and looked to the other side. Ralph, I cannot decide the attitude of the other giants for the time being, but you and Dark Crystal Credit must immediately announce your withdrawal from the battlefield. He pointed to his feet and calmly said, your fight with Chaklo ends here. Patty Morse. Ralph suddenly laughed, a chilling laugh. Tell me, what gave you such confidence of just achieving the second stage? I heard the voices of many, many people. Patty tapped his brow with his index finger, emphasizing each word. Because I am the current Director General of the Security Bureau. Anyone who doesn't accept my mediation will be punished, if none of you accept. He raised his hand slowly, without emotion. I am prepared to fight to the death. Accept? Chaklo suddenly spoke, succinctly. The Enlightened Ones, and I accept this condition. Patty remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and instead stared intently at Ralph. Ralph paused for a moment, then grinned. So you guys will never understand the exhilarating thrill of going all in. With each word, the man's aura intensified, his psionic energy surging and sending a chilling shiver down one's spine. Chaklo grabbed Songshur, his other hand slowly clenching. You're not going all in, Patty Morse suddenly spoke. Apatoka Reese is dead, Emerald Pharmaceuticals headquarters is undefended, you're the closest. Go there immediately, and the gains will be immeasurable. Even obtaining the singularity technology, artificial immortality, is not impossible. Patty Morse paused, then added, the Security Bureau will recognize the legitimacy of this action. A guarantee of trust. Ralph narrowed his eyes. After accepting the promise at lightning speed, Patty Morse's previously indiscriminate psionic energy subtly shifted, merging with Chaklo's energy and becoming one. Chaklo, burdened by his own weaknesses, is no match for him, but with the addition of Patty Morse, who has just broken through to the second stage, the greatest possibility is that the fight will continue to the death. All three will die together. Adding to this the already fallen Apatoka Reese, and Songshur, who will undoubtedly perish in the end, the result of today's battle will be the deaths of all 5 Fifth Ring cultivators. A battle that saw the fall of 5 true spirits is among the most brutal in the 7 Earth Wars. And now, he actually has the chance to initiate it himself? A phantom image of a gold coin appears in Ralph's hand, rotating as he kneads it between his fingers. The surroundings are quiet for a while, then the gold coin suddenly pauses, and Ralph flicks his wrist, concealing it. Let's do as you say. Ralph slowly fastens the undone buttons of his shirt, the hysterical, desperate gambler's aura gradually fading. A polite smile returned to his face, and he pulled his sleeves back. Support, of course I support. National defense is everyone's responsibility, and besides, I'm a kind-hearted person, I can't bear to see anyone lose their life. Chaklo, he flashed a gleaming smile. Next time we meet, we should settle things with a winner and a loser. The richest man's head, Chaklo said, is no match for my fist. With that, he assumed a fighting stance, scrutinizing the situation as he slowly retreated, then in a few breaths, he strode away, never to look back. Apatoka, you really done something incredibly stupid, Ralph muttered, his gaze shifting towards the headquarters of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, a smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Fortunately, you still have a chance for compensation. Chapter 756. New Aramon Bay. Once, this was a rotten, oily swamp. Garbage mountains and industrial wastewater crammed the coastline, and cramped, crowded shantytowns dotted the land, seemingly on the verge of sinking and being submerged by the overflowing swamp. When the psionicists known as Southern Dipper arrived, leading the Enlightened Ones, the 3 former local powers disintegrated. New Aramon Bay welcomed a new ruler. The sewage-filled shantytowns were uprooted and replaced with mass-produced standardized apartments. The reddish-brown coastline, weighed down by garbage mountains, was reduced to ashes, restoring the seawater to its rightful color. And now, its appearance has changed once again. The coastline has lengthened. From the sky, New Aramon Bay gradually shrinks, like a cream cake placed on the ground. At this moment, This cream cake seems to have been stomped on hard. A small portion has sunk. As the gaze descended from the heavens, the spongy, mushy cream cake took on a concrete outline. A portion of Nuyaman Bay, pressed down by unimaginable force, sank forever, seawater flooding in, creating a jarring blue patch amidst the city. However, this terrifying scene was now completely overshadowed by another sight. At an altitude of 25,000 meters, in the stratosphere, the colossal steel behemoth, its volume measured in kilometers, raised its hand once more. Each finger was like a pillar of heaven, tall and thick, and when they came together, clenched into a fist, it was no less than a mountain. This extraordinary size and mass, propelled by a massive and powerful propulsion system, meant that even the most ordinary strike possessed destructive power on par with cities and mountains. Unfortunately, its opponent was not a solid entity with a precise form. With a deafening roar, a coiled dragon, its size unknown and its horns straight, twisted its body, undeterred, to meet the crushing iron fist head-on. The instant they collided, the dragon disintegrated, transforming into countless silver dots scattered across the sky. But it wasn't simply destroyed. The next second, these silver dots abruptly contracted, re-outlining the dragon's silhouette, coiling around the steel behemoth's arm in a spiraling motion, rapidly climbing upwards, charging straight for the behemoth's head with the force of a dragon swallowing an elephant. The current deputy commander of the Enlighteners, Factory/Coiled Dragon, Su-Yudu. True Spirit. First stage. Concealment. Dragons can be large or small, can rise or hide. When large, they stir up clouds and mist. When small, they conceal themselves. Since joining the Enlightened Ones at a young age, Su-Yudu had heard the most frequent advice: to endure. To be an inconspicuous weed, a stone easily kicked away, a sewer probe, an unnoticed rat, to slowly cultivate one's vitality within the cracks of the company's ruthless rule. It was endurance, not escape. Every act of forced forbearance represented a force, no matter how weak or insignificant. Like grains of sand forming a tower, or water dripping on stone, one day, these unnoticed forces would converge. At that moment, they would unleash a power that would shock everyone and shake the heavens and earth. Su-Yudu did it. Breaking through to the fifth ring, every cell of it is transformed into a nanobot-like structure. They disperse to an extreme, and then coalesce to an extreme. Strengthened by true spirit, concealment, and hidden form, Su-Yudu had long since lost any weaknesses. Even if his entire body was shattered one second, he could rapidly reassemble itself the next, achieving a near-legendary ability of rebirth from a drop of blood. The steel colossus indifferently surveyed the rapidly ascending dragon, its whiskers bristling, head held high, roaring. Faced with the challenge, it made only one move. It slowly leaned back, and then slammed its head down. The blow was devastating. The roaring dragon's head, its bristling whiskers, even its straight horns, were instantly crushed by its heavy head, and most of its body collapsed once more. Parts of its body were even pulverized into utter dust, those cells permanently obliterated. However, there was little joy in the steel colossus's eyes. More than anything, there was extreme displeasure. That attack looked terrifying, but the actual feel was terrible, like punching cotton, light and airy. Su-Yudu, with such cowardly behavior, do you dare call yourself surpassing? In just a few breaths, the collapsed coiled dragon reappeared. He remained silent, continuing to ram and entangle the steel giant. In this close-quarters combat, silver specks from the coiled dragon constantly shed, staining various parts of the steel giant's body. They were ubiquitous, relentlessly penetrating deeper. By now, the steel giant's enormous body was covered with silver spots of varying sizes, like leaves gnawed by insects. Even its once majestic and imposing aura had become somewhat discordant. Su-Yudu's cells had eroded it. However, the latter's condition was far from good either. He was still repeatedly reorganizing and changing, but compared to his initial composure of being able to grow large or small, appear or disappear at will, he now truly gave off a sense of instability and uncertainty. Because the opponent's punches were simply too heavy, far too heavy. The head of the behemoth Southern Heavy Industries, the Colossus, BAPS. Also a fifth ring transcendence, but unlike the ever-changing Pan Long, the opponent had no frills whatsoever, becoming the embodiment of pure power. Each punch was incredibly heavy, each movement possessing the power to alter the very landscape. Its previous punch, slamming into New Aramon Bay, even with Su-Yudu's full-force interception, still managed to dent a large chunk of New Aramon Bay with its remaining destructive force. Each time Su-Yudu was struck, a portion of his cells were pulverized. If described in percentage terms, then BAPS completely disregarded Su-Yudu's techniques, relentlessly whittling down his life force, one punch after another, until it was reduced from 100% to 0. The two colossal monsters clashed, creating chaos and distorting the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, in the distance, above New Alamon Bay, the aerospace forces of the Eastern Continent Republic were locked in a standoff with the Security Bureau. Both sides released massive numbers of intelligent drones in a preliminary probing offensive, with bursts of fire erupting intermittently in the sky. Defense in aerial combat is always more difficult than offense. Over-the-horizon weapons frequently breached the defensive lines, landing in New Alamon Bay and even further inland cities, showering them with pure destruction. But currently, apart from the Security Bureau, neither the Enlightened Ones nor the Corporation had the time to attend to this. A circle centered on New Alamon Bay was divided into 3 simultaneous battlefields: the Security Bureau and the Eastern Continent Republic, BAPS and Suyudu, and the Enlightened Ones and the Corporation. All 3 sides were betting their lives, marching towards certain death. Suddenly, as if receiving some news, Suyudu abruptly looked to one side, towards the direction of Emerald Pharmaceuticals headquarters. Chapter 757. In the meticulously maintained underground server room, rows of storage devices stood silently, physically sealed off from the outside world and equipped with multiple layers of security systems. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly moved from the crack of a hard drive, then moved again. A small head popped out, followed by a tiny silver snake, its body as small as a palm, completely curled up. Jade Pharmaceuticals excels in biomodification technology, so a pet culture flourishes within the company, and many employees have the habit of keeping pets. Even if they don't have the time to care for them regularly, it's not a problem. Employees with high salaries can seek specialized pet fostering services, providing full-service care. As long as the price is right, the pet is guaranteed to suffer no hardship. Employees with lower salaries can choose pets that are extremely easy to care for. Those specially modified pets by Jade Pharmaceuticals, such as the green moss turtle incorporating plant cells, are usually lazy and inactive, consuming very little energy and able to survive solely through photosynthesis. No matter how popular this pet craze is, no living being should ever appear in this confidential database located at the headquarters of Emerald Pharmaceuticals. Sorry, I only had time to go this far. That's enough. You're not secretly blaming me, are you? I'm not that kind of person. That's good, that's good. The silver snake's small eyes brightened, then suddenly stopped moving. Pleasure doing business with you, said the textile machine. I accomplished my mission, Suyudu replied. The next second, the silver snake dissolved. First dissolving into a pool of metallic-looking molten silver, then the molten silver decomposed a second time, transforming into nanobots invisible to the naked eye, which quickly entered the self-degradation phase. The security system here is extremely robust, and the defenses are incredibly tight. If it weren't for the news of Aptoka Reese's death, which triggered uncontrollable chaos, they wouldn't have been able to find the opportunity to infiltrate. Using a portion of Suyudu's cells as hardware, and the sub-programs of the textile machine as software. This was the strategy decided from the beginning, Suyudu thought. When Songshur descended upon the Emerald Pharmaceuticals headquarters and ignited the artificial ocean, he quietly deployed this clone. As the fifth ring great source, its power was overwhelming, shrouded in a deafening roar. Using the massive flames as cover, the other 3 fifth rings present didn't notice it. They maintained absolute silence, letting gravity drag them towards the seabed until the 5 engaged in a chaotic battle, breaking out of the Emerald Pharmaceuticals headquarters. Only then did they reactivate their functions and seize the opportunity to infiltrate the headquarters. Even with the textile machine's assistance, the journey was fraught with danger. Fortunately, the final result was achieved. Although not the ideal scenario, it was enough. The vast technical archives, confidential intelligence, and invaluable data accumulated by Emerald Pharmaceuticals over the years, this priceless treasure trove, was open to outsiders for the first time, and they copied it down with the ferocity of a whale. The only problem now was the casualties on Chaklo's side. Aptoka Reese was no weakling, the price of killing him. His thoughts stopped there. The next second, the degradation was complete, and the consciousness of this clone plunged into eternal darkness. Hee. Ha ha. Not enough. Is that all? The staff was broken into only half, and the wizard's hat was almost sliced off along with half a skull, yet the boy still laughed wildly, unleashing his power in a frenzied manner, viciously smashing down in front of him. Yvette Gregory remained silent, her brows furrowed, seemingly intensely focused, or perhaps overwhelmed by terrifying pressure. She tapped her cane, causing invisible ripples in the air. The previously fragmented and unbearable surroundings suddenly transformed, returning to their original state, But before the onslaught of attacks could strike, they automatically and slowly crumbled again. Fifth ring truth, perpetual cycle, Yvette Gregory. Her personal truth was cycle, that all things are but a constantly recurring cycle. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. With this psionic power born from the principle of cycle, she was recognized throughout the corporate alliance as the most delaying and troublesome psionicist. But now, this incredibly resilient defense was gradually reaching its limit. Lord of the 10 Domains, Dwight Brooks, has activated the Singularity technology-based domain overwrite, reaching an extremely oppressive level of power. With Ing Ban Chung, a fifth ring revelation, providing support, the opponent has already calculated their weakness, significantly increasing the pressure. And our side, Ogden Christopher. Yvette gripped her cane so tightly her knuckles turned blue, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Don't think about escaping. I didn't escape. Which eye of yours saw that? Don't slander me. Ogden immediately cursed, but continued to retreat, approaching a diving interface leading to Depth 6 Abyss. That Dwight's combat power mostly comes from the Abyss. To defeat him, we must start from here. He gestured wildly, swearing, you continue to absorb damage, I strike his weak point and seize his Abyss domain. In no time, I guarantee your pressure will drop significantly. Yvette's teeth ground together. She swung her cane, striking it hard. The domain created by her psionic skill, Revolve Domain, expanded, engulfing Ogden Christopher in an instant, like a collar around his neck, forcibly dragging him back. Ogden was furious, about to lash out on the spot. But a sword strike that followed made him forget his curses. He quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the blade. He roared, his half-staff spinning, powered by the primal psionic energy infinite power, issuing a MOV, assignment command. It first deflected the sword's destructive force, then shattered it. Not bad, impressive hand-eye coordination. Ing Ban Chung smiled, casually tossing away the shattered sword. He slowly rummaged in his pocket, a series of metallic scraping sounds coming from inside. It was reminiscent of a neatly tied pocket stuffed with a handful of toy swords made of stainless steel. Ing Ban Chung pulled out a small sword, which lay in his palm. He gripped the hilt, gave it a slight shake, and the sword instantly enlarged to its normal size. Ogden could clearly see that these small swords contained no cutting-edge technology. They were simply industrial junk, toys for children. Yet in the other's hands, these fragile toys possessed a chilling danger. If one were to consider oneself an incredibly complex equation, then the other was a seasoned and skilled problem solver, gradually calculating the unique solution, thus crumbling upon him with a single, fatal blow. Dwight Brooks was stronger in combat than Ing Ban Chung, but the latter posed a far greater threat. It's all Yvette's fault for her poor execution. Ogden cursed inwardly. Left with no other choice, he resorted to sheer force, dragging an entire Abyss network domain along, transforming it into a falling meteorite that crashed down. Yunnan. Axiom Army 2nd Army Group, Command Post. The results of the operation are quite remarkable. A high-ranking commander stared at the electronic map, thinking, we have not disappointed His Majesty's trust. Taking advantage of this internal conflict within the Enterprise Alliance, the 2nd Army Group launched a swift and decisive offensive, nearly invading the Enterprise Alliance's homeland in one fell swoop. Although they were immediately forced back, the battle line had inevitably advanced significantly. With the trade network of Haida Trade, the behemoth that is Yunnan has been gradually awakened. The war resources accumulated over the years are being rapidly integrated and transformed into tangible combat power. Every minute, every second, permanent fortifications, logistical supply chains, and combat bases are rising from the ground on the front lines, steadily fighting against the Enterprise Alliance. It's a pity we're still tied down. The Venpusta Empire also sensed an opportunity, and several legions were poised to move. Currently, Yunnan wasn't prepared for a two-front war, so a significant portion of its forces had been deployed there. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, with occasional small-scale military clashes. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly achieved greater success against the Enterprise Alliance in this battle. He suddenly realized a secret, urgent letter had arrived. He entered the verification code and glanced at it. The fighting in Forge Light City and the Roker Plains had ceased. Bapus's retreat was currently speculated to be primarily due to the successful return of Chakalo and Song Shur. He was first taken aback, then horrified. So what's the current state of Creator Aptoka Reese? The sky was illuminated by clusters of light, interspersed with bursts of dazzling fireworks. Then the camera swayed, panning downwards to reveal the ruins of reinforced concrete walls, a scene of utter devastation. A head popped in, and after confirming the signal was working, it immediately beamed with excitement. Okay, everyone. I'm currently located on the Roker Plains. You can see it, right behind me, a hail of bullets, pure real footage. Which by **** posted a comment saying this is special effects. I spent tens of thousands of credits on a battlefield communication pass. He flashed his wrist at the camera, displaying an electronic bracelet. Theoretically, the entire Roker Plains and surrounding area are currently a combat zone, off limits to outsiders. Fortunately, everyone wants a piece of this massive traffic surge. Not profiting would be unthinkable. Therefore, many company personnel deployed here are secretly selling battlefield communication passes, essentially friendly identification codes to unauthorized individuals. Alright. He spat, and 2 large prosthetic lenses popped out, suddenly brightening. Hey, the family's found the real culprit. He leaped over the broken wall, and several hundred meters away, a not-so-graceful, black smoke-belching parabola traced its path through the air. Something had fallen, rolled a few times on the ground, and finally crashed into the wreckage of a burning car, motionless. The anchor beamed, and using his 2 motorized prosthetic legs, he darted to the other side in a few breaths. It was a person, or rather, half a person, probably blown there by the explosion. The man's lower body was missing, his bulletproof vest was tattered, and his helmet was studded with shrapnel. Brother. The streamer reacted swiftly, pulling out a stimulant and injecting it into the man's heart while simultaneously shoving the microphone towards him. Don't die yet. I see you're from the company, right? Oh dear, what a pitiful guy. I have over 2,000 viewers in my stream right now. Is there anything you want to say to them? With the injection, the man's face quickly flushed an unnatural red, temporarily keeping him alive. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. The streamer was anxious, not wanting to waste his stimulant injection. It was expensive, you know, but outwardly he maintained a bright smile. Haha, I can tell this brother is a bit shy. Well then, brother, I'm planning to find another guest on the Enlightenment program. Do you have anything to say? I pass it on to him. Aye. Finally, the man's lips trembled as he managed to utter the words. The anchor quickly leaned closer. Please tell me. I ruined my reputation, the other person choked out. The next second, the light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his head lolled to the side. He was dead. The anchor sighed, turned his back to the camera, and slowly smoothed the other person's eyes, quickly removing his watch as he did so. Unfortunately, his pass wasn't high-level enough. He only had tourist rights and wasn't qualified to remove prosthetics. Otherwise, the prosthetics of the company's armed personnel could fetch a good amount of credits even on the black market. In that short time, when he looked at the chat window again, he found the content had changed drastically. Exclusive intelligence. Insider information. Emerald Pharmaceuticals is going bankrupt. Apatoka just died, and their president, Hollanden, absconded with the money. Emerald Pharmaceuticals will soon cease to exist. Really? I feel like I've seen similar news dozens of times. Yeah, isn't this battle in full swing? I haven't had enough fun yet, and you're telling me it's over? Who are you kidding? Wait! Emerald Pharmaceuticals stock price is indeed falling. Holy crap! It's falling so hard. Heaven is helping me. God has eyes. I finally waited for this day to turn things around. I'm going to mortgage all my savings and buy at the bottom. Believe me, how could such a big company as Emerald Pharmaceuticals really collapse? Really? Wow, I'm a little tempted. To be honest, that makes sense. Okay. You can't be afraid to risk your life for something big. I'm going to steal the house deed and bank cards from home to mortgage for a loan, all in. A huge Mother's Day surprise for my mom. Seriously, are you guys all this bold? Aren't you going to keep an eye on things a little longer? The chat window was flooded with comments, constantly refreshing, incredibly noisy. But at this moment, the streamer's gaze shifted away, and he looked up in disbelief. The sky was filled with smoke and thick clouds, when suddenly a ray of light shot through the distance. This ray of light seemed to be carrying something as it pierced the sky and crashed into Forge Light City. Chapter 758. Chaklo charged headlong into Forge Light City. Several communications arrived almost simultaneously. He only replied, Apatoka Reese is dead. Immediately withdraw your forces, and then paid no further attention. Ignoring his own injuries, Chaklo charged headlong into the lowest level of the new Forge Light City's underground base. Immediately, he released his grip, his brows furrowed, took a deep breath, and quickly calmed himself. As he released his grip, Songshur floated up, his eyes closed, his posture like a shipwrecked victim slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. If it weren't for the extraordinary perception of a fifth-ring psychic, anyone else here would have thought they were seeing a corpse floating before them. The latter's aura was faint, not even faint, practically non-existent. Like a line slightly undulating along the x-axis, sometimes positive, sometimes negative, neither alive nor dead. The situation was extremely bad. Chaklo drew his conclusion. Apatoka Reese, the fifth-ring transcendence known as the Creator, would require considerable effort even to kill his opponent. He excelled at both survival of the fittest and natural selection, mastering protracted wars of attrition. In their final exchange of blows, Song Shi's annihilation, a glimpse of heaven, did indeed kill his opponent, but at the cost of Song Shi's own death. Apatoka Reese's attack, fueled by the destruction of his ecosystem, and the lingering resentment of countless lives, successfully shattered all of Song Shi's defenses, leading to inevitable annihilation. Currently, in this state of being neither fully alive nor fully dead, he was desperately clinging to his opponent through his true spirit's reversal of life and death, but this lifeline could snap at any moment. Chaklo had to admit one thing. He wasn't sure if he could save Song Shi. He loathed how the company had changed the mindset of the corporate alliance, prioritizing money and pleasure above all else, turning what should have been a solemn and weighty matter of death into a ridiculous joke, so trivial as to be worthless. A human life was no longer valued more than a bank card. People no longer feared death, as long as the price was high enough. Even if it wasn't that high, they were willing to pay. This was wrong, this needed to be changed, to be brought back on track. So even though Chaklo had achieved the second stage of true spirit, reversing life and death, he rarely actually reversed the fate of the dead. But Chaklo understood one thing. His reversals weren't omnipotent. When it came to Apatoka Reese's final blow to Song Shi's life, to two fifth-ring psychics, whether by cause and effect, by weight, whatever the definition, these two were far from ordinary people, and extremely difficult for others to interfere with. Can I do it? The roar of artillery fire carried on the distant whine through the streets and alleys of Newcastle City. Reality isn't a game. A massive battle won't simply stop because the player wants to eat and presses the pause button. Apatoka Reese may have perished, but this war between the corporation and the enlightened ones will inevitably continue for some time. Every minute, every second, in places unseen, people are roaring, fighting silently, and dying in agony. Similarly, in places temporarily unseen, a new war is gradually being born. A massive shadow slowly engulfs the Emerald Pharmaceuticals headquarters. The giant corporation time travel space carrier arrives, only to be blocked by a single person. Ralph Gabriel, now in a brand new suit, announces that, in accordance with wartime regulations, he has temporarily taken full control of the area. The once barren wasteland was now filled with a crisscrossing network of battlefield fortifications, and towering war machines stood silently. Fully armed knights marched in silence, their eyes gleaming with a captivating fervor only when they gazed eastward. The Council of Knowledge and the 9 holy academies gathered, those hands that once held pens now wielded swords on the ground. In the capital of Yunnan, the one known as the King of All looked down upon Terra. Behind her, the former losers firmly believed that this time, they would follow that halberd to a glorious victory. Chakro let out a soft breath. Is this how it ends? A strange voice sounded behind him, from a drone the size of a palm. The weaving machine whispered, Song Shi will die too. With the outbreak of war, the entire enlightened base entered a state of war, everyone working beyond their limits, extremely busy. The only exception was probably it, the proposed super artificial intelligence. It can create thousands upon thousands of clone programs, scattered across various locations, handling countless different matters simultaneously. In this respect alone, even many high-level consensus psychics cannot compare. No! Chaklo didn't turn around, emphasizing each word. The ending won't be like this. He focused his mind, raised his hand, and reached the 5th ring, True Spirit, the second stage's limit of psychic energy eruption. Even after the chaotic battles of the 5 factions, and the drain on his health from extending Song Shi's life, his condition was far from optimal. Yet, at this moment, a terrifying aura still soared into the sky. True Spirit. Second stage. Reversing life and death. But then, the terrifying aura suddenly shifted, receding as if a torrential downpour had transformed into a gentle, nourishing spring rain, carefully enveloping Song Shi and slowly, meticulously seeping in. It was incredibly difficult. It was like piecing together a porcelain vase shattered into hundreds of thousands of fragments, leaving not a single crack. Even with Chakro's spiritual abilities, he now felt utterly helpless. If resurrecting the dead in the past was like retrieving a stone from water, then this was like trying to retrieve the moon from the sea. The difficulty was on entirely different levels. But even if it was just the moon reflected in the water, Chakra would retrieve it today. The textile machine's heart trembled. Even though the drone it controlled wasn't particularly powerful, its sensor array barely adequate, offering only basic optical reception, it still felt a strange, indescribable sense of dread. As a fragment extracted from the abyss by the Zero Network, and the intelligent entity born after countless complex evolutions, it possesses certain peculiar characteristics from birth, one of which is its keen perception of psychic energy. At this moment, matter and energy, no, it should be said, the more metaphysical reality, is being reshaped. A certain reality that has already occurred is being slowly negated by psychic energy, reversing back to its starting point, and guiding it onto a new trajectory. Suddenly, Chaklo's eyelids twitched, and he exclaimed in surprise. So that's how it is? Chapter 759. Songshur opened his eyes. No, he should say he wanted to open his eyes, and then tried. He couldn't open them. His eyelids were so heavy they were practically fighting to open, a deep weariness spreading through his limbs. Even the slightest movement of a finger felt like a struggle. His consciousness was hazy, as if he were sinking into an endless, dark abyss. Songshur tried a couple more times, but still couldn't open them. If you don't open them, I crush you. His eyes opened. Splash. Songshur abruptly lifted his head, like a diver finally surfacing after several hours of deep-sea diving. Immediately afterward, a feeling of gravity came from behind, but fortunately, he adjusted his position in time and landed steadily. But looking around, Songshur couldn't help but be startled. He was very familiar with this architectural style. He had visited the underground base of the Enlightened Ones in New Forge City many times. But what he saw now was a scene of ruin and decay. The chandelier flickered on and off, its light dim, occasionally crackling with sparks. The load-bearing walls, built to the standards of a permanent fortification, were covered in a thick layer of dust, as was the floor. It seemed no one had been there for a long time. Songshur, you're awake. From the darkness in the distance, a self-propelled machine the size of a football slowly approached. The voice belonged to the textile machine. How long have I been asleep? Songshur asked. 10 years. The car-like self-propelled machine stopped, and the textile machine whispered, You've been asleep in Terra for 10 years. There are no more enlightened ones left. This place has long been abandoned. We failed. Songshur glanced at it, then glanced at it again. On the second glance, a sliver of brilliant crimson gold appeared in its pupils. Actually, it's 193 days, half a year. The spinning machine immediately changed its tune. Without any visible movement, a layer of light appeared on the surface of the accumulated dust, rusted transmission pipes, and broken light bulbs around it, only to be quickly peeled away. In just a few breaths, the post-apocalyptic, battle-damaged area transformed back into a clean and modern base. Some kind of large-scale, high-precision holographic 3D projection technology. Okay, actually, I just wanted to know how you would react to such an extreme situation. Now it seems it's not easy to keep it from you. The spinning machine paused. Welcome back. Songshur. You think you can fool me with this little trick? You're being too lazy. Songshur chuckled. At least you should have created a real scene, right? All you brought was a holographic projection. He clicked his tongue. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be fooled. But why are you the first one here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Songshur realized. Right, only you have the energy to spy on me 24/7. What's your thread number? Number 114. The weaving machine answered truthfully. Songshur found a chair and sat down. You didn't die, huh? Looks like I'm quite resilient. The weaving machine had to remind him. Chakro comes every day to check on things and apply reversal psychic energy. No problem, no problem. Songshur stretched. 193 days. The half a year the weaving machine mentioned had passed. Perhaps because he had been asleep, he had no real sense of the passage of time. The fierce battle with the creator Aptoka Reese is still vivid in my mind. He almost killed himself. Since he's still alive, it means his backup plan worked. Just then, an aura rapidly approached from afar, descending from the sky. The base gate opened, and Chakro Vaughn walked in. Songshur raised an eyebrow. Compared to 6 months ago, the other's appearance hadn't changed much. In fact, Chakro's appearance had remained unchanged for many years. His sole reason for maintaining his 40-year-old appearance, rather than his 20s, was that he believed it would better gain public trust. Songshur's raised eyebrow wasn't based on his appearance, of course. He sensed that the other's aura was weaker than during the battle at Emerald Pharmaceuticals headquarters. No, it should be said, restrained. Even with his own perception, It took him several glances to notice this. The third stage, the paradox of reversal? Songshur asked. Not yet, Chakro replied, pausing before adding, not far off. That probably meant it really wasn't far off. How was my move? Songshur smiled. It certainly exceeded my expectations. Chakalo pulled up a chair and sat down, gesturing for the spinning machine to sit as well. I didn't expect your true spirit annihilation to have such an effect. Chakalo looked at his palm, seemingly recalling the scene from that day. A part of your annihilation affected yourself. The opponent's horrific injuries, almost killing him, were mostly due to Aptokarius, but a small part was caused by the true spirit annihilation. It should be said that this was unavoidable. Annihilation was too extreme, causing mutual destruction, and even Songshur, as the user, was affected. But it was also this part that saved the other party. Chakro smiled. No matter what, I am the master of annihilation, Songshur said leisurely, legs crossed. There's still a little bit of preferential treatment. Double standards? The spinning machine asked. Don't talk nonsense. Songshur raised his index finger and shook his head. What kind of psychic wouldn't have double standards? Chakro remained noncommittal. Theoretically, even he couldn't reverse the death of a fifth-ring psychic. That day, he went all out, but still gradually felt powerless. Until he discovered the effects of annihilation. Undoubtedly, this was also a fifth-ring level attack. In terms of pure destructive power, it was even greater than most true spirits, but when it acted on Songshur himself, the effect weakened, becoming a crack in this originally indestructible injury. Becoming the opening he pried open. From this initial breakthrough, they expanded their efforts, ultimately achieving the remarkable feat of reversing the death of a fifth-ring psychic. I hope there won't be a second time, Chaklo joked, a hint of weariness in his eyes. Even with the power of annihilation, it still took a full 6 months. In fact, I think your awakening will likely be even later. Neither alive nor dead, seemingly in light nor darkness, Songshur tapped his brow, speaking casually. Nothing more than some enlightenment. Chaklo's expression shifted. A true spirit? Songshur didn't answer immediately, instead asking, what's the current situation? Chaklo and the spinning machine exchanged a glance. The former stood up. Language still has many limitations in conveying information. Come on, I show you, and you understand. Chapter 760. Songshur naturally wouldn't refuse. He dusted himself off, walked out the door, and stepped into the elevator. This elevator was clearly not used frequently. A pungent metallic smell permeated the interior. Songshur's mind stirred slightly, and a flash of fire instantly burned away the smell. Take a look at this first. Chaklo handed over a data tablet. On the tablet was an unnamed video file, already paused. Songshur took it and pressed play. The first image that appeared on the screen was an empty, boundless darkness, then a sphere slowly floated across the frame. It rotated silently, seemingly forever. Terra. Satellite footage? Then, the camera focused on a portion of the planet's map, slowly zooming in. Songshur recognized it. It was the bordered territory of Yunnan. At an altitude of tens of thousands of kilometers, both the majestic mountains and the vast ocean lost their undulations, transforming into blurred patches of different colors, outlined and separated by winding lines. Brown, green, white, blue, these constituted the view of Yunnan from above. Songshur vaguely sensed something. After a few breaths, this painting, composed of the surface of Terra, and which should have been static, moved. Ordinary people, even those with implanted prosthetic eyes, could only see the changing scene, but as a fifth-ring psychic, Songshur, relying solely on satellite footage, had glimpsed a deeper level of change. Invisible ripples spread along the surface of Terra into the distance. Then, the aftershocks arrived belatedly. The continental plate was bitten, slowly cracking and overflowing with fiery red lava. Geological structures that had existed for countless millennia became as fragile as biscuits, easily drilled through and squeezed. Seawater evaporated, the rift valleys deepened, and the wound slowly spread across the land. The slowness seen from a satellite perspective is an inescapable catastrophe for life on the planet. A corporate alliance, the megacorporation Fugu Pioneer. Strategic weaponry, crustal waver. Even the roughest estimate suggests this man-made earthquake affected millions of square kilometers. If targeted at the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, it could have caused the collapse of several counties, resulting in geological devastation. The megacorporation Fugu Pioneer's strategic weaponry, a man-made reproduction of natural power, was not aimed at any single entity or city. From the outset, it was a massive geological operation targeting a continental plate. If this had occurred during a period in Terra's history with numerous powers and nations, This attack could have annihilated an entire country. From a celestial perspective, the destructive ripples slowly and steadily crushed the barren land, engulfing the borders of Yan'an. At the same instant, the sea of clouds above Yan'an suddenly collapsed inward, then burst open with a deafening roar, like a rocket suddenly launching into the sky. But what launched was not a rocket. Satellite observations have their limits. They can't clearly image individuals on the Earth's surface from tens of thousands of kilometers away, and Songshur couldn't do that either. But his perception, as a fifth-ring psychic, was far beyond mere vision. Even with indirect video, where the exact outline was unclear, Songshur still deduced that the aura that suddenly ascended to the heavens belonged to Martial Sect. One of the 9 pillars of Yunnan, the current vice sect leader of Martial Sect, a fifth-ring transcendence. Lu Donchu's master. Qing Guan, Shin Yu. Songshur could even imagine the scene at that moment. Directly ahead of the spreading seismic waves, beyond the borders of Yunnan, the man known as Qing Guan stood on a sea of clouds, raising his hand and clenching his fist. Then, it crashed down from the sky. The martial arts honed through a lifetime of practice, the physique forged day after day, through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the skills honed with countless hours of effort, all had long since reached the pinnacle of martial arts in the Eastern continent's custom. Martial arts knocks on the gates of immortality, skill approaches the Tao. The path of martial arts emphasizes the generation and transmission of force. A skilled martial artist can even see the pulse of an enemy's power, thus achieving a seemingly casual touch that can interrupt the force and shatter the opponent's entire stance. Shin Yu saw the shockwaves spreading deep into the earth, and heard the echoes of the collapsing geological structure. In an instant, countless fists slammed into the earth. Then, the destructive shockwaves, like a body struck with precise pressure points, began to disintegrate like tumbling rocks. Songshur stared intently at the video. The crumbling earth, the spreading cracks, slowed more and more until they finally came to a complete stop, reminiscent of a rolling steel ball that, hindered by friction, gradually dissipated all its kinetic energy and came to a complete stillness. This wide-area attack launched by the Crustal Waver was deliberately contained before it could truly set foot on Yunnan's territory. Admittedly, even a fifth-ring psionicist couldn't stop everything. The previously compressed and fractured continent, the climate change, and the subsequent aftershocks would still have some impact on parts of Yunnan's territory and the people living there, but compared to the devastating consequences of the Crustal Waver actually hitting its mark, these were insignificant. This happened 74 days ago, Chaklo said softly, standing beside him. The elevator reached its highest point and opened. Songshur stepped outside. He looked up. The humid, hot steam hit his face. It was a rainy day. On the Roker Plain, rain and sunshine don't clash. Every year, for a period, the plain experiences torrential and continuous rainfall, as if it's releasing all the pent-up frustration accumulated from a year of heat. No wonder they said they wanted to see. That's what they meant. Songshur didn't shield himself. He stood exposed to the rain, quietly gazing at the sky. 41 hours after the activation of the crustal fluctuation device at Fugu Development, Yunnan launched a retaliatory attack. Chaklo, also without shelter, stood to the side, his forehead gradually soaked by the rain. The wide-area celestial control device was activated, and a superstorm crashed into the military port city of Anmor, under the control of the time sequence passage. The storm triggered a massive tsunami, with waves exceeding 1,000 meters at their highest point. Its impact was so vast that it even indirectly affected New Aramon Bay. It's said that Ng Bansheng predicted it in advance, but his psionic abilities aren't adept at dealing with such a wide-area attack. Chaklo shook his head slightly. Although he tried to intervene, Amber Port was still mostly destroyed. It wasn't just this one case, was it? Songshur didn't turn his head, his gaze still fixed on the sky. Terra's vitality is quite tenacious. If it had only attacked twice, it wouldn't have reached this point. Due to the rain, the sky over Forge Light City wasn't as bright as usual, dark clouds gathered, and the relative humidity was high, making it quite uncomfortable. Songshur also felt a slight discomfort. But not because of these physical sensations, but rather, oneness with nature. That metaphysical perception of the environment. In my perception, the sky is now darker than usual. To put it another way, it resembles the state of a person before and after a serious illness in the hospital, emaciated, withered, eyes devoid of light, only a dazed look remaining. No, it shouldn't be said that it's far from that dire yet, but the trend of Terra's sky falling in this direction is undeniably evident. After more than 70 years of recuperation, since the end of the War of the Seven Earths, new wars have reignited on the planet, tearing open the barely healed wounds, and causing them to spew forth putrid festering sores. The Knights of the Van Pusta Empire have breached the first line of defense of the Eastern Continent Republic. Yalon, Fanzhou, and Chenghu counties have fallen in succession. Chaklo paused, but this line of defense was meant to be left undefended. Now, the empire is being bogged down, and the battle is temporarily at a stalemate. While the Northern Thunder defense line is fighting the empire, the Knowledge Council is focusing its efforts on the Enterprise Alliance. In their most recent operation, they used a self-replicating swarm of nano-machines to destroy several industrial production bases of Fubo Energy, dissolving them. It was transformed into a vast expanse of silvery white metal, forced into abandonment. Su, stationed at New Aramon Bay, has clashed remotely with the president of the Eastern Continent Republic several times, but hasn't gained the upper hand. Yan'an and the Enterprise Alliance have been locked in a tug-of-war, with Yan'an currently holding the advantage. Chaklo remarked with a sigh, a month ago, Baps and Boyd Freeman fought a battle, ending in a draw. Baps is the head of the giant corporation Southern Heavy Industries, while Boyd Freeman is the vice chairman of one of Yan'an's subordinate forces, the Second National Assembly. The fifth ring, the Great Source, known as the Five Realms Earthquake, symbolizes the Earth as the foundation upon which the world rests, and its power is the greatest. If his battle with Baps had actually taken place on the surface, it could have caused the continental shelf to sink. Songsher listened patiently. Chaklo spoke quickly, and in a short while, the developments of the past 6 months and the current situation were slowly sketched out in his mind. Back then, in the battle at the Jade Pharmaceuticals headquarters, the Giants were engaged in a civil war with the Enlightened Ones, and Aptoka Rise was killed by him. Yinan, as expected, did not hesitate, issuing a declaration of war and brazenly mobilizing its forces, directly attacking the corporate alliance. It seemed to have ignited some kind of signal. From that moment on, the Van Pusta Empire, the Council of Knowledge, the Northern Thunder Defense Front, one force after another entered the fray, decisively igniting war. Even the Silent One Society, which claimed to be absolutely objective and neutral, was accused of secretly engaging in underhanded tactics. If one had to name a party uninvolved, it would probably be Eden. This ideal utopia, hailed as Terra's only sanctuary, a nation built entirely of cities, has declared itself closed off, prohibiting all outside visits. For various reasons, major powers, including the Van Pusta Empire, have intentionally or unintentionally ignored it. The Second War of the Seven Earths, Chaklo said, emphasizing each word, has essentially erupted, with the death of Aptoka Reese and your slumber as the dividing line. Emerald Pharmaceuticals? Songsher suddenly asked. It's still there, and its stock price has even recovered somewhat, if you compare it to its lowest price. At this, Chaklo finally smiled, but only briefly before becoming serious. The real Emerald Pharmaceuticals no longer exists, but it hasn't disappeared either. Do you understand what I mean? I get it. First-rate companies set standards, second-rate companies build brands, and third-rate companies provide services. It's all the same old thing. Songsher replied lazily without hesitation. Even though Aptoka is dead, the Emerald Pharmaceuticals brand is still valuable enough. Emerald Pharmaceuticals, a giant corporation, is one of the 9 deities residing in the corporate alliance. The mere name Emerald Pharmaceuticals carries immense significance. It represents classic products and outstanding technologies that have achieved brilliant market success, the accumulated brand effect, and an undisputed authority. Emerald Pharmaceuticals has personally established many standards still in use today, permeating industries such as bioengineering, medicine, brain-computer interfaces, prosthetics, and psychoanalysis. With the outbreak of all-out war, other companies urgently need to strengthen their capabilities. Emerald Pharmaceuticals, having lost Aptoka Reese, is such an incredibly tempting, juicy fruit, but even if other companies divide it up, they won't immediately tear it down and start over. That's too troublesome, too wasteful, and too inefficient. They just want Emerald Pharmaceuticals to continue operating normally. As a subsidiary, providing a constant stream of resources and injecting massive amounts of capital. Obviously, that's impossible. Songsher clenched his fist and sneered. They'd probably fight tooth and nail to the bone. Chaklo had to admit, you're right. Other giants, in their struggle for Emerald Pharmaceuticals, have been escalating their tactics: commercial espionage, assassinations, armed conflict, equity transactions. They've been fighting tooth and nail, causing a massive loss of talent and asset depletion at Emerald Pharmaceuticals. Although it's stopped now, the various departments of Emerald Pharmaceuticals have been divided and controlled, and the immediate threat has greatly diminished. Jade Pharmaceuticals' past glory in the pharmaceutical and biological fields was built on the collaborative efforts of itself and its various subsidiaries, forming a vibrant organic entity. Now, these parent company departments and subsidiaries have been destroyed or divided up. Cooperation? Who still talks about cooperation? What if you profit while I lose? Wouldn't I be aiding the enemy? The current Jade Pharmaceuticals is no longer the supreme behemoth it once was. It's merely an empty shell, barely prolonging its demise by relying on its previous substantial accumulation. Even the company's former top executives have already found new jobs, waiting to cash in on Jade Pharmaceuticals' last remaining gold and create a bright future for themselves. Apatoka Rise had some loyal followers, but in just 6 months, they suffered heavy casualties and fallen apart. Out of sight, out of mind, internal strife within the company. Songshur casually remarked, then suddenly remembered something and looked towards the spinning machine. Did you and Suyu obtain the legacy of Emerald Pharmaceuticals? Most of it, the weaving machine replied, but the singularity technology, artificial immortality. Songshur understood. It sank into the abyss again, didn't it? No, the weaving machine said, within Emerald Pharmaceuticals, this singularity technology was also a top secret, previously managed by Apatoka Reese. After his death, this technology will likely be lost. It pondered for a moment. Perhaps we could try to reverse engineer it based on samples, but no one knows which creatures Apatoka Reese gave it to, or how many creatures use this technology. However, in any case, the number of these immortals won't be large. Immortality. Songshur tilted his head back, letting the rain streak across his pupils. Even Terra couldn't hold on any longer. Where does immortality come from? Chapter 761. Your condition hasn't fully recovered to its peak yet, Chakra reminded him. It's alright. It's perfect for rehabilitation. On a barren land 470 kilometers away from Forge Light City, Songshur stretched. I was so busy before, I couldn't find the time, and things I've been wanting to do for so long have been delayed until now. But it's never too late to mend things. Songshur licked his lips, his face filled with barely suppressed anticipation. Watch me give Terra an authoritative diagnosis. Posture is a significant aid. For example, some hackers believe that their success rate in hacking is far higher when they're crouching in a swivel chair, biting their nails, than when they're sitting upright. The rain had stopped, and the scorching sun bathed the earth, so bright it was dizzying. Songshur knelt down, one hand slowly pressing against the soil. The burning sensation traveled up his palm. Chakra squatted beside him, watching him operate. After a dozen seconds, he heard the motionless other person say, "Put away your psionic energy. You're interfering too much with me by standing so close." Chakra was taken aback, then asked curiously, "Didn't you want to achieve oneness with nature and resonate with the environment? Is it so easily interfered with? Can it be the same as usual? I'm trying to resonate with Terra, with an entire planet, to see its condition. I can't even imagine the difficulty." Songshur snorted, then sighed, "Well, okay, it's understandable that balance doesn't understand. Great Source at the 5th ring can manipulate planets. For your path, I think even the 6th ring can do it. Just sensing Terra's macroscopic state is considered manipulating a planet?" Chakra scoffed. "Great Source evaluation threshold is so low. A cheap path." As he spoke, he activated his psionic energy, simultaneously employing rejection and denial, shutting down his own being, which had been like a gravitational pull continuously influencing his surroundings. Songshur fell into deep thought. Psionicists on the path of the Great Origin can communicate with heaven and earth, resonate with their environment, and connect the vast world with their individual selves, achieving an indescribable and wondrous state. That experience, where the world flows smoothly with their breath, and every gesture is met with response, captivates many. Almost every Great Origin inevitably feels an impulse. That is, Terra. The continuous mountain ranges and rushing rivers, these landscapes are so vast that one feels insignificant within them. But compared to Terra, an entire planet, these so-called vast worlds are but a drop in the ocean, insignificant and minuscule. When one treads upon such a place, how can one resist touching it? But it is far too difficult. A 4th ring Great Source can single-handedly destroy a modern metropolis, forcefully altering local terrain and unleashing catastrophes upon the world. Even with the Enterprise Alliance's pinnacle of technological power, without relying on equally advanced individual superhumans, they can only threaten them through a handful of methods, such as strategic weaponry. But compared to Terra, a mere city hardly qualifies as great. A 4th ring Great Source, despite their unity of heaven and man, still feels like an ant trying to shake a tree when facing a planet. Even after breaking through to the 5th ring, they will still feel powerless. However, powerless doesn't mean impossible. Songshur exhaled his last breath of scorching air. His will slowly rose, detaching from the earth, and he took flight, aiming for the sea of clouds. But the sea of clouds was not the limit. His vision expanded, the creations on the ground shrank, Newcastle City became a tiny dot, then the Roker Plains, and finally even the Enterprise Alliance turned into blurry blocks of color. Songshur groaned. The difficulty was greater than he had imagined, like lifting a dumbbell halfway up, unable to go even a little higher. But these technical difficulties were manageable. The more crucial problem lay with the other psionicists. The others? The psionicists who had reached the fifth ring true spirit. If heavenly resonance were a metaphor for fishing, then the once calm sea was now churned with raging waves by these psionicists, who had transformed into boulders and crashed down, severely impacting his operation. There was no other way but to take one last look. Songshur held his breath, unleashing his pent-up spiritual energy. His vision, which had reached its limit and was about to decline, was lifted again by this newfound power. And so, in a daze, Songshur saw it. No longer a satellite view, a physical overview, but something born from the resonance between a fifth-ring great source and the planet. Terra, in agony. On its once vibrant and full body, patches of solidified, dried scars appeared, spreading from the bone marrow, replacing the skin from the inside out. These were the barren lands left by the Seven Earths War, high-concentration nuclear radiation zones, spiritual energy disordered areas, distorted ecosystems. A blind man without hands and feet, suffering excruciating wounds, unable even to scratch them. Songshur heard a strange sound. The wind whipped up a sound like the ocean tide, rushing past his ears. Dimly, Songshur realized he had touched something vast and immense yet incredibly fragile, something that resided on the surface of the planet. No, not the surface. It was clearly the planet itself. Even at this crucial moment of maintaining unity of heaven and man, Songshur couldn't help but shudder. Terra's consciousness? A hazy, indistinct consciousness, like an infant still in swaddling clothes, possessing only vague physiological instincts, lacking true intellect. Then Songshur uttered a soft hum, because he sensed some deeper details, some consciousness that didn't belong to this one. A consciousness? Or rather, a remnant consciousness. Songshur quickly realized, recalling what Isidore Sinity had said years ago. Terra's planetary consciousness hadn't been born only once, but each time it was artificially interrupted by global wars, blasted to the point of collapsing the very fabric of the universe. These fragmented remnants of consciousness, are they the last traces of the past Terran consciousness? They together form the cradle of this generation's planetary consciousness. It's also about protection, Songshur thought. These fragmented consciousnesses, regardless of their developmental stage or differences in thought, all possessed a subconscious force at the last moment to survive. Even after their consciousness collapsed and they died, these subconscious remnants remained, forming a barrier, attempting to protect the next Terra. But it wasn't enough. This protection wasn't strong enough. Faced with the ever-evolving technology and the advancement of the psionic path, it was far from sufficient. In his vision, this new generation of Terra was teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 762. Chakro suddenly stood up and looked at Songshur. The other party had deactivated the resonant state, but his eyes were tightly closed, bleeding continuously. The consumption was so great? He frowned slightly, raising his hand to prepare for a reversal. Cough, it looks scary, but it's all right. Songshur raised his hand to stop him, clicked his tongue, and said with extreme displeasure, I secretly took one last look at the Earth's core, and Ming Xianyuan attacked without hesitation. He really treats Terra like his own home, not even allowing me to take a look. Songshur grinned, his eyes still tightly closed, but his vision wasn't darkness, but rather a blindingly bright light that gradually faded after a while. 3,000 lights illuminate, the first kite shines. Chakro repeated the name. He knew about the other party's battle against the Star Destroyer god and replied, I won't allow her to do what she wants. Songshur glanced at the man and said, I handle the internal affairs of Dayuan. The person who had been blasted into a deep sleep by the God Throne, and the person who had just been thoroughly illuminated by the God Throne now spoke of the sixth ring, God Throne, as if it were within reach. All right, I haven't been out of the public eye for half a year. I need to wander around by myself first. Songshur took out his phone and sent a message to the textile machine. You're not human, come and split up the thread, be my tour guide. Chakro didn't say much, just nodded and said, I arrange a press conference. You haven't shown your face for half a year, now that you're awake, it's a good opportunity to stabilize public confidence. With that, without waiting for a reply, he soared into the sky and disappeared. Songshur didn't care. and strolled alone through the desolate land. After 6 months of slumber, his injuries have mostly healed, and while his current condition isn't great, he returned to his peak in just a few days. No matter how dangerous the wasteland may be, it's nothing to a fifth-ring cultivator, even if they're not at their best. Less than an hour into his stroll, a drone descended from the sky. It began to transform midair, its various modules rotating, recombining, and shifting, until it landed on Songshur's shoulder as a mechanical raven. Ha! Quite a flamboyant design. Songshur glanced at a puddle by the roadside, his reflection shimmering in it. A young man in his early 20s, with black hair, but more striking than his appearance was his terrifying aura, as if a single glance could explode. Now, a raven was perched on his shoulder. One of the main features of this drone is its extremely high degree of customization. The voice of the textile machine emerged from the raven's beak. If you have any needs, I can provide new solutions. Songshur didn't reply, looking around, reaching out and grabbing a handful of something, as if grasping the lingering smoke of battle from 6 months ago. Quite devastating. His fifth-ring perception far surpassed that of a natural human. Songshur traversed the wasteland on foot, returning to Newcastle City. Along the way, compared to the Rokar plains of his memory, this land now bore the horrific scars of war. Shrapnel, craters from artillery shells, fragments of prosthetic bodies, abandoned and damaged war fortifications, crashed shuttles, wreckage of drones and other aerial units, and empty corpses decomposing in highly radioactive zones. The largest battlefield relic Songshur saw was a hole. A crater several kilometers in diameter, abruptly appearing on the plain, its edge so deep that even at first glance, the end was not visible. This crater, conservatively estimated to be over 300 meters deep, was the masterpiece of a gravitational collapse bomb fired that day. Jade Pharmaceuticals' assets should include ecological restoration technology, right? Yes, the textile machine replied instantly. I reviewed them all. From experimental to technologies with mature application prospects, I obtained them all, applicable to 95% of wasteland terrain. Songshur didn't ask what the remaining 5% was. Haha, a typical example is his own true spirit's annihilation. Songshur couldn't help but feel proud. But this involves serious cost management issues, the textile machine said. Wasteland restoration projects are long-term, massive projects requiring huge investments, and the costs are extremely high. The enlightened ones currently have limited resources, or rather, they're strapped for cash. It thought for a moment, and then said, "That's why I admire Yunnan. They spent a lot of resources on wasteland restoration for decades. According to my calculations, this will reduce their chances of gaining an advantage in war." You're wrong, Songshur shook his head. In my opinion, it will actually increase their chances of winning. Wasteland restoration has always been an integral part of the glorious path. Yunnan has proven to its own people, and to those outside Yunnan that they are not hypocritical or lying, but truly believe in and practice the glorious path. A rebuttal type? The textile machine said. Songshur felt a lump in his throat. If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. Just kidding, the textile machine said calmly. Although we don't have the resources to restore the wasteland for the time being, the technology we obtained from Emerald Pharmaceuticals has helped us a lot. In terms of material supply. Do you know what the Enlightened One's main work is right now? What is it? Songshur asked without hesitation. Refugee resettlement. Songshur was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized. That's right. People from the coast are all crowding inland, aren't they? The Eastern Continent Republic's fleet has blockaded New Aramon Bay and the surrounding waters. Coastal populations have been migrating inland, a large portion choosing the territory we control, the textile machine said slowly. After the war 6 months ago, the Enlighteners temporarily shifted their strategic focus overseas. Other companies have imposed a new blockade on us, cutting off many supply routes. Modern cities are highly functional. The cities we control don't have many food production bases. The Rokal Plains were once known as fertile land, but after repeated wars and decades of freezing, the soil's fertility is severely depleted, and it will take time to recover to its peak. These refugees were originally going to put pressure on our logistics, which is part of the reason other companies are watching the migration. The textile machine's eyes brightened, revealing a projection displaying data charts and real-world photographs. There were children standing amidst the ruins, their faces covered in blood, families trudging through the war zone in a dilapidated jeep, company workers who had lost their jobs due to the changing situation and were forced to come to the Enlightened Ones to beg for food, and even wanderers from beyond the Enterprise Alliance's territory. Scattered droplets of water coalesced into a slowly flowing ocean, surging towards the Rokar Plain. Then, Vertical farms using hydroponics were built one after another, housing super crops created through gene editing, synthetic proteins, cultured meat, targeted formulations, and sand-based soil stabilization. The advanced technology from Emerald Pharmaceuticals ensured that the enlightened ones wouldn't at least struggle for basic survival resources. Many people are thanking you, said the textile machine. Chapter 763. Thank me? Songshur said modestly, I only did a tiny bit of work. Wasn't it you and Suyudu who went to steal, to copy the technology? But most people don't know Suyudu, nor do they know the textile machine. The textile machine flapped its wings. You're famous, so they think it was all you're doing. Mainly, many people witnessed your battle with Eptoka Rise. During this casual conversation, Songshur had already crossed the wasteland and returned to Forge Light City. Compared to a few years ago, Forge Light City had expanded considerably, with newly built modular buildings surrounding the main city. The vast majority of the influx of people lived here, initially causing quite a stir and creating considerable chaos. However, as the enlightened ones expanded their recruitment, replenished their forces, and were dispatched to maintain order and severely suppress dissent, the city had now calmed down. There was no way to prevent the most ruthless and malicious individuals from being swiftly eliminated. Those remaining were mostly ordinary people. The war more than half a year ago caused significant losses to the enlightened ones' territory. Many functional buildings, including production, military, and daily use facilities, were destroyed. Following mediation by Patty Morse, the Director General of the Security Bureau, there are currently no major open battles between the company and the enlightened ones, but the underlying conflicts have never ceased. Whether it's replenishing war losses through work for credit programs or recruiting soldiers to strengthen their forces, people are needed, and these refugees, who have flocked here, are the best replacement. What can you buy with the purchasing power of a day's wages for construction oxen and horses in the newly developed area of Castlight City? Today we arrived. Entering the city area, Songshur didn't continue sprinting but began to stroll. In just a short while, many people on the street gradually stopped what they were doing and looked over. One person, who had been muttering to himself in front of the camera, glanced over out of the corner of his eye and was immediately horrified. He froze for several seconds, then hurriedly grabbed a hovering drone and rushed over. Hello. Hello. Judging from your appearance, are you really Songshur? I mean, the person in question. Songshur replied, Yes, I am. What's up? Hearing this, the other person was practically fainting with happiness. In an instant, countless ideas flashed through his mind, asking about the battle with Eptoka Rise, how many gold coins he'd lost from Emerald Pharmaceuticals, and where he'd been for the past 6 months. But when the words were about to come out, he inexplicably chose the most familiar approach. Could you tell me, as the president of the emerging security contractor 9 Royal Defense, how much is your daily wage? Songshur chuckled, gesturing for the other person to point the camera at him. He cleared his throat. Actually, I'm not interested in credit points. To be honest, the payslip from GOU Defense only gives me 1 credit point a year, just for show. The other person's expression shifted, filled with admiration. So that's how it is? At this moment, Songshur slowly surveyed his surroundings, smiling and nodding at the various expressions on the faces of the people, before finally focusing on the camera again. Go ahead, remember to post this video. I know that during the past 6 months of my absence from the internet, many people have speculated about my situation. Some said I was beaten to death, some said I was seriously injured and unable to recover, and some said I was secretly buying up Emerald Pharmaceutical stock. I must clarify here that all of these are rumors. Everyone, I'm back. Population is a precious resource, but also the cheapest. Having finally squeezed out of the crowd and slipped into a secluded spot, the weaving machine, which had been silent and pretending to be mute, suddenly spoke. Every country needs population, it said, gazing at the few remaining pedestrians behind it. And every power can arbitrarily plan its population size according to its needs. In this respect, the AI is far inferior to you. The first half is fine, but the second half, are you sure it's a compliment? Songshur pondered. The weaving machine seemed not to hear, and said softly, Dust contract generation uses all media channels, and superior information meme technology to subtly increase the frequency with which members of the corporate alliance reproduce. Even if other political entities lack the technology in this area, they can still achieve the same effect with high-level psionicists from consensus. AI can't do that, the weaving machine seemed to exclaim in amazement. The difficulty for you humans to reproduce is far too low. Perhaps this is partly why other intelligent races in history haven't been able to compete with you. I think that's a misunderstanding. Songshur yawned dismissively. If having more offspring equals greater competitiveness, Then seafood and insects can lay hundreds or even thousands of offspring at a time, far more than we humans can reproduce. Humph. As if remembering something, Songshur grinned. Those powerful families in the Eastern Continent Republic, each one so numerous and prolific, such large families, yet I, an orphan, still managed to kill them all. As Songshur spoke, he noticed the spinning machine beside him had fallen silent, instead staring intently at him. What's wrong? After a long pause, the textile machine said. Intellectual individuals really can't understand each other. Songshur looked at the other person strangely. However, he didn't care, and turned to look eastward with great interest. Apatokarius died in battle, but Patty Morse broke through to the second stage of true spirit. With one decreasing and one increasing, the Security Bureau's influence in the corporate alliance has increased considerably. External forces are eyeing us covetously. If another civil war breaks out, he will definitely cause trouble for the one that strikes first. The downside is that we can't continue to expand for the time being, but the upside is that we don't have to worry about the companies stabbing us in the back for the time being. The textile machine said in a deep voice, now that you're awake, our strategic space for future actions will be greatly liberated. At some point, Chongshur jumped onto Songshur's hand. He carefully stroked it, as if gently rubbing his teeth. Eastern Continent Republic. A behemoth entrenched in the Eastern Continent, one of the four poles of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. Years ago, after finishing his first year of part-time high school, he was kicked out of the orphanage, bed and all, by the orphanage. Enraged, he dropped out and ventured into society alone. Those prestigious, long-established academies had permanently closed their doors to him. Perhaps now, it's time for him to try to break in. After walking through the newly built outer city, Songshur returned to the inner city. With its gradual expansion, the former outer city had become the inner city. It's said that signs of regional discrimination are already emerging. Standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper, Songshur couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In the center of the commercial plaza below, a holographic projection was repeatedly scrolling. All clones, heed my command! Warmest congratulations to Amos Meredith for successfully obtaining full human rights identification. The holographic projection suddenly shifted, transforming into a menacing golden dragon that circled the giant screen above. Unusually, no advertisements were playing on the giant screen. Instead, a meticulously produced interview video was playing. On screen appeared a Caucasian man, exceptionally strong, his t-shirt bulging, but his expression was somewhat wooden as he looked at the camera. He was silent for a moment, then forced a smile, a physiologically difficult one. People who don't speak for a long time inevitably experience atrophy of their vocal organs. For a clone designed for armed riot control, a smile shouldn't appear in his facial expressions. I am honored to stand here. He stammered. Language is an inefficient medium for information transmission. Originally, he received information through an implanted information matrix prosthetic body in his skull, receiving remote commands and real-time control from the commander. The ideal application scenario advertised by Emerald Pharmaceuticals was to greatly reduce labor costs and individual differences, allowing these cloned soldiers to be micromanaged by the commander like combat units in a real-time strategy game. My name is Amos Meredith. Nobody gave me a name, I only had a serial number before, he said somewhat awkwardly. This is a name I generated with free AI. I don't have a biological mother, nor a biological father. Nobody is willing to treat me like a human being. He scratched his trouser pocket. But here, at the Enlightened Ones, at Forge City, it's different. You're willing to treat me like a human being. All I know is shooting, hand-to-hand combat, tactical equipment drills. I only know how to kill. My previous master only wanted me to kill. He clasped his hands together, his expression serious. But after I was rescued, freed, and brought here, I realized I didn't have to kill. He rambled on, sometimes even rambling incoherently. Jade Pharmaceuticals sold me, this place saved me, gave me a second chance at life. I spent a long time studying, taking the Clone Human Rights Qualification exam. He murmured, his eyes wide. I want to become a real human. The host listened patiently without interrupting, until now, when he finally spoke. Amos Meredith, I remember you said you had a very admired idol, right? He blushed slightly embarrassed. I really like Mr. Chu Tonglu. He's incredibly talented. He's a role model for clones. Look behind you, the host smiled. Amos Meredith paused, instinctively turning around. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, where there had been nothing before. The figure had its back to him. Then, the person turned around. Amos Meredith's eyes widened. He hadn't expected it to be Chu Tong Lu. Chu Tonglu smiled broadly, holding a paper certificate in his hand, and walked towards him step by step. Congratulations. Amos Meredith understood, and his stiff face broke into barely suppressed excitement. Amos Meredith, you have passed all the tests and personally obtained the right to become human. With this ID card, from now on, you can freely go anywhere in the entire corporate alliance. This is an authoritative certification issued by the Scientific Ethics Committee, and no one can question it. I know you must be very excited right now, but don't get too excited yet. Looking at the excited clone on the screen and Chu Tonglu, the authoritative representative of clones, conversing amicably with him, Songshur commented, Chu Tonglu's relationship with clones is like that of monkeys and humans. It seems related, yet it seems unrelated. Did he really become a representative of clones? But the evaluation period is less than a year, and you're already issuing certificates to clones? Songshur glanced at the spinning machine. Don't you think that's too fast? Special times, special circumstances, special handling, the spinning machine said. In principle, granting clones the full range of human rights equivalent to natural persons does require a long and careful evaluation, but we don't have that much time right now. In fact, the spinning machine paused for a moment. According to the intelligence we gathered, during the 100+ days you've been asleep, there have been cases of clones awakening psychic abilities, and there are signs of extreme ideologies spreading among groups primarily composed of clones. Oh, Songshur said, and then? The spinning machine was speechless for a moment. The battle 6 months ago shocked the entire corporate alliance. The downfall of a giant corporation, the participation of multiple fifth-ring psionicists, and even those outside the corporate alliance were under intense scrutiny. The outbreak of wars on all sides, the death of Eptokarius, the economic crisis, one event after another created chaos, severely weakening Emerald Pharmaceuticals' previously robust clone after-sales service system. Amid this turmoil, many clones scattered and entered society. Some of these clients were murdered and forced to fend for themselves. Others, through a series of fortuitous events, were moved to the point of wanting to escape. Still others, having heard the propaganda of the Enlighteners and the Scientific Ethics Committee, anxiously sought refuge there. The Scientific Ethics Committee stepped forward without hesitation. After defeating Emerald Pharmaceuticals, no one in society dared to question its authority. The Scientific Ethics Committee gained complete control over the review and certification of clones. A spoils of war agreed upon long ago when collaborating with the Enlighteners. It can be said that from now on, at least within the corporate alliance, no matter involving clones can bypass the Scientific Ethics Committee. Considering the wide range of applications for clones, this is tantamount to the Scientific Ethics Committee possessing a readily available sharp weapon, allowing it to intervene in any matter it desires. Fine, it's not my problem anyway. Songshur shrugged, then chuckled twice. Ha, before it was androids, now it's clones. You, the textile machine, can you calculate whether new species like this will continue to appear in the world? Considering many factors, I think the probability of the next android appearing in the future is over 80%. Sigh. Hearing this, Songshur stretched contentedly. The future is certainly going to be quite exciting. Chapter 764. After parting ways with the spinning machine, Songshur returned to his hotel. As he preferred, the hotel was deserted, entirely staffed by intelligent robots. Songshur ordered an iced drink and downed it, ice cubes and all. He let out a long sigh and began his Tao path with ease. The Tao path of great origin. When he opened his eyes again, a vast and magnificent starry sky descended. Stars, transformed from generations of great origin spiritualists, hung high in the heavens, radiating hundreds of kinds of light. They varied in size and brightness, yet even the smallest, most indistinct stars emitted unique starlight. Among these twinkling stars, were there many great origin beings he had personally killed? Songshur tried with great interest to identify them, but after a while, he was unsuccessful. So his gaze turned to the brightest stars. Even among the myriad stars in the sky, they were the most dazzling, like stars in a star system, surrounded by other stars. Those were the former fifth rings, and now he himself had reached the point of standing shoulder to shoulder with them, witnessing the same scenery firsthand. Then comes the true spirit. Bathed in starlight, Songshur took a step forward. Just as no two people are the same, each fifth ring true spirit is unique, and even among those who share the same fifth ring power, the two can be diametrically opposed. Annihilation. This was the first stage of his true spirit, Songshur thought. The breakthrough to the fifth ring was no longer confined to inscribing spiritual energy techniques, but rather to honing the true spirit, a three-stage process of enlightenment and realization. Before the great battle with Eptokarius, He had only achieved the first stage. As for the second and third stages, he hadn't even reached enlightenment, let alone achieve them, and was unsure which direction to take. But now, Songshur continued on his path. In the past, when he descended upon the path of the Great Origin, stars hung high, their light casting down as if overlooking the visitor. But now, with the ascent to the fifth ring, that as if was gone. Songshur could sense a vague yet magnificent presence watching him from above. They really change their tune faster than flipping through a book, don't they? Do they really like to play favorites? The Great Origin path of the Great Origin. Saying this, Songshur smiled. His mind stirred. Instantly, a sea of light appeared around Songshur. Like millions of fireflies gathered together, or like bioluminescent plankton in the deep sea, these countless points of light and light surrounded Songshur, forming undulating waves. Songshur reached out and gently plucked one of the points of light. The point of light shattered instantly. Psionic technique, Bifong's fire. Bifong, the fire-bringing bird, resembles a crane, has one leg, red markings, a blue body, and a white beak. Its appearance foretells a wildfire in the region. The effect of this psionic technique is to transform the user into the legendary divine bird Bifong. Wherever it passes, everything spontaneously combusts. As long as the user remains, the wildfire will never cease. Not bad, not bad. Songshur examined it for a moment, then released it, letting it return to the sea of light. Unfortunately, I can't use it. He then picked up another one. Psionic technique, high-intensity thermal welding. The effect is to allow the psionic user to condense psionic flames into a welding torch, welding anytime, anywhere. Of course, a welding torch that can easily melt even steel can also be used for attack. If wielded by a master, it would be like a peacock spreading its tail, summoning dozens or even hundreds of welding torches at once. SOSO, Songshur commented. And a bit too modern. Next. Psionic art, Alphonsus's charcoal mark. An unheard of psionic art. Then Songshur carefully and deeply sensed it for a while, understanding most of it. Basically, in some obscure mythology, there's a demigod named Alphonsus, whose most famous treasure is a piece of charcoal, a legacy of the world's first tree struck by lightning and ignited. Alphonsus can teleport at any time to places marked by the charcoal, making him the freest demigod in the world. But none of that matters. Songshur checked the effect. This psionic art leaves a charcoal mark on the target. As long as the charcoal mark isn't removed, the user can remotely apply psionic energy to the target. The most obvious use is to inflict damage. This is quite interesting. Songshur raised an eyebrow, praising generously, the person who created this psionic technique did a good job. Unfortunately, it's still not very useful to him. Songshur strode forward, the sea of light following him like a shadow. It was at his disposal. Even before reaching the fifth ring, Chaklo had said that he sometimes envied low-ring psionicists like himself. The latter had the clear paths explored and the rich psionic techniques accumulated by previous generations of psionicists, and could advance step by step simply by following the established procedures. As long as he wasn't killed because of the ritual. The fifth ring, True Spirit, is different. The True Spirit is unique. No past psionic technique created by other psionicists can replace it. This is a path that can only be walked alone. In this respect, the path of Tao can offer assistance by opening up psionic techniques. Countless points of light, or rather, the psionic techniques accumulated throughout the generations of the great source path of Tao, generously open their arms to the fifth ring psionicists from later generations. Unlike the indifference of the past, the path of Tao has become much gentler, like an elder full of expectation. What a massive undertaking, Songshur sighed, gazing at the points of light. From a certain perspective, the fifth ring doesn't mean it no longer needs to inscribe psionic techniques. On the contrary, it requires far more effort than simply completing the ritual step by step, to contemplate and reference the past psionic techniques provided by the path of Tao, to gradually excavate one's own heart, and to drive one's own will. Thus, one forges their own unique true spirit. From this perspective, the so-called true spirit is actually a kind of psionic technique. Songshur's hand reached into the sea of light, gliding smoothly over it like a gentle caress of a blooming flowerbed. However, these were psionic techniques far more outrageous than most. Songshur continued his aimless stroll, as before, but now a terrifying sense of danger emanated from him, slowly but irresistibly rising, as if to tear a hole in the magnificent starry sky, shattering it to pieces. This was the power of the true spirit's annihilation. Even the floating sea of light rippled, many points of light quickly dimmed and moved away from Songshur, as if in fear. But a very small number of points of light shone even brighter, advancing instead of retreating. their brilliance intertwining, as if enraged by a provocation. Those powerful, dazzling psionic techniques. Songsha remained unmoved. Chakro also put in a lot of effort to achieve the second stage, reversing life and death. Since breaking through to the fifth ring, he had exchanged ideas with Chakro many times, discussing their experiences, insights, and understanding of the fifth ring. As for the actual effect, it was practically non-existent. If there was any gain, it was hearing Chakro's sharp comments on every fifth ring member of the Enterprise Alliance, which greatly broadened his horizons. Songsha raised his head. Annihilation possessed immense and overwhelming killing power, advancing wildly on the path of destruction, going extremely far, but his own second stage. In a daze, Songsha felt as if he had returned to the past. For the first time in his life, he was on the verge of death. Gritting his teeth, he forced a counterattack with his fading consciousness, engaging in a fierce battle with Renata Clemens. Their fight raged from the earth to the sky, then crashed into the sea, breaking through the atmosphere to launch a final showdown in the boundless universe, the closest possible death match. The terrifying psychic power of Creator Aptokarius, the terrifying force of the food chain and ecosystem combined. Most of the people he encountered were insignificant deaths. Death was merely a trivial destination for them. He himself was indifferent. But he was not someone with a self-destructive urge. Compared to death, he preferred to live, or more accurately, to live according to his own will. Death is simple, killing is simple. Living according to one's own will was far more difficult than either of those. Songsha closed his eyes. Even as a psychic of his caliber, even with his talent, he asked himself honestly, had he never encountered anything against his will along the way? No, quite the opposite, there are many. The powerful families of the Eastern Continent Republic reside high in their halls, dividing the world by bloodline. Those below the gates and steps possess no rights that can be called human. The company's hands greedily grasp at air and sunlight, refusing to let go even when everyone's flesh is rotten and mangled, relentlessly squeezing out the last shred of profit. None of this aligns with my desires. Everyone's desires are different. How can people, individuals, understand each other? Everyone wants the world to conform to their own will, and thus the world has become this fragmented state. 6 months of slumber, my consciousness hazy, seeing only bizarre and fantastical things. It's hard to even say if I have any consciousness at all, perhaps more like scattered thoughts. Yet, it is from these scattered thoughts that I have, for once, no longer in a state of constant fear, but instead allowing chaos to carry me along, drifting with the tide, wandering among countless thoughts. Yes, truly living is harder than dying, and he himself wanted to truly live. Boundless killing power wasn't meant to create absolute destruction. Eternal, empty stillness was never what he desired. What he pursued, from beginning to end, was a brilliant rebirth born from destruction. True spirit. Second stage. The present world. Songsha opened his eyes. A breathtakingly intense crimson gold flashed briefly in the deepest part of his pupils, enveloping him. The terrifying sense of danger abruptly paused, then vanished into emptiness. At the same instant, Songsha opened his hand. A ball of light floated in his palm, a colorless light, an empty light. No matter how intently one stared, the gaze could not reach it. Only a vague feeling told you that light existed here. That terrifying sense of danger was entirely concentrated here. Although it originated from the true spirit's annihilation, the most extreme form of destructive power, when it transformed into this ball of light, it was utterly empty, devoid of any sense of existence. But this was only natural. To annihilate all things and phenomena, burning even the very foundation of existence into nothingness, this is the power of annihilation. When everything is burned to nothingness, how can it bring danger? And then, in the next moment, this ball of empty light revealed a new color. First, scattered specks of crimson gold, then they coalesced, slowly permeating the rest. From afar, Songsha appeared to be holding a ball of radiant crimson gold light. His spiritual energy, having reached the fifth ring, could no longer be contained and began to surge uncontrollably. The light was slowly raised. With each upward movement, the light was imbued with more crimson gold, transforming the once empty light into a dazzling sun. Just as it was about to reach its highest point, about to be completely absorbed, the ball of light suddenly froze, collapsing in less than a 10,000th of a second. The crimson gold vanished instantly, and colorless light spread abruptly, engulfing everything around it. The ocean of psionic techniques was not spared. It extinguished the moment it touched the light, turning into a vacuum. It took a long time for the aftershocks to dissipate. Psi failed. One of Songsha's arms had vanished, the very arm that had just held up the ball of light. It disappeared like lead lettering erased by an eraser. The condensed annihilation technique, after its uncontrolled collapse, destroyed the closest object to it. Trying to break through to the second stage in one go, it really is a bit difficult, Songsher said, but his face showed no displeasure. He snapped his fingers, and psionic flame surged forth, filling the void and barely outlining the shape of an arm. It won't fully recover in a short time. No problem, it'd be enough. The breakthrough of the true spirit can be divided into two parts, enlightenment and realization. Having a goal is essential for progress. Although he hasn't achieved it yet, he has at least enlightened the second stage. Less than a year after reaching the fifth ring, he has finally taken another step forward. As for not being able to continue his efforts and break through to the second stage in one go, that's not a big problem. If I achieve the present world, Songsher waved his hand, and the Sea of Light, which had been in a miserable state just a minute ago, quickly recovered, transforming back into an alluring treasure trove of spiritual energy techniques waiting to be explored. According to his current plan, using the present world requires a prerequisite, annihilation. Only by first destroying reality through annihilation, creating a vacuum, can he then reconstruct the present world upon this blank void. A present world where nothing else exists, where everything revolves according to his will. His past achievements, his established domains, were like a lake created out of thin air, flooding the land and rewriting the environment. But those powerful opponents, like the fifth ring psionicists, were like stones sunk into the lake, hard and tenacious. Even after years of erosion, they could only be slightly altered in shape, becoming pebbles. Still external objects. That's all, he couldn't ask for more. But when he achieved true spiritual manifestation, he would make even those stones part of the lake, able to manipulate their influence at will. Chapter 765. The Enlightened One's Core Meeting. Considering that everyone qualified to be here has heavy responsibilities and cannot be demobilized, this meeting was held online. In the virtual conference room, Jack Lovon stood at the head of the table, surveying everyone. Behind him was a global map of Terra. He pointed to a location. "Gentlemen, our next strategic focus is right here." The location pointed to was the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. More precisely, the Eastern Continent Republic, one of the members of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. I believe this is a high-risk undertaking. The first to speak was a burly man with brilliant blonde hair, each hair standing on end like steel needles. He was the head of the Enlightened One's armed forces, the fourth ring great source, Panoi's resounding drum, Siblin Nickel. This is different from before. It's no longer a home field operation. Organizing a cross-land expedition places extremely high demands on logistics, armed forces, and technology. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "I admit that over the years, we accumulated a considerable force, and we are indeed capable of fighting a war." The man paused, "But Commander-in-Chief, are you sure you want to spend such valuable resources on external operations? The company is always keeping a close eye on us." "I don't think that's a problem," said Shinju, the head of the intelligence department, the fourth ring consensus, heavenly demon conversion, with his hands behind his head, smiling. "Our strategic deterrence is sufficient. We don't need to worry about the company taking action anytime soon. As for this accumulated wealth, hey, it's meant to be used. My opinion is similar to Siblim's. There's really no need for that." At this moment, someone else joined the discussion, Cornelius Beard, the fourth ring beyond, the Rift Man. He stopped fiddling with his gun, raised his head, which had been bowed, and said in a low voice, "We're here to overthrow the corporation. Yes, I know we have to fight the Eastern Continent Republic sooner or later, but not now. We, the Corporate Alliance, haven't even figured things out yet, and we're already preparing to wage war against external forces? In fact, it's the only option." The head of the network department, the Abyss Lord of Depth 5, Big Platinum Flower, Sangjili, spoke up, tapping the stainless steel tabletop of her bag. "The Science Ethics Committee needs to digest its gains and has no intention of continuing the fight for the time being. The Security Bureau is in a high position, mediating the situation, while the giant corporations are surrounding us, pinning us down here. If we continue to operate within the corporate alliance, it will be extremely difficult. We'll see. Placing them outside the corporate alliance is the only way to break the deadlock." "Why must we break the deadlock?" another core member objected. "I still stand by my point from the last meeting. What we need right now is time to cultivate and accumulate. At this point, any large-scale action won't make the Enlightened's future any better. 40 years ago, we needed patience. 30 years ago, we needed time. 20 years ago, we needed cultivation." A very tall man, shrouded in heavy exoskeleton power armor, stood up. His voice was deep and resonant. "Now, we have our own administrative district, a massive number of supporters, and 3 fifth-ring psionicists. And then you're telling me we have to keep waiting, building up resources? How about this? Let's wait until we have 9 fifth-ring members in one go, then we really make our move. Don't bring personal emotions into the meeting, Chesterton. One person frowned. I know the company dogs are forcing themselves on you, but who here doesn't have a grudge against the company? I'd rather the whole company just collapse tomorrow. Is that realistic? The other person snorted and sat back down. Even if everything goes smoothly, and we successfully defeat the Eastern Continent Republic's army and even penetrate their borders, a real problem remains. We don't have enough manpower and armed forces to control the areas outside the corporate alliance. If we force ourselves to maintain control, it will become a weakness and burden we can't ignore. It's like bleeding the enlightened ones dry. Chaklo listened patiently for a while, then suddenly looked to a corner. Songshur, what are your thoughts? Don't you claim to be a true Eastern Continent person? Fight? I have no objection. Songshur swung his leg. Hasn't the Eastern Continent Republic been going against New Aramon Bay all along? They come to our doorstep. How can we not fight back? My opinion is also to retaliate. Chaklo tapped the map, looking directly at everyone. But not by directly attacking the Eastern Continent Republic's mainland. Not attacking the mainland? Someone was taken aback at first, then immediately realized, exclaiming, resettlement zones. Songshur let out a sound of surprise. He had to admit, it took him several seconds to realize what a resettlement zone was. Honestly, it's not his fault. Back when they were in the orphanage, the most common promises made to them, from the director down to the caregivers, were that they should study hard and strive for excellence, so that they could become study companions for the children of noble families. Their most common bluff was that if they didn't behave, they would be sent to barbarian lands to rot in the mud with the barbarians. The barbarian lands they spoke of were precisely the resettlement areas Chaklo had just mentioned. Full name, Immigrant Resettlement Areas. Long before the Seven Earth Wars, the Eastern Continent Republic had a long-standing tradition of establishing colonies, setting up protectorates in colonies far from the Republic's mainland to govern enclaves. When the Seven Earth Wars broke out, the Eastern Continent Republic took advantage of the chaos in Terra to plunder people on a massive scale, either sending them to the Republic's mainland or establishing immigrant resettlement areas on the spot. These were uncivilized, barbarian lands. These forcibly abducted people were also incorporated into the Eastern Continent Republic's citizenship system. They were the 9th-class citizens, one class lower than the 8th-class citizens of the Eastern Continent Republic, occupying the lowest rung of the Republic. Even the humblest citizen of the Republic could proudly stand tall when mentioning these 9th-class citizens, these barbarians. The map refreshed, turning blue, and then several areas were highlighted in red. These are the various immigrant resettlement areas under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Continent Republic, with Enmenluo being the closest to the enlightened ones. A pop-up window provides a brief introduction. Enmenluo was originally a place where several small countries met, with a permanent population of tens of millions. Its ethnic composition was complex, and conflicts between them were sharp and frequent throughout history. Later, it was completely defeated and forcibly conquered by the Eastern Continent Republic, becoming part of the Republic. From then on, Enmenluo became a relatively important labor supply area and a destination for the transfer of low-end industries to the Eastern Continent Republic. The Eastern Continent Republic naturally had no intention of putting in any effort to cultivate these non-Eastern Continent barbarians through benevolent rule. In fact, to consolidate its rule, it intentionally or unintentionally continued to provoke conflicts between the local races, leisurely observing and fishing from the sidelines. As long as the annual supply of labor, products, and other resources from Enmenluo meets the requirements, the Eastern Continent Republic doesn't care about anything else and lets things take their course. Currently, the Eastern Continent Republic is fighting on multiple fronts, bearing pressure from both the Enterprise Alliance and the Vanpusta Empire, Chaklo said in a deep voice. Due to the circumstances, it can't spare much manpower, while we are the opposite. With the Security Bureau mediating, the pressure has been greatly reduced, and we can mobilize sufficient armed forces. Moreover, Songshur has awakened, making him an absolute strategic deterrent. Organize an expeditionary force to capture Enmenluo, using it as a springboard for the enlightened ones outside the Enterprise Alliance, Chaklo said loudly, gazing at the crowd. This is my idea. The vote will begin in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later. The meeting passed the proposal to wage war against Enmenluo with 84% in favor, 5% abstaining, and 11% against. After the meeting, someone sent a communication link. Songshur looked at the link sender, Su Yudu. This deputy commander of the enlightened ones, had been stationed at New Aramon Bay long before the war against Emerald Pharmaceuticals, now known as the First Clones War, and had remained there ever since. For the past 6 months, the enemy had been juggling both defense and production, their tasks incredibly demanding. Songsher hadn't seen them since his awakening. Clicking the link. A virtual network, the scene a desolate desert, probably randomly selected. Suyu sat beside a rock, oblivious to his surroundings, puffing out smoke. Smoking this online, does it really feel good? A habit. The other replied succinctly. Songsher shrugged, sizing him up. For the past 6 months, Suyu had been exchanging blows several times with the current president of the Eastern Continent Republic, that fifth ring consensus, Jun Tianshan K, Feng Lian. The latter had broken through to the second stage of true spirit 10 years ago, possessing astonishing cultivation. Suyu hadn't gained the upper hand and had even suffered some injuries. However, it seems the other party has recovered quite well. We need you to lead the team to fight Amin Luo, Suyu said, stubbing out his cigarette. Chakro and I have to keep an eye on the Enterprise Alliance. We can't spare the time. He paused for a few seconds, then said, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's all right." Songsher saw a cactus, thought for a moment, and tried leaning against it. Wow, the simulation was quite high. "With me involved, and Minlu is already in our grasp," he said casually, "unless Feng Lian or Lin Yuexiong intervenes. My only worry is that they might choose to abandon Minlu outright to guard against the Empire and the Enterprise Alliance." First Class Family, Long Yuan Feng Family, Juntian Shike, Feng Lian. First Class Family, Dasong Lin Family, Fifth Ring Transcendence, 8 Prison Masters, Lin Yuexiong. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Su Yuda nodded. In the end, and Minlu is just a group of barbarians. They have no value to defend. Songsher asked curiously, "Why do you also call them barbarians?" "Also?" Su Yuda raised his eyes. "What did you used to call the people in the resettlement area?" Songsher answered truthfully, "Barbarians beyond the borders. There's no way around it." Songsher's expression remained unchanged. "When I was a child, everyone told me they were barbarians, and since I didn't understand, I just followed along." "Have you ever been to the resettlement area?" Suyudu asked. "Never been," Songsher shrugged. "I met a few people from the resettlement areas, but I reckon those who can come to our Eastern Continent Republic's mainland are probably different from ordinary immigrants." Suyu said, "I've been. When I was in my third ring, the Enterprise Alliance was stable, and the Enlightened Ones entered a fairly long period of peaceful development. So I temporarily left the Enterprise Alliance to go back to the Eastern Continent Republic." "Go back?" Songsher raised an eyebrow. "During the Seven Earths War, my great-grandfather fled the Eastern Continent Republic and migrated here with a group of wanderers," he replied. "According to what they told me, my ancestral home should be Sangnan County." Songsher quickly glanced at it, he remembered, but it was quite far from Yulai County, and he had never been there. "I've been to several places, including resettlement areas," Suyu said, frowning. "I went to the Jean Kuebor resettlement area." He paused. "The people living there are truly barbarians. Savage, chaotic. Everyone scoffs at morality. No, you could say they don't even have the concept of morality. If you walk down the street, they'd be cloaked and openly staring at you, wanting to slit your throat, steal your money, organs, and prosthetics. Religions of all sizes are rampant. Few people go to school. Students there can openly eat candy and have sex in class because the teachers join in. Even the surveillance network doesn't want to waste resources there. I killed many people and talked to many. Their greatest wish is to one day become a second-class citizen and set foot on the mainland of the Eastern Continent Republic. That way, when they count out to the scions of powerful families, they won't be kicked away." Songsher propped his chin on his hand, and then? "But they weren't born barbarians," Suyu said indifferently. "Before becoming the Jean Kuebor resettlement area, the history of the area was quite long, but it was defeated and conquered by the Eastern Continent Republic. The culture, traditions, and nation of the Jean Kuebor people were torn to pieces, reduced to dust. They were stripped of their military power, their education abolished, they were leashed, and their sovereignty was taken over. The environment after birth affects the innate qualities of a person. No matter how glorious the Jean Kuebor people were in the past, they became barbarians, and they can only be barbarians." "I understand what you mean," Songsher nodded. "So you want to civilize them." "I know what you're thinking, Songsher," Suyu said, his eyes gleaming. "You believe we shouldn't interfere except unless one day they truly awaken and want to rebel. I never think so. The environment after birth affects the person at birth." Suyu repeated his previous words, enunciating each word clearly. Before the other could respond, he raised his hand. I know what you're going to say, but how many people like you and me are there in all of Terra? This isn't a reason to sit idly by, at least not mine. You wait until the first spark ignites, helping it spread like wildfire, unstoppable, but waiting for that spark to ignite is too long and too difficult. I choose to hand them the lighter first, since they decide for themselves whether to ignite it. Sure, I don't object to your approach, Songshur said casually, but let's make it clear beforehand, I still take down in Menluo, but don't expect me to hand them the lighter. I definitely won't do it, you have to handle that. That's only right. Chapter 766. Xiaolu. Her voice preceded her arrival. I'm back. The door opened. The CEO's office, untouched for a long time, was still clean and tidy, maintaining the state it was in when she last left. As the CEO's office of the well-known security contractor 9 Royal Defense, it was theoretically a highly confidential location, with an indoor air circulation system running day and night to prevent contamination. Uh-huh. Xiaolu laughed. I thought you were disgusted by the 1 credit point salary and decided never to come again. Ah, has that video already been released? Songshur suddenly realized, praising not bad, that person is quite efficient. Xiaolu squinted. To be honest, I won't be staying long this time. Songshur sank into the recliner. Come on, evaluate my performance in the First Clones War. The core and key aspects. Xiaolu stretched her arms forward, her upper body slumped onto the table, and sighed. Maybe it's because I'm not a psionicist. I understand you, fifth-ring psionicists. How to put it? I understand the theory, but I just don't have much of a real-world feel for it. She shifted her head, half her face rubbing against the table. President, do you have the ability to destroy Newcastle City? If Chaklo doesn't stop me, Songshur nodded, calmly saying, it wouldn't be difficult. Yes, that's it. Xiaolu sighed again. Cybernetic bodies, exoskeletons, heavy armored machinery. Even nuclear weapons, I can imagine them all. I know bullets penetrate armor with kinetic energy, I know the smell of ion cannons melting metal plates, and a nuclear explosion is like a mushroom cloud, high temperature, heat wave, and so on. But you look at yourself. Her eyebrows drooped. Without any implants, what's the difference between you and a natural person? Yet you tell me you can easily destroy an entire city, burn it to ashes, and it's true. She tapped her head with her index finger. A psychic like yourself. I'm completely lost. People can't imagine things they haven't experienced, Songshur smiled. You can try your best to awaken your psychic powers. I don't see the need, Xiaolu snorted twice. Are psychics really superior to other professions? If I wanted, I could have a full-scale enhancement surgery and get a high-level prosthetic body anytime. Anyway, with the legacy of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, we're not so helpless against cyberpsychosis anymore. After all that, even a second-tier psychic might not be able to beat me. First, psychics are indeed superior to other professions, Songshur immediately corrected. Second, who said psychics have to be better fighters? The top spies in each faction are basically consensus psychics. Xiaolu laughed. Did you forget to mention one? I thought the top spies had to be consensus psychics, who also acted as demons. It doesn't matter. Songshur raised his index finger and shook it. Xiaolu chuckled lightly. You just said you wouldn't stay long. What's the next step? Do you need me to mobilize the resources of 9 guard defense? Songshur thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, compared to the time of the world's #1 security conference, how many people have left in 9 guard defense? More than a third. Xiaolu's smile faded at this. She stopped lying down and sat up, saying in a deep voice, they were all elites, but the intensity of the war was too high. Songshur praised, not bad. Xiaolu was stunned. Several seconds passed before she realized what the other person had said. Xiaolu's expression changed several times, as if a pebble was stuck in her throat. She wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Songshur was looking down, quickly skimming through the previous quarter's briefing from 9 royal defenses. Noticing the other person's sudden silence, he looked up and asked, what's wrong? But Liu Liguan was as perceptive as fire. Before the other person could speak, Songshur understood. Oh, it's this again. They sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, lost their lives. Should we be sad just because of that? Songshur looked directly into the other person's eyes, and shook his head. I think we should be happy. They fell on the path they had chosen, sacrificing themselves according to their own hearts. What is there to be sad about dying for one's ideals and goals? Xiaolu was silent for a while, then hummed in agreement. Quickly regaining her composure, she smiled again. If the commander-in-chief heard this, He'd probably give me a good scolding. He hates nothing more than people who don't value their lives, thinking of self-destruction from the start. He's reprimanded quite a few people before. Chacolo can resurrect the dead. Do you think I can? Songshur spread his hands. Songshur said, I let you in advance. I'm planning to fight Enminluo next. In less than a second, Xiaola finished searching and browsing Enminluo. She pondered, her eyes gradually brightening. The immigrant resettlement area makes sense. It's definitely worth trying. The Enlightened Ones currently face two major battlefronts. One, around Forged Light City and the Rokal Plains, is a standoff with the corporation, characterized by frequent minor skirmishes, but an overall stalemate. The other is a coastal defense line centered on New Aramon Bay, where they are generally at a disadvantage. The Eastern Republic is, after all, a powerful force that has dominated the Eastern continent for centuries. If one traces their origins, the ancestors of most of the major families within the country produced illustrious figures, some even tracing back to the Central Heaven Divine Court thousands of years ago, a long and profound history. In conventional warfare where high-level psionicists and strategic-level weaponry are not involved, the Eastern Republic, relying on its vast military strength accumulated over the years, has gained a slight advantage over the Enlightened Ones. However, this advantage is only slight. It's not an unstoppable or overwhelming force. As a member of the corporate alliance, the Enlightened Ones maintain their superior technological capabilities, and with the continuous reinforcements from their textile machinery and emerald pharmaceutical heritage, they have managed to hold off the Eastern Republic. The main force of the Eastern Continent Republic isn't in the Enterprise Alliance, but against the Van Pusta Empire. The Empire has already invaded their homeland, and the two sides are locked in a stalemate. Xiaola pondered, their forces are stretched thin, which will inevitably cause them to lower their guard in the immigrant settlement area, making the attack on Enminluo less difficult. This will also relieve pressure on the New Yaraman Bay defense line. I understand. She looked up. I make the arrangements. 9 defense will be placed on level 1 combat readiness, assembling its staff and awaiting the expedition. Go ahead. 9 defense follows an elite route. You have plenty of room to maneuver. Songshur nodded. At the latest, in 4 months, I want to be sitting openly in the Protectorate General's office of Enminluo. Chapter 767. The vehicle stopped, then the tailgate opened. Behind the door were 2 knights, their bodies shrouded in powered exoskeletons and painted in dark colors. One pushed open the heavy armored door, while the other made way. From the depths of the armored vehicle, a cold mist slowly seeped out, enveloping the knight and coating his breastplate with a thin layer of white frost. The knight remained oblivious, motionless. Then, a humming sound rang out as latches were slowly pushed up. A pale white light illuminated the vehicle, the source of the sound being an iron coffin. The iron latches at its 4 corners had fully popped out, and tiny sacred words were faintly engraved on them. As if some force had activated, the coffin lid was slowly moved aside, and a hand emerged. This hand was so thin and dry that even tree bark, baked by the sun for months, was smoother than it. It trembled, its 5 fingers slowly tracing the texture of the iron coffin's surface. After a long while, the hand pressed against the edge. The person being propped up was wrapped in linen, their features obscured, yet their extreme thinness was evident. Their body, perhaps even lighter than the linen robe, outlined a gaunt, bony silhouette. The mere act of sitting up elicited hoarse breathing from within the armored vehicle, as if all their strength had been drained. The panting echoed in the darkness, devoid of other sounds. The 2 escorting knights stood with their heads bowed, like standing bronze statues. After a while, the panting gradually subsided. The person wrapped in linen stood up, their bare feet touching the floor. The cold touch caused them to stumble instinctively, nearly falling. Fortunately, he gripped a wooden cane tightly, using it for support to maintain his balance, and slowly walked forward, step by step, off the armored vehicle. With each step, his linen robe slipped off his body. What appeared in his sight was a naked old man. Deep wrinkles etched his face, his chest, arms, and thighs. The once hot silver plaster had long since solidified, turning into lines of inscribed prayers. He breathed heavily, barely managing to lift his head. Before him lay a silent array, knights equipped with exoskeletons, towering weapons of war, sturdy heavy vehicles, and autonomous armed units awaiting activation in containers. Sometime during the night, an entire Imperial army had arrived. The knights stood silently, gazing at him, saluting. The old man released his grip, letting the cane fall to the ground. This body, this soul, are all extensions residing within His Majesty, he murmured. Losing his footing, the old man swayed, stumbled, and half knelt. His knees touched the pebbles, leaving blurry bloodstains. But he seemed oblivious, only slowly opening his arms and gazing up at the night sky. Perhaps it was the bad weather. Not a single star could be seen in the murky darkness. Yes, yes, the old man murmured, staring into the darkness. A moment of stunned silence, followed by an overwhelming joy. Tears welled at his eyes, and he bowed his head in ecstasy, kissing the ground beneath his feet. Your Majesty, Holy Spirit, this land shrouded in darkness has finally seen the light. And I will witness it with my own eyes. I will personally contribute my insignificant strength as a part of this spreading light, offering my humble strength to your Majesty, bringing the only salvation to this land beyond the Empire. As the final kiss ended, the old man rose once more. He forcefully, with all his might, raised his hand, and the prayer written all over his body with molten silver suddenly shone brightly. I will offer myself. I will sacrifice myself. The knights' voices were deep, echoing each other. You will offer yourself, you will sacrifice yourself. I hear the cries of suffering, I see the inextinguishable fires of hell. The old man chanted faster and faster, more and more urgently. His entire life had been spent doing the same thing, day after day, year after year, exhausting everything to polish and sculpt his heart and faith, like building a mountain with a handful of sand, using his piety to become a tool needed by the Empire. Wherever blood flows, that is the sanctuary of the Empire. From the moment the last prayer ended, the old man burst forth with an extremely bright white light. This light was so intense, so dazzling, it seemed not to exist in reality. No matter could truly contain it. Neither could the old man. Under the gaze of all the knights, with the flash of the white light, he melted away like a lit candle. The old man's eyes were wide open, staring intently at the night sky, as if trying to grasp something ethereal. Until the very last moment, he seemed to have truly grasped it, his face beaming with joy. The joy vanished along with the white light. More than one white light vanished. If viewed from above, dozens of identical white lights could be seen disappearing within the army's marching positions. Mobile Beacon of Faith, activated. Sea of Faith, link established. Through devout believers as mediums, transforming into mobile beacons of faith, communication is established with the Sea of Faith, thereby enabling the people of the Empire to once again bask in His Majesty's glory beyond the borders of the Van Pusta Empire. This is the most typical tactic in the Imperial Military Manual. Let no sacrifice be undeserved. The weapons of war began to roar, and the autonomous units were awakened one by one. The knights solemnly drew their weapons, and with the activation of each mobile beacon of faith, the previously unstable Holy Spirit blessing quickly stabilized, and was bestowed upon them once more. Thus, only the charge remained. At the same moment, far ahead of them, the frontline commander of the Academic Council submitted a report. With the roar of heavy engineering equipment, massive mechanical pillars, tens of meters long, were driven deep into the ground according to the markings on the blueprint. The 9 holy sects of the Academic Council had already passed a resolution, dragging out previously temporarily sealed high-risk weapons from the warehouse, and unlocking various technologies. These mechanical pillars were among them. They would form a magnetic field control matrix named Mystic Magnetic 8 Extremes 9 Palaces suppressing mountains, forcibly distorting the magnetic field environment of an entire region. Rivers, lakes, and seas will evaporate. Under the intense magnetic storm, electronic devices and physical bodies will suffer horrific destruction simultaneously. Even cyborgs will struggle to move, and may even be easily destroyed. This will semi-permanently alter the region's magnetic field environment. Even if the components of Mystic Magnetic 8 Extremes 9 Palaces suppressing mountains are subsequently destroyed one by one, restoring the area to its original state will remain a protracted and arduous task. Looking at the regional state prediction model provided by the technical department after activating Mystic Magnetic 8 Extremes 9 Palaces suppressing mountains, the shocking images. The commander silently surveyed the scene. Everything. For the future. Chapter 768. Songshur stood in the sky. Everything was laid out before him. The vast, continuous mountains, the winding rivers, the plots of land painted with various colors, all were quite unsightly, even downright ugly. Metal pipes, covered in riveting marks, formed a brownish-yellow kingdom. These old, enormous factories, like sulphurous mountains in purgatory, constantly spewed murky, toxic smog. They stained the sky scarlet, showered down acidic rain, and carved deep ravines into the earth, the masterpiece of years of industrial wastewater discharge. Adjacent to the industrial zone were endless shacks, built from plastic, cloth, iron frames. Anything could be used as raw material. And within these shacks, ragged people grew wildly. Likewise, wild. To accommodate a larger population, and Minluo's cities adopted a three-dimensional structure, born from the earth and spiraling upwards. Those who lived in the underground levels mostly performed the most menial jobs. They were contemptuously called cave dwellers by the other Enmenlo people, the ninth class of citizens among the 9 classes. Only the strongest, fiercest, and most daring could seize the right to live in the surface area. They lived in shacks directly exposed to acid rain, and were the privileged sons of noble families among the 9 classes, earning the fear and envy of the cave dwellers. Song sure shifted his gaze. A mountain came into view, a man-made mountain, hundreds of meters high, built in the center of the city. It wasn't just soil and rocks transported from afar and dumped here haphazardly. The entire mountain was clearly designed, with jagged rocks, lush greenery, and an artificial sea of clouds. Climbing the stone steps and slowly passing through the sea of clouds, one could see the majestic complex of buildings standing atop the mountain. The ancient palace, majestic and imposing, with its carved beams and painted rafters, pavilions, and winding corridors, floated amidst the vast sea of clouds, resembling a celestial realm descended to earth, a scene of divine bliss. Eastern Republic? Enmenlo Protectorate? My lord, Delassie requests an audience. Below the white jade steps, someone knelt, head bowed, utterly respectful. With the Grand Protectorate held in a remote position and rarely seen in Enmenlo, this Deputy Grand Protectorate, in charge of the prefecture's affairs, was the true master of Enmenlo. A casual remark from him could unleash turmoil in Enmenlo, keeping many awake all night. I won't see you. The Deputy Grand Protector, who looked to be no more than 30 years old, reclined on the bed and said impatiently, "A mere barbarian dares to ramble on?" The kneeling man inwardly groaned, but thinking of the large sum of money he had received, he still said, "My lord, the situation is truly dire. Since the outbreak of war, our war tax on Enmenlo has changed again and again, increased again and again. In less than a year, it has forced several rebellions and now—" "Say it again." The Deputy Grand Protector sat up. He stared straight at the man, his voice chilling. "What is forced?" The man knew he had misspoke, and immediately kowtowed without a word. Each kowtow was louder than the last, staining the white jade floor tiles with blood. The Deputy Grand Protector coldly observed the scene, his anger unabated. He sneered, "What are you pretending for? A little scratch, a little blood. You think you can put on a show of loyalty with such a small thing?" His sneer masked his true rage. The resettlement area was far from the mainland, a place far removed from the Emperor's reach. Therefore, official positions there were always highly coveted, sought after by countless people, let alone the position of Deputy Grand Protector of the Protectorate, a position second only to the Grand Protector, second only to the Emperor. But he didn't care at all. Who was he? He was a direct descendant of the prestigious Songs on Huang clan, a second-tier noble family. Those of similar lineage were all vying for power on the mainland of the Eastern Continent Republic, wielding their kingly ways and scheming for the world's affairs. This immigrant resettlement area, supposedly a place where one could do as one pleased and indulge in pleasure, was hardly something a member of a second-tier noble family would lack. Ultimately, according to the Eastern Continent Republic's long-standing tradition, being sent here meant a death sentence for one's career. Ruling a bunch of barbarians, no matter how well one governed, would bring no glory. On the contrary, this career experience in the immigrant resettlement area would become an indelible stain on his resume. The Great Tao is 50, the Heavenly Evolution is 49, and one is lost. This dead end isn't without a solution. Psychic energy is the only solution. If one can break through to the 4th ring, Ascension, then any stain will cease to be a stain, and the powerful officials will instead praise one for successfully civilizing the barbarians, and welcome them back to their homeland. Unfortunately, one isn't at the 4th ring, Ascension. Therefore, the stain remains a stain, an indelible stain. Not to mention, one is still under the weight of a Grand Protector. This person holds this position, yet resides on the Republic's mainland year-round, cultivating relationships and accumulating resources, hoping to one day return to the Eastern Continent Republic with dignity, while one can only remain in this barbaric land, and even if one achieves any merit, most of it will be attributed to the other person. Both thunder and rain are acts of imperial favor. Dallas? To put it nicely, he's the president of the largest merchant guild in Enmenlo. To put it bluntly, he's just a dog kept by my protectorate. I don't mind that he's dirty, and he doesn't even think about repaying the favor. Instead, he starts barking. Being eligible to pay taxes and serve the country is their blessing, their duty. If it weren't for our protection, where would these people be living their good lives now? Now that the taxes are tightened a little, they can't even handle the hardship? The war tax is too harsh. I think it's too lenient. The Deputy Grand Protector said a long string of words, his anger finally subsiding somewhat. He laid back down and snorted. Go back and tell Dallasy to prepare. The taxes will only increase, not decrease. We want manpower, we want money, we want raw materials and products. If he can't do it, then replace him with someone who can. The person kneeling below was startled, suddenly realizing something. The Eastern Continent Republic is going to abandon Enminlo? Only now have you realized? The Deputy Grand Protector's somber voice came from above. It's true. The man was shocked, speechless, and quickly prostrated himself, kowtowing. All right, stop banging your head on the steps, you dirty my white jade. The Deputy Grand Protector snorted. The war is intense right now, and Enminlo is becoming a burden. Come, tell me, if someone were to launch a surprise attack on Enminlo now, would we defend or retreat? Your subordinate doesn't know. That's the crux of the matter. The Deputy Grand Protector said, those religious fanatics from the Vanpusta Empire have already set foot on our Republic soil, and the war is at a stalemate. The offensive against the Enterprise Alliance has also made little progress. The Northern Thunder Defense Line, the Academic Council, and the 4 Heavenly Emperors are all alienated from our country. Do you really think we should waste our strength on a mere immigrant resettlement area, a bunch of barbarians? The Deputy Grand Protector snorted. A pipe dream. Since ancient times, there has never been a reason for the people to sacrifice for barbarians. Now, we must use the shortest amount of time and exhaust the strength of 5 generations of Enminlo to ensure the prosperity of our Eastern Continent Republic. Did you understand? Yes, Your Majesty. Understood? Then do it. The Deputy Grand Protector glanced at the blood-stained white jade steps, pointed casually, and said nonchalantly, here's how it works. Starting immediately, levy a white jade tax to... A wave of heat interrupted his words. The Deputy Grand Protector paused, his brow furrowing instinctively. Why is it suddenly so hot? This? The subordinate was completely bewildered, only to suddenly realize that the blood from his kowtow was visibly drying and evaporating. The answer was psionic energy. In that instant, in Enminlo's shantytowns, factory districts, and mining areas, from towering steam towers to the ravaged streets and alleyways, even the underground cave dwellers saw a crimson golden light forcefully breaking through the steel dome above their heads. The heavens shifted, replacing the crimson gold of the sea of clouds. A fifth-ring psionicist from afar descended upon Enminlo. The people of Enminlo stared in disbelief, frozen in place for a long time. Before their eyes, the majestic mountain, symbolizing the upper class and representing the supreme authority of the Eastern Continent Republic, began to crumble. Even the Enminlo Protectorate, known as the Celestial Palace of Clouds, was affected. It seemed some defensive system was triggered, launching a counterattack, but in the next instant, it all turned into insignificant bubbles in a raging sea of flames, vanishing in the blink of an eye, crushed to pieces. Songshur had only unleashed one strike. With a single strike, the world was transformed. The entire protectorate was burned to ashes. The prestigious lineage of the second-class aristocratic families, the war tax policies yet to be issued, everything, all turned to ash and dissipated into the air. I have no intention of committing murder, so I advise everyone not to move rashly. Following the flames was a voice carried by the burning wine through the streets and alleys of Enminlo. For now, continue what you are doing. Don't be nervous, and don't try anything fancy. In a corner of Enminlo, a ball of fire ignited, and a man who had just drawn his knife to fire spontaneously combusted. He only had time to groan. Didn't you say to continue? Before he turned to ashes under the watchful eyes of those who had just been cornered. Except for criminal acts. Just as these words were spoken, 7 more people were set ablaze. Songshur stood in the sea of fire, surveying the entire city from the glass view, while making a communication call. All done, you can come in. Half an hour later, the first batch of armed advance troops belonging to the Enlightened Ones landed in air vehicles. They would be responsible for clearing out the remaining resistance in Enminlo, quelling the chaos, and rebuilding order. This was the tactic planned from the beginning. Enminlo was already undervalued, and with the outbreak of war, the garrison was gradually redeployed, leaving the defenses almost non-existent. As for supernatural units, there wasn't even a single 4th-ring psychic. The highest-ranking combatant stationed there was a 3rd-ring psychic, who perished in the fire along with the Protectorate General. To avoid unnecessary losses, Songshur chose to descend alone first. The appearance of a 5th-ring psychic was enough to shatter the will to resist of most people. Well, actually, that title wasn't very useful. Considering the Enminlo people's questionable level of education and understanding, they didn't really grasp the significance of a 5th-ring psychic. But at least it was visible. So all that was needed was to act. So acting was enough. The sea of fire, engulfing all directions, displayed pure violence nakedly before the world, undeniably brutal. Even those who were blind and couldn't afford prosthetic eyes felt fear, as the scorching heat licked their faces. With a whoosh, a bullet flew up, firing into the sky. Following the bullet's trajectory, Songshur glanced over. The source was a hotel. This hotel, dozens of stories high, with its soaring eaves and opulent yet elegant design, stood out prominently in Enminluo's affluent district. At this moment, on the hotel's top floor, a man climbed. Fair skin, dark brown hair, typical features of Enminluo people. He stood there trembling, not with fear, but with a bone-deep rage. The man, dressed in a light, form-fitting combat uniform, appeared to be a security guard at the hotel. His face was contorted and trembling with rage, his hand gripping the trigger of his gun tightly, aimed at the figure in the sky, refusing to let go until the last bullet was fired. "I eat the king's food. I serve the king." Staring at the reduced Enminluo protectorate, his eyes bloodshot, he roared repeatedly in heavily accented, broken Eastern Continent dialect. "Bearing the king's burdens. What is there to fear? What is there to fear? What is there to fear?" Until a member of the Enlightened One's armed forces burst through the rooftop iron gate, lunged forward, and pinned the man down. The latter, still struggling desperately, stared intently at Songshur, roaring, "What is there to fear? What is there to fear? What is there to fear?" Soon, a hood was forcibly pulled over his head, gagging him, and his shrill voice vanished instantly. "So you love the Eastern Continent Republic that much?" Watching the other person being escorted away, Songshur said unhappily, "I, a true native, haven't even said a word yet, and you, an Enminluo native, are already crying." The gunshots weren't limited to this one. Although a sea of fire loomed overhead, with the Enlightened Ones officially entering the fray, gunshots and explosions continued to erupt intermittently throughout the city. However, they came and went quickly, extinguished at a visible pace. At one moment, Songshur suddenly raised an eyebrow. Immediately afterward, he swooped down. His destination was the underground levels of Enminluo, the place where those called cave dwellers, the 9th-class citizens among the 9th-class citizens, resided. Without following complicated descent procedures, or waiting for elevators, or other means of transportation, Songshur transformed into a streak of fire, crashing into the underground levels, piercing through 10 or so floors in the blink of an eye, landing in front of an underground junkyard. Cement blocks embedded with bent steel bars, plastic bags, prosthetic limbs with torn silicone skin, heavily rusted iron pieces. These scattered pieces of trash, piled together, formed a small, undeniable mountain. For the cave dwellers of Enminluo, every resource was worth fighting for. To them, this mountain of scrap was like a tempting treasure, enough to ignite a bloody, deadly street conflict. But now, with precious resources right before their eyes, there was no bloodshed, not even a quarrel. A number of people, about 30 or 40, knelt in front of the scrapyard, all looking up. On a platform made of several piled-up tires, a simply dressed, rough-skinned middle-aged man, his eyes gleaming, surveyed the crowd and proclaimed in a clear voice, "This body, this soul, are all extensions residing within His Majesty." Chapter 769. Upon discovering the presence of strangers, several of the kneeling cave dwellers tensed up instantly, instinctively reaching for their weapons at their waists. Only after realizing they hadn't found them did they remember that, according to the priest's rules, weapons were forbidden, and they had surrendered them before entering. A slight commotion arose in the crowd, but they quickly realized the priest merely smiled at the strangers, and continued his sermon. With each clear reading, their tension gradually subsided. Akinaros, the everlasting flame, says, "Bathe in my light, and let fire burn in your hearts, so that they may burn for good." The sermon was nearing its end, and in just a few minutes, the priest concluded the service with this sacred verse, "Then rise, gentlemen, and remember that you are not worshipping me, but the Holy Spirit and His Majesty, and the good within your hearts." A somewhat disordered response rang out from inside the garbage dump. The priest stepped down from the makeshift pulpit made of broken tires, closed the handwritten scriptures he had stapled together, and nodded to Songshur, indicating that he should wait a moment. He then walked into the crowd. He bent down, kneeling before the nearest person. The man was fair-skinned and brown-haired, a typical local of Enminluo. "Eric, what do you need?" This Eric was fairly strong, but before the priest, he was as respectful as a lamb. He tapped his right hand, a rusty, bulky, and unsightly mechanical prosthetic, and said in a muffled voice, "Father, my hand has been acting strangely lately, I feel like the bearings inside are rusted. Do you have any left? He first rattled off a series of bearing models, hesitated, and then gave a second list. If all else fails, I use whatever's good enough. Oh, and old dog's barking again. Maybe we should just go first. Old dog, I go find him myself. Don't always try to solve problems with violence. The priest pondered for a moment, then added, I remember there are still a few GB-T309 bearings. You should be able to use them. Go with Afar to get them. He knows where they are. A tall man, with an iron bucket over his head, stepped forward. This was Afar, the priest's assistant in managing the junkyard. He gestured for Eric to follow, and Eric immediately stood up and went with him. But just as they were about to enter the junkyard, he suddenly turned back, glaring fiercely at Songshur, brandishing his prosthetic arm as a warning. The priest ignored him. He simply walked to the next person. Little Shen, what are you doing here? This was a young boy, about 13 or 14 years old. Compared to the other Enmenluo people around him, his skin was much darker, and his facial features were quite peculiar, resembling those of the eastern continent more than the Enmenluo people. Considering this is Enmenluo, the result is obvious. Another Donglu person, a descendant of those upper-class citizens who had relations with the Enmenluo people. Naturally, the Dongluo people wouldn't recognize such an unborn mixed-race child, and the Enmenluo people equally despise them, thus their situation has always been dire. If the cave dwellers are the 9th-class citizens among the 9 classes of citizens, then the mixed-race child is the 9th-class citizen among the cave dwellers. Simply put, they could be called the 27th-class citizen. In fact, before meeting the priest, Xiaoshen wasn't called Xiaoshen, he was called 27. Until the priest said that everyone has a name, and you should have one too, and he gave him a Donglu name with the surname Shen. Father, my mother's respirator tube broke again, and she's having trouble breathing. She can't even see guests. I'd like a plastic tube to replace it. The priest said gently, I know, you can go get it too. And bring some painkillers as well, your mother might need them. I come to your house tomorrow to take a closer look at the respirator. Not everyone asked for anything. Some people, faced with the priest's inquiry, shook their heads and instead took something from their pockets and offered it to him. These things might be a bottle of medicine of unknown efficacy, or whether it was contaminated, or half a broken implant, or even a steel pipe or a piece of laid blade. The priest accepted them all solemnly, and took them to the scrap yard. Does anyone else need anything? Does anyone else have questions? Does anyone else want to hand over something? After asking the last person, the priest stood up again. He called out a few times, but no one answered. So he nodded and said, then, everyone, please disperse. But no one moved. A few who wanted to sneak away, seeing that the others didn't move, gritted their teeth and stayed. The crowd stood up, staring intently at the stranger who had lingered, observing from the sidelines. When he raised his foot, they instinctively formed a human wall in front of the priest. I and you, I and this dead and living thing, are all His Majesty's children, sheep bathed in light, without distinction, all believers helping one another. There's no need to protect me, for His Majesty's children never fear. But someone reached out and moved the human wall aside. The priest, reciting, stepped out of the crowd and stood at the very front. I recognize you. You're Songshur, Nan Do of the Enterprise Alliance, a powerful figure in the 5th ring. His hair, unkempt and disheveled, belied a pair of frighteningly bright eyes. The priest smiled. The Imperial State Church, the Diocese of Roar. He stood ramrod straight. Missionary Bill Christian greets you. Ah, I should have thought of that sooner, Songshur said, his tone unchanged, as if it were commonplace. A place like Enmenluo, there are bound to be missionaries like you. The Imperial State Church, missionaries. For major powers outside the Empire, these were targets to be strictly guarded. Even within the Enterprise Alliance, renowned for its religious freedom, from giant corporations to enlightened ones, these missionaries were subject to severe crackdown and surveillance. Because the Imperial State Church was not an ordinary religion passing through. Over millennia, they have worshipped and created the Disaster Realm and the Sea of Faith, producing a vast array of psionic entities. Even in a law-abiding land like the Empire, the troublesome problem of calamities has arisen. If this were to happen in a place like the Corporate Alliance, where desires are complex and freedom of belief is paramount, the scale of calamities would undoubtedly proliferate dramatically. The foundation of calamities is faith. In a place like the Corporate Alliance, devoid of any state religion, calamities are like rootless duckweed, easily extinguished by a gust of wind. However, once imperial missionaries are stationed there, promoting the spread of the state religion, then calamities will have fertile ground to grow, rapidly gestating and wreaking havoc on the world. While there is a solution, Songshur thought to himself, the foundation of calamities is the disaster realm. If a divine throne, for example, Isidore Synody, were determined, it could probably shatter the entire disaster realm, crushing all the calamities. Unfortunately, the disaster zone and the sea of faith are two sides of the same coin. If the former is destroyed, the latter cannot escape its fate. Therefore, Emmanuel, the current emperor of the empire, naturally would not allow it. With this strongest psionicist in Terra standing in his way, this so-called solution is useless. Therefore, at least within the corporate alliance, cults come and go in all shapes and sizes, with many emerging and disappearing every year. However, the imperial state religion has always been absolutely intolerable. Those that are temporarily preserved are only for academic research or some other benefit. The situation is turbulent now, and suffering is rampant throughout Terra. We are protected by His Majesty and enjoy peace and stability. But how can we be content to enjoy ourselves without seeing the suffering of others? The missionary, Bill Christian, shook his head. Amenlo is just one of them. He pointed his index finger at someone beside him, his voice suddenly lowering, but the man's tone was heavier than ever before. The Amenlo people, these children scornfully called cave dwellers, are just one of millions of suffering souls. You know, how long have you been in Amenlo? Songshur asked. Bill Christian answered without hesitation, frankly, I received a mission, left the Empire, and traveled for 1 month and 21 days, arriving in Amenlo 78 days ago. So during the time he was asleep? To have managed to build such a vast organization in just 78 days, no wonder he was a missionary rigorously trained by the Empire, and honed through millennia of evolving tactics. His efficiency was indeed remarkable. Songshur could already sense it. In just a short while, people began to approach from the scrapyard. Clearly, someone among the people attending the service had secretly informed them. Crack, the sound of an aluminum can being knocked over. Songshur turned his head and glanced behind him. He saw a burly man in a vest, carrying a wrench. First looking at the aluminum can he had accidentally bumped into at his feet, then at Songshur in front of him. He wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he grimaced and grimaced. Behind him, one by one, people slowly emerged from the darkness. Tall or thin, old or young. A tall, greasy repairman standing with a boy tossing a knife. These people surrounded the garbage dump, and they surrounded Songshur, staring intently at him with murderous intent. No, in Amenlo, living as cave dwellers in the underground levels, they had seen just as many dead as living people. Father, someone suddenly called out. The sound of guns being cocked rang out from the crowd. You? Bill Christian stared at them, letting out a deep breath. He then smiled and said, Go, all of you go. I need to talk to this gentleman alone. The crowd stirred slightly, then fell silent. Bill Christian's smile faded. He said, I be fine. Father! Someone couldn't help but shout. All right, you make it sound like I'm about to go on a killing spree. Songshur slightly bent his index finger and flicked the heavy stick, a clear clang echoing through the garbage dump. Although the clang wasn't loud, it felt as if boiling water had been poured over everyone's hearts. Their initial restlessness vanished instantly, and then, a ray of light suddenly rose, dissolving the darkness of the area in an instant. The dark room was illuminated. You're right about one thing. There are indeed countless people who are suffering, people who are tormented. They're everywhere. Standing in the firelight, Songshur sheathed his heavy weapon and calmly said, So I came. You come? Based on the examples I read, you don't seem like someone who want to get involved in these things, Bill Christian said. Songshur remained expressionless. So I came? I understand. Bill Christian nodded slightly. I heard a great commotion earlier. Since you're already here, I should be able to conclude that the Eastern Continent Republic's rule over the Amenlo resettlement area has come to an end. More or less. Songshur remained unfazed. I just burned down the protectorate. Is that so? Bill Christian's eyes were deep and bright. He said, This is a good thing. During my days in Amenlo, I witnessed the protectorate's brutal rule here every moment. At this point, the missionary's expression changed. He sighed with anger and sorrow. The Eastern Continent Republic divides people into classes, making one's birth more important than anything else, and imposing terrible and cruel oppression. Our empire swears to follow His Majesty, uniting all people as one, to liberate the people of the Eastern Continent Republic. Everyone understands that everything has limitations, and nothing can be accomplished overnight, but that does not mean we should give up. Bill Christian sighed. We arrived here before the Imperial Army to bring a ray of light to Amenlo, to the suffering people of Amenlo, and to lead them towards the dawn that will eventually arrive. You destroyed the Protectorate, shattered the rule of the Eastern Continent Republic. That's good, very good. Such a friendly attitude? Songshur tilted his head. Putting everything else aside, I personally killed Renata, the rising star of the Empire. Even though it was a formal duel, don't you really have any objections? If it were you who died that day, Bill Christian said gently, I would pray for you the same way. Indeed, that's your usual style. I accept your kind words, but the outcome won't change. Songshur chuckled, stepping aside to make way. You know our attitude towards the Empire. Missionary, Bill Christian, you've been ordered to deport. Including your companions, I just counted a Monroe, 5 people in total. You have time to pack your things. Remember to be careful on the road, lest you overturn your vehicle in the wasteland and the Empire thinks I did it. I understand. Without any reaction, Bill Christian simply nodded. When I came, I only brought this book, the Treatise of Admonitions. He tapped his chest with his index finger, a dull thud coming from the Catholic classic he had tucked into his robes. When I leave, I only take this. The rest, leave them here. Bill Christian turned and walked towards the edge of the garbage dump, but after a few steps, he couldn't go any further, because the crowd had gathered and refused to disperse. The man paused, then suddenly smiled broadly. He raised his hand and called out loudly, My friends, those who have been with me day and night, Your Majesty's children, please do not worry, please do not grieve. I am only leaving here temporarily. This is not an escape. I will go to other places like yours, places that need salvation and light. One day, I will return here, carrying eternal light, to meet you again. Having said this, Bill Christian did not hesitate any longer. Without looking back, his clothes tattered, he stepped outside the junkyard and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 770. Just a few breaths later, a figure suddenly darted out from the crowd. It was the mixed-race Little Shin. Headfirst, he rushed into the darkness, shouting, Father! Father! Don't go! I want to go with you. Such missionaries are not uncommon. A deep voice rang in Songshur's ears. Beside the young man who had gathered sand into a tower, a pile of silver sand suddenly rose up, instantly coalescing into a human form. It was none other than Su Yudu, the current deputy commander of the Enlightened Ones, the factory, the opponent's remote avatar. Su Yudu himself was still stationed at the New Alamon Bay defense line, and could not be easily mobilized. However, as a fifth-ring transcendence, who had transformed every cell of his body into a nanobot-like structure, he could freely differentiate his body. This avatar was one of them. Countless cells make up me. Su Yudu stared at Bill Christian, just as these missionaries make up a part of the Van Pusta Empire. With these people, the Empire's achievements today are only natural. Is everything finished up there? Songshur asked casually. Vulnerable, easily defeated, Su Yudu replied succinctly. Even before the Second Seven Earths War, and Minlua's military preparedness had become increasingly lax due to its long period of stability. With the outbreak of the Second Seven Earths War, the Eastern Continent Republic was busy fighting the Van Pusta Empire, and had withdrawn the remaining, combat-ready garrison. Currently, Enminluo's defense forces are mostly composed of Enminluo people, and facing the Enlightened One's offensive, these Enminluo people are even more tenacious and fierce than the Eastern Continent people, shouting we eat the king's food, we serve the king, and fighting to the death. Against fully armed and well-prepared Enlightened Ones, with inferior individual skills, equipment, and technical support, the resistance was nothing but a bubble in the water, vanishing in an instant. That's good. By the way, since we're already here, we might as well take care of this place too. Songshur cracked his neck, sparks beginning to rise around him. Shall we have a speed race? The strength of my avatar is at the third ring. Isn't that enough? Enough. Lioli Guan surveyed the entire situation. Songshur raised his hand, slowly separating his thumb and forefinger. And then? Psionic art, vermilion bird soul. The law possesses a primordial spirit. Though merely scattered sparks, like countless fireflies, in that instant, these tiny sparks manifested as a vast, overwhelming force, like a surging river overflowing its banks, surging into the entire underground hierarchy. And Minluo's underground hierarchy comprised 13 levels, each averaging 20 meters in height, covering an area of 100 square kilometers. But now, it was completely submerged by the torrent of flames. If Songshur wished, with his fifth ring great source spiritual energy, he could burn down all 13 levels with a single strike, turning this underground city into solidified lava. The millions living within would be nothing more than slightly larger, hideous black spots scattered across the lava. However, Songshur was unwilling. As the flames poured in, the darkness was ignited away, and a vast expanse of light descended from the sky. The two gangs, who had just set up their battle lines and were preparing for a street war, found that a red line had been drawn between them, which they could no longer cross. The processing plant hidden in the shadows, which used drug addicts as raw materials to extract sugar, was burned to ashes along with its people and equipment by a single stray spark. The malignant industrial smog that had been discharged into the underground layers for years and accumulated there was now painfully swirling up for the first time and burning everything to ashes. But even with the blessing of the law as primordial spirit, these spiritual flames, if they had life and intelligence, could not possibly unleash an attack of this scale without causing damage to the structure of the underground layers. If they were not careful, a catastrophe of massive collapse would occur in an instant. Do you fear collapse before me? Songshur strolled leisurely. With each step, flame spread from beneath his feet, rapidly engulfing the 13-story high load-bearing pillars, steel dome, and other supporting structures. They weren't being burned. On the contrary, as the flames coiled around them, these supporting structures acquired an indestructible posture, as if they were pillars supporting the world, able to withstand even the collapse of the heavens. Psionic art flame of forging. A psionic art derived from the imagery of forging, its effects vary depending on the psionicist. Songshur had always been accustomed to reshaping and fighting, showing little interest in creating things. However, when needed, Songshur could also forge things himself. At this moment, Songshur was using flame of forging to perform a wide-area operation on the entire underground level of Enminluo, reinforcing it to withstand the impact of the fire. Suyu was also in action, breaking the sound barrier, moving like a streak of gray shadow, traversing the various underground levels at breakneck speed, filling in gaps and suppressing the entire area. Although he claimed this avatar's strength was at the third ring in the words of a fifth-ring psionicist was clearly an overestimation of its power. 3 hours later, Songshur leisurely extinguished the sea of fire. Sigh, should I say this, aren't we a little late? Songshur landed at the very top of the underground level, as if standing on the edge of a cliff, overlooking the deep rift valley. He reached out and grasped at something, inhaling the information carried on the hot air. In Enminluo, the people on the surface are primarily loyal to the Eastern Continent Republic, while the people underground were thoroughly influenced by missionaries, who quickly spread their faith. With just 5 missionaries, in a few months, the enemy had established a massive presence in the underground tiers, influencing over a third of the area with their spread of faith. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they turned the entire underground tiers into an imperial enclave of faith. At that point, without the imperial army, these 5 individuals and their followers alone could overthrow the protectorate's rule. After all, Enminluo's defenses were lax, and the quality of its garrison was questionable. The protectorate's greatest reliance in ruling Enminluo in the past was actually a third-ring psychic. Among the 5 missionaries, 2 were second-ring psychics. Once Enminluo was converted into a parish, they could communicate with the Sea of Faith, temporarily boosting their combat power with the Holy Spirit's blessing, regardless of the cost, and join forces to kill the enemy. Although they would most likely die after this battle, death for the Empire's believers was never a profound despair. This was also a classic guerrilla tactic of the Vanpusta Empire. Of course, it's useless to me. Forget indirect Holy Spirit blessing. Even if the 6 Holy Spirits themselves came, I could still beat them to a pulp. The current situation is that the Enminluo people on the surface dislike us, and the Enminluo people underground also see us as enemies. Songshur sighed. Suyudu, what do you plan to do? I will give them a new way out. Suyudu walked up from the side. He was also looking down at the underground levels, but unlike Songshur, his overlooking was technical. Many hackers carry single-molecule wires with them. When faced with devices that are inconvenient to hack remotely, they can use single-molecule wires to establish a physical connection. Suyuda didn't need to go through that trouble. He dispersed a large number of cells, placing them within the Enminluo, gradually taking over the entire city's surveillance system. With the help of the surveillance system and the shared vision of the enlightened members, he was observing every move of the Enminluo people. The Eastern Continent Republic cruelly oppresses this place, but many Enminluo people accept it willingly, even regarding it as a symbol of nobility, and revering them as the upper class. The Empire's missionaries have come to the underground levels, personally helping the cave dwellers here live better. They have brought them hope, so their love and respect are only natural. The Enminluo people have no choice, no other option, so they will desperately rush headlong into any new path that appears before them. Suyuda clenched his fist and solemnly said, I will bring them a better way out. New policies, new laws, New administrative institutions. Songshur clapped his hands and cheered. Perfect. I wish you success. I have one more question. What if someone insists on their own opinion and refuses to listen? Kill. Suyudu said expressionlessly. There's no time to proceed step by step now. If anyone persists in their ways, then kill them. Songshur nodded repeatedly at this, then heard the other man say, the Empire, having been preempted by us, may not be willing to let this go easily. They might take action in the future. Songshur, it's up to you. The action he specifically mentioned naturally referred to the fifth-ring psionicists. Songshur grinned and said, I be waiting. With that, the two parted ways for the time being. After all, it had been agreed beforehand that Su Yu would be responsible for the administrative management of the Enmenlo immigrant resettlement area, and he wouldn't interfere. With the collapse of the Enmenlo Protectorate, and the arrival of the Enlightened One's follow-up forces, he would have some free time for a while. Yes, temporarily. Enmenlo was merely the starting point. Using it as a springboard, the Enlightened Ones intended to gradually bring other surrounding immigrant settlements under their control. This expeditionary force organized by the Enlightened Ones was never intended for Enmenlo at all. Their true objective was the upcoming battle. Pacification warfare, defensive warfare, offensive warfare. Effective immediately, the Enlightened Ones will impose military control on Enmenlo. A curfew will be imposed on the entire city for the next 72 hours. Amidst the looping broadcasts in multiple languages, heavily armored tanks, resembling mobile fortresses, emerged from behind buildings and slowly drove through the streets. Enmenlo's infrastructure outside the inner city inhabited by the eastern continent people was extremely poor. The roads simply could not withstand the passage of these hundreds of tons heavy armored units. To avoid crushing everything in their path, they had to be temporarily equipped with anti-gravity modules to reduce their impact on the roads. Repeating? Anyone attempting to take advantage of the chaos to commit illegal or criminal acts will not be tolerated. Once discovered, they will be dealt with severely, including but not limited to immediate execution. The supply of materials during the curfew is being arranged gradually. There will be designated personnel to contact and oversee the process. Don't worry about not getting food. From the ruins of a collapsed building came painful groans. Someone was unfortunately buried. Soon, someone ran over. Seeing the person trapped and unable to move, he was overjoyed and pulled out a gun. The latter groaned, suddenly feeling cold metal pressed against his chin. This person held a gun to the other person with one hand, signaling them not to shout, while skillfully pulling out a knife with the other hand, preparing to remove the implants from the other person's body. Just then, another person appeared, noticed the scene, and immediately approached. He was wearing a combat uniform with the invoker insignia, and carefully gestured with both hands, telling the other not to make any rash moves. After a second of silence, the other person spat to the side, smacked their lips, and raised the gun in their hand. The barrel and receiver were completely mismatched, clearly a hastily cobbled-together piece. The scope was wrapped and bound to the gun with layers of tape. Facing the dark muzzle, the Enlightened's armed personnel nodded cautiously. The next second, the neuroacceleration prosthetic activated. Before the other person could react, they raised their arm and elbowed them, instantly closing in and smashing the opponent to pieces. Oh, a switcheroo, huh? Songshur observed with interest for a while, discovering that these Enlightened members had indeed upgraded their equipment. Neuroacceleration prosthetics were always high-end, unaffordable for ordinary people, yet now quite a few were equipped with them. Judging by the model, it seemed to be a self-developed version. Upon closer inspection, it didn't seem particularly self-developed. It was mostly a design stolen from the company. Over the years, with the construction of Radiant City, textile mills, and the legacy of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, step by step, the Enlightened Ones have indeed become different from before. It seems that when we attack other resettlement areas, fewer people will die than I imagined. President Song, the man who had delivered the blow with his elbow, seeing the young man who had appeared beside him unnoticed, was initially startled, almost striking again, but quickly recovered and loudly bowed, saying, "Greetings." "What did you call me?" Songshur asked, surprised. "President." The other man was also surprised, hesitated for a moment, and then added, I'm an employee of the 9 Defenses Field Operations Department, specifically the OY-051 Squadron. Your archives don't have me. Within the corporate alliance, it's almost impossible for management not to recognize their subordinates. The prosthetic eye directly connects to the company's personnel database. Even if someone doesn't recognize you 1 second, a quick glance is all it takes for the prosthetic eye to quickly identify them and annotate detailed information, like the frequency of bathroom breaks on the way to work. But the president's expression clearly indicated he didn't recognize him. Could it be? Seeing this, a terrifying possibility occurred to him, and he exclaimed in horror, "Am I an outsourced employee?" Outsourced? No, no, no. Songsher roared in anger. As long as I remain the president of Jiu Defense, Jiu Defense will never have an outsourced position. Back when he was a freelance bounty hunter, he had suffered from outsourcing. Many orders were passed through layers of intermediaries, and by the time they reached him, first, his payment was drastically reduced, and then the intermediaries added numerous new requirements. The initial client only requested the killing of one person, but by the time it reached him, 10 more names had inexplicably appeared on the list. When he first entered this line of work, he had his doubts, but he still did it anyway, ending up with a dull blade from all the cutting and exhausted. "So who am I?" the other person asked, his expression brightening with anticipation. "You are a genuine 9 Guards employee," Songsher said decisively. He was satisfied and let out a long sigh. The curfew lasted 72 hours. With Suyu's iron-fisted suppression, after a brief period of chaos, and Minluo quickly returned to stability. Construction projects, deployment of combat camps, establishment of administrative institutions, and a series of other tasks began to proceed in an orderly manner. Then, Songsher learned something. Ruan Fa. A challenge. Lord of the 10 Domains, Dwight Brooks. Chapter 771. This happened on the 9th day after the curfew ended. Songsher strolled through the ruins of the Protectorate, admiring his masterpiece. This former celestial palace, along with its artificial mountain, had been burned to ashes, possessing a unique kind of beauty. But not long after, Songsher stopped, glancing at a corner. "Weren't you busy? How come you suddenly have time?" Silver-gray particles appeared out of thin air, converging to form the outline of Suyudu. Songsher raised an eyebrow. It had only been half a month since he captured Minluo, and the other party, as the nominal commander-in-chief, was supposedly incredibly busy, yet he had time to come see him? Suyudu frowned, not answering, but saying slowly and deliberately, "A message from 37 minutes ago. Ruan Fa challenged Dwight." Ruan Fa. Songsher's smile faded. He didn't ask which Ruan Fa, as that was pointless. The Ruan Fa that Suyudu could mention could only refer to one person. The Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance Academic Council. One of the 9 academies, the holy sect of the Psionic Academy. The 5th ring balance, corrector, Ruan Fa. But more than these external identities, what others care about is something else. The second strongest person in the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance after the Grand Marshal. A psionicist who has already entered the 3rd stage of true spirit, and after the Grand Marshal ascended to the God Throne and challenged another God Throne holder, Dao Yifu Lan II, her opponent is now undoubtedly the strongest person in the entire Eastern continent. Even Chaklo Vaughn, who has made numerous breakthroughs recently, would most likely be defeated if he faced her. Now, this holy sect of the Psionic Academy is challenging another strongest person, the strongest person in the corporate alliance, the owner of the giant corporation 0 Degree Network, Lord of the 10 Domains, Dwight Brooks? 37 minutes ago. Why didn't I receive a message? Songsher looked east. And Minluo's location is too remote. My main body is in the Enterprise Alliance. So you explained simply. 0 Degree Network hasn't responded yet, but Dwight won't refuse. Definitely. Songsher agreed. I wouldn't refuse either. If the gap between the two sides were too large, the outcome might be debatable, but Ruan Fa and Dwight Brooks, the strongest in the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance and the Enterprise Alliance, they were going to determine who is the strongest of the strong. Because we are the 5th ring. Songsher licked his lips. When is Ruan Fa going to fight? 2 months from now, around the full moon. Suyudu frowned deeply. Regardless of who wins or loses, we don't have much time left. I'd definitely be there to watch. Songsher said without hesitation. Hey, I've seen Dwight's methods, but I still need to see Ruan Fa's psionic abilities with my own eyes. I fought a battle in the Knowledge Council back then, the one where you came to the rescue. It's a real pity that Ruan Fa and the Grand Marshal didn't actually fight. Besides, aren't you beyond? Why didn't you try out Ruan Fa's methods back then? Songsher suddenly asked. Suyudu glanced at him, but didn't answer. Songsher shrugged, unconcerned, and instead said, then let's accelerate? There are still 3 resettlement areas around Minluo that we can take over. The immigrant resettlement areas in the Eastern Continent Republic vary in size, and Minluo is among the larger ones. However, these resettlement areas are scattered throughout, varying in distance, and not every one is suitable for seizure. If the goal were quantity, and they chose to swallow everything at once, with me here, that's certainly achievable. However, so many resettlement areas would inevitably consume too much of the Enlightened One's energy, resources, and manpower. Moreover, the resettlement areas are too scattered. If things go wrong, the Enlightened One station there could be defeated one by one, annihilated in an instant. Therefore, according to Chaklo's strategy, this expedition is limited to only a few resettlement areas, such as Enminluo. Once the Enlightened Ones have established themselves and gained a firm foothold, they can continue to expand their territory. In the future, whether it's a counterattack against the Eastern Continent Republic or the gradual encroachment on other immigrant resettlement areas, there will be ample room for maneuver. Speed up the progress. Su crushed his cigarette butt into powder, making a decision. Ron Fa's actions will currently divert the attention of all parties, and the ongoing war will likely have to be postponed. If we continue according to the original plan, it's hard to guarantee that the Eastern Continent Republic won't be able to spare resources to intercept us. We absolutely cannot be dragged into a protracted war of attrition. Songshur nodded. Jinkuibwa, Aruo, and Gushan were the three largest immigrant resettlement areas closest to Enminluo. 3 days later, Songshur traveled alone for 700 kilometers, defeating Jinkuibwa and Aruo. When he arrived at the Gushan resettlement area, its protectorate was already deserted. Before leaving, the protectorate had intended to destroy the Gushan resettlement area with explosives and a gas field, leaving the Enlightened Ones a scorched wasteland. Fortunately, the local resistance organizations noticed in time. At this critical moment for their homeland, these resistance organizations finally stopped their infighting and joined forces to delay the installation of the explosives and gas field, holding out until Songshur arrived, successfully preventing the destruction of the Gushan resettlement area. Faced with Songshur's psionic flames, they were forced to halt their rapidly unfolding new round of civil war, forced to acknowledge the Enlightened One's rule over the Gushan resettlement area. However, some, even with their throats choked, remained fearless, insisting on continuing to resist the new colonists, the Enlightened Ones, while simultaneously engaging in infighting. Songshur spared their lives. He simply threw them into jail, to be released when they come to their senses. Hey, this resettlement area is quite interesting. The Gushan resettlement area is named Gushan because of a magnificent mountain range in the area. Standing atop the mountain, Songshur looked down, finding it rather amusing. Jinkuibwa, Aruo, Gushan, and even Enminluo, these 4 resettlement areas all belong to the Eastern Continent Republic, but each has its own distinct character. For example, in the Gushan resettlement area, the locals hate the Eastern Continent people as much as they want to devour them alive, unlike Enminluo, which reveres the Eastern Continent people as superior citizens. On the contrary, every year there are cases of Eastern Continent people disappearing unexpectedly, only to be found dead in ditches, their bodies covered in signs of torture. The Protectorate has had to take drastic measures, but with little effect. The more they kill, the more cases appear. And within the local population, infighting is constant. The historical hatred between them could pile up to a thick layer, almost never ceasing. But now, none of this is allowed. The Enlightened Ones from afar arrived and established new rules. Everyone in the Gushan resettlement area has only one choice: to obey. Suyudu, sigh, why does he enjoy violating free will so much? Songshur sighed. Just as he was about to descend the mountain to see what local specialties the Gushan resettlement area had, he suddenly looked up. At the far end, on the horizon where heaven and earth meet, a bright light appeared. That was the aura of the 5th ring, True Spirit. Chapter 772. In an instant, the sky above the Gushan resettlement area shifted, a vast and mighty flame erupting, piercing the clouds as if a crimson gold curtain had been suddenly torn open. The next moment, this curtain rolled inward, hurtling outwards from the resettlement area, leaving only deep, lingering flame trails. In just a few breaths, the fiery torrent had traversed hundreds of miles, directly confronting the approaching beam of light that, too, was rapidly piercing the heavens and earth. Seeing the approaching torrent of fire, the latter seemed to want to say something, its momentum slowing. Then, at that moment, the flames didn't slow down in the slightest. Instead, their momentum surged again, the crimson gold flames transforming into a cataclysmic inferno, crashing down upon the bright light. Then, the bright light flashed briefly, then its radiance receded, coalescing into a heavy, straight line, slicing through the flames from below, perfectly aligned, though the dark light and flames clearly collided. A heavy, clear, and resonant metallic clang echoed from the sky. After the clash, the two forces separated again, each standing at one end of the sky, facing each other from afar. What appeared in Songshur's vision first was a sword made of steel, its surface smooth and even, like obsidian polished by flowing water for 1,000 years. Then came the hand holding the sword, the iron fingers of the hilt finally revealing a humanoid figure shrouded in iron armor. The armor's surface was layered, each plate's edge gleaming with a deep, quenched light. He stood silently, a cast iron mask covering his entire face, leaving only 2 empty eye sockets. The Van Pusta Empire. The 6 Pillars of Knights, Grand Master of the Sword Knights. Songshur narrowed his eyes. Cleveland Anton. The 5th Ring Great Source, Iron Vein, Cleveland Anton. Didn't you say you were fighting the Eastern Continent Republic? How come you have the leisure to come here? Before the words were even finished, Songshur raised his hand and slashed again. Psionic Art Calamity. Overflowing with the power of destruction, this psionic art, born from the imagery of the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations, transformed into the purest form of destruction. Cleveland Anton reacted. He drew his sword, or perhaps dragged would be a more accurate description. The sword seemed incredibly heavy. Even just watching Cleveland Anton wield it, one could feel a profound sense of power. It was unclear whether it was a smash or a cleave, but the steel sword clashed head-on with the destructive force of the devastating attack. The instant they collided, the atmosphere within a radius of dozens of miles froze, forcefully crushed. Then came the deafening burst of starlight and fire. These tiny sparks streaked across the sky, falling downwards, permanently altering the landscape of this desolate land, turning it into a pitted, honeycomb-like expanse. In the dissipating flames, Cleveland Anton's silhouette reappeared. He was still the same figure carrying steel, unmoving, and the steel sword that had directly faced the destructive power of the destructive calamity seemed unchanged, still smooth and even. No! It had changed. The psionic technique glassy observation clearly showed that the steel weapon the opponent was gripping had pits, and even had its thickness reduced by a layer. However, the pits and the thickness were so small that at first glance, they appeared unchanged. Steel? With his current calamity technique, he could cleave even a mountain entirely made of steel into dust, let alone a steel sword, and burn it to ashes. Yet, this strike, hitting the opponent's sword directly, showed almost no change. To be able to harden its shell to this extent on great source is truly rare. Songshur chuckled. He could shatter 1 iron mountain, 2 iron mountains, but if it were 3, 4, 5, 100, 1,000, 10,000, at this point, even he, a 5th ring psionicist most skilled in offensive combat, would still encounter situations where he couldn't shatter them. Songshur had realized. A barely visible piece of paper, folded 27 times, would be thicker than a mountain peak. The steel sword gripped tightly in the opponent's hand was powerful enough to withstand the bad calamity's steel sword. It didn't possess any incredible or exquisite effects, it was simply the result of accumulation, and more accumulation, compression, and more compression. Until finally, after countless rounds of accumulation and compression, an astronomical amount of steel was used to forge this indestructible, unyielding, and immovable sword. To be this heavy and still be able to fly, isn't that a bit unreasonable? With each breath Songshur took, the sea of fire that had just been dented by the impact instantly recovered, even becoming more ferocious. Eastern Republic, suspend military action? It was at this moment that Cleveland Anton spoke for the first time. His voice didn't seem to come from his throat. Rather, it sounded like 2 alloy picks rubbing and colliding, echoing through the sky. They deliberately made me take action. Oh! Songshur said, I guessed it. Before capturing Enminluo, the textile machine had already analyzed the subsequent developments. One possibility was that the Eastern Continent Republic would use someone else to do their dirty work, diverting the trouble eastward. They deliberately stopped using their military force to restrain the Van Pusta Empire, allowing the latter to free up a 5th ring psionicist. You come for missionaries? Songshur's lips slowly curled into a smile. The number of missionaries you expel or kill on the spot every year isn't small either. I came for Enminluo. I came for you. Do I have that much influence? Variable. Investigation. Attempt. To put it another way, you want to come to Enminluo to see me. Songshur said, his voice suddenly turning cold. What's the difference between a 5th ring psychic entering enemy territory and dropping a nuclear bomb? Let alone entering, according to the tacit agreement among all parties, a 5th ring psychic, even merely approaching the border of their own territory, is enough to trigger a level 1 alert, activating full-scale combat readiness. Therefore, even a glance comes at a price. Cleveland Anton didn't answer, he simply remained silent, slowly dragging his steel sword. The terrifying psychic energy emanating from the 5th ring began to surge. Unlike Songshur's instantaneous upheaval and cataclysmic events, Cleveland Anton's aura didn't suddenly rise. It steadily accumulated and strengthened little by little. Like forging a piece of raw ore into the finest iron, he didn't choose any shortcuts, but simply chose to hammer and smelt again and again, removing impurities bit by bit. Each completion was a little better than the last, accumulating from countless little ones to an insurmountable infinity. True Spirit. First Stage. A Natural Barrier. Chapter 773. Inconspicuous grains of sand, through repeated accumulation and sedimentation, will transform into an insurmountable chasm. Cleveland Anton's True Spirit effect is simple. It allows psionic energy to break through its original limitations, achieving repeated overlapping and sedimentation. The unmoving, indestructible steel sword is the best proof of this. Cleveland Anton dragged the steel sword, seemingly incredibly slow, yet also incredibly swift, like a small asteroid cast in alloy impacting and smashing into the ground. Psionic art meteor. If this sword were to strike the ground directly, it could cleave a deep chasm. Or, it would be more accurate to describe it as a compacted indentation. The steel sword, after countless accumulations, even without using any other psionic arts, simply placed outside the atmosphere, aimed at Terra, and then released, would become a terrifying kinetic weapon strike. Boom! The sprawling sea of psionic fire suddenly caved inward, revealing large, compressed sections. Even before the meteorite formed of steel truly fell, a sense of overwhelming pressure already loomed. Powerful and heavy? Endless flame surged and condensed, a magnificent and awe-inspiring Dharma form suddenly appearing, towering majestically. From behind it, a crimson-gold sun simultaneously took shape. Psionic art, true radiance. Psionic art, heavenly sun. These two complement each other, creating the most immense spectacle. However, in the past, opponents were often not suited for direct attacks using wide-area strikes, so Songshur used them less frequently. But now, if anyone were to look directly at this battlefield in the sky, they would be astonished to see, as the world-destroying meteorite slowly fell, a crimson-gold giant god roared up. Its vastness was immeasurable, as if it held up the sky with a single hand. Even the meteorite suddenly appeared small before it. The Colossus released his grip, letting the blade slip and disintegrate. The heavy slaughter instantly crumbled, transforming into a wisp of drifting flame that quickly coiled around his hand. His 5 fingers clenched. Then, he unleashed a punch towards the falling steel star. The atmosphere had no effect. It shattered into dust before even a syllable could be uttered. In the instant of impact, the Colossus's arm crumbled inch by inch, his fist and entire arm almost simultaneously shattered. However, the surface of that massive steel star that had fallen from the sky also began to crack. Then, the number of cracks increased 100-fold, and scorching red light burst from the fissures, turning the meteorite from shattered into pieces into completely pulverized. While they were testing each other earlier, both sides had swiftly broken through the stratosphere and reached the mesosphere, more than 50 kilometers above the surface. But with this collision, the terrifying energy surge erupted and spread, still impacting the surface below. Indeed, it's tough enough. The Colossus stood there, the sea of fire beneath its feet, the endless crimson-gold ocean, rapidly surging towards it, instantly outlining the shape of its arm, reforming and solidifying. Restored to its original state. Songshur moved his hand, the flames transformed from Chongshur swirling and flowing intimately between his fingers, like a fluttering crimson-gold tassel, drifting in the wind. Meanwhile, the meteorite shattered completely, its outer shell crumbling and disintegrating, leaving only its deepest core, the steel sword. The changes to the steel sword were still barely perceptible. Cleveland Anton gripped the sword, silent. Dumb? Why aren't you saying anything? Songshur clenched his fists. Maintaining the true Radiance Dharma form was quite taxing. His arm had been cleaved in two by the opponent's sword, and repairing it also required spiritual energy. But all it takes is psionic energy. And the so-called consumption has never been a problem for him. The 6 pillars of the Imperial Knights each have their own focus and tradition. Among them, the Sword Knights are known for their resilient and well-rounded swordsmanship, excelling at deflecting force and counter-attacking. Songshur's hand slowly clenched, then formed a fist again. But as the Grand Master of the current Sword Knights, does your swordsmanship have even the slightest connection to these characteristics? Cognition flawed? Understanding superficial? Cleveland Anton finally spoke again. As he spoke, his entire armor seemed to vibrate like a wind chime filled with airflow, rubbing and ringing with each word. A huge wave crashing down can stun a whale, he said slowly. But a reef won't be destroyed by the wave. Instead, it will divert the flow. Making yourself strong is the best way to deflect force. Songshur clicked his tongue. As a fellow great source, the opponent also possesses the ability to exert influence over a vast area. However, unlike other great sources, this current Grand Master of the Chi Sword Knights has taken a completely opposite path. Whether it's establishing a presence or exerting influence, Cleveland Anton has incorporated all of these into his sword and armor. Various images related to steel have been reshaped, thus forging this now indestructible psionic energy. If one had to describe it, the opponent is now like a milfy. Despite its apparent sturdiness, it is still easily destroyed by one's own killing power. Yet, after one layer, there is another, stacked upon each other in countless layers, forming a formidable chasm capable of directly confronting one. Its weakness is its simplicity, and its strength is also its simplicity. However, it's formidable. At this moment, Songshi, or rather the Colossus, suddenly burst into flames. It had been burning before, but back then it gave the impression of a blazing, magnificent display. Rather than flames, it resembled followers surrounding it. But now it's different. The Dharma body achieved by true radiance was ignited, and the flames entwining it abruptly transformed into a cataclysmic disaster, an incinerating fire that consumed all things. They ignited the Dharma body, and even in the contact between flames, they burned themselves and each other. Tit for tat. True spirit, first stage. Annihilation. The instant the Dharma body was ignited, Cleveland Anton reacted. Two deep, eerie lights appeared in the empty sockets of his iron-faced eyes. He raised his palm, and his aura solidified. In a trance, it seemed as if a steel city, purely forged from molten iron, rose around him. Psychic art, Iron City. A seemingly endless wall of steel stretched out, upon which stood imposing towers. The city gates, less like gates and more like miniature iron mountains, connected to the Earth's foundation and the city walls above, an unyielding force that shattered all incoming attacks, rendering them ineffective. The attack arrived. It didn't even last a second before the steel city collapsed with a deafening roar. The annihilation, fueled by the entire True Radiance avatar, was far more powerful than before. When it crashed into the defenses erected by Cleveland Anton, the psychic art Iron City, capable of withstanding the firepower of an entire army group, proved utterly vulnerable. Like a sandcastle facing an iron meteor hammer, it shattered and exploded upon contact. But it wasn't over. The destructive power of the True Radiance's suicidal attack, after piercing the Iron City, hadn't dissipated, like the collapse of the heavens, engulfing Cleveland Anton behind it. Destructive power, astonishing. After a long while, the crimson flames finally subsided, and the first thing to appear was a steel gauntlet. Cleveland Anton's hand, his 5 fingers slightly spread, braced in front of him, as if he were holding down a train moving at full speed. The gauntlet's iron fingers still retained their original outline, but upon closer inspection, a large gash was clearly visible in the center of his palm. More striking than its size was its depth. This gash extended from the surface of the gauntlet to its deepest point, crossing the gauntlet and the skin beneath, reaching all the way to the bone, leaving a clear scar. The first stage of the True Spirit Heavenly Barrier had been pierced. Destructive power? The True Radiance Dharma image was detonated by annihilation, causing such thorough damage that even Songshi couldn't summon it again for the time being. However, he didn't care at all, simply reverting to his original form, and smoothly rotating back into the straight blade-shaped heavy slayer. Since ancient times, gung metal, steel iron. In the Eastern continent, almost 9 out of 10 great source spiritualists who follow this path advocate killing power, focusing on a divine blade that is unstoppable. Songshi clicked his tongue, but you're the opposite. All you do is hardness, where's the killing power? However, from this perspective, you do indeed deserve to be the Grand Commander of the Zhejian Knights. Destructive power is merely a byproduct. Cleveland Anton said. Instead of pursuing a goal, I am right. Songshi understood the man's meaning. If I am right, then obviously the other party is wrong. And equally obvious is that I am not wrong. In the next instant, Songshi and Cleveland Anton vanished from their spots simultaneously. An incredibly heavy steel sword was swung at Songshi, who neither dodged nor evaded, striking upwards with a powerful downward strike, rising against the tide. Boom! The two collided, and collided again, sword and blade violently clashing, creating explosion after explosion in the middle layer. The frequency of the intense collisions even caused these spherical aftershocks to connect into a line. The atmosphere was ignited, evaporated, shattered, and cracked under the immense energy compression, transforming into beams of light and heat that pierced the sky and splashed onto the ground below. Although he was one of the 6 pillars of the Van Pusta Empire's knights, and the current Grand Master of the Sword Knights, Songshur could tell that his opponent was at a similar level, also at the first stage of the true spirit realm. The current situation was stalemate, but if the fight continued, the scales of victory would inevitably tip in his favor. Because his opponent's impassable barrier had its limits, while his own spiritual energy flames were inexhaustible. Admittedly, without the protection of the true Radiance Dharma image, a single spiritual energy technique, Black Body Curtain, would not be enough to withstand the opponent's attacks. If he were struck squarely by a sword, he would inevitably suffer serious injury. Although he had just claimed that the opponent's killing power was inferior to those Gingjin sword cultivators of the Eastern Continent's Tai-Bai charge, that was merely rhetoric. Cleveland Anton's sword was indeed far from sharp, but its destructive power was by no means weak. On the contrary, it was quite astonishing. It could even cleanly and decisively shatter the true Radiance Dharma image with a single strike. The only prerequisite is that he actually gets hit. With the sea of fire moving at will, concealing his presence and whereabouts, Liu Liguan constantly detecting the enemy's movements, and Chongsha swiftly dodging, the combination of these three allows Songshur to maintain constant pressure on his opponent, striking and retreating in an instant, separating at the last moment. In this high-speed exchange of blows, walking a tightrope, Songshur felt his hair stand on end. The danger emanating from that steel sword constantly weighed on him, surrounding him like thousands of tiny needles pressing against his pores, threatening to pierce him at the slightest mistake. Dare to threaten me? Songshur grinned. Being passively attacked was never something he enjoyed. Cleveland Anton suddenly looked up. In that 1 in a millionth of a second, even the churning sea of flames was forced to freeze and stand still, motionless, as if time itself had stopped. But in that instant, a sliver of light rose from the vast sea of flames, making the crimson-gold psionic flames appear dim and lifeless. The true spirit was annihilated, and 20%. Psionic technique, a glimpse of heaven. This sliver of light was inconceivably fast, impossible to dodge, impossible to avoid. Only, could it not be blocked? At this critical moment, Cleveland Anton gripped his steel sword, instinctively thrusting it towards the oncoming light. The light and the steel sword collided violently, but instead of a direct clash as expected, the two seemed to rub against each other for a moment due to the immense force, scattering a string of incredibly intense sparks before simultaneously deflecting and grazing past, continuing in their predetermined direction. Only a difference in speed existed. Before the steel sword could strike, the sliver of light hit Cleveland Anton squarely. The fierce light flashed for only a fleeting moment before Songshur's figure reappeared, suddenly flying backward. In less than a tenth of a second, he traversed thousands of meters, followed by a heavy, resounding boom, like a battering ram striking a bronze bell. When Songshur regained his footing, his body was covered in a spiderweb-like network of fine cracks from the steel sword's impact on his abdomen. While the damage was gruesome to look at, internally, the injury was still within an acceptable range. Not weak, Songshur muttered to himself. Cleveland Anton had vanished from his sight, having used the aftershocks of a glimpse of heaven to escape. If he were determined to capture him, there might be a way, but there was no need. He lowered his head again. Beneath the heavy blade lay half an arm. The iron gauntlet forged from the true spirit heavenly barrier revealed a smooth gash, severed at the elbow. After his sword-wielding arm was severed first, the steel sword's destructive power was inevitably affected, failing to reach its maximum peak before exploding itself in one blow. It's really heavy. Songshur weighed the severed arm in his hand. It was incredibly heavy. Even just holding it made him feel strained. Why did you, a great source, train your strength to be so great? The outcome of this battle didn't fully unfold until the following day. Major news media reported on one event. Southern Dipper Songshur faced off against Iron Pulse Cleveland Anton, defeating him and severing one of his arms. Afterwards, the former, wielding this arm, toured the 4 resettlement areas, including Anminlu, alone, displaying it grandly to the reconnaissance satellites moving from the Eastern Continent Republic, declaring his sovereignty over these areas. No one disputed it. Chapter 774. A complex of buildings, based on the classical style of the Eastern Continent and modernized, with towering skyscrapers and magnificent palaces, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden by clouds, exuding grandeur and majesty. Every citizen of the Eastern Continent Republic dreams of one day setting foot here. This is the presidential palace of the Eastern Continent Republic, the meeting place of the assembled dignitaries, the power center of the entire republic. At the very center of the complex stands a magnificent building, defying easy categorization as either a mansion or a palace. Climbing layer upon layer of jade steps that seem to ascend straight to the clouds, at the very top, 2 people sit facing each other. Cleveland Anton has lost. The person seated on the right, his crown tassels drooping, spoke slowly. Seated to the left was a tall, imposing man, his upper body bare. His muscular, though not overly burly, body was covered in striking tattoos, vibrant red spider lilies, grotesque demons and monsters, and bodhisattvas with downcast eyes, each design incredibly lifelike, almost as if it could leap from his skin and materialize at any moment. He was the current head of the first-class aristocratic family, the great Songlin clan. He was Lin Yuexiong, the fifth ring transcendence, the lord of the 8 prisons. The Eastern Continent Republic, based on the ideals of republican democracy, established a 9-class citizen system. From this system, the aristocratic family system evolved. The lowest threshold to entering an aristocratic family was the 5th class, granting considerable influence within a city. A 3rd-class family qualified one to serve as a prefect, ruling an entire prefecture or province. Just like the former 3rd-class noble family Yuima clan, relying on its accumulated heritage and family reputation, it has occupied Nari County for over 100 years, dominating the entire region and being extremely noble. But first-class families, those at the very top of the citizen system, the aristocratic family hierarchy, are different. They don't value accumulated wealth or family reputation. The sole criterion for becoming a first-class family is whether there is a 5th ring psychic within the family. If there isn't a 5th ring psychic, the Eastern Continent Republic would rather leave that position vacant than acknowledge any family as a first-class family. "I seen it," Lin Yuexiong said. The moment he spoke, the lifelike tattoos, azuras, bodhisattvas, manjusaka flowers, everything fell silent, their postures restrained, as if they dared not disobey him in the slightest. Although he has the advantage in killing power, he pointed out, Songshi's psychic abilities are indeed stronger than Cleveland Anton's. Iron Vein, Cleveland Anton, on the front lines of the Van Pusta Empire's attack on the Eastern Continent Republic, was the one responsible for confronting this current Grand Master of the Chi Sword Knights. The two sides have clashed several times so far, none of which have been death matches, but they have gained a deep understanding of each other. In these encounters, he felt he had held his own, with each side exchanging blows. Even in a true fight to the death, he would naturally emerge victorious. However, this southern dipper, Song Shurjin, had severed Cleveland Anton's arm. Compared to him, the latter seemed far more formidable. Back then, he caused quite a ruckus in our country, requiring the Grand Marshal to intervene. Now, only a few years later, he's reached this point. Lin Yuexiong shook his head, praising, truly worthy of being a man of the Eastern Continent. He then returned to the present. Cleveland Anton has lost an arm, significantly weakening his strength. If he continues to linger on the front lines, I will kill him. All right. The person opposite nodded. That's not important for now. Hearing this, Lin Yuexiong hummed in agreement and looked in a certain direction. The other person also turned their head and looked in that direction. That was the direction of the Academic Council. Less than a week had passed since the Corrector Juan Fa challenged Lord of the 10 Domains Dwight Brooks, yet the impact of this action had already stirred up considerable aftershocks. The intensity of each battlefront had decreased to varying degrees, as if everyone had suddenly reached a tacit understanding, falling into the calm before the storm, quietly waiting for something. Lin Yuexiong naturally understood. Everyone was waiting for the outcome of this battle. The clash between the two strongest entities, the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance and the Enterprise Alliance, would undoubtedly have a far-reaching impact on the situation in Terra, regardless of who emerged victorious. And everything before this storm became insignificant. The Grand Marshal ascended to the Divine Throne, and his first battle was against Fu Lantu. Now, Juan Fa is also challenging Dwight Brooks. Lin Yuexiong's knuckles cracked as he pressed them together. Compared to them, I'm so much slower. It's alright, the other person said. Lin Yuexiong was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized something. You're about to break through to the 3rd stage? In the Eastern Continent Republic, there was clearly only one person who could stand on equal footing with him, even sitting in the subtly more prestigious right position. The other person's identity was obvious. The current head of the first-class family, the Longyuan Feng clan, a 5th ring consensus. Juntian Divine Palace, Feng Lian. The other person had already entered the 2nd stage of True Spirit 10 years ago. 10 years of accumulation. Had it finally come to fruition today? Following the Grand Marshal and Juan Fa, the 3rd psychic in the Eastern Continent has now reached the 3rd stage of True Spirit. So close, within reach. Feng Lian nodded. I understand. Lin Yuexiong seemed thoughtful, then fell silent, rising abruptly and stepping outside the palace, uttering only one sentence. I will not return here until I reach the 2nd stage. At the same time, far behind the lines of the Van Pusta Empire, Cleveland Anton covered his face with his iron mask again. The severed section of his right arm, broken at the elbow, had been replaced by solidified iron clusters. These clusters would require a long period of growth to fully recover their former appearance. The two holes in the iron mask flickered black, then lit up again. He silently rose, and with this single movement, the armor and iron sword emitted a heavy, resounding clang. Noticing this clang, a distant will descended from hundreds of miles away. That was the Grand Master of the Holy Crown Knights, one of the 6 pillars of the Knights. Utter annihilation. The nature of this true spirit is extreme, and the wounds it caused are difficult to heal. Cleveland, are you sure you want to recover on your own? Personally, experience it, gain more, deeper understanding. That's certainly something you say. The accumulation of your true spirit's chasm takes time, and the injuries you sustained in this battle also need time to heal. Staying on the front lines is too dangerous. Retreat to the rear first. No, it's not urgent. This isn't just my personal suggestion, it's His Majesty's decree. I obey. Chapter 775. Immigrant Resettlement Area, Enminlo. It should be said that Su Yudu's governance was remarkably effective. Thanks to the arrival of the Enlightened One's follow-up armed forces, the establishment of a completely new administrative structure, the promulgation of numerous regulations and policies, and the accompanying consensus psionicists. In just 1 month, the entire Enminlo was transformed. This transformation, in a literal sense, meant first and foremost for the locals. Regardless of their true thoughts or whether they still harbored resentment towards certain individuals, at least outwardly, they had succumbed to the status quo and acknowledged the Enlightened One's administrative sovereignty over the area. Secondly, it meant improvements to the infrastructure. In the past, Enminlo's role in the Eastern Continent Republic was that of a cheap labor market, a dumping ground for goods, and a filler source of soldiers. Therefore, urban infrastructure was never prioritized, and the limited financial expenditures allocated to this area were siphoned off layer by the Protectorate and its subordinate officials, leaving very little. The final result was barely even a showpiece. Fortunately, they had finally received the Enlightened Ones and Su Yudu and Song Shi. For large-scale building complexes, the cost of repairing, iterating, and renovating on the original foundation is often higher than rebuilding from scratch. Therefore, Song Shi naturally chose to rebuild. A psionic flame from a fifth-ring great source continuously ignited the sky, a torrent of fire transforming into precise and vast engineering blasts, casually sketching a canvas called Enminlu, single-handedly outlining the general framework according to the city planning blueprint provided by the weaving machine. Following him were Su Yudu and the Enlightened One's engineering construction troops. Seemingly to better witness the battle between Juan F.A. and Dwight Brooks, despite losing 4 major immigrant resettlement areas in succession, the Eastern Continent Republic's offensive on the New Yereman Bay front did not increase. Instead, it slowed down considerably. Even the current president, Jun Tian Shinkei Feng Lian, no longer showed his face. This finally freed up Su Yudu's time, allowing him to decisively enhance the power of his clones. Together with the Enlightened One's engineering construction forces, skyscrapers rose in an instant, revolutionizing the construction of Enminlu. Even now, the muffled sounds of various large-scale construction equipment still echo throughout the streets and alleys of Enminlu 24/7. According to the current strategic plan, the Enlightened Ones will use Enminlu as its center, connecting with other resettlement areas and gradually expanding outwards, making it an important base outside the Enlightened One's corporate alliance. The Enlightened Ones will uphold its long-standing principle of advocating for human rights and the rule of law, and rebuilding social order, leading Enminlu towards a new future. Someone wants to see me. Song Shi, squatting on the rooftop of a high-rise building, saw the communication sent by Su Yudu. Who is it? A second later, Song Shi's expression was strange. On the mobile data terminal, Su Yudu's communication contained only 2 words. V. An hour and a half later, Song Shi laid down in the deep-sea submersible, closed his eyes, logged in, and then clicked on a mysterious link. His consciousness shifted briefly. A murky blur of light and shadows swirled before his eyes, then instantly dissipated. Billions of neon-like particles woven into a polygonal blanket were abruptly pulled away. When he opened his eyes again, Song Shi found himself in a wilderness. A very typical wilderness environment. Like a scene from a game like Dust Contract Generation, which emphasizes a deep, somber, and dark atmosphere. The hazy moonlight and sea of clouds almost merged into one, creating a low, lightless sky. The environment was eerily silent, with isolated rocky cliffs scattered haphazardly throughout the scene. Theoretically, Songshur wouldn't indulge such behavior, and would immediately create a giant sun for the place. However, considering that this was an invitation, it wouldn't be appropriate to do so rashly, so Songshur regretfully abandoned the idea. He took a few steps, and saw the owner of the place. A large rock, somewhat resembling a fish, or perhaps a blue whale, was occupied. It was a woman with scarlet eyes, her messy hair casually buried behind her head, as disheveled as a waterlogged stray dog. She squinted, her upper body involuntarily leaning forward, staring at the approaching young man, her crossed legs no longer wobbling. Depth 5? Why not depth 6? Songshur stopped 10 meters away from her. After breaking through to the 5th ring of True Spirit, Songshur's perception had been greatly enhanced. The moment he opened his eyes, feeling the pressure of the surrounding environment, Songshur judged the specific depth. This wasteland-like network domain was currently located at depth 5, the abyss. Deep 6 isn't polite, bro. The other person rolled their eyes, pressing their ankles with both hands. Do you dare to enter if I dare to choose? Mainly because, a dignified 5th ring cultivator meeting the king of the abyss, and choosing a mere deep 5? Songshur sighed. It doesn't suit our status. The Enterprise Alliance's achievements in the network field are unparalleled in the world. Its tireless use of technology, its thriving theoretical and applied research. Most directly, the Enterprise Alliance's brain-computer interface rate is significantly higher than anywhere else. Thus, the King of the Abyss was born. This abyss capable of touching Deep 6, a terrifying existence capable of single-handedly stirring up the network and reality, has 4 members in the Enterprise Alliance. The Behemoth Zero Network, Lord of the 10 Realms, Dwight Brooks. The Behemoth Dust Contract Generation, the Awakener, Zindersana. The ever-solitary King of Wizards, Ogden Christopher. And the last Abyss King is the woman before him. Nightmare, V. As the Abyss King and a 4th ring psionicist, if, as previously mentioned, the environment were placed in the Abyss at depth 6, V could, through the Abyss's oppressive influence on enemies and its own enhancements, effectively fight a 5th ring psionicist head-on. Identity? Heh, what does identity matter? V scratched her hair, the dry rustling sound echoing as her messy hair, like seaweed, tangled around her fingers, preventing her from moving forward. She used brute force, seemingly feeling the pain immediately, and could only reluctantly pull her hand away. Hey, I just get straight to the point, V said. How about we try doing this together? Why? Songshur had anticipated this, as the other party's sudden contact clearly wasn't just for casual conversation. He smiled and asked, besides, what do you mean by we? Things are getting increasingly out of hand. If I don't make some changes, I might just get my head smashed open for no reason one day. V counted on his fingers, squinting as he muttered. The company is full of bastards. I don't like it. The Security Bureau is too rigid, and the Science Ethics Committee has too many rules. So you ultimately chose the Enlightener? Songshur raised an eyebrow. I told you it's the two of us. V shook his head. Isn't that why I came to you? Chapter 776. Songshur asked curiously. Chakro Vaughn's reputation is alright, and Suyu isn't bad either. But I still don't trust him. V clicked her tongue, stating matter-of-factly these people. If they have families, they're likely to change. Dealing with these kinds of people is too dangerous. I only have one life. I can't afford to try something like that. As for you, it's different. V nodded in satisfaction. Most of the time you're a lone wolf. Good character, good. You have a 5th ring in psionic energy. Good. I feel more at ease dealing with orphans like us, she concluded. That sounds like a good compliment. I accept it. Songshur crossed his arms. Simply put, you're planning to ally with me. Sure, I have no objection. By the way, were you there during the battle to seize the spinning machine? Songshur tapped his temple. I was wondering why your aura seemed familiar. It was such a big event back then, and it happened to be related to the Enterprise Alliance, so of course I had to go and see. V spoke slowly, casually. Seeing if I could pick up some scraps, she said dejectedly, but I didn't pick up any scraps at all, and instead got beaten up. The battle at the Sky Data Tower, involving 3 Abyss Kings and the unparalleled simulated super artificial intelligence spinning machine, was undoubtedly top news in the demon world, attracting the attention of most of Terra. Countless Abyss Kings and Abyss Lords rushed over, watching and shoving, just waiting for something big to happen. Although Chaklo and the other 3 were extremely cautious, never finding a suitable opportunity to strike and profit, they had come all together, and since they were already there, a fight was inevitable. So, immediately following the battle at the Sky Data Tower, Aside from those who went after Ogden Christopher, the remaining Abyss Lords and Abyss Kings quickly engaged in a chaotic battle in the Abyss. Lord of the Ten Realms, Dwight Brooks, presumably furious about his stolen spinning machine, also joined the fray, fighting fiercely with the others. V was among them. She had finally managed to escape her hiding place for a trip, only to be beaten up by these random people. She was very unhappy. Is that how it is? Songsher asked in surprise. He really didn't know what happened afterward. He only knew that many people had gone after Ogden Christopher. Now, hearing this, he realized he had only fought the first battle. There was a second one afterward. Songsher thought for a moment and asked, "What's your take on the battle between Ron F.A. and Dwight Brooks? From the perspective of the Abyss Kings?" "Hard to say," V said, scratching his head in frustration. "They're all employees of the Security Bureau. Some can't control anyone except their own guns, while others dare to challenge the company head-on. Not all Abyss Kings are the same, there are differences." "I know that. I heard Lioli Ju's commentary," Songsher replied. "Of the 4 Abyss Kings in the Enterprise Alliance, you're the weakest." Hearing this, V's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Technology isn't like playing a game. You can't just rank things and compare sizes. There are research directions involved. Can you compare working on transport layer protocols to working on neural networks? Remember not to say things like that again. She thought for a moment. Theoretically speaking, Dwight Brooks is a bit weaker than Ogden Christopher, but with the support of Zero Network, he's not that much weaker. In a real war of attrition, he might even have the advantage. Among the demons of the corporate alliance, Ogden is number 1, and he's number 2, but if you look at it globally, Ogden is still number 1, and he's still number 2. Their skill level is indeed not bad. Over the years, relying on Zero Network to play strategy games in the Abyss, he's built many of his own Abyss domains. The scale is enormous. And with base reality overwrite, he's not worried about skirmishes. Dwight is formidable. V truthfully stated his thoughts. Anyway, I can't beat him. As for Wan Fa, her combat record is relatively low, and with Sher Kwanwei on the Knowledge Council, it's quite troublesome for me to steal anything, so I don't know much about her. Sher Kwanwei, another 5th-ring member of the Knowledge Council, the Holy Elder of the Information Technology Institute among the 9 institutes, and also a Depth 6 Abyss King. But no matter what, she has genuinely reached the 3rd stage of true spirit. Finally, V gave an impeccable answer. If these two fight, I think either one could win. The Abyss King's bonus is indeed significant, Songsher said thoughtfully. No problem, we're allies now, and next, the company. Brother? V raised his hand. I don't think I said I help you guys with the company. Huh? Songsher was surprised. If you're in a business alliance and don't run a company, then what are you doing here? Sigh, this company is not to be trifled with. She hunched over, shaking her head. My physical presence is within the corporate alliance. It's not convenient for me to go too far. What if something happens, and they get angry and surround my house? Every year, countless well-known hackers fall victim to this, their physical IP address is being locked, leading to their direct arrest. Songsher understood what she was trying to say. But I can help you with the Eastern Continent Republic. She rubbed her hands together. There's a saying that's true. I'm online. What can you do to me? If you're unhappy, then have them join the corporate alliance. Hey, didn't you want the Eastern Continent Republic's resettlement areas? I can help a lot. I'm quite interested in their surveillance network. The architecture of such a massive domain is truly incredible. Songsher replied without hesitation. Deal. But what are your specific plans? Well, you wouldn't understand. V stopped rubbing her hands, seemingly excited, and started running her fingers through her hair. You, and the enlightened ones, you're both pretty bad at networking, and the company has been suppressing you a lot, so it's understandable that you don't understand. Hey, she chuckled. You only took 4 of these resettlement areas because you couldn't manage the rest, right? Songsher admitted. The resettlement areas are scattered far apart. If we only pursue quantity, it will greatly disperse the enlightened one's resources. And if we get bogged down in a protracted war, it won't matter to us personally, but the people living in the resettlement areas will likely be almost entirely wiped out, with 9 out of 10 houses empty. Why go through all that trouble? Not everything requires our personal involvement. That would be exhausting. V's pupils flickered, and he chuckled. Have you heard of Proxy Wars? Chapter 777. Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex opened his eyes. He sat up, got out of bed, and pushed open the window he had covered with cardboard. A light rain had just fallen outside. It was neither too hot nor too cold, and the cool breeze on his face was surprisingly pleasant. A perfect 80 out of 100. Unfortunately, he had to go to work today, so that wasn't comfortable. Minus 1,000 points. Currently, his total is minus 920. In that short time, the alarm clock started ringing. One Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex deftly smacked the clock's head, turning it off. After a quick wash, he grabbed an energy bar and headed out the door. Just before leaving, he stopped, clasped his hands together, and bowed towards the wall. This was the gesture his Eastern Continent father, who had said, "Darling, this is a little gift for you," had taught him before disappearing. It was said that this gesture could fulfill one's sincerity and realize one's dreams. "May the silver coin bless me, so I can save enough money to buy the Holy Grail soon," he muttered, his eyes closed. The poster was nailed to the wall. Although it had clearly been carefully maintained, the corners of the paper were still showing signs of curling. Fortunately, the printed image of the Holy Grail was still eye-catching, the cross-section of the cup was clear, and the cup lady smiled alluringly. After finishing his daily routine, one Kyle Tyrannosaurus officially left and hurried to his workstation. The name was a bit strange, but what could he do? His biological father had given it to him. His biological mother loved his father deeply and insisted on this name, so there was nothing he could do but obey. Over the years, he had gotten used to it, although he always felt that his mother had overheard him talking in his sleep when he named the child, and the latter was overjoyed and cherished it like a treasure. Sigh all of a sudden. But it doesn't matter, a name is just a label. The key is to do well at work and get enough. One Kyle Tyrannosaurus, I regret to inform you that because of your poor performance last month, after a serious and rigorous evaluation by the company, you have been fired. 37 minutes after stepping into the company's main entrance, one Kyle Tyrannosaurus stood at the main entrance once again. I'm doomed. He looked at the sky, then at the puddle at his feet, where a listless face was reflected. The only bright spot was his eyes, because they were prosthetic eyes. In his early 20s, the prime of his life, how could he be fired for poor work efficiency? He actually knew the answer. The foreman had talked to him several times, telling him to take more stimulants at work, firstly to have energy at all times and increase his screwdriving efficiency, and secondly to maintain a good mental state. Otherwise, everyone else would be full of vigor, and he would be the only one with a sullen face, which wouldn't look good. But this won't do. Those stimulants are incredibly harmful. Many homeless people on the streets ruined their health when they were young, working themselves to the bone for jobs, resulting in organ failure and being unwanted and left with nothing. He was screwing in screws to save money for the Holy Grail, but if he ruined his body and couldn't get it up, what would be the point of buying it? The Holy Grail. One Kyle Tyrannosaurus stood there blankly for a while, finally walking away before being picked up and thrown out by security. He activated his prosthetic eye. He actually had some money in his account, but it was all saved for the Holy Grail. He absolutely couldn't use it. His immediate priority was finding a new job. After spending half an hour reading through all the mandatory advertisements, he finally managed to click into the job search app. Chemical plant operator. Harmful to the body, no way. Drug salesman. That's a scam job. My mother said it's bad to do this kind of work, so that's also no way. He scrolled through the pages, reaching the bottom, and found none suitable. That's true. A decent job that doesn't harm the body. Why would such a good job be reserved for locals? 9th-class citizens, not qualified to even dream of it. 15 years ago, the Protectorate of the Heidelin Resettlement Area announced the adoption of an advanced industrial model from a corporate alliance, drastically transforming the Heidelin Resettlement Area. The only thing that remained unchanged was the prestigious status of the Eastern Continent people and the 9th-class citizen system. One Kyle Tyrannosaurus, do you crave the Holy Grail? Yes or no? He was about to close the recruitment software when a pop-up window suddenly appeared. One Kyle Tyrannosaurus paused for a moment, then prepared to close it. The current ad push was very advanced. It wasn't surprising that it knew his real name and frequently viewed products. Then he noticed something. There was no close button. Was this the worst-case scenario? The kind where you have to pay to turn it off? There was no other way. Having just lost his job, every penny spent is precious, and he couldn't afford to waste money. Left with no other choice, one Kyle Tyrannosaurus could only click yes. The pop-up disappeared, and then a new interface instantly appeared. Super Holy Grail system loaded. Complete the tasks issued by the system, and you will obtain your own Holy Grail. Newbie tasks are now being issued. Task content. Answer one question issued by the system correctly. Question being issued. Question. What's floating in the sky? Clouds? One Kyle Tyrannosaurus subconsciously said. Congratulations, you answered correctly. You have obtained 100 Holy Grail points. You can use Holy Grail points to exchange for various system services. Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex stared blankly for a while, observing for a long time, and found that there didn't seem to be any pitfalls for the time being. Hesitantly, he opened the system service interface and found things like password cracking, monitoring log cleanup, remote vehicle control, brain-computer interface hacking, rapid virus compilation and deployment, electrical appliance overload ignition, and lightning-fast box opening, each with a note indicating the Holy Grail points required. Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at these services, then at the system name in the top corner. These didn't seem to have much to do with buying the Holy Grail, did they? But to be honest, he couldn't resist. 5 minutes later, looking at the soft drink that appeared in his hand, Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex was dumbfounded. He'd been thinking for a while, then found a roadside vending machine, and tried using 20 Grail points to activate the device hacking service. Within seconds, the vending machine's control panel appeared in his prosthetic eye's vision, ready to be manipulated at will. He tentatively selected a bottle, without paying, and the vending machine actually dispensed it. He seemed to have obtained something incredible. New quest issued. Quest name, The Fury of the Fired. Quest content, using the Grail points obtained from the beginner quests. Puncture the tires of the HR manager's car at your previous company without being detected. Quest reward, 300 Grail points. Chapter 778. He really did it. Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex felt his heart pounding. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his face flushed with excitement. Even his old buddy below was subtly raising its head. Old buddy, you can't raise your head at a time like this. These were all minor details for now. He quickly activated his prosthetic eye. The Super Holy Grail system showed the mission was complete, and 300 Holy Grail points had been added. He really did it. Even now, Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex still felt his blood burning, a sense of oxygen deprivation, each breath requiring immense effort. He heard intermittent noises, like buzzing, but upon closer listening, they were clearly the same as the sound of him puncturing the tires of the HR manager's car with a screw. Ha ha. He punctured over 100 tires. The repair costs would be enormous. Ha ha. After a long while, his emotions finally calmed down, but soon, the memories from before couldn't help but resurface in his mind. Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus was burning with excitement, carefully considering every detail. Using the services he obtained by consuming Holy Grail points, he bypassed the parking lot and surrounding security cameras, successfully infiltrating undetected. 300 Holy Grail points, a full 300 points. Looking at the balance displayed on the Super Holy Grail system, Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus was excited. Almost unconsciously, he opened an online shopping platform and skillfully opened his shopping cart. Top of the list was the Holy Grail he had been longing for, a high-end imported product from the Corporate Alliance, a sub-brand of Dust Contract Generation, a big company, a big brand, quite different from ordinary Holy Grails. And the price was just as exorbitant. With the Holy Grail points Sorry, 0 yuan purchase service failed to activate. Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex was stunned. The Super Holy Grail system spoke softly. Your current system level is 1. Your permissions are insufficient. Please continue to complete tasks to advance the permission upgrade progress bar until the 0 yuan purchase service is activated, and you will obtain your own Holy Grail. Is that so? Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex was confused for a while, then decided to eat first to fill his stomach. To celebrate obtaining the Super Holy Grail system today, he punctured the tires of the HR manager's car and prepared to have a good meal. Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex weaved and twisted, avoiding the patrolling drones. The urban planning of the Heidelin resettlement area was clearly defined, with each level of citizen having a designated activity area. For example, in those commercial areas, 9th-class citizens would be forcibly evicted if they were found to have lingered for too long. The once grand skyscrapers gradually lowered in height. Wong Kyle Tyrannosaurus arrived in a shantytown, where a noodle stall stood under a plastic awning. The owner was said to have once worked in a high-class restaurant run by people from the eastern continent, but had offended them and left, settling down in this so-called slum. Whether it was true or not was unclear, but the beef noodles he made were indeed quite delicious. In the Heidelin resettlement area, it was said that this kind of food wasn't common 100 years ago, but since the arrival of the eastern continent people, the local eating habits had been rapidly and forcibly changed. By his generation, it was almost indistinguishable from that of the eastern continent, with only minor local modifications. Tyrannosaurus? Closing get off work so early today. The owner was a burly man, his apron bulging. To his left was a large pot of boiling water for cooking noodles, and to his right, a machine gun mounted on a rack to prevent anyone from eating for free. Seeing the young man approach, he was a little surprised. It's only 9 o'clock, isn't it? Sigh, I got fired. One Kyle Tyrannosaurus found a plastic stool and sat down. The company said I didn't take enough performance-enhancing drugs, and my efficiency was too low. I know, things aren't good lately. There's fighting everywhere. I heard several resettlement areas have been completely wiped out, and as a result, the Protectorate has increased taxes even more. The boss understood and cursed. It's okay, if I don't work here, I don't work here. I'm free to do whatever I want. Back in the day, I couldn't stand the Eastern Continent people swaggering around, so I beat one up in a fit of anger, and that's why I got fired. After listening for a few seconds, one Kyle Tyrannosaurus thought to himself, this is probably not true. Don't even mention beating up an Eastern Continent person. Even if you, a lowly citizen, slightly offend one, you'd be in deep trouble. The noodles were served. Boss, I didn't say I wanted a fried egg. It's on me. The boss tossed a towel aside and waved his hand. Lots of people have lost their jobs lately. Many couldn't survive in there and committed suicide. Lots of people are robbing, stealing, or selling their organs. Judging by your listless appearance, you're probably close to it too. You've done a lot of business with me before, so treat yourself to something good before you die. Is this considered good? Can I have a large portion of beef? Get lost. Oh, okay. Then one Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex started eating. Unlike many people who improve their eating organs for work efficiency, he hadn't modified his eating organs. Having been hungry all day, he wolfed down his food. After finishing, he wiped his mouth, looked at the boss sitting down, puffing on his cigarette, and after a while, suddenly couldn't help but say, Boss, when I'm rich someday, I give you a holy grail. You? Tyrannosaurus Rex? Made money? The shopkeeper chuckled, blowing a puff of smoke directly into the other man's face. And you haven't forgotten about the holy grail, have you? How long have you been talking about it? He scoffed. How can a cup compare to a real person? Only someone like you would bother using it. If you ever tried the real thing, I guarantee you. It's different. One Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex was unusually angry. What I'm sending you is definitely high-end imported goods, top-quality molds, fully realistic, virtual scenes, adaptive. Heh, humorous. The shopkeeper nonchalantly reclined in his chair. All right, then I wait for your delivery. The noodle shop fell silent. Neither of them spoke, only the sounds of puffing and smoking filled the air. After a long while, one Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex spoke. I have money. Before the boss could say anything, one Kyle Tyrannosaurus's eyes flickered. The Super Holy Grail system had issued a new mission. Mission 1, develop subordinates. Mission content, recruit a subordinate who believes in you through your own efforts. Note, occupation, identity, and gender are not limited. Mission reward, 250 Holy Grail points. Mission 2, execution of justice. Mission content, personally stop an illegal and criminal incident. Note, the laws of the Eastern Continent Republic are for reference only. Please follow the new set of laws provided by the system. Mission reward, 100 Holy Grail points. Getting busy. Is it almost here? Almost. You said it was almost here half an hour ago. It really is almost here. Is it here? Almost here, almost here. Though his words were forceful, Latong knew in his heart that this was just a placebo. He was actually quite anxious. Haha, since he was speaking his mind, there was no need to lie to himself. I am truly desperate right now. He was just a lowly apprentice mechanic, no bigger than a fingernail. How could he possibly be so unlucky as to overhear a deal between the Eastern Continent people and the Dogmouth Gang? The wealthy Eastern Continent man had asked the Dogmouth Gang to carry out an assassination to teach his unruly workers a lesson. If this got out, he'd be in trouble, and the trouble would naturally come from his rivals, the other Eastern Continent people. With the war raging, the Eastern Continent Republic had lost several immigrant resettlement areas, and the remaining ones, sensing the danger, were experiencing unrest. The Protectorate of the Hydoran resettlement area had unusually adopted a conciliatory stance. At this critical juncture, if news of such persecution of immigrants were to break, his enemies, the Eastern Continent people, would definitely seize the opportunity to make a big fuss, so they would never let him, the insider, go unpunished. He had risked his life, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, to barely escape the Dogmouth Gang's pursuit, but this was only temporary. If things continued, Latong dared not imagine his fate. Desperate, he could only gamble his last hope on the recently infamous holy cult. This gang, or rather, this religion? Whatever it was, it seemed to have some power. It should be able to protect him, right? Speaking of which, aren't you also from the Eastern continent? Not the mixed-race kind, the guide asked curiously. You're a proper 8th-class citizen. How could the dog-mouth gang dare to kill you? 8th-class citizen? Yutong almost laughed, but couldn't. Only a bunch of barbarians, who don't submit to the king's rule, actually think that being an 8th-class citizen is something. He finally said, Eastern continent people are different from Eastern continent people. I couldn't make a living here in the resettlement area, so I came here to make a living. Exposed metal pipes, rusty steel structures, and mottled cement walls painted with fluorescent paint, oily sewage flows freely, adding to the already potholed roads. These are common sights in the lower-class neighborhoods. After many twists and turns, Letong finally arrived at his destination. Prying open the iron bars, he squeezed through a hidden door into the basement. It wasn't as cramped as he had imagined. The basement space had clearly been raised and expanded, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people at once. And now, the basement already held about 100 people. My comrades. Let's get this party started. Deafening DJ music, accompanied by dazzling neon lights, crashed down on him like a storm. What is this? Letong shouted. Our holy church's worship. The person leading the way shouted excitedly, even louder than Letong. Wait! The person pulling Letong along squeezed into the crowd, bringing them to a woman swaying her hips, waving something in her hands. You're already here? You must be joining our holy church. Let me introduce you beforehand. This is Milne. Letong stared at the man, unable to resist saying, What are you holding in your hands? Haha, isn't it obvious? The Holy Lance. The guide laughed. This is one of our holy church's protectors. Milne, the Holy Lance Ranger, wields the Holy Lance with unparalleled skill, and has defeated many people these days. Oh, by the way, she works at the Dream Crystal nightclub. You can go and support her business when you have time, boost your sales. Hearing this, the man pressed a button, stopping the 2 half-meter-long holy lances in his hands from trembling wildly, then gave Letong a charming smile. Once you join our holy church, we're family, and I give you a 20% discount. Before Yutong could reply, he was pulled to the other side. These two are also protectors of our holy church, he said enthusiastically, pointing to 2 men, one fat and one thin. Brandon, the king of the golden cup, and Willie, the king of the silver cup. Don't let Willie's thin appearance fool you. He just keeps his prosthetic body retracted inside. Once he's in the ring, it expands instantly. He's the 7-time champion of the underground boxing ring on Broken Copper Street. He's incredibly powerful. The man called Willie had bronze, shiny skin, and his face was crisscrossed with scars, giving him an exceptionally fierce appearance. Upon hearing the introduction, he didn't show much emotion, simply raising his right hand to pat Yutong's shoulder. The man's prosthetic arm had peeling artificial skin. The gaps were aged and yellowed, revealing much of the internal mechanical structure. Even with just that light pat, Yutong felt a tightness in his chest. So strong? He really is a desperate fighter in underground boxing. Letong was secretly pleased. 7 consecutive wins in underground boxing, even considering the possibility of bookmakers manipulating the odds and fixing matches, that's still a remarkable record. You know, in the underground boxing ring, the loser is at least seriously injured, or even beaten to death on the spot. With this brother around, the dog-mouth gang's pursuers. The Silver Cup King? Haha, to be honest, Letong immediately put on a smile. I also use cups often. The other man stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, What's the biggest improvement in the 7th generation of the gemstone mill compared to the 6th? It's the sensor tuner, Willie said casually. The number of its sensor arrays is 35% higher than the 6th generation. Letong smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, the DJ's volume gradually decreased. Even the dancing and singing crowd slowly stopped moving and puffing away, falling silent. The neon lights from the cheap stage lamps cast flickering shadows on their faces, creating a momentarily solemn atmosphere reminiscent of a religious service. But the atmosphere was shattered the next moment. In the front row of the basement, the DJ struck the turntable, producing a long, drawn-out buzz. Then, a man with a mohawk and sunglasses shouted, Now, please welcome our most respected leader of our holy church, King Kyle Tyrannosaurus Rex. The audience erupted in cheers. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. The light suddenly went out. The next second, the darkness was shattered by a beam of light, pointing directly at the center of the stage, where a new figure now stood. He wore a hood, hands in his pockets, and wasn't particularly tall, yet the moment he appeared, Most people's eyes lit up with respect and awe. Letong strained his eyes, trying to see just how many heads this recently renowned and enigmatic holy cult leader had, but after looking him over, he found him to be quite ordinary. Just as he was lost in thought, the cult leader slowly withdrew his hand and made a pressing motion. The entire room quickly fell silent. I seen a newcomer. The person who brought Letong over immediately moved to the front row, smiling. Nothing escaped your notice. This wasn't flattery. This Tyrannosaurus Rex cult leader's methods were mysterious and unpredictable. Not to mention anything else, just consider the surveillance system. Centered on this basement, within a 5-kilometer radius, all recording equipment, including but not limited to prosthetic eyes and surveillance cameras, was secretly under his control. Any suspicious person entering this area would be detected the moment they stepped in. These skills, even the hackers hired at exorbitant prices by those big gangs couldn't compare, right? The cult leader slowly nodded and stepped off the stage. The crowd dispersed like a tide, until finally, Yutong was revealed. Your name is Yutong. I read the whole story. The cult leader stopped 2 steps away. Even though the other person looked unremarkable, with hardly any cybernetic implants, for some reason, Yutong felt inexplicably tense, as if under an invisible pressure. Another innocent victim of a meaningless struggle in the Heidelin resettlement area. You're not the first, and you certainly won't be the last. Chapter 779. Please, master, save me. Yutong immediately prostrated himself on the ground, kneeling down with a thud. I already know why you're here. Stand up first. The cult leader nodded. I will save you, but in exchange, you must join the holy cult. Understood, understood. Letong quickly raised his hand, blurting out, I swear to God. From now on, I join the holy cult and use the holy grail every day. The cult leader grunted. Remember to clean it frequently, or it get moldy. Okay, I understand. By the way, what holy grail are you using now? Letong stammered. Cult leader. Please don't worry, I go back in immediately. No, I buy one right now. He quickly activated his prosthetic eye, clicked on the shopping platform, glanced at his savings, and quickly changed the price from high to low to price from low to high under the Holy Grail label. His immediate priority was to buy something cheap to get by. Don't buy this kind of cheap stuff. At this moment, Letong heard the other person speak. The cult leader's eyes shone brightly, literally. The other person's prosthetic eye seemed to penetrate their terminal, allowing them to see the shopping interface they were browsing. These cheap goods are all cobbled together from medical waste and low-quality plastic. They might even contain unwashed shards of razor blades. They're filthy. Plus, the wiring is poorly done, prone to leaks, the cult leader said earnestly. A person only has a limited number of times they can take flight in their lifetime. Don't waste your precious time on this kind of garbage. Letong cautiously asked, then, in your opinion, what price range would be considered appropriate? I and other members of the Holy Church have compiled a red and black list. Before the leader could make any move, Yutong received an email. He heard the sender instruct, this is a secret of the church. Read it yourself, but don't spread it. Yutong glanced at it, and was shocked. Holy crap, why are they all so expensive? Leader, all my money was taken by the protectorate. I don't have enough left to buy them. I know. The leader paused for a moment, then said, yes, now the people in the Heidelin resettlement area can't even afford a barely usable Holy Grail. Bang! Bang! A loud crash rang out. The iron door to the basement thudded, and the chains wrapped around it vibrated violently. The next moment, the entire chain snapped, scattering fragments everywhere. Among the crowd, Silver Cup King Willie was the first to react. He rushed forward, his iron arm flashing out in a blur, blocking most of the flying chain fragments with a series of bangs. Heh, the Holy Church? A bunch of useless cowards, who masturbate until their cups break. The iron gate was smashed open, and the first thing to emerge was a massive iron hammer, its head stained with dried blood. Then came a burly, somewhat obese man who, head down, squeezed through the gate. The 100-kilogram hammer in his hand swung casually, as if it were nothing. Herbert the giant of the Dogmouth gang. Someone recognized him. Don't move, everyone. Bullets don't have eyes. Behind the burly man stood a tall, thin man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, brandishing a submachine gun. That's Lone Wolf Mercenaries. Precision Adolf. The tall, thin man, hearing someone recognize him, couldn't help but smirk. Friends of the Holy Church, we only want Yutong. He's broken a taboo. Someone's offered a high price for his life. Hand him over to me, and we'd be out of here. Someone looked at Herbert's abnormally strong body and the massive iron hammer he was carrying, enough to smash a car in two with a single blow. He instinctively shrank back, his eyes darting towards the cult leader. The cult leader, however, didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Yutong, who forced a smile, but trembled like a quail. Cult leader. You're lying. The cult leader finally stopped looking at Yutong. He turned to the burly man blocking the main entrance, while the thin man raised his gun, aiming at the back door of the basement in the distance. Anyone trying to approach would be forced back. Your target is me, the cult leader said. Talking nonsense will get you shot, my dear cult leader, Adolf laughed. The security officer hired you to capture me alive, the cult leader said. That's why you didn't just flood the basement with poison gas and grenades from the start. The Lutong incident just happened to coincide with this, so you conveniently brought him here to settle things in one go. You know all that? Sigh, your hacker methods are truly unpredictable, Adolf licked his lips. Well, I don't need to say more, cult leader. I have no interest in killing. Don't resist, and come with me obediently. Everyone else here will survive. But what if you're planning something else? In front of everyone, he disengaged the safety on his submachine gun. I know you can lock the firing permissions of other people's smart weapons, so I specifically brought a purely mechanical antique this time. Hey, Herbert too. Can your hacking skills control a solid iron hammer? Your preparations don't stop there, the cult leader said slowly. Isn't this normal? Otherwise, how could we bypass your surveillance and sneak all the way to the door? Adolf chuckled. How's the security expert introduced by the security officer, providing remote technical support? How's it going? He shook his head, sighing, Master, with your skills, you could easily live a comfortable life on your own, and even with a few people, you'd still be doing alright. But why do you have to do other things? Dangerous elements against the Eastern continent, employees instigating disturbances, criminals who committed crimes, you accept them all. They just want to buy a holy grail, the Master said softly. What did they do wrong? Adolf shrugged, his index finger on the trigger. 10 seconds. Final ultimatum. Haven't you noticed something? The Master suddenly said. That security expert hasn't spoken to you for quite a while. Adolf was startled. He yanked the trigger, shouting, Herbert. Snap, snap. Crack. The expected sound of the hammer swinging didn't come, but Adolf was already overwhelmed. He suddenly felt dizzy, his body went limp like a lump of mud, and he collapsed to the ground, completely powerless. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Herbert with the same symptoms, kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Holy Grail points use them up. The prosthetic eye is linked to the brain, connected to the nervous system. The cult leader approached. With just a slight modification to the circuit output frequency and connection protocol, I can directly paralyze your brain, rendering you incapable of movement. You're only here because I allowed you to. I really had enough. Why do you keep bothering me when we're just trying to discuss how to save more money to buy a more powerful Holy Grail? Tell me, is this not allowed? What does this have to do with buying the Holy Grail? Adolf's lips twitched. He realized that at this moment, only his lips could move. Master, I actually love the Holy Grail too. Spare me this time, and I promise I'll lead the charge against the Protectorate. To be honest, I've been fed up with the people of the Eastern Continent for a long time. The Heidelin resettlement area has been under the Protectorate's control for so many years. When I was a kid, I saw an ad on the back of a magazine that said a normal person could buy the Holy Grail with half a month's salary. But by the time I started working in the factory, half a year's salary couldn't even buy a decent Holy Grail. Who forced you to buy the Holy Grail? Don't you know you can go find a prostitute on the street? That stuff is much cheaper than any damn Holy Grail. Adolf cursed inwardly. You're always like this, the Master muttered, pulling down his hood. His prosthetic eye gleamed on his listless face, a result of countless takeoffs. Why do you always have to force others? In his last moments before losing consciousness, Adolf heard the Master's low murmur. I want to create a world where everyone can afford an imported Holy Grail and a Holy Lance. That's it? Songsher stared for a long time. Hee, of course there's more. V nestled on the rock, smugly. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is just one of them. I have many more carriers. Hee. I give you a spoiler in advance. There's more than one in the Heidelin resettlement area alone. The immigrant resettlement areas of the Eastern Continent Republic. As long as you want, I can continue to open carriers anytime. She tugged at her hair. Oh, by the way, out of respect, I didn't open any in the 4 resettlement areas you control. Is this what you're usually busy doing? Songsher asked. Hearing this, V wrinkled its nose in annoyance. What do you mean I'm busy doing this? Do you know why people call me Swarm Nightmare? It's because I'm best at multi-threaded operations and cross-domain operations. V snorted, this kind of small thing, I can handle it with a little effort. Don't you find it fascinating to watch individual entities develop like ants under your gaze? V licked its lips. I even have animals among my implants. There's a lab researching animal implants, and I let one of the cats escape, gave it a mental boost, and now it pops up every night to cause trouble. Song sure could picture the other person hugging a pillow, staring intently at the wall-mounted monitor all day, watching the activities of those carriers. That's certainly an idea, Song sure mused thoughtfully. Otherwise what? V spread his hands. Does it mean I have to issue a command to remotely cause a massive power outage in the city, or have all the smart devices malfunction? That's no fun at all. Song sure had to admit that the other party had a point. He could burn an entire modern metropolis to ashes, but the kind of operation the other party was conducting, using remote technology to support individuals, gradually infiltrating influence, and weaving a vast network, was something he truly incapable of. How many of these vessels do you have within the Enterprise Alliance? Song sure asked. V smiled smugly, offering no answer. Although he was the weakest of the 4 Abyss Kings of the Enterprise Alliance, he truly deserved the title of Abyss King. Song sure thought to himself, over the years, probably no one knew exactly how many vessels V had created. These vastly different vessels were like the roots of an old tree, forming a complex and intricate root system within the Enterprise Alliance. If the other party so desired, the moment he uprooted them, it could cause utter chaos. This King Kyle Tyrannosaurus? Song sure returned to his first question. It took me 3 months to raise him. The last thing you saw. Let me check the logs first. It happened 7 days ago. V swayed. He did cause quite a stir, but he won't die anytime soon. Alright, then you should get more of these carriers. Song sure made a decision. Focus on immigrant resettlement areas. When the time is right, I officially intervene. In exchange, when you need me, Song sure from Nan Do will come. Haha, focusing on immigrant resettlement areas. To be honest, I can't really get involved in the Eastern Continent Republic's mainland. V stretched and let out a long snort. Their surveillance network is watching too closely. I tried to send a few carriers there before, but it's about the margin for error, I guess, Song sure said casually. Correct answer. V clapped his hands repeatedly. If I were operating it myself, the surveillance network would be a bit more difficult, but not entirely without a solution. However, these carriers, well, their quality isn't as good as mine. Song sure understood what the other meant. If the immigrant resettlement area, this outlying region of the Eastern Continent Republic, was chaotic and unregulated, then the carrier's actions were like rats moving along an old pipe. They themselves easily got disoriented, but so did the others. Then, on the Eastern Continent Republic's mainland, the difficulty of carrier operations was on a completely different level. Under the omnipresent surveillance of the surveillance network, any transgression was like walking a tightrope. A slight misstep would result in instant death. Admittedly, V could provide various remote technical support, and theoretically highly successful and feasible detailed plans. But theory is theory, and practice is practice. Even in games, there's a difference between strategies and implementation, let alone in reality. In the face of a complex and high-pressure environment, few can avoid making mistakes. Every year, countless people are killed by cars because they couldn't avoid them in time. Didn't they know they should have run to the side immediately? They were simply stunned and failed to act. Those vessels within the Eastern Continent Republic's territory would be arrested on the spot by the surveillance network for even the slightest mistake. Even V couldn't possibly protect someone from the surveillance network while in a distant foreign country. As for going even further, simply getting involved personally and taking over the vessels for hands-on operation. Then what's the point of me operating a vessel? V yawned widely. Brother, that won't work. Chapter 780. Although V was unwilling to fight on home soil against a giant corporation, what difference did it make who they attacked? Song sure readily agreed to the Alliance invitation. Theoretically, if V and Ogden Christopher joined forces, they would be unstoppable and invincible. Unfortunately, unlike V, the latter was at best a half-ally, habitually disappearing without a trace. Without sufficiently substantial benefits, he would never intervene. And more importantly, even if Ogden Christopher didn't habitually disappear and was at his beck and call, V still wouldn't work with him. Previously in the Abyss, Song sure had curiously asked V how he viewed Ogden Christopher. The other party, with a dark face, said he had been tricked and mocked by this king of wizards, and would definitely find a chance to get revenge. Immigrant resettlement area, and Menlo. Songshur glanced at the briefing sent to him. In short, the war had temporarily halted. Yunnan, the Enterprise Alliance, and even the Vanpusta Empire, all forces had intentionally reduced the intensity of the conflict, entering a rare period of peaceful stalemate. Except for Eden, which, as always, seemed uninterested in anything outside and maintained its blockade. Of course, everyone was still secretly plotting, but with VE joining the fray and busy wreaking havoc in the immigrant resettlement area, they clearly had no right to criticize others. The present world. Songshur casually tossed aside the briefing and, unnoticed, moved to the wasteland outside Enmenluo. He wanted to push forward the second stage of the true spirit, the present world. Considering his fifth ring great source status and the inherent danger of this action, if he tried it inside Enmenluo, a single misstep could turn Enmenluo into a living hell. With a thought, Songshur's intention spread out, and the true spirit annihilation moved accordingly, engulfing the surroundings. The flowing wind, the drifting dust, the intangible electromagnetic waves, all ignited before the fifth ring of spiritual energy, only to be reduced to intangible ash in the flames. The giant corporation Fugu Kaichuo possessed the Singularity Technology Spatial Leap, allowing them to move freely along spatial axes. However, if they were here, they would have noticed a sudden and intense fluctuation in the spatial coefficients, plunging into extreme chaos. The next instant, even the chaos and fluctuations were incinerated by the crimson gold flames. Under this exquisite control, annihilation transformed into a uniform hydraulic press, perfectly centered on Songshur, creating a perfectly round circle with a radius of 3 meters. The ground sunken smoothly, the cross-section clean, its depth unknown. And after annihilation, Songshur's thoughts shifted again. True spirit, present world. Both Ming Xianyuan and Wang Chenlai carved out a new, independent realm. Ming Xianyuan's self-contained world is one of unity. She is the world itself. His own pursuit of the present world, however, is a new world born from utter destruction. He is merely the creator of this new world, not the world itself that is unified. Thus, it seems that while each spiritual practitioner on the Great Origin Path is unique and possesses distinct personalities, upon reaching a high level, their true spirit will more or less involve concepts like world, 33 heavens, and planes. Wang Chenlai, the general of the Northern Thunder Defense Line, is determined to obtain the third stage of his true spirit, 5 phases reincarnation, the beginning of chaos, while Wang Chenlia's own true spirit is the second stage, the present world. Although Ming Xianyuan didn't reveal her true spirit during the battle, her opponent was called 3,000 Illuminations, indicating that her true spirit clearly involves similar concepts. No. Songshur rejected this idea. The cause and effect relationship had been reversed. It wasn't that they encountered these concepts after reaching a high position in the Great Source, but rather that they first had similar feelings, minds, and thoughts, which led them to embark on the path of the Great Source. Is there some kind of convergence among them? No, a more accurate term would be common ground. If each individual is considered a circle, while each circle is absolutely unique, when the number of circles reaches a certain level, some circles will more or less share certain commonalities. This is the original path, Songshur said softly. Countless years ago, those primordial spiritual energies, born from will, through repeated exploration and countless exchanges in different forms, gave birth to the same ideals from different hearts, forging the original path. Transcendence. Great source. Balance. Truth. Revelation. Consensus. To this day, 6 immortal monuments stand before the psionicists. They absorbed psionicists of later generations, making everything traceable, and gradually expanded upon them, opening up new boundaries. Yet the psionicists remain free. The one who scoffed at the 6 paths, and instead devoted himself to his own primal psionic powers was not only the wizard king Ogden Christopher. There was more than one in the past, and there is more than one now. Songshur raised his eyes. The path opened. In an instant, his thoughts were drawn to this magnificent and tranquil place. Starlight poured down like a vast torrential rain, streaks of different starlight streaking across the sky, descending upon the psionicists of later generations. Those were the spiritual energy techniques from ancient times to the present, collected by the Great Origin Tao Path. Songshur browsed through these spiritual energy techniques with an almost unrestrained and wild attitude. With his current cultivation, he could see most of them clearly. While some were ingeniously crafted, prompting Songshur to marvel at their power, strength is always relative. For Songshur, suitable, or rather, spiritual energy techniques that could provide inspiration and reference were far more important than mere power. Since his first failed attempt to attain the present world, Songshur had undertaken this process many times, seeking inspiration from external Tao paths and reflecting on his own inner self. Every fifth-ring cultivator had walked this path, and strictly speaking, the latter was far more crucial than the former. The present world, reality, the circle centered on Songshur, suddenly solidified, as if time had stopped flowing. Something indescribable began to take shape. Just as it was about to close, it paused. Then, like a chain reaction of collapsing dominoes, everything suddenly crumbled. The next moment, Songshur abruptly opened his eyes, and before he could, his right hand swiftly flipped, pointing towards the sky. Sigh, another failure. A huge hole appeared in the sky, sunlight streaming through the gap in the sea of clouds onto the earth. Songshur looked at his hand, a horrifying sight. Flesh and blood had burned to ash, and fine cracks appeared on his bones. Breakthroughs for psionicists were never smooth sailing, but for him, past obstacles, aside from the fated death, none of them were problems. Unexpectedly, the second stage of true spirit had finally allowed him to experience it again after so long. Songshur thought, an uncontrollable joy appearing in his pupils. Because of the second stage of true spirit. I've seen it.